My name is Jojo, and I woke up in a place that seemed like a dream. Around me stretched a boundless yellow desert, drenched in a sun that burned unbearably. The wind picked up clouds of sand, and every gust made me squint. Beside me, against this vast sea of sand, stood a simple wooden hut that seemed almost a mirage. Not far from the hut was a 3-meter-high gate that emitted a soft light and seemed to lead to another world or dimension. At first glance, it would seem that I was in some barren and god-forsaken area. But for some reason, it seemed to me that this place was of great importance, and that a great deal depended on the events that would unfold here. It was strange and unreal, but at the same time it felt like something inevitable and fateful. When I regained consciousness, a message appeared in front of me on a gold-colored virtual screen that explained what was happening. I had been chosen by the Supreme Will to participate in the competition of the Lords of the 10,000 Races. It was a kind of trial or tournament where each lord representing his race or nation had to develop his territory and compete for the title of Supreme Lord. My initial territory turned out to be a desert. Looking around, I realized that this place was not only devoid of life, but also extremely unfavorable for development and survival. Heat, sand, and wind were my only companions. Water, this precious resource, was in short supply here, which greatly increased the difficulty of my task. I had to not only survive, but turn this arid land into a prosperous territory worthy of the High Lord. I realized that it would be an uphill struggle, but I was ready to accept the challenge. As I surveyed the gloomy surroundings of my new territory, another golden screen flashed before my eyes, informing me of an unexpected twist of fate. I felt a strange warmth spread through my body, and realized that something had changed inside me. The screen confirmed my hunch. I had awakened a legendary talent of the Lord, 100% explosive rate. This talent allowed me to see and automatically get all the loot from the corpses of enemies I killed. I had never considered myself particularly fortunate or chosen until then, but now, standing on the arid ground under the blazing sun, I felt a power that could greatly aid me in my endeavors. This talent opened up new possibilities before me and gave me an advantage that I realized could be decisive in the battle for the title of High Lord. I was excited and determined to make the most of this gift of fate. After awakening my talent, the golden screen flickered in front of me again, this time with the message of granting 7 days of novice protection. A protective shield appeared around my territory, creating a barrier between me and the dangers in the wilderness. This shield was to protect me and my territory from the invading monsters of the misty wastes, which I assumed were lurking somewhere outside my temporary shelter. These 7 days were given to me to prepare and strengthen my position. I realized that this temporary advantage had to be used as effectively as possible. The task ahead of me was not only to set up the area to make it habitable and defensible, but also the challenges ahead. I had to find ways to gather resources, fortify defenses, and possibly find or create water sources to ensure survival in this harsh environment. These days were my chance to mount a defense and begin transforming this lifeless land into a fortress that could withstand the onslaught of any enemy. I was ready to go, knowing that every moment and every action could decide the outcome of my stay on this continent. Realizing the need to strengthen my territory, I approached the 3-meter gate of light that now belonged to me. This gate, emitting a warm light, was a portal to summon the helpers, the inhabitants of the Supreme Continent, who would now be my subjects and protectors. Activating the gate mechanism, I summoned 5 people. Among them was Bai Yun, an archer whose skill and proficiency with a bow instantly made her stand out among the others. She wore the standard soldier armor, had a bowstring and arrows on her back, and a short sword hanging from her waist. Her gaze was determined and sharp, and the dexterity and precision with which she handled her bow spoke of great experience. Bai Yun immediately assumed a key role in the defense of my territory. Her ability to accurately and quickly engage targets at long range made her the perfect candidate to defend my domain from the monsters that were lurking around us. I realized that her skills and experience would be vital in the battles ahead, and I was grateful to have such a powerful and reliable ally in Bai Yun. Immediately after summoning helpers, I realized that resource gathering needed to be established to maintain and develop my territory. My wooden hut and summoning gate needed improvements to provide better protection and expand my summoning capabilities. I assessed the resources that might be available in the desert, including wood, metals, stone, and sand. Each of these materials was needed to improve infrastructure: wood and stone to build and reinforce hut walls, metals to strengthen structures and create tools, and sand could be used to make glass or as an ingredient in construction mixtures. My first steps involved assigning tasks to my new subjects. Bai Yun and the other assistants I had summoned began exploring the area for resources, as well as mining and processing them. We focused on fortifying the hut, transforming it from a simple wooden structure into a fortress that could withstand attacks. An important part of our work was improving the summoning gates. Expanding their functionality would allow me to draft more helpers and with more diverse skills, which was critical to ensuring the defense and development of my territory. This became my priority, as each new helper increased our chances of successfully resisting the challenges ahead. Not a few days after our arrival, we faced our first major challenge. One morning, as we continued to work on fortifying the hut and gate, a monster, the desert mist lizard, attempted to enter our territory. It was a formidable creature, capable of causing serious destruction if it could overcome our protective barriers. Thanks to my legendary talent, 100% explosive rate, I could see everything that could fall out of a monster after it was destroyed. This information was extremely useful for planning our defense. I knew that I needed to act quickly and efficiently. Bai Yun, who utilized her archer skills, took the lead in repelling the attack. She used her skill and precision to deliver critical blows to the desert mist lizard from a safe distance. With her help, we were not only able to protect our territory, but also strengthen our defenses, showing everyone that we are capable of defending our domain. This experience boosted our confidence and made us realize that with the right strategy and utilization of available resources and talents, we can counter even the most serious threats. Bai Yun has become a key figure in our defense strategy, and her role has only grown in importance to our community. Realizing that the first monster attack was only the beginning, and that there were even greater challenges ahead of us, I decided that we should strengthen our preparations. Realizing that the monsters around our territory would only intensify their attacks every day made me rethink our defense strategy and tactics. I began by further strengthening our defenses, expanding our resource reserves, and improving our weapons and equipment. Bai Yun and the other residents of our territory underwent intensive training to improve their combat and survival skills under extreme conditions. I also ordered the development of new tactics that would allow us to more effectively utilize the landscape and our unique abilities against our enemies. One of the key aspects of our training was to study the behavior and weaknesses of the different types of monsters that could attack us. We analyzed past battles, including the successful repulsion of a desert mist lizard attack, to identify the best strategies and tactics for each possible enemy. In addition, I focused on building alliances and partnerships with other lords through the various channels of communication that opened up for me. This allowed for the sharing of knowledge and resources, which greatly increased our chances of success. My goal was clear. By the end of the 7-day novice defense period, we had to be fully prepared for the novice lord test and able to defend our territory against any threat. In those 7 days, every hour was devoted to preparation, every action strategically important. What was at stake was not just our survival, but the possibility of claiming the title of High Lord.
Juju raised his eyebrows. You guys were actually able to kill a black iron mid-level monster. He looked at Bai Yun and the girls in surprise.
It's all thanks to Zhang Kang. If it wasn't for him taking the initiative to step forward and attract this desert mist lizard that was trying to escape.
We might have to watch it escape, Bai Yun said. Juju looked at Zhang Kang. Report to Lord.
Although this desert mist lizard is a black iron intermediate monster, my subordinate's soldier trait is good at defense. So it can still resist 1 or 2 of its attacks. Of course, any more won't do. Plus my subordinate knows that behind it is the protective shield of invincible defense. That's why my subordinate dared to step out of the protective shield range to attract this monster. Zhang Kang didn't take credit either. Courageous and resourceful, well done, Zhu appreciated. He then extracted the loot from the black iron, lower-grade desert mist lizard before placing his hand on the black iron, middle-grade desert mist lizard. The golden prompt appeared again. Is the loot extracted? Yes, Zhu mentally said. Lord's talent alert. You have obtained the loot 4 heart of mist black iron grade. 40 units of desert mist lizard flesh and blood black iron intermediate grade. 3 kg water sacks. 1 sword and shield soldier's certificate of transition unclassified. And 1 sword and shield soldier's recruitment book black iron intermediate grade. Wow, the same scene reappeared. The corpse of the desert mist lizard once again exploded in a huge explosion, turning into a large amount of loot. The surrounding people were once again dumbstruck. Zhang Kang, who was seeing this scene for the first time, was also dumbfounded. Zhu took the sword and shield soldier transfer certificate and the sword and shield soldier recruitment book. Then they carried all the remaining loot to the entrance of the Lord's cabin. After that, he asked the chef couple to take 20 units of blood and meat and roast them all to make roasted meat for the crowd to eat. Now the conditions were rather hard. One could only make this kind of simple food when the crowd left the area to patrol the surroundings. Zhu looked at the new loot in his hands. Naturally, there was no need to mention the sword and shield soldier transfer certificate. He looked at the sword and shield soldier recruitment book. Item name, sword and shield soldier recruitment book item grade, black iron intermediate item effect, recruitment book for basic soldier type. Throw it into the gate of summoning to summon a black iron intermediate potential sword and shield soldier to become one of your territorials. Item description, one of the sources of troop strength for the lords of the realms. Only available to the lucky ones among the lords, you can directly summon a soldier. Zhu's eyes lit up. He immediately took it to the summoning gate and then threw it into the summoning gate. Soon, a man wearing standard armor and holding an iron shield in his left hand and a plain sword in his right hand walked out of the summoning gate. Subordinate Huang she meets Lord, he saluted respectfully. No need to be polite. Zhu nodded his head. He glanced at the other party's attributes. It was indeed black iron intermediate potential, strength. On the other hand, was an initial black iron lower level strength, although the potential was very low. However, he was still very satisfied in his heart. After all, he only had 2 entry-level soldiers now. It was at this moment he looked outside the protective shield. A bold idea suddenly came to his mind. If more desert mist lizards were able to drop this sword and shield soldier recruitment book, wouldn't he have a constant supply of sword and shield soldiers? He thought of this. His heart immediately thumped. A moment later, only then did he calm down. He also knew that this idea was not very realistic. Firstly, desert fog lizards couldn't possibly exist indefinitely. This wasn't a game. It wouldn't be refreshed after it was killed. Secondly, the large sunburst desert would definitely not have only desert mist lizard as a mist monster. By then, the loot that other monsters would drop would not necessarily have things like recruitment books. Zhu then called over the last lordly citizen without a profession and handed him the transfer certificate, allowing him to transfer to become a sword and shield soldier as well. He then let the other person and Yellowstone together go to Bai Yun and Zhang Kang and the others to solve the misty monsters around them. Time flew by. In the blink of an eye, more than an hour had passed during this period. Zhu kept using the newly acquired sword and shield soldier recruitment book to summon new soldiers one after another and sent them to assist Bai Yun and the others. The result was in the span of 1 hour, he had added 6 new sword and shield soldiers under his command. Among them, there were 5 black iron intermediate potentials, 1 black iron superior potential, together with Bai Yun and the 4 of them. It brought the number of soldier professionals under his command to 10. As for Zhang Yun and the 10 of them, they had resolved 18 desert mist lizards in this 1 hour. They had successfully cleared all the desert fog lizards visible within 100 meters around the protective shield. making the area around the territory safe for the time being. Bai Yun had successfully broken through to Black Iron Intermediate because she had killed the most monsters. Among the desert mist lizards that were killed, there were 12 Black Iron lower-level desert fog lizards, 5 Black Iron intermediate-level desert fog lizards, and 1 Black Iron upper-level desert fog lizard elite. With the help of the Lord's talent, a total of 52 Black Iron grade mist hearts were exploded, 240 units of Black Iron inferior desert mist lizard blood and flesh, 200 units of Black Iron intermediate desert mist lizard blood and flesh, 100 units of Black Iron upper desert mist lizard blood and flesh, a total of 37 kg of water bags, 18 copies of Black Iron inferior grade sword and shield soldiers certificate of trance for no grade, 5 Black Iron intermediate sword and shield soldier recruitment certificates, and 1 Black Iron upper grade sword and shield soldier recruitment certificate used. The final loot is a book that is the Black Iron upper grade skill sand diving technique. Skill name, sand diving technique skill quality, Black Iron superior skill description, controls the sand under your feet to allow yourself to quickly burrow into the desert. Can be used for purposes such as fast traveling under the desert, concealment, and escape. This skill book was exactly the loot that the Desert Mist Lizard Elite had exploded. Juju tapped the skill book with both hands. A text prompt appeared. Whether to learn the skill sand dive art. Yes, Juju said. The next second, the skill book in his hand turned into countless golden rays that merged into his brow. Juju closed his eyes. A moment later, he opened his eyes. He looked at the ground beneath his feet. And in his heart, he vaguely had a marvelous feeling of being able to manipulate the sand beneath his feet and then burrow into it. The territory I'm in is a desert-type territory. This sand diving technique will definitely work very well for me. Juju was very satisfied with his first skill in his heart, the other loot. He first collected it and kept it as a backup. Report to Lord. We have cleared all the desert mist lizards within 100 meters outside the protective shield. Other types of mist monsters, we haven't found any for now. Do we need to travel farther and eliminate the monsters further away? Bai Yun asked respectfully. P.S. Begging for recommendation, tickets begging for favorites, yes, but don't go too far. When you encounter a difficult monster, don't get involved in the battle, come back immediately, or protect your own safety as the first principle. Remember to bring water bags and roasted meat as supplies. Juju agreed after a little thought. If it was the very beginning, he only had a few soldier professionals under his command. Then he definitely wouldn't have let them wade out of the protective shield range. But now he already had 10 soldier-type professionals. Such a number was not much. But as long as they didn't encounter bronze-level mist monsters, they basically wouldn't be in too much danger. Plus, by killing monsters, they and himself would get stronger and stronger the more they fought. So he now dared to release them to go out and hunt mist monsters as well. A few moments later, Bai Yun and the other 10 soldier-type professionals left the protective shield range with their water bags and roasted meat to hunt the monsters outside. With the protective shield in place in Jiaoyang City, as long as Juju and the others didn't make a fool of themselves and leave the protective shield range, there was no need to leave soldiers to guard it. I don't know if Bai Yun and the others will run into other monsters. If they can run into them, maybe he'll be able to obtain other soldiers. Juju pondered. The time during the day flew by. During this time, there were constantly corpses of desert mist lizards being sent back to the territory by Bai Yun and the others. And then the loot was extracted by Juju, if there was a sword and shield soldier recruitment book. Juju would directly use it, and then have the new soldiers summoned directly join Bai Yun and the girls and hunt with them. Plus, Bai Yun and the others were very cautious when they hunted and never took risks. Their group of soldiers. This day, not only did they not lose anyone, but the number of soldiers began to expand at a rate visible to the naked eye. The sky became dim. Juju, who was eating roasted meat while watering the World Channel, suddenly had his body shaken,
It immediately felt like his physical quality and mental strength had increased by a large margin. He opened his personal information, only to see that in the column of strength class, his own strength had clearly been promoted to Black Iron Intermediate. Finally promoted, a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. It was at this moment he suddenly noticed that a lot of scarlet mists were born out of thin air in the air outside the protective shield. Scarlet mists have appeared. He immediately stood up with a serious expression. A line of blood-stained hints slowly floated in front of his eyes. Warning, darkness is about to fall. The scarlet mist will cover the majority of the supreme continent at this time. Countless mist monsters will be born from the scarlet mist. Their strength will increase by 500%, and they will start hunting indiscriminately at this time. Only those within the new Lord's protective shield will be safe from them. It is recommended that the Lord recalls all of his people immediately to avoid unnecessary losses. Bai Yun and the others need to hurry back. Otherwise, they will be in danger when night falls completely. Juju looked at the warning with a somewhat grave expression. He opened the world channel. The lords were all hotly discussing the scarlet mist at this time as well. This scarlet mist looks so scary, a good lord's world. How did it turn into a horror world once it gets dark? It's so scary just at night. I kind of don't want to be a lord of anything anymore. I want to go back to the Blue Star. Juju looked at it for a couple of moments and was not in the mood to look at it anymore. A few moments later, Juju, who was eagerly waiting, finally saw Bai Yun and the others return, but it wasn't 10 people who came back. Instead, it was a full 46 people. The extra 36 people were the extra soldiers that Juju had continuously recruited with his newly acquired sword and shield soldier recruitment book over the course of the day. Such a large number of soldier professionals was absolutely unimaginable for other lords at this stage. Lord were all back. Not a single person died, however. There are 7 people who have suffered some minor injuries. Bai Yun came to Juju and reported. Take them to recuperate properly. Juju said, yes. Bai Yun saluted and then had the injured brought to find a place to rest. While having some soldiers who could set up temporary tents, set up some tents for the night, Juju looked at this series of command by Bai Yun and was quite appreciative in his heart. It was at this moment he was puzzled to find that Bai Yun and the others did not carry any desert mist, lizard corpses back with them. Juju did not hide his doubts and directly inquired, report to Lord, this is related to what my subordinate has to report. After my subordinate and the others brought back the desert mist lizard corpses the last time, they had planned to go further away to take a look. Unexpectedly, instead, on the way, we ran into 6 foreign races at that time. The surrounding desert mist lizards had already been almost hunted out by us. My subordinate then wanted to scout for information on these foreign races for Lord, and just give up for the time being to look for other desert mist lizards. Bai Yun reported, foreign races. Juju's heart thumped. It couldn't be other 10,000 realms lords. Could it? Is it another type of mist monster? He asked with the last vestige of luck. It was only the first day of his development. The development of his territory had only just begun. He very much didn't want to encounter other lords of other 10,000 realms races at this point in time. As long as he was given enough time, it was very likely that he would pull out hundreds or thousands of soldier race professionals. At that time, that was when he would have the courage to touch the other race lords. Their eyes aren't scarlet. My subordinate feels that they shouldn't be monsters born from the scarlet mists. Also, when we found the other party, they were fighting 4 desert mist lizards, and there were casualties. The other party seemed to have discovered us in the end as well. They immediately terminated the battle afterward, leaving behind a corpse of their companion and leaving. After Bai Yun finished speaking, he made a move with his right hand and saw 2 sword and shield soldiers carry a special corpse over and placed it in front of Juju. This corpse was silver, white in color. It was about 1 meter 2 in height. It had slender limbs and a very large head. The two eyes that were as black as ink looked vacantly at the sky, seemingly reflecting the tragic image it had before it died. The fatal injury was a ragged hole on its neck that had been bitten out. Juju looked at this corpse and raised his eyebrows. Why did this corpse look so much like the classic alien look in the movie? He looked at the other party's panel information. Item name, logger's corpse item level, black iron lower item effect, contains yet to be extracted loot. Item description, a laird from Lord Ba's command who failed in his attempt to maneuver a desert mist lizard and was bitten to death by an enraged desert mist lizard. Loot explosion rate, 2 black iron grade mist hearts explosion rate, 100%. A global racial skill book spirit manipulation explosion rate, 0.01%. And a platinum superior racial talent orb explosion rate, 0.0001%. P.S. Begging for recommendations and favorites. Juju's heart sank. There were really other 10,000 realm lords, however, when he saw Bai Yun's 46 soldiers. His heart was slightly more at ease. Fortunately, his side was not weak either. Juju pondered for a long time and looked at Bai Yun. What do you think of their fighting ability? He asked. My subordinate feels that these foreign races of theirs. Their native close combat abilities are very average. They seem to deal with other desert mist lizards remotely by virtue of manipulating them. But this tactic is bizarre though, but we have a great advantage in numbers. My subordinate feels that there is a great certainty that we will win against them. Bai Yun immediately understood his lord's thoughts and said without hesitation. Juju nodded his head. In his heart, he was slightly more confident. I can't underestimate myself, he reminded himself in his heart. 46 soldier profession battle power. He felt that his battle power was already ranked at least among the top of all the Blue Star Lords. The opponent was even a strange alien race, but they were not only weak in physical strength, there also seemed to be no small limitations in terms of mental ability. It shouldn't be a big problem for his party to deal with these foreign races. You guys get ready, tomorrow. Well, go and find out where this foreign race lord's territory is. Then find a chance to lure them out and destroy them. And in a moment, the scarlet mist will descend completely. At that time, more mist monsters will appear from the scarlet mist. You guys just stay inside the protective shield and take turns killing them for me. The corpses are still all kept. Waiting for me to dispose of them, Juju said, if you are lying on the side of the couch, how can you allow others to snore? When he and the other party's territories were neighboring, this battle was destined to have to be fought. Then he chose to strike first. I, Lord, Bai Yun left with the other 45 sword and shield soldiers. Juju then placed his hand on the corpse. A golden prompt appeared. Is the loot extracted? Yes. Juju said, Overlord talent alert. You have obtained the loot 2 heart of mist black iron grade, a racial skill book mental manipulation global, and a racial talent orb platinum upper grade. Juju returned to the Lord's cabin with these loot. As soon as he returned to the Lord's cabin, in addition to the simple furniture, there was a white, rectangular stone tablet with the word territory written on it. Name, Territorial Stone Tablet Territory, Jiaoyang City Rank, Black Iron Lower Durability, 1000/1000 Description, the Foundation of the Lord, which holds the territorial order, if the territorial order is taken by a being other than the Lord. The territory can be considered to be overthrown, and the owner of the token automatically loses the identity of the Lord. Currently belongs to Lord of the Proud Sun. Juju had already seen it before, so after taking a look at it, he went to look at the loot he had just gotten. First was the racial skill book that had a 1 in 10. 0.00 chance of dropping out. Skill name, mental manipulation, skill quality, global skill description. Harnessing mental power to invade the consciousness of other beings can enslave the other party within a short period of time. The level of the enslaved object and the time of enslavement depends on the strength of the user's mental power. This should be the means by which those foreigners manipulate the desert mist lizard.
Juju guessed in his heart. Then he directly chose to learn it. After mastering it, he realized that there was a power in his brow that he had been harboring for a long time. Before he couldn't feel it, now he could not only feel it, but he could also manipulate it to enslave others. So this is growable. If my spiritual strength is black iron level, then I can control black iron level creatures. If my spiritual strength is higher, then my power level and control time for controlling living beings will also increase. That's why it doesn't have a fixed rating. Juju dawned on him. He then looked at the loot that could only be dropped with a 1 in a million chance. Platinum, Superior Racial Talent Orb. Treasure name, Racial Talent Orb Primary Spiritual Potential Treasure Grade. Platinum, Superior Treasure Effect. After using it, you can greatly enhance your current spiritual strength and gain the primary spiritual potential talent. This talent allows your spiritual potential to be far greater than that of ordinary beings. And every time you get a breakthrough in spirituality, you will always be able to gain a higher upper limit of spiritual strength enhancement. Treasure description, the racial talent of the Karo race after using it. You will possess the racial talent ability of that race. Remarks, the breakthrough gain of this talent will last until you break through to the Platinum Superior level. Juju sucked in a breath of cold air. He probably knew how precious a treasure of this level of Platinum Superior was. According to the facts he had learned from the chef, couple lords, normally, most of the human potentials in the Supreme Continent were at the Black Iron. Bronze and Silver levels, human races at the Gold level were already considered talents. Platinum level potential human races can basically be said to be the talents standing at the top of the human race's talent. In other words, this one platinum upper-level racial talent orb alone could create a human race's top talent. No wonder my lord talent is defined as legendary. The types of items that can be dropped here cover too wide a range. It's amazing that even things like racial talents can be popped out. Does that mean, if I kill more alien beings and absorb their racial talents, I can completely build myself into a terrifying existence that combines the racial talents of all realms? If there is excess, I can even create a terrifying army of this kind. The more Juju thought about it, the more he felt that his lord talent was too strong. He even felt that his talent was good enough to be called a mythic grade talent. As for why it was mythic grade, he didn't understand the reason. After a while, he only came back to his senses and then used this racial talent orb without hesitation. Soon, Juju felt the spiritual energy at his brow begin to start skyrocketing at an alarming rate. A moment later, it was only then that this surge in the spiritual dimension slowly stopped and eventually stabilized completely. He opened his personal information, looking to the column of his racial talent. The information in this column had already changed. Racial talent, elementary spiritual potential platinum, upper Juju, turned off his lord personal information with satisfaction. After that, he didn't immediately go and try to use his skyrocketing spirit, but instead organized the rest of his harvest. He quickly finished organizing it, in addition to those desert mist lizards that he had killed earlier. Bai Yun and the girls had also killed 78 desert fog lizards today, among them 42 heads of black iron lower grade, 35 black iron intermediate, black iron upper grade 1. A total of 35 black iron intermediate sword and shield soldier recruitment books, and 1 black iron upper level sword and shield soldier recruitment book were dropped. These had turned into the 36 sword and shield soldiers that followed behind Bai Yun. There were also 78 copies of the sword and shield soldier transformation certificate, which were temporarily unused because there were no unprofessional territorials. Lastly, there were 232 black iron grade hearts of mist, 340 units of desert mist lizard flesh and blood black iron lower, middle, and upper, 147 kg water bags, and 1 black iron upper level skill book of sand diving technique. We can try to upgrade the territory. Juju looked at these resources and thought in his heart,
P.S. Now the game signed author new book list ranked 27th. Begging for recommendation votes begging for all kinds of data, as long as the game new book list into the top 10.
Before the shelves plus 1 more. After the shelves burst 5 more. Request for recommendation tickets.
Juju first opened the Blue Star Lords World Channel. The World Channel was as lively as ever, with a large number of Lord's speeches being refreshed frequently.
What the hell is the explosion rate of this mist monster? Is it so hard for me to just get a piece of meat to eat?
A statistician has analyzed that the probability of a monster dropping flesh and blood after being killed is about 20% to 30%. That is to say, if you kill 5 monsters, a unit of flesh and blood may be dropped, so if we work hard,
we will still be able to eat flesh and blood. This probability, Master vomited. Misty monsters are not that easy to kill. I miss the Blue Star game where you can just explode your equipment with a 999 knife. The big brother alms a little bit of food.
Can not wild fruit wild vegetables to point also line I do not get a little food out. My people will be eaten me. Upstairs, I suddenly remembered that my 5 starving lords just now looked at me with eyes that seemed a bit off. Crap, brother, run. It's fine if you're not a lord. Saving your life is most important. Don't become a dish of food for the lords.
Little brothers give some food, okay. Sister here has good cons picture can give brother yo. I don't believe it.
Unless you let me kang first. Juju looked stunned. He opened the Blue Star Lords Exchange to take a look.
Sure enough, there were very few transactions selling food. Even if there were lords selling food, it would be bought by other lords in an instant.
Currently, more than 80% of the transactions in the exchange were selling basic materials such as wood, metal, stone, fine sand, and so on, and most of the items they were seeking to buy were also food. Meat was of course the best.
Wild fruits and vegetables would also be fine. Juju's face was odd. He had already popped out almost 0 units of desert mist lizard's flesh and blood today because of the 100% popping rate.
So he hadn't worried about food at all. He was even worried about what to do if so much blood and meat became smelly after sitting for a long time. He didn't realize that the other lords had gotten so miserable due to the lack of food. Thinking about this, he suddenly had a bold idea. He applied to initiate a trade and then began to set up the contents of the trade. A few moments later, the setup was completed. Trade name, Lord Proud Sons trade goods, 1,000 units of black iron lower grade desert mist lizard blood flesh. Transaction requirements, 20 units of basic materials for every 1 unit of black iron lower grade desert mist lizard blood flesh, with a maximum of 10 units of desert mist lizard blood flesh per lord. Remarks, if there are any special treasures, you can private chat me for a separate trade. Current trade view rank 4, 212, 120, 4,514th. It's the early stages of the Lord's development. That's why the blood and flesh are so valuable, and the prices of the basic materials are so low. This won't be the case later on when the Lords have all developed, and it's easier to obtain food. I can totally take advantage of this time to sell a large amount of blood and meat by selling it at a high price, thus obtaining a large amount of basic materials, and also raise the level of buildings in the process. The more Juju thought about it, the brighter his eyes became, as for why each lord could only buy 10 units of blood and flesh from him. This was a small part of his mind. He also didn't want the goods he sold to become powerful food for other lords and then turn against him later. But if a maximum of 10 units of blood and flesh were traded, he wouldn't have to worry too much. At the same time, in the exchange, Juju's transaction had also been discovered by the other lords. Subsequently, more and more lords discovered Juju's trade. This caused Juju's transaction view rankings to start soaring at an alarming rate. Current trade views ranking 3, 554, 629, 999th. Current trade views ranking 1, 125, 54,005,444th. Current trade views rank #18, 550, 6,663.
Current trade views rank #1 inside the exchange. Juju's transaction had clearly appeared in the highest and most prominent position. At the same time, Juju's trade was also hotly debated on the World Channel. Crap, a lord is actually selling 1,000 units of flesh and blood. My people are stupid. What is this Jio Young Big Brother? Where did he get these 1,000 units of desert mist lizard blood flesh? According to that statistic, Big Brother, Lord, this Big Brother should have killed at least 5,000 black iron lower class desert mist lizards to be able to come up with this much entry-level blood meat. Outrageous! What is this Big Brother's Lord talent? Does he have a dragon soldier type, or a divine soldier type? Desert mist lizard is so adorable. Okay, no more pretending. I just bought 2 units and am going to try it in red. I've heard that the blood and meat of the entry ranks not only tastes good, but eating, it can also enhance your physical fitness. This trade price is too black, isn't it? 1 unit of flesh and blood costs 20 units of basic materials. The highest market price is only 1 for 10. As a former trader, I can understand it in my heart, but my limited resources make me deplore this behavior. Trader, the meat on the blue star is only used to fill up the stomach. The meat at this stage can not only fill up the stomach, but also enhance the physical quality. There won't really be anyone who thinks that this meat isn't worth the price. Right, a certain wilderness area. A territory was situated here. In this territory, in addition to the Lord's wooden house and the summoning gate, there was also a Western-style building that looked gorgeous and majestic. At this moment, in front of the building, a young man wearing knight's armor and holding a knight's lance, but wearing modern, day gold glasses, was frowning at Juju's transaction 1,000 units of black iron lower level monster blood and flesh. Even if I turn all 5 of my lords into fighting knights, there's no way to get this much monster blood and flesh in just 1 day's time. How on earth did he do that? Could it be that he has some kind of Drange killing weapon? He was puzzled. His name was Zhang Zhai, possessor of the diamond Lord Talent Knight's Hall, when he was in the Blue Star. He was a high achiever who studied abroad, yearning for the prosperity of a foreign country. He had already planned to give up returning to his country and stay in a foreign country. Who would have thought? In the blink of an eye, he came to the supreme continent with billions of Blue Star people and became a lord. After realizing that his lordship talent was quite good, he was instantly ecstatic, thinking that he could also become an overlord in this supreme continent. As a result, he didn't expect to see a lord who was suspected to be even stronger than him right now. This made him very unhappy. It's just a moment of scenery. Sooner or later, one day, I will bring my army of knights to suppress your territory and know your secrets. Zhang Zhai's face was slightly cold. Proud Sun City, the Lord's wooden house. Juju had been watching the exchange and the World Channel. So the discussion of the lords he also saw. For normal discussions, he would watch with a natural expression. And for the discussions in which personal attacks were made, Juju would also directly ignore them. Just then a line of golden tips appeared. You have private messages that are full. Please clear them in time. Current number of private messages, 100 million. Your friend request bar is full. Please clear it in time. Current number of friend requests, 100 million. 100 million. Juju's scalp went numb. He opened the friend bar and without looking at the applications, he directly closed the friend application function. He then sifted through the system and sifted out the vast majority of the worthless, harassing private messages, leaving only a few hundred private messages that wanted to make a real deal. After doing all this, only then did the backstage quiet down. He saw this and breathed a sigh of relief, then slowly read the private messages 2 minutes later. Juju took another look at his trading background and realized that the 1,000 units of flesh and blood had all been sold out, which also allowed him to obtain a large amount of resources. The specific results were as follows. Trading results, 4,800 units of wood, 7,000 units of fine sand, 3,400 units of metal, 6,800 units of stone, 20,000 units of basic materials. At this time now, basic materials are really good to obtain. Juju was pleasantly surprised. He then didn't bother to read the private message first, but immediately walked out of the Lord's cabin and then looked at the building in front of him. He moved his mind. A line of text prompts appeared. Is it upgrading the Lord's log cabin? Yes, Juju said, the next second. The upgrade began. P.S. Begging for recommendation tickets, begging for favorites. Only a burst of golden light covered the entire Lord's cabin. A moment later, the golden light dissipated. Juju looked over, only to see that although the lordship log cabin was still a log cabin, it was a little less simple than before and looked a lot better. A series of text prompts appeared. Congratulations! Your lordship log cabin has been successfully upgraded to a black iron intermediate building. Adding one living room, your territory has been successfully upgraded to a black iron intermediate territory. Territory monolith durability increased to 5,000/5,000. Your territory has expanded to 1,000 mx, 1,000 mx, 1,000 m. All mist monsters within the added territory have been expelled. The scarlet mists will not appear within any of your territory boundaries. You have received an upgrade reward. Residents drawing black iron lower grade. A golden ball of light appeared in front of Juju. After the light dissipated, a drawing appeared and landed in his hand. Name of architectural drawing, dwelling house grade of drawing, black iron lower grade effective drawing, basic architectural drawing. After learning it by an architect, he can master the construction method of the black iron lower level building folk house, and is able to build a habitable territorial folk house. Building materials: 100 units of wood, 50 units of fine sand, 50 units of metal, 50 units of stone. Learning requirements can only be learned by an architect. Juju saw the last learning requirement and put it away with some regret. There were no architects in his territory yet, so although this drawing was practical, he couldn't use it right now. Juju looked towards the square white light shield above his head. At this time, its coverage had also expanded many times. Juju nodded in satisfaction. The range in which they could safely move had expanded a little more. He then looked at the upgrade requirements for the next level. Building upgrade: 500 units of wood, 500 units of fine sand, 500 units of metal, 500 units of stone, 500 black iron grade hearts of mist, and 1 black iron grade territory order. Juju frowned slightly. The basic materials were completely enough for him. But the black iron grade heart of mist, he now had 196 left in his hand, which was 304 short of 500. As for the black iron grade territory order, that needed to be obtained by attacking another lord's territory. Right now, he naturally didn't have one. He shook his head and came to the summoning gate to upgrade it. Congratulations, your summoning gate has been successfully upgraded to a black iron intermediate building. You are able to summon +3 lords per day. Among the lords you summon each day, a professional will surely appear. The upgrade of the summoning gate didn't produce much of a change. It just lit up slightly and then returned to calm. However, Juju was satisfied with its upgrade. This upgrade is fine. This will allow me to summon 8 lords per day. And 1 professional is bound to appear. Let's hope I can get an architect tomorrow. Otherwise, these soldiers of mine will have to live in makeshift tents every day. He muttered to himself expectantly. He looked towards the upgrade requirements for upgrading the summoning gate to black iron superior. Building upgrade: 300 units of wood, 300 units of fine sand, 300 units of metal, 300 units of stone, 300 black iron grade hearts of mist. Territory level upgrade to black iron superior, both the Lord's cabin and the gate of summoning. The difficulty of upgrading afterward has plummeted. Juju pondered. Roar, bang, hiss. The familiar roar and crash of the desert mist lizard came from the distance. Juju heard this sound, thought for a moment, and walked over. Soon, he arrived at the source of the sound. He only saw that a full 8 desert mist lizards were in the scarlet mist, crazily crashing into the novice Lord protective shield. Unlike during the day, these desert mist lizards not only had scarlet mists covering their eyes, but also had scarlet mists wrapped around their bodies. And under the stimulation of the scarlet mist, their size had grown by a circle. This made them look as if they were monsters crawling out of hell. Juju took a look at these monsters. 7 black iron inferior and 1 black iron intermediate. And the loot explosion rate hadn't changed much. No wonder the Supreme will prompted us not to leave inside the novice Lord Protection Shield during the night. Under the Scarlet Mist, the battle power of this group of monsters has increased. The burst rate hasn't increased at all. For most of the Lord players, it's completely overwhelming to fight, but for me, it's a time where I can get a lot of loot. Juju thought, "Greetings, Lord, inside the protective shield." Bai Yun and the other 46 soldiers who were confronting the 8 desert mist lizards immediately said respectfully when they saw Juju arrive. "Don't bother with me, you guys handle it yourselves," Juju said. It was at this moment he suddenly saw that there were only 3 arrows left behind Bai Yun's back, and they looked like they had been used multiple times. Juju thought about it and opened the Blue Star Lords exchange and searched for arrows. After the results appeared, he picked them and ended up purchasing 100 arrows made of iron ore with 5 units of black iron lower level desert, mist, lizard flesh, and blood. These arrows looked standard and new. They should have been built not long ago by a lord with a living profession class of lords. "These are for you." Juju handed the extracted arrows to Bai Yun. "Thank you. Lord, my subordinate is in need of these arrows." Bai Yun's eyes lit up at this. Immediately, she took it. She was smart enough not to ask more questions. After that, Bai Yun led the crowd to fight these 8 desert mist lizards. The sword and shield soldiers were in front of the protective shield and kept attacking the desert mist lizards with the large swords in their hands. Bai Yun was alone at the back, watching for the right moment to release deadly cold arrows one after another. Soon, casualties began to appear on the desert mist lizards. Juju looked at it for half a day, and his eyes finally landed on the black iron intermediate desert mist lizard. It was the strongest in battle among the 8 monsters. Juju's mind moved. In the next second, the spiritual energy at his brow immediately shot out and instantly entered the brain of this desert mist lizard. Spiritual manipulation. This desert mist lizard instantly stiffened in place a moment later. It let out a low roar and turned its head to attack the other desert fog lizards. This scene, it instantly blinded both sides that were fighting. "Don't hurt this infighting desert mist lizard. It is now my fighter." Juju's voice came from behind Bai Yun and the girls. Bai Yun and the others looked at each other in shock, then became more energized. The 46 people's morale increased and they wielded their swords more forcefully. Juju noticed that his spiritual power still seemed to be swimming, so his gaze fell back on a desert mist lizard of the lower black body level. He once again unleashed his mental manipulation. Soon, this desert mist lizard also became a fighter under his command, before immediately joining the group, besieging the remaining desert mist lizards. It feels like a black iron mid-level monster plus a black iron lower-level monster is the limit of what I can manipulate. If I manipulate one more black iron lower-grade desert mist lizard, I'm afraid that all of my mental energy will be drained immediately, and then I'll probably just pass out. Juju gently rubbed his slightly painful temples as he pondered in his mind. A moment later, under the siege from both inside and outside, the remaining 6 desert mist lizards all died in battle. Lord, Bai Yun and the others carried the corpses of the 6 desert mist lizards over and placed them in front of Juju. They then looked at him with awe and fervor, obviously shocked by Juju's means just now. Juju looked at the tip of the loyalty boost in front of him and started extracting the loot with a calm expression. He then continued to look for other desert mist lizards to fight. Time flew by. in the blink of an eye. The night passed. As the first ray of sunlight appeared, the scarlet mists dissipated at a speed visible to the naked eye, and most of the monsters born in the mists also disappeared as the mists dissipated. Only some of the mist monsters remained permanently on the supreme continent. This mist has finally dissipated. Juju stretched his back. Right at this moment, Bai Yun brought all the soldiers over at a quick pace and came to him.
Lord, the desert mist lizards around the territory have all been eliminated, Bai Yun said respectfully.
Juju nodded his head. He looked at the army behind Bai Yun and a smile appeared on his face. He only saw a full 212 sword and shield soldiers standing behind Bai Yun with solemn faces. Among them, Bai Yun had broken through to Black Iron Superior. There were also Zhang Kang and 8 others who had broken through to Black Iron Intermediate. This was the result of their night of fighting. All go eat, then rest for 6 hours. After 6 hours, all gather here, and then follow me forward to attack the alien lord territory, he said in a deep voice. Yes, the crowd shouted angrily, their voices shaking the heavens and the earth. P.S. Begging for recommendation, it's begging for favorites. After Juju finished, the soldiers went to eat together. The only chef couple in the territory was also Mr. and Mrs. Qin Guang. They hurriedly brought up the roasted meat and water that had been prepared long ago and distributed them to the soldiers. I didn't expect that overnight. Lord had gotten so many soldiers to embrace him. It's just that roasting meat is a bit tiring. Lady Qin Guang couldn't help but laugh as she watched the crowd of soldiers eat with fervor. I'd rather die of exhaustion in the territory. Nor would I like to die in the war outside, not to mention, Lord is still so nice. Rare monster flesh and blood. Said to distribute it to us, Qin Guang looked at these soldiers and had a smile on his face, on the supreme continent that was filled with war everywhere. Lord and these soldiers in front of them were undoubtedly the guardian gods that brought them peace and safety. I'll send Lord's food over, go. Qin Guang brought a large plate of roasted meat to Juju. Lord, you have also been busy all night. It's time to eat something as well. This is roasted meat made from the blood and flesh of the elite desert mist lizard. Roasted. The subordinate also added some special seasonings to ensure that not only will the promotion energy not be lost, but the flavor will also be excellent. Qin Guang handed over the roasted meat with both hands and respectfully appreciated it. Juju was checking the harvest from this night's combat and took it with his hand when he heard this. He picked up a piece of roasted meat and ate it into his stomach in 3 or 2 bites. This roasted meat made from the blood and flesh of the desert mist lizard elite, after being eaten by him, quickly turned into a fine strand of promotion energy, which merged into all parts of his body and strengthened his physical fitness. Juju secretly said that it was a pity, although the promotion energy in this blood and flesh was not lost. In the end, it was still not as much as the promotion energy gained from directly killing monsters. However, the good thing was that it could be taken in small amounts and slowly accumulated by eating it slowly. If taken over a long period of time, it could also have the effect of dripping water over a stone, he immediately decided. In the future, he and the professionals would eat food made from the blood and flesh of the entry level every day. There was more than enough of this blood meat to eat anyway. The roast meat tastes great. You guys have also worked all night. So you must be tired. Go rest after you're done in a while. Juju said to Qin Guang, Lord is too kind. Where we are hardworking, the ones who have worked hard are Lord and all the soldier profession lords. Qin Guang was flattered and said. Juju smiled and didn't say much. Seeing this, Qin Guang took the initiative to retire and leave. Seeing this, Juju ate the roasted meat while continuing to organize last night's harvest. A few moments later, the sorting was complete. Last night, they had killed a total of 537 black iron inferior desert mist lizards, 159 black iron intermediate desert mist lizards, and 7 black iron upper desert mist lizard elites, a total of 716 black iron ranked mist hearts were obtained.
17. 800 units of blood and flesh black iron lower, middle and upper, a total of 1,084 kg of water bags.
710 copies of the classless grade Sword and Shield Soldier Transfer Certificate. 166 recruitment books for Sword and Shield Soldiers. All 166 Sword and Shield Soldiers have now been turned into 166 Sword and Shield Soldiers. 7 books of Black Iron Superior Grade Sand Diving Technique. Am close to breaking through to Black Iron Superior as well. Juju felt the state of energy accumulation in his body and thought in his heart. He realized that although lords could be promoted by killing monsters with the help of the forces under their command, but the promotion energy required by lords seemed to be extraordinarily high. This was why, after Bai Yun and the girls had killed over 600 desert mist lizards in one night, and those that should have been promoted had been promoted, but he still hadn't been able to break through. He opened the world channel at this time, even though it was morning. The place was still bustling with a large number of lords communicating. "Good morning, everyone, ha, don't mention it. The mist monsters outside screamed all night. I didn't sleep well. It's really scary at night. Last night, my sister, I had the guts to look beside the protective shield and found several hundred monsters surrounding the outside of the shield. I also looked. No wonder the Supreme will told us not to go out at night. Who dares to go out here? Go out? The Supreme will really looks down on me. I only have 2 soldier-type professionals in my hands right now. How am I going to beat the novice lord test in 6 days? You have at least 2 more. I only have 1 lance soldier. Hey, I summoned 3 sword and shield soldiers from the Gate of Summoning. Luck is traded for longevity. So hungry? Big guys who still sells food. So what if it's for sale? The exchange is now the World of the Hand Speed Party. And it's whoever has the fastest hands that owns it. I'd better go get the basic materials. Juju thought of the nearly 20,000 units of meat in his hands. He opened the exchange and set up another trade for 3,000 units of black iron lower desert mist lizard blood and meat. As for why he didn't sell all of it, it was because he felt that it was better not to release so much meat at once. Release it slowly in a gradual manner. It would also avoid attracting too much attention from the lords. However, even so, a full 3,000 units of flesh and blood still became the number 1 viewed transaction in the exchange once again. At the same time, the lords on the World Channel were once again hotly discussing this mysterious lord. The prideful Sun Lord, taking advantage of this time, Juju read the private messages that he didn't finish reading yesterday. A few moments later, he was a little disappointed after reading them all, although all of these private messages were from people who wanted to trade. They were all lords who wanted him to lower the price of his flesh and blood to trade for basic materials. He didn't reply to any of them and directly cleared out their messages. Right now in the market, it could be said that the demand for meat completely exceeded the supply. Only a fool would lower the price. 10 minutes later, all 3,000 units of black iron inferior desert mist lizard blood meat were sold. Juju looked at the transaction results. Transaction results: 12, 500 units of wood, 20, 500 units of fine sand, 13, 620 units of metal, 13, 380 units of stone, another 60, 000 units of basic materials in hand. Juju was in a good mood. He closed the exchange interface and stood up to the summoning gate. Today was the 2nd day. It was possible to summon new lords. A text prompt appeared. Hint, is it summoned immediately? Yes. Juju said. The next second, the summoning door lit up with a white glow, followed by 8 people walking out of it. Greetings, Lord, the 8 people said in unison and respectfully. Welcome to Jiaoyang City. Juju smiled. He then opened their personal information. Of the 8 people, 5 men and 3 women, 6 of them were ordinary people without professions. The remaining 2 were a man and a woman. The man was a middle-aged man with a yellowish face. He wore the soldier's standard armor, was strong and sturdy, and wielded a standard lance that was over 2 meters long. It was a black iron intermediate lance soldier. The woman, on the other hand, had a clear face and looked durable. She is a black iron upper-class tailor. Folk Luchong territory, Jiaoyang City soldier type, lance soldier power level, black iron intermediate ability summary, originally a farmer. He was forcibly recruited into the kingdom's legion and became a lance soldier, and has had a desire to build a career ever since. Skills, black iron upper level trap gunnery, black iron intermediate level, melee fighting loyalty, 80 potential, silver lower level. Laird, Baoziur territory, Jiaoyang City lifestyle occupation name, seamstress occupation level, black iron upper level ability summary, since he was a child. He had a must sew up war, knout clothes as a hobby since childhood. He had a hobby of making sure to mend war, knout clothes. After growing up, he became the apprentice of a gold intermediate tailor, but was later forced to separate his master from his apprentice because his hometown was overrun by enemy armies. Skills, tailoring technique, mending technique, black iron upper level. Tailoring technique, protective leather clothing, manufacturing black iron upper level. Tailoring technique, tiger stripe, hat, manufacturing black iron upper level. Tailoring technique, Sakuya flow tailoring technique, platinum, lower level, not fully mastered loyalty. 77 potential, gold lower level. P.S. Every 100 recommendation votes plus 1 more. Every 5,000 starting point coins reward plus 1 more. The reason for the new book period is that there can only be a maximum of 3 shifts per day, and the rest of the shifts will be added and made up on the shelves. The first thing you need to do is to ask for recommendation tickets, favorites, and rewards. I'd like to thank you all for your support. Juju's eyes lit up. These 2 professionals' colliers were very good. Lu Chang was the first lancer soldier type professional in his territory. And this Bao Ziyuer, not only was she a black iron upper tailor, but her potential was also gold lower. This level of potential wasn't even close to a top, talented human genius at the platinum level, but it was still considered to be exceptionally gifted. Within one's own territory, not counting herself, she was the one with the highest qualifications. The only thing that was a bit of a pity was that an architect had not been summoned. But it was nothing. It wasn't like that makeshift tent couldn't be used. Just then, he suddenly noticed that the other party had been staring at his clothes. Bao Ziyuer, staring Tilda, Juju subconsciously glanced at his own clothes. It wasn't dirty either, it's just a little torn. After being busy for so long and fighting monsters, how normal it is to be torn, my lord. Can I let my subordinates help you mend your clothes? Bao Ziyuer couldn't help but say, Juju, no need. It's just a little bit torn, Bao Ziyuer. Sta tilde Juju. Here you go, here you go. Juju took off his own top and handed it to the other party. Bao Ziyuer joyfully took the clothes and boldly glanced at Juju's abs again. She then turned around and walked to a rock where she could sit, took out her sewing kit from her waist, and began to sew in earnest. Juju didn't care about her when he saw this. He first told Lu Chang to go to Bai Yun and follow her lead. He then converted all the remaining 4 men to sword and shield soldiers, for the remaining 2 female territorials. Juju told them to go and help Mr. and Mrs. Qin Guang. There were now more than 200 lords in his territory. Relying on Mr. and Mrs. Qin Guang to provide the food arrangements for all of them was already a bit of a stretch. It was just right to let the 2 of them help out. After that, he returned to the Lord's cabin to rest. It had been a long day and night, even though he was already a black iron intermediate level being. He still felt a bit tired. More than 3 hours later, inside the Lord's cabin, Juju woke up naturally. It seems that my physical and mental condition is indeed different from what I was when I was an ordinary person. It's clear that I've only slept for more than 3 hours, but it feels as if I've slept for 8 hours. He felt that his spirit was incomparably abundant at this time, and his mind was very clear. There was absolutely no feeling of any lack of sleep. Juju no longer thought much about it. He stood up and walked out of the Lord's cabin. he saw a large number of soldiers gathered outside. At this time, they had all rested and were staying together in piles to chat, after seeing the Lord come out. They stood up and looked at Juju with a respectful expression. Bai Yun was originally wiping her bow and arrow alone. After seeing Juju, she also immediately walked over quickly. Lord, she respectfully said. How are they all resting? Nothing unexpected happened, right? Juju asked. Reporting to Lord. We have rested and are ready to fight at any time. As for accidents, it's nothing major, it's just that new tailor, for some reason, has been staring at the soldiers' standardized equipment. Bai Yun hesitated and said. Juju looked at the soldiers' standardized equipment that was somewhat worn out after the battle with the desert mist lizard and fell into deep thought. Don't worry about her, she doesn't mean any harm, also since it's all rested. Then organize the team immediately. Prepare to leave the territory and conquer the alien lords. Juju said in a deep voice. Is Lord going as well? Actually, there aren't many on the other side. Just leave it to us. Bai Yun hesitantly said, I have to go. Juju shook his head. Of course, he knew it was safest to stay in the territory, but he had reasons why he had to go. Moreover, there were more than 200 soldiers to protect him, and he understood the other side's racial abilities. This time out on the expedition, the chances of danger to himself were not high. Yes, Bai Yun no longer advised more. She believed that Lord had his own considerations. After that, Bao Ziyu sent over the mended clothes and then handed Juju 2 pieces of equipment. Lord, these 2 pieces of equipment are for you. They are my subordinates' previous works and a token of my appreciation. I wish Lord a triumphant return. Bao Ziyu blessed, thank you. Juju received the equipment from the other party with some surprise. It was a blue leather jacket and a blue tiger striped hat. He looked over and then raised an eyebrow. Equipment name, Body Protective Leather Jacket Equipment Grade. Black Iron Superior Equipment Effect. Toughness reduces the physical damage of Black Iron Grade weapons to the wearer by 30%. Black Iron Grade weapons cannot pierce the wearer. Equipment Effect Toughness reduces physical damage of Black Iron level weapons by 3%. Equipment name, Tiger Stripe Hat Equipment Name, Tiger Stripe Hat Equipment Grade, Black Iron Superior Equipment Effect. Tiger's Blessing reduces mental and soul damage at Black Iron level by 30%, and when encountering Black Iron level control abilities. There is a 30% probability of being immune to the corresponding control effects description, made from the skin of the illusory Mist Tiger. Description: defensive equipment made from the tiger skin of the illusory demon Mist Tiger. Strangely effective against spirit, soul type abilities. Both of these equipment effects are quite practical. Juju was somewhat surprised. He then stopped talking and led the crowd out of Pride Sun City, along with the 2 desert mist lizards under his control. More than an hour later, the crowd finally found Lord Ba's territory in the distance. One could only see in that force, Guer Novice Lord's protective shield. The 2 buildings, the Lord's wooden house and the Gate of Summoning, were both clearly visible. There was also a special workshop-like building next to the Lord's wooden house. Akero was staying in front of that building, sitting on a chair and sunbathing. There were also 2 Black Iron Intermediate Desert Mist lizards lying around it. There seems to be only 1 Kero clan member. The odds are that the other clansmen are out hunting. Then it should be the boss lord that Lord said it was. Just lure it out of the novice lord's protective shield and kill it. This territory would be no different from being overthrown. But how can we lure it out and kill it behind a sand dune? Bai Yun lay beside Juju and analyzed. Her eyebrows were slightly furrowed. For a moment, she could not think of a way. I have a way to try. Juju said. Bai Yun froze. Juju then said something beside Bai Yun's ear and looked at the other party after finishing. My subordinate thinks that Lord's method has a high chance of succeeding. Bai Yun's face was a little red. But she still said with glowing eyes, no wonder Lord had to come. This method could indeed only be done with Lord present. Then let's try it. Juju nodded his head.
Inside Boz City, the Boz Lords were enjoying the daylight. As Karos, they didn't need to eat. They just needed to bask in enough sunlight to fulfill the energy requirements for their daily actions and physical growth. Once I summon more clansmen and control more desert mist lizards, and immediately go to the territory of that strange foreign race. The great legend of me, Lord Boz, will begin with stepping on the first foreign lord. Boz's heart burned with ambition as he thought about the foreign race he encountered yesterday. Bang, bang, roar. Huh? Boz stood up and looked at the source of the sound, only to see a desert fog lizard covered in wounds that seemed to have experienced hundreds of battles was continuously hitting the protective shield of his territory. Haven't the nearby desert fog lizards already been cleared? Is this the new one that came over? Boz froze. It then saw the injuries on the other party's body, and a smile couldn't help but appear at the corner of its mouth. What a stupid mist monster. This kind of injury actually dares to come to my territory. Our analysis was indeed correct. This kind of mist monster doesn't have much intelligence at all. He called on the 2 desert mist lizards he had enslaved and came to the protective shield. It's still a black iron intermediate desert mist lizard, Tusk, a heart of mist delivered to the door. It lamented. It then let the 2 desert mist lizards leave the protective shield to kill this injured fellow clan member. The 3 desert mist lizards quickly fought, and then Boz saw that the injured desert mist lizard suddenly turned its head and fled into the distance. Chase, Boz had already seen this kind of thing many times yesterday, so he ordered without hesitation. The 2 desert fog lizards immediately chased after it, and since it had to keep its distance to control the desert fog lizards, it followed them out of the protective shield. It wasn't worried that it would be in distress. This was because the surrounding mist monsters had long been cleared out by his lords. Just then, a rustling sound of gravel colliding resounded behind it. An incomparably strong sense of crisis suddenly appeared in Boz's mind. As soon as it turned around, it saw 4 Fae with swords and shields charging from behind it. It let out a scream. The next second, countless chaotic swords slashed down. Lord Boz died on the spot. It stared at the sky with wide eyes. It seemed to not expect its life to end so hastily. Zhang Kang boldly stepped forward and added 2 more slashes before respectfully saying to the ground, Lord, the foreign lord has been ambushed 3 or 4 seconds later, next to Lord Boz's corpse. The gravel automatically dented and parted in all directions. A silhouette was surrounded by gravel and slowly floated up from the ground. It was none other than Juju. He looked at his opponent's corpse, and information about his opponent's corpse surfaced in his eyes. Item name, Bolt's Lord's Corpse item level, black iron intermediate item effect. It contains yet to be extracted loot. Item description, a lord of the Karo clan, who was quite accomplished in the path of spiritual cultivation, and was later killed by the design of the Blue Star Human Lord's loot explosion rate, 4 black iron grade mist hearts explosion rate, 100%. A bottle of black iron lower grade life potion explosion rate, 100%. A bottle of black iron lower grade energy potion explosion rate, 100%. A book of growing racial skills spiritual manipulation explosion rate, 0.01%. A book of growing racial skills spiritual perception explosion rate, 0.001%. And a bronze grade Lord Talent orb explosion rate, 0%. P.S. Asking for recommendation tickets, favorites, and comments. Juju couldn't help but feel a little emotional as he looked at the corpses of the alien lords at his feet. It was too smooth. The first battle he faced against a Fey lord after becoming a lord, and he just took it. He felt a bit dreamy himself, but after thinking about it, he felt that it was understandable after all. How could the Boz lords have never imagined that there would be other lords who had mastered their racial skills? And then, using their racial skills, they controlled an injured desert mist lizard to lure it out of the novice lord protection shield. Facing the black iron grade heart of mist that was within reach, let alone Boz himself, even Juju.
who considered himself to be very meticulous, was afraid that he wouldn't be able to resist his heart. Adding to this, he used the sand dive technique to cut off its back path without a sound and attacked it from the direction that the other party would least expect. His own means exceeded the other party's by too much. If Lord Boz didn't die this time, Juju would like to call it the Son of Kai. Juju returned to his senses. Juju looked at the kill alert he had just received. Your lord, Zhang Kang, has killed the Karo tribe's Lord Boz. Promotion energy +2. Boz City has become an unclaimed land. The novice Lord protection shield has disappeared. You can loot or occupy the territory. He turned to look at Lord Boz's territory. He only saw that the novice Lord's protective shield that covered the territory had disappeared, leaving only a Lord's wooden house and the summoning gate that had lost its light. As for the special building, it had disappeared. Juju pondered. It seemed like that special building should be a product of the Lord's gift. It was also only a derivative of the Lord's talent. Only then would it disappear with the death of the Lord. Just then, a large number of footsteps came from the distance. Juju looked up, not far away. Bai Yun and the girls quickly ran over. They also carried the corpses of 3 desert mist lizards. Lord, this alien lord just died. She looked incredulously at the Boz Lord at her feet. Some didn't react. There's no need to think of the enemy as too strong. We are not weak. Juju said blandly, yes. Bai Yun respectfully saluted. You guys go and search that alien territory. See if there is any loot that can be taken away, Juju ordered. Yes, Bai Yun nodded, and then led the other soldiers to Boz City. Juju crouched down and placed his right hand on Lord Boz's corpse. A golden prompt appeared. Is it extracting the loot? Yes, Juju said in his heart. Lord Talent alert. You have obtained the loot 4 Heart of Mist Black Iron grade. 1 bottle of Life Potion Black Iron lower grade. 1 bottle of Energy Potion Black Iron lower grade. A Racial Skillbook Spirit Manipulation Global. A Racial Skillbook Spirit Perception Global. And a Lord Talent or Bronze grade. Wow. The corpses instantly turned into loot. The Heart of Mist went without saying. Juju picked up one of the light red potions and one of the light white potions. Potion name, Life Potion Potion grade, Black Iron lower potion effect when taken. It can heal physical wounds, and the healing effect is especially significant for Black Iron grade and below Black Iron grade damage. As the damage level rises, the healing effect will gradually decrease. Potion description, a basic life restoration potion. Essential for home travel and adventures. Potion name, Energy Potion Potion grade, Black Iron lower potion effect after taking it. It can restore the energy in the body of the user. Potion description, a bottle of energy potion. Potion description, 1 bottle refreshes the mind. 2 bottles never get tired. 3 bottles live forever. Oh, yeah, good stuff. Too bad there are only 2 bottles. Juju had some pity. There was no need to say much about the spirit manipulation. What interested Juju was the spiritual perception skill. Skill name, Spiritual Perception Skill Quality, Global Skill Description. Harnessing spiritual power to invade the consciousness of other beings allows one to perceive the vague thoughts in the other's mind. The level of the perceived object depends on the strength of the user's spiritual power. This skill is good. Juju chose to learn it on the spot. He then looked at the last piece of loot. It was a light orb that emitted a bronze, colored aura, treasure name, Lord's Talent Orb Gnome Alchemy Workshop Treasure Grade, Bronze Grade Treasure Effect after absorbing it. The Lord will have the Bronze Grade Lord's Talent, Gnome Alchemy Workshop Treasure Description. Originally a loot that could not be dropped. It was forcibly burst out under the drive of some mysterious force. Juju's eyes widened. The Lord's gift could be popped out. Didn't he remember that the burst rate of this thing was 0%? This was even possible. Juju reacquainted himself with his lordship talent. He suddenly had a bold idea. Since bronze level, Lord Talents could be exploded. Then silver and gold level, Lord Talents should also be able to be popped out. Right, what about legendary grade Lord Talents? What about even mythic level Lord Talents? Couldn't they all be burst out? At this moment, Juju once again doubted the grade of his own Lord Talent. Was this really not a mythic grade Lord Talent? After thinking about it for most of the day, it was only then that Juju stopped thinking about it. He did not use this Lord Talent orb immediately. After all, this place wasn't considered safe. He planned to go back to the territory before using it. After that, Juju took these trophies and walked into Boz City. At this time, Boz City had been completely surrounded by the sword and shield soldiers. A sword and shield soldier was carrying a large amount of basic materials back and forth. At this time, Bai Yun walked out from the Lord's cabin. Upon seeing Juju, she immediately walked over quickly. "Greetings, Lord. We have collected all the loot from this territory. After taking inventory, we have found a total of 1,000 units of basic materials, including 500 units of stone, 300 units of wood, 100 units of metal, and 100 units of fine sand. There are also 20 black iron grade mist hearts. It ended up in the Lord's cabin. We also found the alien Lord's territorial stone tablet," Bai Yun reported. "Carry all the loot back." Juju sniffed and immediately said, "Yes," Bai Yun respectfully said, but did not leave immediately. Lord, should we do an ambush outside? Then eliminate all the Boz City Lords outside here. Those Boz City Lords who are out hunting are probably aware that their territory has been overthrown at this point. Perhaps they are rushing towards Boz City at this time. The Pride Sun Desert is so big, without a fixed place to live. They won't be able to survive for long. They won't easily give up this place. Bai Yun asked, "You arrange it. And pay attention to safety." Juju directly agreed. "Yes," Bai Yun said. She then led the people to set up an ambush. She was a hunter before she joined the army, hunting for a living, and would also set up traps for things like ambushes. She was simply too familiar to be familiar. After Bai Yun left, the remaining sword and shield soldiers stood guard nearby. Juju called over 5 sword and shield soldiers and walked with him into the islander's wooden house. Inside the wooden house there was only a bed, a table, and a chair, as well as a white territorial stone tablet. The standard interior layout of a black iron lower-level islander's wooden house. "Chop up this territory stone tablet," Juju ordered. "Yes, Lord." The 5 sword and shield soldiers led the order. They then drew their greatswords and stepped forward to slash at the territorial stone monument. The 1,000 points of durability of the territorial stone monument dropped at a rate visible to the naked eye. A few moments later, the territorial monolith was shattered. A token that emitted a faint black iron colored glow was suspended in the air. Juju walked forward, placing his hand on the territory token. "Is it collecting the territory token?" "Yes," Juju said. The words just fell. The levitating territory order fell onto his hand as if it had lost its power. He hadn't even waited for him to look at the information of this territory order. A line of golden text prompts suddenly appeared in front of Juju. It also appeared in front of billions of Blue Star Lords. Blue Star All-Channel Lords announcement. Congratulations to Lord Joyful Sun for being the first Lord to capture the territory of a foreign Lord, rewarded with a Supreme Treasure Chest +1 and a Legendary Degree +1. The Legend ranking has been opened. All Lords can go and check it out. Juju froze. The entire Blue Star Lords World channel, however, was a buzz. Uo, today a recommendation ticket or not. You think the small author where the writing is not good. You can leave a comment. The small author must seriously listen to everyone's suggestions. There's still this. Juju was a little surprised. He opened the World Channel at this time. The Lords on the World Channel were all hotly discussing the Blue Star All-Channel Lord announcement that had just been made. Big Brother Jiao Yang is awesome. Big Brother Jiao Yang actually became the first person to capture a foreign lord's territory. I thought that Night Lord with the Diamond Lord talent would be the first. I thought that Dragon Lady Lord would be the first. This Lord is different. I've long felt that Lord Jiao Yang is very strong. There's nothing strange about doing this kind of thing. He's a big man who can take out 4,000 units of monster flesh and blood in exchange for basic materials. That's true, Lord Joyful Sun has been showing his strength for a long time. We just didn't dare to be sure. Now that we're sure, he's a real big brother. Call what big brother? Call him Young Giant. Young Giant is bullish. Rip's heart out, a plain, a high black mountain stood here. There were large nests of various shapes on that high mountain, which seemed to be specialized for some kind of creatures of huge size, and in front of the black high mountain. A Western woman wearing a long snow-white dress with snow-white hair, a tall figure, and a pretty face stood here. Her name was Suzanne Margaret. The Lord title was Dragon Lady Lord, once a famous international movie star of Blue Star. At the age of 21, she appeared in the female lead role of the Dragon Lady's epic, and became an instant hit because of her outstanding acting skills. And after coming to the Supreme Continent, I don't know if it's a coincidence, it's even awakened the epic Lord talent Dragon Blood Queen. Not only does she have her own sub, Dragon Bloodline, but she is also able to use the sub, Dragon Nest behind her to summon a sub, Dragon with a Dragon Bloodline every 3 days to become her subordinate. A sub, Dragon was born with the strength of a bronze lower level. The strength could not be described as not powerful. Thus, over the past 2 days, the monsters around her territory were cleared out by the sub, Dragon she summoned. She also ran into other alien lords, but because the other party had the novice lord protective shield in place, she couldn't do anything about them at all. Lord Pride. How did he manage to kill the Fey Lords? What is his Lord talent? Could it be that he's just like me, and that his Lord talent is capable of summoning inhuman battle forces? Then is his soldier type an elf, goblins, giants, or titans, demons, in Susanna's opinion, to be able to resolve a foreign lord's pride and joy so quickly? The other party must have mastered an inhuman battle power, and also knew a way to avoid the protective shield to kill the lord. How else could it be possible to do what she wasn't able to do right now? Human soldiers. She knew how weak human soldiers were. Getting out of the protective shield was tough. How could they possibly attack the alien lords, yet how could she not have thought of it? The prideful Sun Lords were using the human troop type that she despised the most. There were just slightly more people. I have to find a way to kill the Fey Lords as well before I can do so. Otherwise, this prideful Sun Lord will get all the limelight. Although Susanna was a female, however, she also had an extremely strong ambition for the position of Supreme Lord in her heart. A cemetery, the eerie aura of the dead covered the entire cemetery, and in a grave in the center of this cemetery, there was a pale young man lying. His name was Zhang Han, Lord title Undead Lord. The Lord talent was the epic Lord talent Undead Resurrection. Able to ignore the realm of strength and transform dead living beings into his undead slaves for him to drive. The only limitation was the spiritual strength, but as an epic Lord talent possessor, his spiritual talent was also incomparably powerful. 10 times that of a normal necromancer right now. He was a black iron intermediate, but he was already able to control 50 black iron lower level undead or 10 black iron intermediate level undead. And as his strength increased, this number would continue to increase, and at that moment, he was also looking at the world channel. A wry smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. Lord Pride, interesting, get stronger. You'd better become even stronger. Otherwise, when the day comes that my undead army officially descends on the entire Supreme Continent, I'll even think that you lords are too weak. One day, you will become part of my undead army, and I will step onto that supreme throne. Phew. Zhang Han's eyes suddenly turned into 2 burning, ghostly, green, undead flames. Zhu naturally did not know that there were already many extremely talented lords who had already set their sights on him. Even if he knew, he probably wouldn't be afraid. Instead, he might be very excited and say, "See if I don't burst out all of your lord's talents in the future." At this moment, he was looking at the golden treasure chest that appeared out of nowhere in front of him. Supreme Treasure Chest, a reward granted by the Supreme Will himself. Only a lord can open it, allowing the lord to obtain the treasures he desires the most. This is the supreme treasure chest. Juju wanted to open it immediately to see what was inside. However, thinking about the environment he was in now, he dismissed the idea for the time being. In a moment, you guys take this treasure chest and send it back to the front of my lord's cabin together, Juju said to these 5 sword and shield soldiers. Yes, Lord, the 5 said respectfully. Juju nodded his head. He then opened the legend degree ranking. A virtual golden list appeared in front of him out of nowhere. He looked over. No. 1. Lord Jiao legend degree 1. No. 2. Tentative no. 3. Tentative no. 100. Tentative. There was clearly only one lord on the list, him. Who kept his name? What's the use of this legend degree? Juju was curious. The words just fell. A line of golden text prompts suddenly appeared. Newbie Lord Tip. The legend degree represents the Lord's fame in the Supreme Continent. A Lord with a legend degree will definitely gain the devotion of a talented Supreme Continent being the next day, and will have a higher probability of success when recruiting talents in the future. Then this Lord degree is good. Juju's eyes lit up. Only then did he look at the territory order he had just gotten his hands on. Treasure name, territory order treasure grade, black iron inferior treasure effect, a proof of identity and place of authority for the Lord. Can be used to upgrade the level of the territory, as well as for certain special purposes. Treasure description, the Lord's most precious treasure, just in time to go back and upgrade the Lord's cabin. Juju put it away. After that, he searched the house for a while, and after realizing that there was nothing else good, he walked out of the Lord's wooden house. He looked around, and then came to the summoning gate that had lost its light. Door of summoning, it has expired. Juju was a little sad. It seemed that with the Lord's death in battle, the buildings in the territory would lose their effect. The islander's cabin was like this. The gate of summoning was also like that. Then this territory, there is no need for me to occupy it. Juju muttered to himself. One couldn't just send troops to be stationed here just for an empty house. Right, it was at this moment. He saw Bai Yun leading a group of soldiers towards him. Lord. My subordinate has just led the soldiers to kill 5 returning Caro clan members and captured 1 alive. Bai Yun respectfully said. He then made a move with his right hand. 2 sword and shield soldiers were seen detaining a Caro clan member to Juju. Lord, how are we going to deal with it? Juju did not say anything. He looked at the alien and realized that it only had black iron lower level strength. A light suddenly flashed in Juju's eyes, spiritual perception, only to see the body of this Caro clan suddenly stiffen as it looked at Juju in disbelief before losing the luster in its eyes. Juju closed his eyes. A moment later, he opened his eyes. This is the last of the Boz City Lords. Kill it, Juju said indifferently. He vaguely sensed through his spiritual perception the idea that all of the other party's fellow lords had died. Since that was the case, there was no point in keeping it. Yes, Bai Yun led the people to go and settle it. After that, Juju and the others stopped staying and led the crowd and the loot back to Proud Sun City. Inside Proud Sun City, inside the Lord's wooden house, Juju looked at the supreme treasure chest in his hands. Let's see what goodies are inside. His anticipation was incomparable. P.S. Thanks to shipping red packets better for the 400 starting point coin reward. Thanks to Starling Bao Hugh as 100 starting point coin reward. Now the game signing book list ranked 17th. From the 16th place is still short of 12 monthly votes. Ask for the next monthly votes. Let this book be seen by more people. This is about the future of this book. Little brother depends on it to survive. Thank you to all the big brothers who are willing to vote. Juju placed his hand on the treasure chest and with a gentle lift, he opened this supreme treasure chest. Only a huge red egg stood quietly in the treasure chest. The surface of this egg was smooth and faintly emitted a crimson red light. A wave of manic sizzling energy gulped and spat on the surface of the egg, making it look extremely extraordinary. Juju picked it up,
A text prompt appeared, pet egg name, lava dragon egg grade, special pet egg description, the pet egg of the dragon race. The overlord level race of the 10,000 realms, after hatching with a drop of blood, you can obtain a juvenile pure, blooded dragon race, melting lava dragon. Remarks, bound to the lord of the prideful sun, cannot be dropped. Currently, the gestation energy is very sufficient.
Ready to drop blood and hatch at any time, it's actually a dragon egg. Juju was pleasantly surprised. He certainly knew about this legendary creature that often appeared in movies and television. He didn't expect the supreme treasure chest to actually give this. He gently bit through his right index finger, and then dripped 3 or 4 drops of blood onto this dragon egg. 4 or 5 seconds later, ka, a loud sound of the eggshell breaking rang out. Poof, a black dragon head born with 2 horns topped out from the eggshell. It looked around with the pupils of its pure red eyes before its gaze finally landed on Juju's face. Roar tilde, it gave an intimate cry and spewed out a mouthful of fiery flames, with a few drops of lava flowing from the corner of its mouth. It then lowered its head, ignoring Juju, and took a big bite of its own eggshell. Juju looked at it curiously. A few moments later, the eggshells were all eaten up. The little lava dragon sat obediently in place, its eyes looking straight at Juju. Juju reached out his hand and tried to touch its head. The little lava dragon did not resist. Instead, it even took the initiative to rub up close to Juju's hand. Juju grinned out at this. He looked at it carefully. This young lava dragon had black, red horns on its head, and its body was covered with a layer of black, red rough scale armor. An invisible majesty permeated the surroundings, although it was still young, but it already had a bit of majesty and dominance. Pet, unnamed race, lava dragon growth stage, juvenile power level, upper bronze skills, magma dragon breath, dragon might, dragon language magic proficiency, lava armor unawakened, everything burns unawakened. Magma spray unawakened, epic elemental immunity awakened 1%. Epic physical immunity awakened 1%. Potential legendary loyalty, diehard personality, warlike, calm, wise, likes to sleep and play pet description. Pure, blooded dragons of noble lineage. In terms of both strength and potential, they are one of the best among all races in the heavens and the earth. And due to their innate lava attributes, their innate destructive power is incomparably powerful. Juju stared wide-eyed. Born with the strength of a bronze superior, there was also legendary level potential. In other words, as long as this lava dragon grew up, it could reach the realm of legends without any bottlenecks. It was worthy of being a reward issued by the Supreme Will himself. It was a generous offer. Juju sighed in admiration. Without a name, then your name is Nesario. Juju made up the name. Roar. Nesario roared as if he was satisfied with the name. Juju nodded. He then tried giving the little lava dragon 20 black iron grade mist hearts to see if it would eat them. As a result, the little black one was like seeing the food of its choice and instantly ate it up. Juju smiled. He held Nesario, who was eating the heart of mist, and walked out of the Lord's cabin and looked at the humble building in front of him. With a thought, a line of text prompts appeared. Is it upgrading the Lord's log cabin? Yes, he said. The next second, 2,000 units of basic materials, 500 black iron grade mist hearts, and the black iron inferior territory order that he had just obtained instantly disappeared into thin air. The familiar golden light once again covered the entire Lord's cabin. A moment later, the light dissipated. Juju looked over. The Lordship log cabin was much larger and more exquisite than before. A series of text prompts appeared. Congratulations. Your Lordship log cabin has been successfully upgraded to a black iron superior building. Adding 1 kitchen. Your territory has been successfully upgraded to a black iron superior territory. The durability of the territory stone monument has been increased to 10,000/10,000. Your territory has expanded to 2,000 mx, 2,000 mx, 2,000 m. All mist monsters within the added territory have been expelled. The scarlet mists will not appear within any of your territory boundaries. You have obtained the upgrade rewards, warehouse drawings black iron lower level, blacksmith store drawings black iron upper level. 2 clusters of golden light appeared in front of Juju. After the light dissipated, they turned into 2 drawings. It was the black iron lower level warehouse drawings and the black iron upper level blacksmith store drawings. The warehouse could be used to store items and had a certain preservation function. The blacksmith store drawings could provide blacksmith professionals with an environment where they could create metal equipment, such as armor and weapons. However, both required an architect to learn before they could be built, and the latter also required a blacksmith to be stationed in it before it could be officially activated. There's a serious lack of life professionals in my territory. Juju realized the inadequacy of his territory. But there was nothing he could do about it. He could only hope for the summoning of territories in the future. He looked at the resource requirements for upgrading to bronze lower. Building upgrade, 2,000 units of wood. 2,000 units of fine sand, 2,000 units of metal, 2,000 units of stone, 2,000 black iron grade hearts of mist, and 3 black iron grade territory orders. Juju wrote down these upgrade requirements and then came to the gate of summoning. Is it upgrading the summoning gate? Yes, he said. The summoning gate lit up slightly before returning to calm. A text prompt appeared. Congratulations. Your summoning gate has been successfully upgraded to a black iron superior building. You are able to summon +4 lords per day. Among the lords you summon each day, 2 professionals will surely appear. You'll be able to summon 12 lords at once tomorrow, and there will definitely be 2 professionals. There must be an architect this time. Juju prayed in his heart. Having architectural drawings but not being able to use them was too unbearable. He looked at the upgrade requirements for upgrading the summoning gate to bronze lower. Building upgrade, 800 units of wood, 800 units of fine sand, 800 units of gold, 800 units of stone, 800 black iron, grade hearts of mist, and territory level upgrade to bronze lower. The basic materials and the heart of mist are fine. The most crucial thing is the 3 black iron grade territory orders. That means you'll have to capture the territories of 3 other lords before I can upgrade. It's a bit difficult. I have to continue to get stronger before I can do that. Juju pondered. He then returned inside the Lord's log cabin. The current Lord's log cabin had 3 rooms. They were the master bedroom, the living room, and the kitchen. With another bathroom, it was a small, functional home. He placed Nesario in the living room, then came to the master bedroom, sat on the bed, and with a flip of his right hand, the bronze-grade Lord Talent Orb appeared on his palm. He took a deep breath as he looked at this bronze-grade Lord Talent Orb. There was a strong expectation in his eyes. He then moved his mind. A golden text prompt appeared, whether to absorb this Lord Talent or bronze grade. Yes, Juju said. The next second, the ball of light that emanated a bronze-colored aura instantly transformed into countless bronze-colored points of light that quickly surged into his brow. Juju subconsciously closed his eyes. A moment later, he opened his eyes, only to see that the Lord's Talent Orb in his hand had completely disappeared. He opened his Lord Personal Information, only to see that the column of his Lord's Talent had clearly undergone an update. Lord Talent 100% Explosive Rate Legendary Grade, Gnome Alchemy Workshop Bronze Grade Success. I have a second Lord Talent. Juju's complexion was overjoyed. It was at this moment he suddenly heard a sudden clamor outside. Mixed with voices of disbelief, Juju's heart tightened. Something couldn't have happened, could it? He immediately stepped out of the Lord's cabin. He saw that the soldiers had somehow gathered in a circle not far away. Juju frowned. He then walked over. Lord is here. Get out of the way and make way for Lord. Could this be the new residents that Lord brought back? Juju walked in along the path that the crowd made way for. Then he saw that in the midst of the crowd surrounding him, a fey dwarf who was about a meter tall, with light green skin, pointed ears, 2 tentacles growing from the top of his bare head, and wearing a yellowish, brown cloak stood. And behind him was a workshop building. It was exactly the same as the special building Zhu 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 had seen in Boz City. When he saw Zhu 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 arrive, he smiled and bowed gracefully. "Greetings, honorable Lord, your most loyal lord. The workshop master of the Gnome Alchemy Workshop. Ashburn Hall greets you. P.S. Thanks to you, Cheng Big Brother, for 1,766 book coins. Sorry, Big Brother. QQ reading rewards won't appear in the reward background. The little author just saw it. Thank you all for your support. Welcome to Proud Sun City." Zhu Zhu extended his hand to him in a friendly manner. "My subordinate is honored." Ashburn Hall shook hands and smiled. Zhu Zhu looked at the other party. The text message appeared. "Citizen, Ashburn Hall Territory. Pride of the Sun City Lifestyle Occupation Name. Alchemy Technician Occupation Class. Black Iron Upper Ability Summary. Workshop Master of the Gnome Alchemy Workshop specializes in crafting a few interesting and useful alchemy technique products, has an optimistic personality, and enjoys alchemy technique research. Skills: Alchemy Potion Life Potion, Black Iron Lower. Alchemy Potion Energy Potion, Black Iron Lower. Alchemy Technology Mechanical Land Bird, Black Iron Upper Loyalty. Deadly Loyalty Potential. Platinum Intermediate Alchemy Technologist." There's such a profession. Zhu Zhu was surprised. He then looked at the building behind his opponent. Building name: Gnome Alchemy Workshop Building Level. Special Building Role 1. The Workshop Owner. Ashburn Hall will sell some alchemy tech products, so if you need them, you might want to come here to take a look. Currently available for sale: Life Potion 3 bottles. Energy Potion 2 bottles. Mechanical Land Bird 1 Frame Building Role 2. Lords and forces under the Lord's command will come across mist monsters with a very small chance of dropping Alchemy Series items when they go out to hunt mist monsters, including but not limited to alchemy potion recipes, alchemy tech product drawings, alchemy material packs, alchemy tech recruiting orders, alchemy props, building upgrade. This building originates from the Lord's talent and cannot be upgraded. Building description: Welcome to Yashburn's alchemy shop. Zhu Zhu raised an eyebrow. Sure enough, the 2 potions that were seized from Lord Boz were from this gnome alchemy workshop, and of the 2 architectural roles of this gnome alchemy workshop, the first role was nothing. He believed there must be other places in the entire Supreme Continent that would sell the same or similar goods. But the second function, but it was where the true value of this bronze, ranked Lord's talent lay, combined with my 100% explosion rate. This bronze-grade talent might be able to utilize effects far beyond the bronze-grade Lord talent. Zhu Zhu's eyes glowed. It was at this moment Ashburn Hall looked around and said with some surprise, "Our territory is actually in the desert." "That's a bit troublesome." Zhu Zhu was about to ask what the trouble was. Just then, he saw Ashiborn turn and smile. "But under the leadership of Lord, my subordinate feels that everything will be hopeful." Zhu Zhu. Lord, would you like to come and sit in the small store?" Ashburn asked. Zhu Zhu nodded his head. Then, under the curious gazes of the crowd, one person and a foreign dwarf walked into the alchemy technology workshop. Inside the workshop, Zhu Zhu looked at the layout of the place. The decoration style here was very different from that of Blue Star. Elegant, ancient, and wise, the 3 decorating styles seemed to be perfectly intermingled in this building. "What is the trouble you just mentioned?" Zhu Zhu withdrew his gaze and asked directly. "It's not a big trouble. It's the issue of raw materials. Lord must have seen that there aren't many alchemy technology products in this alchemy technology workshop of my subordinate. If you want to expand production, you must have more raw materials to do so, such as blood source flowers and pure iron, so that my subordinates can provide more alchemy products for Lord. And Lord's territory is a desert. Deserts are barren of resources. I'm afraid it's hard to find those resources, but there's no need to worry too much. My subordinate believes that the future will always be better.
Ashburn said smilingly. Juju was speechless.
You call this a minor inconvenience if you don't have enough raw materials to give you. Want your gnome alchemy workshop become a decoration when your stock is all used up.
Leave the matter of raw materials to me. Y'all write me all the raw materials you need later. I will help you find them.
Juju said, "Thank you, Lord." Ashburn bowed gracefully. He then took out a piece of straw paper with the material needs written on it from his arms and handed it directly to Juju.
Right? How do you sell the alchemy products here? Juju asked after taking it. My subordinates are born because of Lord.
Where is the sense in asking Lord for money if Lord wants it, no matter how much it is? My subordinate will make it and offer it for free. But if it's other lords who want to buy some goods from my lord, my subordinate will charge some heart of mist or other things of value to complete the transaction. Things such as meat, furs, clothes, ores are all fine, after all. The subordinate also needs to survive." Ashburn said. Juju nodded. "Show me your mechanical land bird," he said. Lord, please follow me." Ashburn stood up and led Juju to another room. This room was decorated with various tools, as well as some herbs and potion bottles. It looked like it should be Ashburn's workroom, and the most conspicuous thing in this was a 3-meter-tall mechanical bird in the middle of the room. This mechanical bird was made of silver, gray pure iron all over. It looked somewhat like an ostrich, and somewhat like a small dinosaur with tail feathers. On the back, there were cushions and stirrups that were specifically used for riding and other paraphernalia. Looks both cold mechanical aesthetic and wild biological aesthetic. Alchemy technology product, mechanical land bird grade, black iron upper product effect 1, using the Heart of Mist as its driving energy source. It possesses a simple intelligence and is capable of carrying out the rider's basic commands, with a normal speed of 40 km/h. It is able to easily sprint through the plains, the wilderness, forests, and deserts. Product effect 2. Birdie Run, the mechanical land bird accelerates to burn the Heart of Mist in its body. Turning on overload mode, increasing its speed to 100 km/h in 10 minutes. After 10 minutes, the mechanical land bird enters cool down mode. Reducing its speed to 10 km/h, returning to normal after 3 hours. Product summary: a combination product of gnome alchemy technology and gnome craftsmanship, containing the crystallization of wisdom from both sides. It is an inexpensive and practical mobility tool. Loved by adventurers and travelers, Juju's eyes lit up. A mobility tool that can be used in the desert. He instantly realized that this was a product that he was currently in great need of, previously, when they were searching for the location of Boz City. They were traveling on the desert. The road experience could be described as extremely bad. It was clear that it only took less than half an hour to travel. And they walked hard for almost more than an hour to get to the place. The reason why they had traveled for such a long time was because the desert was too difficult to walk on. And it was also extremely physically exhausting. If the soldiers under his command could all be equipped with such a mechanical land bird, their mobility could be increased by more than 10 times. A round trip might not even take 10 minutes. Then there would be no need to be troubled by the desert environment anymore. It's a pity that my subordinate doesn't have any spray paint here. Or else my subordinate could have wrapped it up a bit. Ashburn said with some regret. Juju looked odd. You still want to mess with the skin. How is this mechanical land bird consuming? He asked. A black iron grade Heart of Mist can probably drive it for about 6 hours. Ashburn said. Juju became even more excited. All of your current merchandise, I'm going to take it all. I'll be responsible for your living and living expenses and other expenses, he said in a deep voice. Then I'll be grateful to Lord. Subordinate will go get it now, without hesitation. Ashburn turned around and went to get the potion. A few moments later, he then brought 3 bottles of life potion and 2 bottles of energy potion and handed them to Juju. This mechanical land bird will be placed here with you first. I'll go back first. Juju was about to leave. Ashburn suddenly called out to him, Lord, could you arrange for 3 apprentices for my subordinate to come over? No,
my subordinate can teach. Maybe my subordinate can even teach a few alchemy technicians. The work in this workshop would be less efficient if my subordinate was the only one doing it. He said with some embarrassment, "Are 3 people enough?" Juju asked back, "Enough, with my subordinate's level. There is only so much I can teach." Ashburn froze for a moment and then replied, "I'll give it to you tomorrow." Juju turned around and left after he finished speaking. PS1, requesting recommendation votes and monthly votes for collection. PS2, Desert Mist Lizard character and Yashburn Hall character have been updated. Juju just walked out of the door of the workshop and immediately went to buy Yun. "These 4 bottles of life potions are for you. They can heal some physical wounds. You give them to those injured soldiers." Juju said, "Thank you, Lord." Bai Yun's eyes lit up. These 2 days of fighting had come down. There were already nearly 10 sword and shield soldiers injured in their ranks, but the reason for this was due to the lack of healers. Even if they were injured, they could only do simple treatments and then just recuperate. There was no way to do better treatment. These 4 bottles of life potion came at the right time. Juju nodded his head. However, these 4 bottles of life potion were still not enough. In the face of the increasing number of soldiers that would come in the future, he had to find a way to get Ashburn to make more life potions before he could do so. Lord, my subordinate would like to take the soldiers to continue exploring further afield and clear out the mist monsters further away. I ask for Lord's approval. Bai Yun said, "Go, be careful along the way." Juju said. Bai Yun nodded and then turned to leave. Seeing this, Juju then returned to the Lord's log cabin. Inside the log cabin, Zhuzhong sat on a chair, opened the exchange, and started setting up transactions. He wrote down all of the material requirements that Ashburn had handed over to him. It actually wasn't much, just 4 or 5 materials. It was mainly the 2 main materials, blood source flour and pure iron, that were in greater demand in terms of trading. It was still exchanged for meat. For every 10 units of black iron inferior desert mist lizard flesh and blood. 1 raw material for manufacturing black iron superior mechanical landbirds was traded. For every 3 units of black iron inferior desert mist lizard blood and flesh, trade 1 raw material for manufacturing a black iron inferior life potion or black iron inferior energy potion. Right now, more than 95% of the lords were focusing on combat professions, not understanding the needs of life professions. Not to mention the parochial life professions like alchemy technology products. That's why the raw materials are cheap. It was completely more than enough to exchange these lowest level flesh and blood. That's why Juju put enough 5,000 units dedicated to trading. He then released this transaction nowadays. The name of Lord Joyful Sun already had a great deal of fame amongst the billions of Blue Star lords. Plus, Juju had put out an even more amazing 5,000 units of blood and flesh this time. That was why his trade view rankings quickly rose to the number 1 position again. The World Channel was also discussing this trade of Juju's. I'm sure of it. Big Brother Jiao Yong's territory talent is definitely Desert Mist Lizard Slaughterhouse. 5,000 units is also too outrageous. Desert Mist Lizard. I've really had bad luck in my 8 lifetimes when it comes to Lord Jiao Yong. Pray for the Desert Mist Lizard. Pray that the meat will be a bit tastier this time. Suck it up, blood source flour. I think I've seen this when I was out looking for water. Pure iron I know. I recruited a black iron intermediate blacksmith on my first day. I see that he has the skill create pure iron inside his skill. It seems like he needs iron ore to do it. There's actually a blacksmith upstairs. It's a hidden big brother. Not a big brother. Blacksmiths need a lot of tools, and that can only be met by a blacksmith store. Otherwise, a blacksmith alone can't even make iron without tools. Brothers, stop talking. I'm going to look for flowers. I'm going to go digging. At the same time, Juju's side also received many private messages from the lords. After he sifted through the system and removed a large number of useless private messages, the rest were all proper trading private messages. He began to make deals with these lords one by one. Half an hour later, Zhu frowned. A lot of other materials were received, but the amount of blood source flowers received isn't enough to make 5 bottles of life potion. Are there so few blood source flowers in the lord's territories? A moment later, Zhu, who opened another lord's private message, suddenly froze. Elixir Lord, Big Brother. I have 500 blood source flowers here. Do you want them? Zhu looked at the message with some disbelief. The blood source flowers he had previously acquired added up to less than 10. Where did this lord get so many blood source flowers? There was no time to think about it. He immediately typed, Prideful Sun Lord, wanted. Prideful Sun Lord, trade directly. Elixir Lord, thank you. Big Brother, Elixir Lord initiated a trade. Do you agree? Zhu tapped yes and then placed 500 units of black iron lower tier desert mist lizard flesh and blood on it. A moment later, 500 blood source flowers appeared in front of Zhu. A smile appeared on his face as he looked at so many blood source flowers. With this many blood source flowers and the auxiliary herbs, Ashburn was enough to refine 250 bottles of life potion out. Just then that Elixir Lord sent another message. Elixir Lord, Big Brother, can Spirit still trade with you in the future? Elixir Lord, yes, but you still have the blood source flower. Elixir Lord, not right now, but tomorrow Spirit will have them. Lord of the Prideful Sun, degrees, Lord of the Prideful Sun. How old are you? Elixir Lord, Linger is 10 years old, said. The other party also sent a screenshot. In the screenshot, it was a cute little girl holding a worn-out bear doll. She was wearing an elementary school uniform, and her expression was a little apprehensive. Zhu froze. He then frowned slightly. Something like the Lord's battle actually dragged even a small child into it. Lord Pride of the Sun, there is no need to address me as you in the future. There is no need to be so careful. Elixir Lord, yes. Big Brother, Lord Joyful Sun, well, talk next time and be safe. After that, Zhu did not say any more. Several 100 million kilometers away on a plain, there was a small isolated territory in the Lord's wooden house. Linger, who had just completed the transaction, looked at the blood and flesh that appeared in front of her, and her eyes lit up. Spirit can keep the territories from going hungry. Even Linger herself can be fed. Big Brother Jiao Yang is such a good person. Those uncles and aunts on the World Channel all said that Big Brother Jiao Yang is a mean person. Big Brother is not mean. She happily raised her bear. On the other side, inside the city of Jiao Yang, this Linger probably has some kind of special lord talent for cultivating herbs. Zhu thought. He didn't think much about it. Zhu was then about to bring the blood source flower to Yashiborn. Just then, he suddenly felt a warm energy appear out of nowhere at his heart. This warm energy instantly flew through all parts of his body, causing his physical quality and mental strength to suddenly rise a notch. Zhu was overjoyed. He then immediately opened his lord's personal information, only to see that on the strength class column, his strength had been raised to black iron superior. A smile appeared on Zhu's face. Roar, hiss. Roar. A large number of monster cries suddenly came from outside. Lord, there are suddenly a lot of monsters coming from outside. Qin Guang's somewhat panicked voice sounded outside. P.S. Begging for recommendation votes, begging for collection, begging for monthly votes. Zhu froze. He walked out of the Lord's cabin and came to the protective shield. At this moment, Bao Ziyuer was also here. Greetings, Lord. Bao Ziyuer smiled afterwards. She carefully looked at Zhu's clothes, and could not help but regretfully withdraw her gaze after realizing that there was nothing broken. Zhu, he didn't care about her and looked at the mist monsters outside the protective shield. It was still the desert mist lizard. However, there were more desert mist lizards this time. There were 70 to 80 of them. They were roaring at Zhu and the others inside the territory. Every now and then, they crashed into the protective shield. It's not like it's nighttime. Why did so many desert mist lizards suddenly appear? There was the novice lord protective shield in place. Zhu was not panicked. It was just a little puzzled.
This group of mist monsters seems to carry hatred in their eyes. They should have come here specifically. Have Lord's soldiers killed many of their kind recently? A familiar voice suddenly came from behind Juju, and then came to a position a step back from his side. It was none other than Alchemy Workshop, Lord Ashburn Hall. You mean they've come to avenge their companions? Juju asked. I'm afraid it's not just that. Lord is afraid that he has provoked the Scarlet Lord behind this group of desert mist lizards. Ashburn said, Scarlet Lords, what is that? Juju froze. When Lord was killing these mist monsters recently, did he find himself encountering a single type of mist monster? Ashburn didn't answer immediately and instead asked this question. Juju nodded his head. It was more than single. He had encountered the desert mist lizard as a single type of mist monster. If he hadn't watched the lords chatting on the World Channel and realized that they had run into other types of monsters, Juju was on the verge of thinking that this was a world ruled by desert mist lizards. This is normal. On the Supreme Continent, most of the mist monsters are based on races that demarcate an area for their survival and then gather together to live. In addition to their fondness for killing, they are also extremely xenophobic, so it is almost impossible for other monster species to exist in their survival area. That's why Lord has only encountered one monster, the desert mist lizard, so far, because Lord's exploration range has not yet left the range of the desert mist lizard's survival area. Juju dawned on him. Ashburn continued, and after monsters gather together, it's easy to give birth to a chief among monsters. Monsters at the chief level will be favored by the Scarlet Lord, and endowed with great power, as well as authority similar to that of a lord. This type of lord are the Scarlet Lords, and the so-called Scarlet Lords are supreme existences that are enough to rival the supreme will. These two supreme existences have been fighting against each other on the Supreme Continent for tens of thousands of years. Overall, the Supreme Will has a slight disadvantage, the arrival of the Lord of 10,000 Realms. I'm afraid that it will bring about a turnaround in the current pattern of the Supreme Continent. Juju nodded. Nor did he think much about it. The matters of these two were too far away from him. A black iron superior lord. He contemplated for a while and handed over 500 blood source flowers and the other materials he had just traded in to Ashburn. Try to make these materials into finished potions and mechanical land birds. I want to be useful next. Also, you ride out that mechanical land bird of yours. Juju said, Yes, Lord, Ashburn said respectfully and turned to leave. Lord, what should we do now? Bao asked. Wait, Juju only said one word. The crowd sniffed and asked no more questions. More than half an hour later, the figures of Bai Yun and the others appeared in the distance. They then spotted the desert mist lizard monsters surrounding the territory. Bai Yun and the girls froze. They then burst into a rage. The home they had worked so hard to guard had actually been invaded. Kill! Bai Yun let out a roar. The 217 soldiers behind her roared and rushed over, between the wild rushes. Countless sand and dust were raised. Lu Chong, who had just joined the team, took the brunt and rushed to the front. Being the first to engage these desert mist lizards, picking off a 200+ kilogram desert mist lizard with a single fort, 1,000 kilogram attack. The other sword and shield soldiers followed closely behind and joined the battle. Bang, bang, bang. Swords and shields clashing sounds rang out into a mass in the distance. Bai Yun bent her bow and drew an arrow. An arrow with wind-whistling sound was shot out frequently. She was already a black iron upper-grade archery soldier. And with precise shooting, she could already kill a black iron lower-grade desert fog lizard with a single arrow. Even an intermediate black iron desert fog lizard, she could also kill it within 3 arrows for a while. With their anger in full swing, they actually suppressed this group of desert mist lizards inside the protective shield. Lord's soldiers, although they are still young, but this spirit of a newborn calf not being afraid of tigers is very rare. Ashburn tested in wonder. Zhu, however, looked calm. Courage is commendable. It's just a little on the nose.
I can't believe him not even using my side's greatest advantage. Everyone, immediately enter the protective shield to fight the mist monsters.
He immediately yelled after saying that. The voice was mixed with some spiritual power. It caused the group of soldiers in rage to quickly come to their senses. Bai Yun was the first to react and immediately led the group to withdraw into the protective shield while fighting. Lord, my subordinates are guilty, not thoroughly clearing out the mist monsters around the territory,
and actually letting them get close enough to come here to the protective shield, putting Lord in danger.
Bai Yun knelt in front of Zhu with a face of shame. It didn't even dare to look up at Zhu.
This matter has nothing to do with you. Come over here, I have something to say to you, Zhu said.
Bai Yun was stunned and then followed the order to come beside Zhu. Zhu then attached his ear and said something.
Soon the two separated. Do you hear me? Understood. Lord, subordinate will definitely complete the mission.
Bai Yun said with firm eyes, Go and familiarize yourself with it. Zhang Kang and the others have a protective shield in place. They won't be in danger, Zhu said. Bai Yun yes, and then walked to the back. The battle was still continuing.
Facing 70 to 80 desert mist lizards, even if Zhu's side had more than 200 soldiers.
Plus the novice Lord protective shield was there. They couldn't be resolved for a while. Zhu was not in a hurry. He swept his gaze over these desert fog lizards one by one. Soon, his eyes lit up. His eyes landed on the only desert mist lizard elite in this group of desert mist lizards. Monster name, Desert Mist Lizard Elite Power Level, Black Iron Upper Monster Profile, a monster of the blazing sun desert. Born in the scarlet mist, homicidal in nature, enjoys hunting all living beings that appear in front of it. Loot explosion rate, 8 black iron grade mist hearts explosion rate, 100%. 1 unit tilde 100 units of black iron lower grade desert mist lizard's flesh and blood explosion rate, 20% tilde 0, 1%. 1 10 kg bag of water explosion rate, 3%. 2 copies of the No grade sword and shield soldiers transition proof explosion rate 0, 1%. 1 copy of the black iron upper grade recruitment book for sword and shield soldiers, and 1 copy of the black iron upper grade sand subterfuge skill book. 1 copy of black iron superior alchemy potion recipe gold corpse water explosion rate 0.05% the second building effect of the gnome alchemy workshop. It finally worked. A smile appeared on Zhu's face. Now on the game's new book signing list, this book is in the 16th place. Only 10 monthly votes away from the last place. The little author begs for monthly votes. It's really important for this book. Zhu went through all the other desert mist lizards' burst rates again, unfortunately, other than this desert mist lizard elite that had an alchemy potion recipe to pop out. The other desert mist lizards didn't have any alchemy-related items to pop out. He shook his head. It was so hard to come across a mist monster that could drop alchemy tech-related items. And its burst rate was still so low, that is, he had a 100% explosion rate. He could definitely drop alchemy-related items. If you were to replace it with another lord, I'm afraid that they wouldn't be able to drop an alchemy-related item for a year and a half. But thinking about it, I think it's reasonable. If it could pop out so easily, then it wouldn't be a bronze-level lord talent. At least starting diamond, but that's exactly why. It may seem like I've only gotten a bronze, ranked lord talent, but its actual effect is at least on par with a diamond, grade lord talent. My 2 lord talents are really a perfect match. Zhu's heart grew more and more satisfied. More than an hour later, the 70 to 80 desert mist lizards were almost all killed by Zhang Kang and the others. Only 3 black iron intermediate desert mist lizards escaped. Zhang Kang originally wanted to chase them out, but he was stopped by Zhu. Someone will go after them. You guys don't need to care. The words just fell. He saw a 3-meter-tall silver-gray mechanical giant bird. instantly run past him before chasing straight after the 3 fleeing desert mist lizards. It was extremely fast. It disappeared into the desert in the blink of an eye. What kind of monster is that? Did Lord take in another bird monster as a fighter? Am I blind? Why do I see Sister Bai on top of that monster? Zhang Kang and the other soldiers stared wide-eyed. They then murmured, "That's Bai Yun. As for that bird, it's an alchemy technology product. In the future, as long as you make merits or your strength is promoted, this lord will equip you with it." Zhu said. He then didn't care about the excited crowd of soldiers and told them to first pull in these desert mist lizard corpses outside. After pulling the corpses inside the territory, Zhu took the lead and came in front of that desert mist lizard elite corpse. He placed his hand on it. A golden prompt appeared. "Is it extracting the loot?" "Yes," Zhu said in his heart. The next second, the text prompt appeared. "Lord's talent alert. You have obtained the loot 8 heart of mist black iron grade. 100 units of desert mist lizard flesh and blood black iron upper grade. 10 kg water sacks. 2 copies of sword and shield soldier transition proofs no grade. 1 copy of sword and shield soldier recruitment book. 1 copy of sand diving skill book black iron upper grade. And 1 copy of alchemy potions recipe. Golden corpse water black iron upper grade. Wow. The corpses of the desert mist lizard elites instantly turned into a large amount of loot. Zhu didn't care about anything else and directly picked up one of the black iron colored books. A text prompt appeared. Alchemy potion recipe name. Golden corpse water recipe quality. Black iron superior recipe effect. After using it, you can master the refining method of golden corpse water. Each drop of golden corpse water can preserve a corpse for 72 hours without decaying or turning into misty gas that dissipates into the world. Recipe ingredients: blood congealing grass black iron upper grade material, deadly water black iron intermediate grade material, gold powder common material recipe description, commonly used to preserve special corpses that are valuable or have a special status. Learning requirements can only be learned by alchemy apothecary, alchemy technician, physician, and other herb class related life professions. The anticipation on Zhu's face faded. This recipe was useful, but it doesn't seem to be of much use. At least it will save me from having to stay up all night extracting the loot from the corpses. Zhu thought about this and felt better. Every now and then, he had to deal with corpses that hadn't extracted the loot yet. A day or 2 was fine. If it went on like this every day, he was afraid that he would go crazy. This golden corpse water could just allow him to focus on the daytime and extract all the loot. It allowed him to rest normally at night. After that, Zhu extracted all the loot from the other corpses. The remaining corpses totaled 80 heads, among them 65 heads of black iron lower-grade desert fog lizards and 15 heads of black iron intermediate-grade desert fog lizards. Together with the other loot from this desert mist lizard elite, a total of 198 black iron grade mist hearts were harvested. 2,000 units of desert mist lizard blood and flesh black iron lower, middle, and upper, 120 kg of water, 82 copies of the blade and shield soldier's certificate of transformation, 16 copies of the blade and shield soldier's recruitment book, and 1 copy of the sand diving skill book. Zhu first went to the gate of summoning and used the 16 copies of the sword and shield soldier recruitment book to summon 16 black iron lower sword and shield soldiers. He called Zhang Kang over and asked him to bring these 16 sword and shield soldiers to integrate into the collective. He then went to the gnome alchemy workshop and found Ashiborn Hall, who was refining potions. "Greetings." Lord, Yashburn said respectfully. Zhu nodded his head. He then handed him the golden corpse formula. "This is the alchemy potion formula that I just obtained. It'll take care of the materials. Just refine some out every day." "You don't need to refine too much," he said. Ashburn received the recipe in surprise, and when he saw that it was golden corpse water, his expression became even more surprised. It's actually a recipe for golden corpse water. This thing can be quite practical. Lord's luck is really good, he lamented, as the owner of the gnome alchemy workshop. He naturally knew the effects of his own building. Originally, he was already prepared that he wouldn't be able to learn any new alchemy technology or alchemy potions for a year and a half. He didn't expect that this first day here would let him learn something new. Lord rest assured. As long as there are materials, my subordinate will definitely immediately practice them for the Lord to use. Yashburn's eyes burned as he looked at the golden corpse formula in his hand, then without hesitation, he chose to learn it. Juju opened the other party's panel to take a look. The words alchemy potion, gold corpse water, black iron superior were already in his skill bar. I'll leave it to you then. Juju said no more. He then left the place under Ashburn's respectful escort. Inside the Lord's cabin, Juju once again opened his trade and wrote the materials for the golden corpse water in it. As for the transaction price, it was 10 units of black iron inferior desert, mist, lizard flesh, and blood for 1 copy of the golden corpse water's refining materials. It was the same as the acquisition price for the materials of the mechanical land bird. Roar, Nasario's shout came from the living room. Juju, who was preparing to think about his future development, had to walk out of the master bedroom and into the living room when he heard the shout. Then he saw that the living room was already in disarray. Juju couldn't help but twitch the corners of his mouth a few times as he looked at Nasario, who was playing happily. He immediately went forward and picked up the back of the neck of Nasario, who was spraying a chair with his dragon breath. "Are you an Urha?" Juju looked at it helplessly. Fortunately, it was a lord's house that was a product of the supreme will. Normal means couldn't destroy it in the slightest, otherwise, this place would have been burned down by Nasario a long time ago. Nasario looked at Juju with innocent eyes and called out again. Juju was its master and immediately understood the meaning it conveyed. Bored, hungry Juju's anger subsided a bit when he saw this. He first took out 10 black iron-grade misty hearts and gave them to it. Then, after contemplating for a while, he said, "Don't worry, Master will take you to fight monsters." Juju looked serious. Nasario's red eyes lit up. Lord, subordinate Bai Yun seeks an audience." Bai Yun's voice came from outside. Back so soon, Juju was a little surprised. He put down Nasario and walked out of his room to see Bai Yun waiting respectfully at the door. Lord, my subordinate has found where the Scarlet Lord behind the desert mist lizard is," Bai Yun said in a deep voice. P.S. Recommendation votes 176, over 100, today an extra chapter, if the monthly votes can pass 70. Tomorrow we'll also add more. Please ask for recommendation votes and monthly votes and collections. "See that Scarlet Lord?" Juju asked. The thing he had familiarized Bai Yun with before was the mechanical land bird. And the reason why he intentionally left the 3 desert mist lizards back later was that he wanted Bai Yun to follow them in the mechanical land bird to find the lair of this group of desert mist lizards and the Scarlet Lord behind them. My subordinate saw it. That's a bronze-level desert mist lizard leader. The other party seems to have some intelligence. After discovering my subordinate, they attempted to capture my subordinate with a siege. But the mechanical land bird that Lord lent to my subordinate was extremely fast. They couldn't encircle me at all. And in the end, they let my subordinate successfully escape. Bai Yun said. Her words were simple, but Juju could hear the menace in it. "How many desert mist lizards do they have?" "Around 200. 200. Juju frowned. Previously, although they had a record of killing over 600 desert mist lizards in one night, but that was because they were innately invincible due to the presence of the novice Lord Protective Shield, which was why they were able to kill that many. But if they left the novice Lord Protective Shield and let all of his soldier-type professionals deal with more than 200 desert fog lizards head-on, even if Nasario could take care of the other party's desert fog lizard leader, the remaining desert fog lizards would probably cause great losses to the soldier-type professionals under his command. That wasn't something Juju wanted to see. Thinking about this, he pondered. A moment later, he made a decision. Don't bother with the other party for now. Develop again. You continue to lead the soldiers to clear the surrounding mist monsters. But avoid that Scarlet Lord's territory for now. Also, it's going to be a busy night. You bring people back early and be prepared. Lastly, this time you got credit for finding the enemy. This mechanical land bird will be awarded to you. Zhu said. Bai Yun had made a lot of merit following him. Rewarding a mechanical land bird was not excessive. Thank you, Lord. Bai Yun's eyes instantly lit up at the words. Her eyes couldn't help but fall on this mechanical land bird. She had ridden this thing once. Naturally, she knew that this thing was extremely advantageous in terms of maneuverability, and this advantage in mobility would allow her to maintain a range distance from the enemy, which allowed her, an archer, to completely transform into a bow cavalryman with greater mobility and lethality. Lord. Why don't we leave some soldiers in the territory? Bai Yun hesitated and said. Zhu wanted to refuse. But he suddenly thought of something and nodded. Leaving 10 will be enough. Bai Yun left. Zhu had something to do as well. He had to purchase a batch of living supplies, as there were more and more people in the territory. The number and types of living materials needed were also increasing. Pots, bowls, dippers, basins, cloths, bedding, salt. These supplies are ordinary, but they were indeed very much needed in life. It was especially needed for someone like him, who had a very lacking infrastructure in his territory. He opened the Blue Star Lord's exchange and started rummaging around. Soon, he found these living materials, and found that the number of lords selling these living materials was extremely high in order to survive. These lords had pulled out all the stops, trying to do everything they could just to earn some food and other living materials. The lords who made their own pots and pans were the most common. There were some outrageous lords that even posted some scientific papers in the exchange. Also, there were some of them that made Zhu's heart flutter. For example, the Complete Book of Wilderness Survival Knowledge, Memoirs of a Barefoot Doctor, How to Treat Simple Trauma, How to Configure Earth Powder, Postpartum and Care of the Soul, a primer on Muay Thai and getting into the ground. Zhu now had 0 units of desert mist lizard's flesh and blood, so he bought all of these items that he found heartwarming, spending a total of just over 200 units of black iron lower grade desert mist lizard blood flesh. These things were all being sold at extremely low prices right now, though. But by the time everyone stopped worrying about survival in the future, these commodities that represented the Blue Star civilization might not be at this price. After that, Zhu spent another 0 units of black iron inferior desert mist lizard blood and meat to purchase basic living supplies that would allow about 5 people to live. He then called the 10 sword and shield soldiers that Bai Yun had left behind and had them temporarily set up a tent specifically for storing these living supplies. When Bai Yun and the girls returned, he had them each receive a set for free more than an hour later. Zhu saw that the previous transaction of 5,000 units of black iron inferior grade desert, mist lizard blood and flesh had been completed. With 5,000 units of black iron inferior desert, mist lizard flesh and blood, a total of 300 raw materials for the manufacture of mechanical land birds, 600 raw materials for the manufacture of life potions, 300 raw materials for the manufacture of energy potions, and more than 50 raw materials for the manufacture of gold corpse water had been traded. There were also some scattered materials that Zhu had acquired. After getting these materials, Zhu took the soldiers and together they transported them to Ashburn. Ashburn was dumbfounded when he saw so many materials. He then said seriously, Lord, my subordinate is not an alchemy technology being. My subordinate will also die of overwork. At that time, Lord will have to lose subordinate me. It's not like him asking you to do it all in one day. Then my subordinate will also need more helpers to do it. Aren't you only allowed to teach 3? Some of the dirty work is that difficult and can be done without teaching. Okay,
Juju agreed with alacrity. Time flew by, in the blink of an eye. There were only about 3 hours left before nightfall.
Bai Yun and the girls had all returned at this time, as usual. No soldiers were killed, but there were 5 soldiers who were slightly injured. However, they now had life potions, so they were currently recovering quickly, and it was estimated that they would be fully recovered tomorrow. This day came down. Bai Yun and the girls had returned a total of 7 times, bringing back a total of 156 desert mist lizard corpses. Among them were 124 black iron inferior desert mist lizards, 30 black iron intermediate desert mist lizards, and 2 black iron upper desert mist lizard elites. A total of 384 black iron ranked mist hearts were obtained, 3,880 units of blood and flesh black iron lower, middle and upper, a total of 234 kg water bags, 158 copies of the classless grade sword and shield soldier transfer certificate, 34 copies of the sword and shield soldier recruitment book, all of which have now been turned into 34 newly enlisted sword and shield soldiers, 2 copies of black iron superior grade the sand diving technique. Unfortunately, no alchemy series items were popped. There were now 262 sword and shield soldiers, 1 archery soldier and 1 lance soldier under his command, and another 12 of them had broken through to black iron intermediate, but naturally, these were not enough. Juju planned to have at least 400 soldier professionals under his command before he would challenge that desert mist lizard leader. It all depended on whether the desert fog lizard born from tonight's scarlet mist gave a damn or not. Lord, Subordinate, and the others discovered a new mist monster during their hunt for mist monsters this time. After Bai Yun finished speaking, he had 10 soldiers carry over the corpses of 5 3 to 4 meter long monsters. Those were clearly 5 giant black scorpions. Juju was a little surprised. He looked at it carefully. A text prompt appeared. Item name, black-tailed misty scorpion. Item level, black iron lower. Item effect, contains yet to be extracted trophies. Item description, a mist monster that was slain by the soldiers of Pride Sun City. Hint, after 1 hour. Corpse will be turned into misty breath and will be reborn at some point in the future. Loot explosion rate, 2 black iron grade mist hearts. Explosion rate, 100%. 1 unit, 20 units of black iron lower grade, black-tailed mist scorpions flesh and blood. Explosion rate, 20% 0, 5%. 1 copy of black iron lower grade black-tailed mist scorpions poison capsule. Explosion rate, 5%. 1 bottle of black iron lower grade antidote potions. Explosion rate, 2%. And 1 book of the no-grade poison crossbow soldier's transformation certificate. Explosion rate, 0, 1%. P.S. Begging for monthly votes, begging for recommendation votes. Juju's gaze almost immediately landed on the last loot. Proof of poison crossbow soldier transition. Juju instantly became excited. A new soldier type. These black-tailed mist scorpions. Where did you find them? Juju looked at Bai Yun. My subordinate and the others came across this monster while traveling about 20 to 30 kilometers in the opposite direction from the desert mist lizard leader's location. Originally, we were looking for desert mist lizards to hunt at the time. As a result, 2 black-tailed mist scorpions suddenly came out of the ground and tried to attack us. Luckily, we were wearing soldiers' standardized equipment. These 2 black-tailed mist scorpions failed to break through our armor defense for a while. They were then killed by our group attack. The remaining 3 were encountered again later. After that, we were worried about the corpses dissipating, so we came back. Bai Yun said. Juju nodded. He squatted down and placed his right hand on the corpse of a black-tailed mist scorpion. Seeing this action of the Lord, the crowd immediately poked their heads over with great anticipation. Here it comes, Lord's big red hand. The next second, clatter. This black-tailed mist scorpion immediately turned into a large amount of trophies scattered on the ground. The crowd was suddenly wide-eyed. It wasn't the first time they had seen this kind of scene, but every time they saw it, They still felt shock and envy from the bottom of their hearts. Lord must be a man who has been favored by the goddess of fortune. I've decided that in the future, when I go out on an expedition, I must meditate on Lord 10 times in my heart, so that no matter what dangers I encounter, I will surely turn out to be lucky in the future when I go on a blind date. I will also meditate on Lord, so that I will definitely meet a good future wife, the soldiers whispered. Juju's side also looked at the loot, the heart of mist and the blood and flesh of the black-tailed mist scorpion needed no introduction. Material name, black-tailed mist scorpion's poison, sac material grade, black iron lower material description. It contains about 1 kg of black-tailed mist scorpion's biotoxin, which can be used to coat weapons or to make related potions. Material name, black-tailed mist scorpion's poison, sac material grade, black iron lower material description, black-tailed mist scorpion's biotoxin contained inside, potion's name, antidote potion, potion's grade, black iron lower potion's effect, when taken. It can detoxify a small portion of the black iron grade toxin in the poisoned person's body. Potion description, basic antidote potion. Essential potion to fight against poisons, potion description. Basic antidote potion. Essential potion to fight against poisons. Item name, poison crossbow soldier transfer proof item grade, no grade item effect, beginner soldier transfer props. After using this item, you can become a primary soldier, poison crossbow soldier, and have the corresponding level of standardized equipment. 3 years of poison crossbow soldier combat experience, and the initial strength of black iron lower item description. Proof of transferring to a primary troop type. Possesses more diverse means of combat and stronger combat potential than the basic troop type. Primary troop type. A stronger troop type than the basic troop type. Juju was overjoyed. Just then, a line of text prompts suddenly appeared. Novice Lord Tip. Regular troop types are categorized into the following qualities: basic, primary. Intermediate, advanced, special, kingdom level, empire level, divine kingdom level, and supreme/scarlet level. Juju memorized these soldier qualities. He then extracted all 4 remaining black-tailed mist scorpion corpses for loot and got 4 more copies of the poison crossbow soldier transfer certificate. It's a pity that I don't have any spare men under me right now. Otherwise, I can transfer to see what's so special about this poison crossbow soldier. Right at this moment, a bright light flashed in Juju's mind. He then immediately looked at Bai Yun. Bai Yun was stunned. Bai Yun, you come with me. Juju pondered for a few seconds and then said to Bai Yun, I, Lord, although Bai Yun did not know what Lord wanted to do, she still respectfully said. She then followed Juju to a corner. I have a copy of the primary soldier type poison crossbow soldier trance for proof here. Can you use it? Juju asked directly. Yes, as long as there is not much difference in the types of soldiers. Soldiers between different ranks can be converted to promote each other. The difference between an archery soldier and a poison crossbow soldier isn't that big. I can definitely be promoted to a poison crossbow soldier. Bai Yun said in surprise, then you use it. Juju directly handed this poison crossbow soldier trance for proof to Bai Yun. Bai Yun took it and without hesitation, she directly used this trance for proof in front of Juju. Only a green light enveloped Bai Yun. A moment later, the green light disappeared. A brand new Bai Yun stood in front of Juju. She had a sharp gaze and a heroic face. She was wearing a light green soldier's standardized equipment, carrying a green crossbow and 20 green crossbow arrows. Hanging from her waist was a short sword and venom bottle. Just looking at it, there was an indescribable sense of danger. A line of text prompts appeared. Your laird Bai Yun's loyalty has been raised to 100 and has become your die. Hard laird. Folk Bai Yun territory Jaoyong City soldier type. Poison crossbow soldier power level. Black iron superior ability summary as a child. He lived under a huntress, and when he grew up, he joined the army and became an archer. specializing in killing the enemy with his bow and arrows. Later, he joined Jiaoyang City and served the Lord of Jiaoyang, and was rewarded by Lord Jiaoyang and promoted to become a primary troop-type poison crossbow soldier. Skills: Black Iron Superior Archery, Black Iron Intermediate Trap Laying, Black Iron Superior Crossbow, Black Iron Superior Stored Shot, Black Iron Superior Poison Preparation, Black Iron Superior Toxin Distinguishing, Black Iron Superior Detoxification, Knowledge Loyalty, Deadly Loyalty Potential. Silver Intermediate Zhu couldn't help but smack his lips as he looked at the list of her skills. A poison crossbow soldier trance, for proof, actually directly gave 5 Black Iron Superior skills. A beginner soldier was this strong. How strong must the more advanced troop types be? Many thanks to Lord for allowing my subordinate's profession to be promoted. Bai Yun also felt the change in herself. Immediately, she said gratefully, "There's no need to be so polite between you and me. These two are for you as well." He took out another Platinum Superior Racial Talent Orb and a Spirit Manipulation Skill Book. These were trophies extracted from the corpses of those 5 lords in Ba's city. Zhu then told Bai Yun what these 2 items were. When Bai Yun heard it, she was even more grateful and didn't know what to say. If the previous proof of poison crossbow soldier transformation had allowed her to master a stronger battle power, then these 2 things were almost equivalent to breaking her silver intermediate qualification, giving her a brighter future. Zhu was also very satisfied with the other party's reaction. Originally, he hadn't planned to reward these 2 things easily. But it was different for a die-hard loyalist like Bai Yun. Deadly loyal people would never betray for him. They were his own people that he could truly trust his back to for such a subordinate. Zhu was naturally relieved to let her become stronger. "Take it back and digest it properly. There is still a hard battle waiting for you at night," Zhu said in a deep voice. "I, Lord," Bai Yun said, asking for monthly votes and recommendation votes, more than 3 hours later. Night fell, scarlet mists have surfaced out of thin air. Soon, beyond the protective shield of the novice lords of Joyful Sun City. It had all been surrounded by scarlet mists. Roar, hiss, bang, in the scarlet mist, a desert mist lizard was quietly born. It then directly roared as it ran towards Pride Sun City and began to lay siege, inside the novice lord's protective shield. Begin the battle, Bai Yun, who had already absorbed the racial talents and racial skills, looked at the desert fog lizards outside the protective shield and calmly ordered. Yes, all the soldiers roared in response. They then began to fight these desert fog lizards across the protective shield. Zhu was also involved. However, he did not carry out the work of dealing with the loot. This was because Yashburn had refined 10 bottles of golden corpse water during this afternoon. These 10 bottles of golden corpse water were about 200 drops each. Together, they were enough to keep the corpses of 200 misty monsters intact for 3 days and 3 nights without dissipating. Zhu handed them all over to Bai Yun. It would be used tonight. The reason why I said Zhu was involved. It was because he was using his mental manipulation ability to control the 2 Black Iron Superior Desert Mist Lizard elites in their internal infighting. After being promoted to Black Iron Superior, he was already able to control 2 mist monsters of the same level. The battle power could be said to have greatly increased. Bai Yun was the same, however. She also used her poison arrows at the same time to kill these desert mist lizards. Time flew by, 1 desert mist lizard fell, more desert fog lizards were born from the scarlet mists. An endless stream of these monsters surrounded Proud Sun City, and even though Zhu and the others were killing them quickly enough, they just couldn't seem to get rid of them in the blink of an eye. Time came to the latter half of the night. At this time, a large number of desert mist lizard corpses had been piled up inside the Prideful Sun City, and because they had been dripped with golden corpse water, their corpses were all golden at this time. After Zhu controlled the 2 Black Iron upper-grade desert mist lizard elites
and bit 4 black iron intermediate grade desert mist lizards consecutively. A hint of fatigue finally came from his spirit. As for Bai Yun, who was not far away, she had already given up on controlling the monsters and only used her crossbow to kill the desert fog lizards. Juju did not force himself to hold on. He gave one last order, letting these 2 elite black iron superior desert mist lizards under his control launch a suicide attack on the other desert mist lizards. Only after they all died in battle did Juju turn around and returned to the Lord's cabin inside the master bedroom. Juju had just laid down, and within 10 seconds, he fell asleep. The next day, the sun had just risen. Inside the master bedroom of the Lord's chalet, Juju woke up. He was full of energy, and the light in his eyes shone brightly, completely without any of the fatigue from before, when his spirit was consumed near the limit, after getting up. The first thing he did was to walk out of the lordship log cabin. Then he saw Bai Yun standing at the entrance of the house, and behind her were 263 soldiers. Among them, Bai Yun had already broken through to the bronze lower level. There were already 32 black iron upper-level soldier-type professionals. The black iron intermediate soldier-type professionals had even reached as many as 106 people. This was the result of their fighting all night. Report to Lord. All the newborn desert mist lizards around the territory have now all been killed. Bai Yun respectfully said, "Hard work. You guys go eat first, then go back and rest." Juju calmed down and said, "Yes." Bai Yun led the soldiers to rest. Juju, on the other hand, came to the place where the golden, colored corpses of the desert mist lizards were placed. At a glance, all of them were golden yellow and golden desert mist lizard corpses. There were thousands of them. He tusked and then began to extract the loot. More than 2 hours later, all of the desert mist lizards' loot was extracted. This night's battle, they had killed a total of 246 desert mist lizards, relying on the strength of 264 soldiers. Among them, there were 911 black iron inferior desert mist lizards, 330 black iron intermediate desert mist lizards, and 5 black iron superior desert mist lizard elites. A total of 3,182 black iron grade mist hearts were obtained. 940 units of blood and flesh black iron lower, middle, and upper. A total of 1,951 kg of water bags. 1,251 copies of the unranked sword and shield soldier transfer proof. 335 copies of sword and shield soldier recruitment book. 5 copies of the black iron upper-level sand diving technique, a bumper harvest. A smile appeared on Juju's face. He then came to the gate of summoning. He directly threw all 335 copies of the sword and shield soldier recruitment book in. Soon, a black iron lower-grade sword and shield soldier walked out from the summoning gate and then respectfully stood behind Juju. A moment later, all 335 sword and shield soldiers then walked out of the door of summoning. Now I have 599 soldier professionals under my command. Juju looked at these soldiers with ambition in his heart. It's time to go find that Scarlet Lord. He thought in his heart, 599 soldier-type professionals, plus Nesario, the bronze superior Love Dragon. With such a troop strength to go crusade against that Scarlet Lord force, as long as no accidents happen. Their side would surely win. He then told these 335 sword and shield soldiers to rest for a while and prepare for battle. After that, he prepared to summon today's lords. In front of the gate of summoning, a text prompt appeared. Hint, is it summoned immediately? Yes, Juju said. The next second, the summoning door suddenly lit up with white light, followed by 12 people walking out of it. Greetings, Lord. These 12 lords respectfully said, "Welcome to Jiaoyang City." Juju nodded slightly. He then looked at these 12 people. There were 10 men and 2 women among these 12 people. 8 of them were ordinary people without professions.
The other 4 were a black iron intermediate healer, a black iron lower architect, a black iron upper sword and shield soldier, and a black iron intermediate crossbow soldier. 2 of the professionals were necessarily summoned by the gate of summoning. The other 2 professionals should be professionals that were summoned by luck. Juju almost wanted to go over and give this black iron inferior architect a hug when he saw him. Finally, the architect had come, just as he was about to say something. Crossbow soldier Sun Sen suddenly squinted his eyes before pointing into the distance and saying, "Lord, Lord, there seems to be someone over there." Juju was stunned. He then looked over in the direction he was pointing. He only saw an old man with white hair standing outside the protective shield, looking at Juju and the others with a novelty gaze on his face. Juju looked twice and frowned slightly. Unrecognizable, a stranger. How could a stranger suddenly come to this desert in the middle of nowhere? Just at this moment, he suddenly thought of something and his eyes lit up. Could it be that the talent attracted by the legend degree had come? Thinking of this, he immediately led these 12 people over to this old man. "Good day, old man. I am the lord of this Jiaoyang city. May I ask what is the old man's business here with me?" Juju asked politely. Lord is polite. "Old man, my name is Zhao Changshu. I heard that this barren land of the Pride Sun Desert has suddenly seen the rise of a very prestigious lord recently. So I was curious and came over to take a look, and I don't have a place to stay lately, although this place is barren of resources. It's also undisturbed, and it's a good place to get some peace and quiet, so I'd like to settle down here as well." Don't look at the old man, though he is old, but after living for so long, there's still a little bit of skill left. If Lord is willing to let me join your territory, I'm willing to put forth this little bit of my meager skills to serve Lord. I wonder if Lord, is he willing? Zhao Changshu looked at Juju with a smile. A line of text prompt appeared. Zhao Changshu requests to join your territory and become one of your territories. Do you agree? Elder Zhao is polite. The late Lord's territory is in its infancy, and it is the time when talents are needed. If Elder Zhao is willing to join my late senior's territory, my late senior would naturally be more than happy to do so. Juju basically confirmed that this senior Zhao should be the talent attracted by that little bit of legend degree. After he agreed to the other party joining the territory and opened the other party's attribute panel, he was even more certain of this. Folk, Zhao Changshu territory, Jiaoyang city lifestyle occupation, architect occupation class, platinum intermediate ability summary, honorary president of the Aurora Kingdom, architectural association, engaged in presiding over the design and construction of numerous important buildings throughout his life. A top expert within the Aurora Kingdom's architectural industry, respected by countless architects in the industry. Skills: Platinum Intermediate Architectural Theory, Platinum Intermediate Architectural Aesthetics, Platinum Intermediate Architectural Planning, Basic Building Residence Black Iron Lower, Basic Building Warehouse Black Iron Lower, Basic Building Healer's House Black Iron Intermediate, Basic Building Blacksmith Shop Black Iron Upper, Elementary Building Enclosure Bronze Lower Kingdom, Level Building Aurora Tower Platinum Intermediate, Loyalty 85 Potential Platinum Upper Potential, Platinum Intermediate Architect. A top human talent. Juju looked at Zhao Changs's panel and couldn't help but feel emotion in his heart. This old man had almost gone to the limit of human potential. Taking another look at the other party's skill panel. There were dozens of construction skills. What do you mean by professional? This was what was called professionalism. The dwellings, warehouses, and blacksmith store drawings that he had gotten from the Lord's log cabin upgrade earlier. This big brother has all of them in his skills. Not only does he have them, there are more and more. Let's give these 3 drawings to that black iron lower level architect, Juju thought. He then landed his gaze on the last skill in the skill bar. Kingdom Class Architecture Aurora Tower Platinum Intermediate. It was also the only kingdom level building in the other party's skill bar.
Curious, he opened it to look at it. Building name, Aurora Tower building level. Platinum Intermediate Building Effect 1. Light Energy Reserve Device absorbs light elements and deposits them into the Aurora Tower's light energy. Reserve device to collect attack energy for the Aurora Cannon. Building Effect 2. Aurora Cannon Ray Mode turns on the Aurora Cannon, continuously releasing light elemental energy to form an extremely penetrating Aurora Ray that sweeps across all enemies within range. Building Effect 2. Aurora Cannon Pole Mode turns on the Aurora Cannon, instantly releasing all the light elemental energy in the energy reserve device, focusing on a single point to kill the enemy, up to the maximum of any existence below Transcendent. Remarks: Aurora Tower has a range of 100 meters, building upgrade 50, 000 units of wood 50, 000 units of fine sand 100, 000 units of metal 100, 000 units of stone 100 units of aurora crystals, and 50 platinum grade hearts of mist. Building description: the racial building of the Aurora human race, and the only kingdom, level building in the Aurora Kingdom, playing an indelible role in the establishment and expansion of the Aurora Kingdom. Juju stared wide-eyed, up to killing any enemy below Transcendent. What a strong exclusive kingdom level building, however. When he saw the materials needed, he frowned slightly. Aurora crystal, this kind of material he had never heard of before. It was probably some kind of high-level material. Go back and ask the World Channel to see if any of the lords have this kind of material. Juju thought. He then led the crowd around the territory before stopping to start communicating. It was mainly Juju speaking about the current basic situation within the city of Jiaoyang. The others were responsible for listening and occasionally asking questions. After speaking, the crowd immediately murmured, "It seems that within Lord's territory, there is a considerable lack of basic building facilities." Zhao Changshu stroked his white beard and said, "Precisely, it's up to Elder Zhao. Don't worry about the materials and the Heart of Mist. There are plenty in the territory." Juju said he now had over 70 units of basic materials, as well as 664 black iron grade Hearts of Mist in his territory. It was completely enough to construct these basic buildings. Just leave it to the old man. But my subordinate needs Lord to arrange some manpower for the old man. Zhao Changshu nodded his head and agreed. Good. Juju nodded. He then handed over the 4 male lords without occupations to Zhao Changshu to arrange. That, Lord, Elder Zhao. Can the late generation study under Elder Zhao? Black Iron Inferior Architect Shandu apprehensively spoke out. Only 18 years old, he was nervous in his heart at this moment and very expectant. He himself was a person from the Aurora Kingdom, and was a wild architect without a master teacher. He had heard of this honorary president of the Architectural Association's great name a long time ago, and had long admired him personally. Thus, as soon as Zhao Changshu appeared in front of him, a bold idea immediately came to his mind. If he was able to study at the side of this old-timer, or even be able to worship him as his teacher, then he would no longer have to fumble around on his own on this path of an architect. This was undoubtedly vital to his career path. Juju and Zhao Changshu looked at each other and smiled. Both of them could see what was in this man's heart. However, neither of them were disgusted. It depends on what Lord wants. Zhao Changshu laughed. Kaiyan-Du immediately looked at Juju apprehensively. Then Yao play by Lord Zhao's side. These 3 architectural drawings, Elder Zhao can't use them, so take them and use them. Juju handed over the dwelling, warehouse, and blacksmith store drawings to Kaiyan-Du. Thank you, Lord. Thank you, Elder Zhao. Shandu was excited. What building is Elder Zhao going to build first? Juju asked. There's no rush on the residential buildings first. Those tents are all still usable. Let's build a black iron intermediate level medical center first, although there are already life potions available. The production of life potions is not high at the moment,
and life potions can only heal injuries, not diseases.
It just so happens that we still have a black iron intermediate level healer here.
A healer and a medical center are the means by which the lords are truly assured of healing the sick and saving people. After the medical center is built, then start building warehouses, dwellings, and other buildings, Zhao Changshu said after a moment of contemplation. Yuzhu nodded his head. He felt very comfortable in his heart, originally, if it was a normal process. To build a medical center, one would need a drawing of the medical center, if one relied solely on killing monsters to obtain the medical center drawings. One would not know when one would be able to obtain them. Now it's good. With Zhao Changshu, the master builder, he didn't have to worry about the drawings and could build it directly, and it was predictable. He would also save a lot of architectural drawings in the future because of Zhao Lao. After that, Yuzhu stopped chatting and brought the remaining 4 unprofessional lord folk to the gnome alchemy workshop. Ashburn, I brought you the helpers you wanted. As soon as Yuzhu entered, he realized that no one was in the store. He told the 4 of them not to walk around freely, then walked to the door of the workshop next to him and opened the door to see Yashburn assembling a half-finished mechanical land bird in front of his workbench. He called out twice. It was found that Yashburn did not respond at all. Yuzhu raised an eyebrow. He then came across to him. He only saw that Ashburn's eyes were red, and his gaze was fully focused on this mechanical land bird in front of him, while his hands kept assembling the mechanical land bird as if he hadn't slept for a long time. Yuzhu frowned. Ashburn, he raised his voice a bit and applied some mental power. The body of Yashiborn, who was in a state of mental concentration, trembled and then raised his head to look at Yuzhu. Lord, when did you come? He said in surprise. How long has it been since you slept? Yuzhu said as he looked at his bloodshot eyes. My subordinate hasn't slept. If you don't sleep, you're going to die. Don't do it first. Go to sleep, Yuzhu said seriously. Subordinate doesn't fall down that easily. Still. Are you going to disobey my orders? Yuzhu looked at him. Ashburn's tone stuttered, then helplessly said, Yes, Lord. After my subordinate gives you the potions and mechanical land birds that have been made during this time to you. Lord, I will go to bed. Yuzhu nodded slightly. Ashburn then led Yuzhu to an underground warehouse. This is my subordinate's alchemy item storage room. It is specialized in storing unsold alchemy items. Lord, you bring someone to take all of these away. Ashburn pointed at the boxes of potions and rows of mechanical land birds in front of him and said with both fatigue and pride. Yuzhu went up to inspect them. A few moments later, the inspection was complete. There were a total of 40 bottles of life potions, 10 bottles of energy potions, and 10 mechanical land birds. Yuzhu had a hard time imagining it. This was made by a dwarf. Alone in less than a day and a night, these potions will be useful for conquering the Scarlet Lords. I'll take credit for your work. However, Ashburn, I know you want to share my worries, but our territory, for now, is in good shape. There's no need for you to fight so hard for the time being. Our territory. The future is going to be exciting, and I want that future to be something that you and I can see, instead of you being halfway there and collapsing from exhaustion. Yuzhu said. Ashburn froze for a moment. A smile then appeared on his face, and he nodded vigorously. Yuzhu didn't say much either. He put down a platinum superior racial talent orb and a mental manipulation racial skill book, then told him that the help he needed was in the store and turned to leave. P.S. In the future, the update time of the new book period will be placed at 12:00 and 6:00 p.m. Inside the Lord's cabin, when Yuzhu returned, he opened the exchange and threw 20 0 units of black iron inferior desert mist lizard blood flesh into it. Among them, 10 0 units of blood and flesh were used to acquire the 4 basic materials. The other 10 0 units of blood and flesh were used to acquire the materials used to make the aurora crystals. Life potion, energy potion, mechanical land bird, and golden corpse water. The transaction volume of 20 0 units instantly caused a large number of lords to discuss the matter while ascending to the top of the trade browsing rankings. World Channel? Crap, did you guys see Big Brother Jiao Yong's new trade? This time, it's 20,000 units of black iron inferior desert mist lizard blood meat. Every time I see the amount of Lord Jiao Yong's trade, it's outrageous. Is there a possibility that Lord Joyful Sun is hanging? Can you post the link upstairs? I'll open one too. Do you think Supreme Will is blind? Under the Supreme Will. Who can open a hanged person? I'll be able to eat meat again. Thank you, Big Brother Jiao Yong. There's one thing to say. And it's precisely because Big Brother Jiao Yong sells enough blood and meat that people like me with slow hands are able to grab it to fill their stomachs. Lord Jiao Yong, I love you. It'll get better. I see that there are more and more lords selling blood and flesh in the exchange. That said, what is an aurora crystal? Juju also saw the exchange on the World Channel. It's already the third day. It's true that there are more and more lords selling monster blood and flesh. I'm afraid that after a while, the price of blood and meat will drop. Juju thought, however, it wasn't too worried. The Blue Star Lords added up to billions. Even if the price of blood and flesh dropped any further, he wasn't worried that he couldn't sell his monster blood and flesh. He would always be the one who made the most money by holding the most blood and flesh transactions. He had just closed the trading panel when yesterday's Elixir Lord sent a message. Elixir Lord, Big Brother. Do you have time to trade? Spirit has blood source flowers here, as well as blood congealing grass. Spirit, Medicine Lord. You have blood condensation grass again. I want them all. How many plants do you have? Spirit Medicine Lord, 800 blood source flowers and 200 blood condensation grasses. Pride of the Sun Lord, 0 Pride of the Sun Lord, at the risk of asking. Is your Lord's talent related to herbs? You may not answer. It's fine. It won't affect the deal between you and I. Spirit Medicine Lord, it's okay. Big Brother, Spirit's Lord talent is the Lord talent of growing medicinal herbs. Next second, the other party sent a screenshot of the Lord's talent. Juju froze. Still, he couldn't help but be curious and looked over. Lord talent, Divine Favor Medicine Nursery, Legendary, Grade Elemental Medicine Nursery. Your territory comes with a special building. The Divine Favor Medicine Nursery. Medicinal herbs planted in the Divine Favor Medicinal Nursery will automatically form the most suitable growing environment around the medicinal herbs, and will greatly reduce the time it takes for the medicinal herbs to grow. The percentage of time reduction for each quality of herbs is as follows. Black iron grade herbs, 99. 9% reduction in growth time. Bronze grade herbs, reduce growth time by 89. 9% silver grade herbs, 79. 9% reduction in growth time. Gold grade herbs reduce growth time by 69. 9%. Platinum grade herbs reduce. Legend grade herbs reduce 19. 9% growth time. Juju opened his mouth wide. The effect of this Lord's talent was too outrageous. No wonder this Elixir Lord was able to come up with so many blood source flowers and blood condensation grasses in a single day. It was fitting that she had grown them now. Moreover, this was the second legendary Lord talent he had seen besides himself. It was indeed very strong, worthy of the quality of a legendary Lord talent, but compared to his own Lord talent, Juju still felt that his own Lord talent was stronger. After all, his own 100% explosion rate was able to explode all the other Lord's Lord talents. In the future, he wouldn't even talk about a legendary grade Lord talent, even if it was a mythic grade Lord talent. It was possible for him to have it. Just at this moment, Juju suddenly had an idea in his mind. He thought for a moment and typed, Lord Jiao Yong, your lordship talent is very strong. In the future, don't just reveal your lordship talent to others, or it will lead to great danger. Elixir Lord, Spirit Child knows, but Spirit Child feels that Big Brother Jiao Yong is a person that can be trusted. So that's why she told Big Brother Jiao Yong about Spirit Child's lordship talent, Lord Jiao Yong. That's the same in the future. No matter who you meet, don't easily tell others about your lordship talent.
Even if you are already strong in the future, you have to keep your lordship talent a secret, and I want spread it out. Elixir Lord, thank you Big Brother Jiao Yong. Linger knows. Lord Jiao Yong him. In addition, I would like to make a deal with you, Lord Jiao Yong, in the future. I may need many types of medicinal herbs, so I would like to have a long-term cooperation with you. You are responsible for providing me with the medicinal herbs, and I am responsible for paying you. Spirit Medicine Lord, yeah. Linger also wants to have more interactions with Big Brother Jiao Yong. Spirit Medicine Lord, although Spirit has 15 lords already. Spirit still wants to talk to her brothers and sisters from Blue Star, Elixir Lord, but the other brothers and sisters don't pay much attention to me. Only you, Big Brother, not only do you pay attention to me, but you also care about Linger, Spirit Medicine Lord. Thank you, Big Brother. Spirit is very happy. Juju, you put out your Lord talent and see who dares to ignore you. Prideful Sun Lord, it's fine. By the way, how many soldier professions do you have in your hands now? Elixir Lord, not a single one. All the lords summoned by Linger are lords without professions. Pride of the Sun Lord. This is too non. Juju was speechless. However, an idea also popped up in his mind. Such a rare legendary Lord talent possessor wouldn't die in the novice Lord test 4 days later, because he didn't have the soldier profession power. Right after thinking for a moment, he typed, Pride of the Sun Lord, with yesterday's deal. You shouldn't be lacking in blood and flesh now. I'll trade you something else this time. He then sent a screenshot of the item information of the blade and shield soldier's proof of transformation to Linger. Lord Prideful Sun, how about trading with this, several 100 million kilometers away, inside Spirit Medicine City? Linger couldn't help but stare at the information on the blade and shield soldier transfer proof with wide, adorable eyes. Although she was young, she was not stupid, naturally. She knew that this transformation proof could completely save herself and her collars from the novice Lord test in 4 days. She hesitated for a moment and typed, Elixir Lord, Linger wants it very much, but Big Brother Jiao Yong also needs it very much. Right, Lord Jiao Yong, don't worry. There's no shortage of this kind of proof of transfer on my side. More than that, there was no shortage during this period of time. The number of sword and shield soldier transformation certificates in his hand had come to as many as 298. He couldn't use them himself for the time being. Taking out some of them and using them to trade was no problem at all. Moreover, Linger now had a beneficial relationship with himself. Juju also couldn't bear the thought of a small child just falling into the mouth of a misty monster 4 days later. That was why he took the initiative to use the blade and shield soldier transformation proof as a trading chip. After that, Juju completed this transaction with Linger, 800 blood source flowers plus 200 blood condensation herbs. Juju traded her 50 copies of the blade and shield soldier proof at 1 copy for every 20 herbs. The transaction was completed. Both sides were happy. Another half an hour or so passed inside the exchange. Juju's 20 units of black iron inferior desert mist lizard flesh and blood had all been traded into the corresponding materials. A total of 44 units of wood, 36 units of fine sand, 40 units of metal, and 80 units of stone. There were also 560 manufacturing materials for the mechanical landbird, 850 herbs for the creation of life potion, 750 herbs for the creation of energy potion, and 100 herbs for the creation of golden corpse water. These materials came so easily. Juju looked at the transaction results and his heart was happy. The only pity was that no aurora crystals were received. It seemed that this thing was indeed quite rare, and it was surprising that even the billions of Blue Star Lords hadn't gotten their hands on it for the time being. More than 3 hours later, Bai Yun and the girls ended their rest. Juju didn't waste any time and directly took all the soldiers. Nesario and that black iron intermediate healer and together they headed to where the Desert Mist Lizard leader was.
P.S. is the small author where there is a problem with the writing. This day down only 2 readers' big brother to give me a recommendation vote.
If the small author writing problem, everyone in the comments section despite the proposed, the author must be properly changed. More than half an hour later, a team of over 600 soldiers stood on the desert. Behind them were 9 mechanical land birds, and behind the mechanical land birds were pulling 9 home-made simple small wooden carts. Among this group of people,
at the head of the group was a handsome young man riding a mechanical land bird. Beside his feet stood a half-human tall black and red dragon.
The 601 soldiers behind the youth looked at the youth in front of them, their eyes showing respect.
And when they saw the black and red dragon race, they couldn't help but have a look of amazement in their eyes.
Is this the legendary dragon race? It looks so domineering. Lord is so powerful that he can even take in the dragon clan. Silence, Bai Yun said seriously to the soldiers. She then rode the mechanical land bird to Juju.
Lord, ahead is that Scarlet Lord's territory, she said respectfully. Juju nodded. He looked at the distance.
He only saw a simple and rough territory standing at a location a kilometer away. Several buildings of different styles could be seen faintly, and around these buildings were inhabited by densely packed desert mist lizards. It was the same as what Bai Yun had reported earlier.
Around 200 heads, there isn't any cover. Looks like we can't sneak attack this time, but this desert mist lizard leader's territory doesn't have a novice lord protective shield either.
There's no need for a sneak attack either, Juju pondered. Then he turned to look at the soldiers behind him. Are they all ready? Yes. The soldiers roared in unison, their voices shaking the clouds. It even startled the desert fog lizard territory in the distance.
A single desert mist lizard seemed to have smelled something bad and crawled over with hostility. Juju did not care.
He had wanted a frontal strong attack. I'll cut the crap then. You guys have slaughtered this group of reptiles countless times.
You should be confident that they are no match for you. Charge up and destroy them, Juju shouted.
Kill, destroy the reptiles. The soldiers roared and rushed out. There were only 5 black iron upper grade soldiers left behind next to Juju and the black iron intermediate grade physician.
Juju jumped off the mechanical land bird and touched Nasario's dragon head. He was a little surprised in his heart.
It had only been less than 2 days. Nasario's size had already gotten twice as big. One didn't know what the Nasario that had grown to its peak would be like. Don't be in a hurry. Wait for the other side's leader to come out. That's the moment you hunt, Juju said. Nasario nodded in excited anticipation. However, around its body, it still couldn't control the wisps of sulfur-flavored crimson heat emanating from it.
In the distance, the soldiers led by Bai Yun had already met up with the desert fog lizards that ran over to check out the situation. Then these few desert mist lizards were crushed by the torrent of soldiers, dying without even knowing how. At the same time, the desert mist lizards in the desert mist lizard territory were instantly blinded by the flood of soldiers rushing over from afar. However, they were murderous by nature and simply didn't know what fear was, so they spat out their tongues one after another, gazing intently at the soldiers rushing over. Right at this moment, the center of the territory, bang, 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 in a wooden room with a barbaric and bloody style, a scarlet desert mist lizard with a body size of 3 to 4 meters tall and more than 10 meters long slowly crawled out from it. It looked at the soldiers rushing over in the distance and became steeply furious. Roar, a roar. It seemed to have gotten an order. All the desert mist lizards swung their limbs and charged towards Juju's soldiers without fear. Juju in the distance narrowed his eyes as he looked at this desert mist lizard leader. A text prompt appeared. Monster name: Desert Mist Lizard Chief Blood, Cha Scarlet Lord Power Level. Bronze Lower Monster Profile. One of the 3 Scarlet Lords of the Pride Sun Desert. With numerous desert mist lizard lords under his command, possessing great strength after being favored by the Scarlet Lord.
Loot explosion rate, 10 bronze mist hearts explosion rate, 100%. 1 unit tilde 100 units of bronze lower level desert mist lizard leader flesh and blood explosion rate, 20% tilde 0, 1%. 100 kg water sacks explosion rate, 3%. 1 bronze lower level skill book sand trapping explosion rate, 0, 1%. 5 unclassified sword and shield soldiers proof of transition explosion rate, 0, 1%. 3 bronze lower grade sword and shield recruitment book explosive rate, 0, 1%. A black iron lower grade alchemy potion recipe I of blood explosive rate, 0, 1%. And a silver grade scarlet lord talent orb explosive rate, 0%. There were quite a lot of loot that could be dropped. And what attracted Zhu the most amongst all these loot was undoubtedly the last loot. When he saw this last loot, Zhu froze. Scarlet Lord Talent Orb. The Scarlet Lords also had a Lord's Talent, and at the same time, the Nesario next to him had already disappeared. In the distance, the large forces of both sides quickly collided together. A fierce battle broke out at the drop of a hat. The desert mist lizards pounced, bit, hissed, crashed. All kinds of savage fighting techniques were used on the other side. The sword and shield soldiers used the sword and shield combination technique, attacking and defending in an orderly manner to defend and counterattack. Lu Chong wielded his lance like a great dragon, killing his way through the monsters. The crossbow soldiers stood not far away, drawing their crossbows and arrows. One arrow could seriously injure a desert mist lizard. Bai Yun performed the brightest. She rode a mechanical land bird and wandered around the edge of the battlefield like the wind, relying on her mount's maneuverability, precise crossbow technique, and strong strength, as if she were a green grim reaper. Harvesting the life of a desert mist lizard, even those that managed to survive were quickly poisoned by the toxins in the crossbow arrows, and were then either poisoned to death or killed by the other soldiers who made up for it. Roar, boom. Miscreant monster, ill kill you, hiss. The sounds of monsters entering their bodies, monsters hissing. Cursing and crashing, all kinds of sounds rang out in incomparable chaos at this moment. The center of the battlefield had clearly become a bloody meat grinder. However, Zhu's side still had the advantage. There were more of them, and they were also wearing military standard equipment that could effectively defend against most of the desert mist lizard's sharp claws and teeth. At most, they could withstand some of the impact force generated when the monster charged. Desert mist lizard territory. The desert mist lizard leader narrowed his eyes. Its eyes fell on the crowd. It then violently stomped on the gravel under its feet. A few hundred meters away, the soldiers who were fighting hard suddenly realized that the desert under their feet was sinking fast, and soon it sank into a big pit 4 to 5 meters deep. Unable to maintain their balance, they fell down one after another. Immediately, more than 10 soldiers were injured. The desert mist lizard leader raised its claws and wanted to do the same trick again. Suddenly, it noticed some scorching heat above its head. It raised its head to look. A 1-meter-sized dragon race flew down from the sky. Boom! An invisible and terrifying pressure emanated from this dragon clan, instantly descending onto the body and soul of the desert mist lizard leader. Dragon might, at this moment. The desert mist lizard leader was trembling all over, unable to even try to escape. It was terrified in its eyes. Nesario's eyes, however, flashed with excitement. It swooped down. This scene was like a world-famous painting. Obviously, there was a world of difference between the two sides in terms of size, but Nesario seemed like a hunter. The huge desert mist lizard leader was instead like a defenseless rabbit, in front of the upcoming life and death crisis. Apart from trembling, there was nothing to do. The next second, the moment both sides approached, Nesario violently hovered in midair. It suddenly opened its mouth. A faint red glow appeared from its throat. The next second, raging hot magma dragon breath erupted from its mouth, covering the desert mist lizard leader's head in the blink of an eye. 3 or 4 seconds later, with a loud rumbling sound, the desert mist lizard leader collapsed to the ground powerlessly,
and the part of its head had already been burned without a trace by the dragon's breath, leaving only a drop of magma dripping down from its neck. Not far away, 2 lines of text prompts appeared in front of Juju's eyes. Your pet lava dragon Nesario killed Desert Mist Lizard Chief Scarlet Lord, Bloodsha, promotion energy +20. Loot coalescence complete. The Scarlet Lord's territory has become unclaimed. You can loot or occupy it. Nesario didn't seem to have enough fun after destroying the Desert Fog Lizard leader. It flew back up high into the air and looked at the battlefield below, where both sides were fighting fiercely. Then, without hesitation, it joined in to help the soldiers finish off the Desert Mist Lizard monsters. With Nesario, a bronze superior dragon, joining in and knowing that the leader of the other side was dead, the soldiers had their morale boosted and fought even harder. More than half an hour later, more than 200 Desert Mist Lizards were all killed. As far as the eye could see, almost all of them were corpses of Desert Mist Lizards. However, there were also scattered corpses of soldiers. Juju's happiness at defeating the Scarlet Lord had faded quite a bit after seeing these soldier corpses. Zhang Qianjing, go treat those injured soldiers. I've already given you the life potion. There's no need to be stingy when you need to use it. Use it as you should. Find me again if you don't have enough, Juju said to the black iron intermediate physician beside him. Lord is merciful. Zhang Qianjing respectfully saluted Juju and then immediately walked quickly in the direction of the wounded. Lord doesn't have to be too sad. We and these mist monsters, as well as the lords of other places, were originally mortal enemies who were not allowed to live or die. Even if we don't attack them, they will still find us sooner or later. The small amount of casualties paid at this time, it's just to avoid incurring even more casualties in the future. Or even annihilation. Please, Lord, do not doubt yourself. Every one of our soldiers does not fear war. And all of us strongly agree with Lord's decision. Bai Yun came to Juju and said seriously. She was worried that herself, Lord, would have thoughts of not wanting to fight again because of just seeing some casualties. Although she would still be deathly loyal to her own lord. However, a lord who did not dare to go to war was no different from a lamb to the slaughter in the supreme continent where war was the main theme. She did not want the day when her own lord died at the hands of another lord or a mist monster. Juju did not speak. He silently looked at the battlefield in front of him. A moment later, his eyes steeped in determination. Only by becoming stronger would there be fewer casualties, he thought firmly in his heart. If he could bring 1,000,000 soldiers to this battle, one person throwing a rock, he would be able to bury this Scarlet Lord's territory as well. Still not strong enough. I need more soldiers and even more lordly talents, he thought. Take me to see the corpse of that Scarlet Lord. Juju suddenly said yes. Bai Yun felt relieved in her heart, and a smile reappeared on her face. She then led Juju to the corpse of the Desert Mist Lizard leader, Roar. Nesario flew in front of Juju and rubbed his head against Juju's arm before looking at Juju with bright eyes. Quickly praise me, compliment me quickly. My Nesario did a great job. You take the first credit for this battle. Juju praised. If it wasn't for Nesario killing this Desert Mist Lizard leader, and then helping the soldiers with the other Desert Mist Lizards, this battle, I'm afraid that the casualties they paid would have to be multiplied by at least 10 times the number or even more. Therefore, it was perfectly fine for Nesario to take the first credit. Juju then placed his hand on the body of the Desert Mist Lizard leader. A golden prompt appeared. Is it extracting the loot? Yes, Juju said in his heart. Lord's talent alert. You have obtained the loot 10 heart of Mist Bronze level. 100 units of Desert Mist Lizard Chief's flesh and blood bronze lower level. 100 kg water bag. 5 copies of Sword and Shield Soldier's Certificate of Transition, no grade. 3 copies of Sword and Shield Soldier Recruitment, bronze lower level. 1 copy of Sandtrap Technique Skill Book, bronze lower level. A copy of Alchemy Potion Recipe. The Eye of Blood Black Iron lower grade. and a scarlet Lord Talent orb silver grade. Wow, the large corpse of the desert mist lizard leader instantly exploded in a big way. The amount of loot looked like it had been piled up into a small mountain. Although Bai Yun had been mentally prepared, however, she still couldn't help but stare with wide eyes. Nesario, on the other hand, stared at the blood and flesh, and the bronze-grade heart of mist and drooled. Juju also examined the loot. First was the sand trapping skill book. Skill name, sand trapping skill quality, bronze lower skill description, sand diving advanced skill. Manipulate the earth to turn the earth within a certain range into a pit of quicksand. The area and depth of the pit of quicks, and depends on how much energy the user's energy output is. Juju learned it on the spot. This was one of the few skills that could change the terrain. Its power Juju had already seen it in the battle just now. One-on-one, the effect might not seem obvious, but if one were to cast sand trap in a place like the battlefield where there were a lot of people, it could definitely have an amazing effect that could be called a battlefield killing weapon, and wait until you become stronger later. It wasn't impossible to plunge a city into quicks, and with a wave of the hand, then came the alchemy potion recipe Eye of Blood. Alchemy potion recipe name, Eye of Blood recipe quality, black iron lower recipe effect. After using it, you can master the refining method of the Eye of Blood by applying the Eye of Blood to the eyelids. One can observe the blood, breathing creatures within the field of vision, and have a certain effect of improving one's eyesight. Recipe material, blood pupil flower, black iron lower material, blue ice leaf, black iron lower material. Clover ordinary material recipe description, as long as there are creatures with blood in them. They cannot be hidden in front of the Eye of Blood. Learning requirement can only be learned by alchemy apothecary, alchemy technician, physician, and other herb class related life professions. Juju looked at this recipe and thought, this Eye of Blood seemed to be used to restrain stealth skills. Other than that, Juju could not think of any other uses for it for a moment. He didn't think much about it and prepared to go back and give it to Ashburn to learn. In the end, Juju's gaze fell on an orb of light that emitted a white, silver-colored aura but had a ray of blood inside. Treasure name, Scarlet Lord's Talent Orb Unknown Treasure Grade, Silver Grade Treasure Effect, after being purified by the Supreme Will. The Lord can absorb it and receive the unknown Silver Grade Lord's Talent. Treasure description, originally a loot that could not be dropped. It was forcibly burst out by some mysterious force. Is it purified? Juju didn't purify it immediately. Who knew what would happen in the process? It was better to return to the territory after that. Juju entered the Lord's cabin and ended up seeing the territory stone tablet. And it was a black iron mid-level territory stone tablet. Lord Scarlet also has a territory stone tablet. Juju tesked. He called 5 sword and shield soldiers over and started destroying the territorial stone monument. With a full 5,000 durability, it took them a quarter of an hour to break it, allowing the territory order inside to emerge. Juju went forward and placed his hand on the territory order. Is it collecting the territory order? Yes, he said. Snap. The territory order fell onto his hand, right at this moment. A familiar line of golden text prompts suddenly appeared in front of Juju. It also reappeared in front of the billions of Blue Star Lords. Blue Star All-Channel Lord's announcement. Congratulations to Lord Joyful Sun for being the first Lord to capture Lord Scarlet's territory. Rewarded with Supreme Treasure Chest +1 and Legendary Degree +1. The entire announcement resounded in the ears of all Blue Star Lords 3 times. Juju was stunned. I am the first Blue Star Lord to capture the Scarlet Lord's territory. Juju was a little surprised. Did the Dragon, Lady Lords, and the others not get this achievement when he was bored during the weekdays? He would often dive in the World Channel and watch the other Lords chat. As such, he already knew through other people's chats that the Dragon Lady Lords had a bronze lower class sub, dragon species under their command. Although it wasn't as strong as his own Nesario, but it shouldn't be a problem to deal with a lowest level Scarlet Lord. Right, she actually didn't get this achievement, After thinking about it for a while, Juju suddenly reacted. It was natural that the sub-dragon species would have no problem dealing with a lowest-level Scarlet Lord. But around each Scarlet Lord, there were also a large number of fellow Mist Monster Lords gathered. Even if the dragon, Lady Lord Subdragon, was strong enough, there was no way that he could deal with the Scarlet Lords, and at the same time deal with the Monster Lords under his command. Not everyone was like him, having both a high-end battle force like the pureblood dragons and hundreds of soldier profession battle forces. There was no more thinking about it. Juju opened the world channel and looked at it at this time. The hundreds of millions of Blue Star Lords on the world channel were hotly discussing this all-channel announcement. 2 times on the all-channel announcement, the Scarlet Lord is actually as terrifying as this. What is a Scarlet Lord? A foreign lord, which very big guy can explain. I've heard from my lords that the Scarlet Lords are the lords amongst the Mist Monsters, and are deadly rivals to us, the 10,000 races lords. Boy, the Mist Monsters are hard enough for me to fight. And Big Brother Jiaoyong has actually gone to take care of their leader. Are we really in the same version? This wave is called Beyond Version. If only I could get to know Big Brother Jiaoyong so I could hug my thigh. Think of it another way. I'm the woman that Big Brother Jiaoyong can't get. I'm the man that Big Brother Jiaoyong can never get. Shit won't be precious because no one asks for it comical. A plane. The Dragon Lady Lord was silent as she watched what was being discussed on the World Channel. She had been planning to capture a foreign lord's territory for the past 2 days. She had already thought about it. When she summoned another sub-dragon species to become her subordinate tomorrow, she would officially go and attack. As long as she succeeded, she would then publicize her lordly talent. She was sure that with her fame on the Blue Star, she would be able to gain a fame amongst these Blue Star Lords that was no less than that of the proud Sun Lords. Or even higher at that time. She would then use this fame to network other lords and get them to work for her. Then, using this as a springboard, she would develop faster and stronger herself, and so the cycle continues. She herself would definitely be able to compete for the position of Supreme Lord in the future, but she didn't expect it. It had only been less than a day since this prideful Sun Lord had actually captured another Scarlet Lord's territory. Once again, making it onto the all-channel announcement, what exactly is the other party's Lord talent? Could it be that the other party is a legendary grade Lord talent? Or is it a mythic grade Lord talent? Susanna Margaret was puzzled. She then calmed down. It's just a momentary lead. I don't need to rush. I am the Dragonblood Queen, handpicked by the Supreme Will. Before long, I will definitely catch up with him and surpass him. A cemetery. The undead leader claimed that Chill squinted slightly at the World Channel chat, actually capturing the Scarlet Lord's territory 1 step ahead of me. There was also a Scarlet Lord's territory near his territory, originally. He had planned to slowly weaken the other party's strength while waiting until he had been promoted to the lower bronze level and was able to enslave bronze level undead. Then he would go and formally attack the other party's territory. He didn't expect that the jackpot would be eaten first by the prideful Sun Lord so quickly. I'll have to speed up my development as well, or else I'll let this prideful Sun Lord get all the benefits of anything. He pondered Desert Mist Lizard Leader's territory. Juju smiled as he turned off the World Channel. He then opened the Legend degree ranking. He himself was still ranked first, with a 2-point Legend degree advantage. The ranking positions behind him weren't even occupied by lords. Got another point of lore degree. I can get another talent to pledge allegiance to tomorrow. Juju had some anticipation in his heart. He then turned off the Legend degree ranking and looked at the golden treasure chest that appeared out of thin air in front of him. Resisting the urge to open it, he asked the 5 sword and shield soldiers around him to work together a while later to bring it back to the territory. To the front of his lord's cabin, more than half an hour later, Bai Yun, who had finished organizing the loot, came to report, Lord, the loot here has been straightened out. In total, we found 3,000 units of stone. 1,500 units of wood, 500 units of metal, and 1,000 units of fine sand here. In addition, we also found 357 black iron grade misty hearts and 6 bronze grade misty hearts. Put them all into the simple wooden cart pulled by the mechanical land bird and transport them back together. Those that can't fit will then be transported by soldiers, Zhu said. The 9 simple home-made small wooden carts he brought with him today were purchased in a transaction posted by a lord in the exchange who claimed to have a carpenter life professional. The price wasn't too high. A small wooden cart could be purchased for only 3 units of black iron inferior meat. Zhu immediately had an idea at that time. That was to use the combination of mechanical land bird plus simple small wooden cart to create a fleet of vehicles to transport supplies. This would not only allow for more resources and monster corpses to be transported in the future, but it would also free up the soldiers' combat power. So he gave it a try. It seemed to work well so far. Yes, Bai Yun nodded. What are the casualties on our side? Zhu asked. In this battle, a total of 12 soldiers were killed on our side. There are also 22 people who were seriously injured and 76 people who were lightly injured. Bai Yun said, when we go back, let these injured soldiers stay out of the battle for now and recuperate first. When the ability to participate in battle is restored, then let them return, for those who are unable to continue fighting after recovering from their injuries. After they regain their ability to live, arrange an easy living job for them, territorials who are completely incapable of working. Proud Sun City is responsible for supporting him for the rest of his life, Zhu said with his 100% burst rate. It was naturally easy to raise these injured people, and when he was stronger in the future, the effect of the 100% burst rate could be utilized to a greater extent. And he would be able to raise even more injured people completely, and when he had a healing type Lord talent in the future. It wasn't impossible for him to turn these injured people back into healthy people. So he was very confident. Yes, thank you, Lord. Bai Yun looked at Zhu gratefully and then went to make the arrangements. Soon, he heard a burst of cheers from the soldiers in the distance. A smile appeared on Zhu's face. He walked out of the Lord's wooden house and looked at the lone building. His heart was a little strange. He remembered that when he first arrived, there seemed to be more than just one building here. Could it be that the Desert Mist Lizard Leader's lordship talent is also a special building? So when it died, the special building disappeared, Zhu thought. He looked around again before shaking his head. There weren't any special resources here. There wasn't much need to occupy it either. A few moments later, the crowd organized their teams and loot before returning to Proud Sun City. Inside Proud Sun City, in the Lord's wooden house, Zhu took out the scarlet Lord Talent orb. Is it purified? Purify. Zhu said expectantly. The next second, a golden light flickered on this scarlet Lord Talent orb. After the golden light disappeared, Zhu suddenly realized the blood-colored light on this scarlet Lord Talent orb from before had unexpectedly disappeared. And at this moment, its information had also changed. Treasure name, Lord Talent Orb Monster Ranch Treasure Grade, Silver Grade Treasure Effect after absorbing it. The Lord will possess the Silver Grade Lord Talent Monster Ranch Treasure Description, a Lord's Talent Orb that has been purified by the Supreme Will. After absorbing it, you can obtain a Silver Grade Lord's Talent. Monster Ranch, what kind of Lord Talent is this? Zhu was puzzled. He didn't think much about it and directly chose to use it. A golden text prompt appeared. Is this Lord Talent Orb silver level absorbed? Yes, Zhu said the next second. This silver grade Lord Talent Orb immediately transformed into countless white and silver colored points of light and surged into his brow. Zhu closed his eyes. A moment later, he opened his eyes, then immediately opened his Lord personal information, only to see that the column of his Lord's Talent had once again undergone an update. Lord Talents 100% explosive rate legendary grade. Gnome Alchemy Workshop bronze grade. Monster Ranch Silver Grade 3rd Lord Talent. Very good. Juju looked exhilarated. He then opened the details of that talent. Lord Talent, Monster Ranch Silver Level, Monster Ranch. Your territory has mastered the method of establishing a special building. The Monster Ranch. When you place a type of mist monster in the Monster Ranch. The Monster Ranch will absorb scarlet mist in the evening and breed a varying number of mist monsters of the same race on the second day. When Juju saw it, he almost immediately thought of this use of the Lord's talent, raising desert mist lizards. Now the territory of the desert mist lizard leader had been completely cleared by him, also because of this. No desert mist lizard would be born in the scarlet mist at night in the future. It was because Zhao Changshu said that the two were in a relationship of glory and loss. The Scarlet Lord was gone. The scarlet mist wouldn't give birth to new desert mist lizards either, originally. He was worried about what to do with the sword and shield soldiers in the future. Now it's fine. He could completely use the Monster Ranch to captivate the desert mist lizards. Then every day, by killing the newborn desert mist lizards, they would steadily provide him with water, flesh, heart of mist, sword and shield soldiers, and promotion energy, thinking like this. It was simply perfect. Lord, my subordinate has something to report, right at this moment. Bai Yun's voice came from outside the door. What is it? Juju froze. There is a stranger race here, claiming to be a monster rancher or your lord. But my subordinate has never seen him before, so I came to the Lord's place, wanting to confirm his identity with Lord. Bai Yun said, Monster Rancher. Juju's complexion moved. He stood up, walked to the door and pushed it open to see Bai Yun standing in front of him. And not far behind Bai Yun stood a young man. He had an ordinary face, a strong body, and was wearing a short silver shirt with a pair of silver whips hanging from his waist. Making him look somewhat fierce, however, when he saw Juju, his expression was respectful to the extreme. Monster Ranch Lord Makutani, greetings, Lord. Juju looked at him. Personal information appeared. Lord Makutani Territory, Jeoyong City Life Occupation Name, Monster Rancher Occupation Class, Black Iron Upper Combat Occupation Name, Monster Priest Strength Class, Black Iron Upper. Ability Summary, the Rancher of the Monster Ranch, and a Monster Priest who specializes in battling misty monsters. Proficient in communicating, taming, and manipulating mist monsters, and has the chance to promote normal level mist monsters to elite level mist monsters or even chief level mist monsters. Skills: Special Building Monster Ranch, Mist Monster Communication, Black Iron Upper, Mist Monster Taming, Black Iron Upper, Mist Monster Manipulation, Black Iron Upper, Mist Monster Berserking, Black Iron Upper, Mist Monster Pacification, Black Iron Upper Loyalty, Deadly Loyalty Potential. Diamond Upper Juju's eyes lit up when he saw his opponent's ability description. Dual career talents, and the other party can not only build monster ranches, but also turn normal level mist monsters into elite level mist monsters or even chief level mist monsters. This was boosting a talent that could drop loot. He came back to his senses and said to Bai Yun, he is indeed one of our lords, but it's sort of just joined, so you haven't seen it before. So that's how it is. Bai Yun looked at Mugu and apologized. Sorry, I misunderstood you. That's okay. Mugu smiled faintly. Then he looked at Juju. Lord, the Monster Ranch is ready. Do you want to take a look? Go, Bai Yun. You come over as well and go with me to take a look. Juju said, Yes, Lord. Bai Yun nodded. The three of them then walked out of the Novice Lord's protective shield range. Just after walking out a distance of about 100 meters, they saw the entrance to a vast ranch appear in front of them. There was also a wooden plaque on top of that entrance, and the 4 big words Monster Ranch were written right on it. Building name Monster Ranch Building Level, Black Iron Superior / Special Building Effect 1, can breed 300 Black Iron level mist monsters of the same race by absorbing the scarlet mist at night. Building Effect 2. The Monster Ranch can be upgraded as the territory is upgraded. After the upgrade, the Monster Rancher's realm ability will be upgraded along with the number of mist monsters that can be bred in the Monster Ranch. Building range, 2000 MX 2000 M, current mist monster race, not yet. Placed current daily mist monster numbers, 300 building upgrade, upgraded with territory upgrade. Hint, this building cannot breed monsters with top bloodlines such as dragons, titans, angels, elves, fairies, divine descendants, etc. Building description, only monsters are bred here, Juju test. This special building could actually be upgraded. It was worthy of being a Silver Lord talent, Monster Ranch. What does this mean? Bai Yun's eyes were blank. Juju thought about it and told her what this building did. Bai Yun had a question mark on her face after hearing it. It was so hard to wipe out the desert mist lizard that it was about to go extinct. Why are you breeding desert mist lizards instead? Lord, Juju then told the other party what he had thought about the idea of obtaining stable loot every day through monster ranches. Bai Yun heard this and then it dawned on him. In this way, the desert mist lizard can become our stable source of water. Meat, source of sword and shield soldiers, source of heart of mist, and source of promotion energy. It can be called a 1-2 punch. That's why I want to protect the desert mist lizards and even breed them. There are probably only a few desert mist lizards left in the entire Pride Sun Desert now. It can't continue to be killed. After you guys have rested, go catch 1 or 2 of them and come back, then put them in the monster ranch for breeding purposes. From now on, as long as the desert mist lizards in the Pride Sun Desert don't flood the area and don't actively attack us. Try not to hunt them. Treat them as protective monsters. If they come up and seek death on their own, then whatever, Juju said seriously. Bai Yun, understood, Lord. She was about to leave and prepare to catch 2 desert mist lizards back. Juju seemed to remember something else. If you see a black-tailed mist scorpion, you can also catch 1 back. When the second monster ranch is established, we can also put the black-tailed mist scorpion in there. But we've never actively attacked black-tailed mist scorpions. There should still be a lot more of them. Right, Bai Yun said blankly. Protect them in advance first. Juju waved his hand. Bai Yun left. Juju once again opened Makutani's personal information to see what materials were needed to build a monster ranch. Occupational skill name, special building monster ranch skill grade, black iron superior / special skill description, special building construction skill. Derived from the Silver Lord talent monster ranch, it allows you to build a monster ranch dedicated to breeding monsters. Building materials, 3 0 units of wood, 3 0 units of fine sand, 3 0 units of metal, 3 0 units of stone, 1 0 black iron grade hearts of mist. 1 source crystal. Juju frowned slightly. The other materials were fine, but a material like source crystal. He had never seen it before, but he had heard of this material a long time ago in the Lord's personal information. Source crystals had long been listed as a resource phrase in the personal information. From this, it could be seen. It was also an extremely important resource for Lords Makia. Do you know where source crystals come from? Juju asked Makgu directly. Subordinate knows. The source of source crystals is extremely rare. Usually only regional level Scarlet Lords, and some of the normal Scarlet Lords will pop them out. Some special monsters will occasionally pop out source crystals. Mugu said, regional level Scarlet Lords, what is that? Juju was stunned. A regional grade Scarlet Lord is a Scarlet Lord that occupies an entire regional grade territory. In any region level territory without a lord, there will be a region level Scarlet Lord who exists and rules the area. For example, this Pride Sun Desert that Lord is in, it should be ruled by a regional grade Scarlet Lord. Mugu said. Juju froze when he said that. Juju remembered something. When he saw the profile of the Desert Mist Lizard Chief earlier, he did find that it stated that it was one of the 3 major Scarlet Lords of the Pride Sun Desert. In other words, one of the other 2 Scarlet Lords was the regional level Scarlet Lord that Mugu was talking about. Juju was pondering. A moment later, He came back to his senses. With your current ability, how many monster ranches can you manage at the same time? He asked again. My subordinate is currently able to manage 3 monster ranches at the Black Iron upper level. Makutani respectfully said. Juju nodded his head. He then chatted with Mugu for a while before returning to the Lord's cabin. Inside the living room, if I want to develop well in the Pride Sun Desert, these 2 Scarlet Lords are a difficult hurdle that I can't get around. Also, I don't know if there are any other alien lords in the Pride Sun Desert, or even Blue Star Lords. Want to develop well in the coming days, I need to have a complete understanding of the Proud Sun Desert to do so. Juju pondered. Soon, he had a rough idea. He then didn't think much and took the supreme treasure chest that was rewarded by the all-channel announcement and then directly opened it. A yellowish-brown ring that was like a crown lay quietly inside. Juju picked it up. A text message appeared. Equipment name, Sand Emperor Space Ring Equipment Grade, Special Equipment Effect 1, Summon Sand Soldier, manipulate the energy of sand to manifest a sand soldier equal to one's own realm of strength. The sand soldier possesses unrivaled loyalty, great combat power, and simple intelligence, and is capable of carrying out simple commands from the ring's owner. Illusory soldier type, lance soldier, archery soldier, sword and shield soldier, crossbow soldier, cavalry soldier, plain sword soldier. Equipment effect 2, 500 cubic meters of storage space. Description: once the storage ring of the Emperor of Sand. Then the other party attempted to replace the sun, and eventually fell under the sun. Remarks: currently bound to the Lord of the Pride of the Sun. Juju's eyes lit up. This equipment was good. Not only could it summon soldiers of sand, what Juju valued most was the 500 cubic meters of storage space. As a traveler, he had lived until now and finally had a space ring. In the future, when he went out to battle, he wouldn't have to carry a big bag that was so troublesome. Juju happily put the space ring on his hand. He then immediately sensed that the ring had a vast spherical space that was 500 cubic meters in size. At the same time, he also sensed that there was a skill imprint engraved in the ring. Juju's mind moved. The energy in his body surged towards this skill mark. At the same time, Emperor of Sand's spatial ring began to continuously gush out faint yellow sand rays. These yellow sand rays quickly coalesced and took shape in front of him, and in less than a second or two, it formed a cavalry of sand wearing gorgeous yellow sand armor, holding a lance and riding a sand horse. Immediately after it appeared, it kneeled on the ground, wordlessly exercising the highest etiquette of reverence to Juju. Juju looked at it in amazement. Summoner name, Cavalry of Sand Soldier type, Cavalry power level, Black Iron superior ability summary, a soldier of sand summoned by the Sand Emperor's spatial ring. With 10 years of experience in cavalry combat, and a sandy ability that can be described as undead, it is the perfect candidate for a personal guard. Skills: Black Iron Superior Cavalry, Black Iron Superior Cavalry Gunnery. Sand Body, Sand Recovery, Sand Diving Loyalty, Diehard Potential. Juju looked at the Sand Cavalry soldier in front of him and tesked. He then sensed the consumption in his body. Summoning a cavalry of sand consumes roughly 30% of my energy. The other troop types should be similar. Then I can summon up to 3 soldiers of sand at once. Juju was very satisfied. 3 soldiers of sand combined with the sand transformation ability was enough to be comparable to 10 human soldiers of the Black Iron upper level. It was enough to protect his personal safety. The rewards of this supreme treasure chest did not disappoint him every time. Juju's mind moved. This cavalry of sand instantly disintegrated into countless sand energy and quickly dissipated into the air. Afterward, he opened the exchange and set up a trade to acquire the Blood Eye manufacturing materials with another 2,000 units of Black Iron Inferior Desert Mist Lizard Flesh and Blood, and then walked out of the Lord's chalet to the Gnome Alchemy Workshop. Just as he entered, he saw Ashburn assembling a mechanical land bird with his 4 apprentices, and they quickly saw Juju, who came in,
Greetings, Lord, X5, how's the rest? Juju nodded his head and then looked at Ashburn.
Subordinate has rested completely. Also, congratulations to Lord for winning a big victory in your first crusade against the Scarlet Lords. Ashburn laughed. He looked radiant in his eyes and moved vigorously, looking like he had indeed rested well. Your potion played a big role. If it wasn't for your life potion, we would have lost quite a few people this time, even if we could win. Juju shook his head. That is the responsibility that my subordinates should fulfill. Ashburn bowed gracefully. Juju smiled. This time I came. I have something I want to tell you. Ashburn immediately looked like he understood, then told his 4 apprentices to leave the studio first, closing the door in the process. Please, Lord. Ashburn said seriously, it's not a big deal. It's that I've obtained another alchemy potion recipe, so when the ingredients arrive, you create some and take a look. Juju handed the alchemy potion recipe for the Eye of Blood to Ashburn. Ashburn tusked and took it, although he already knew about Lord's big red hand. But for his own building, effects to be utilized by Lord in such a way as to obtain 2 alchemy potion recipes in just 2 days was something he had not expected at all. Very practical alchemy potions as well. Ashburn was surprised. Juju nodded. Also, I have another thing to tell you. Recently, I'm planning to form a scout soldier squad that specializes in exploring intelligence on the territory's surroundings, including the area where the mist monsters are located, the resource areas, the terrain everywhere, and so on. That's why a batch of mechanical land birds are needed as a means of transportation. You can make mainly mechanical land birds from now on. Just make some of the other potions in small quantities. Can you make 20 mechanical land birds per day? I need 100 frames to be enough for now, Juju asked. Totally fine. Now my subordinate has these 4 apprentices. Although their craftsmanship is still slightly rusty, but it's still no problem for my subordinate to make 3 dozen mechanical land birds a day. Within 3 days, my subordinate will definitely be able to make 100 mechanical land birds, Ashburn said. Tell me if you need anything. Juju trusted Ashburn very much, and after saying that, he turned around and left. More than half an hour later, Bai Yun returned. After Juju learned the news, he immediately walked out of the room and found Bai Yun. However, the situation on her side was a bit bad. Only a black iron intermediate sword and shield soldier with a black and purple face was unconscious on a small, simple wooden cart. Bai Yun and the girls were gathered around in a hurry, but they couldn't do anything about the situation. Lord is here. Quickly make way for Lord. Lord must have a way to save Brother Zhang. Some soldiers were immediately excited to see Juju coming, and then quickly made way for Juju. Juju quickly walked over and arrived in front of the poisoned man. Lord. It was my subordinate's carelessness. In the process of capturing the black-tailed Miss Scorpion, we were accidentally sneak attacked by the black-tailed Miss Scorpion hidden under the sand. Although we ended up killing all of the black-tailed Miss Scorpions, but this brother was still accidentally poisoned by a black iron lower grade black-tailed Miss Scorpion during the battle. Although I gave him some emergency treatment and suppressed the poison in his body, but there was still no way to detoxify him, and he fell unconscious halfway through. Please, Lord, punish me. Bai Yun had a face of shame. Poisoned? Juju didn't talk nonsense. He took out the black iron inferior antidote potion he had gotten earlier, opened the cork, and directly poured a whole bottle into the poisoned soldier's mouth. The next second, the other party's taut face soothed at a speed visible to the naked eye, while his black and purple face gradually changed back to normal skin color. Soon, the other party's face returned to normal and opened his eyes with a blank expression. Seeing this, Juju opened the other party's personal information. It was found that his status had returned to normal. All right, it's okay. He's awake. Lord is worthy of being Lord. I told you that Lord would have a solution. The soldiers were surprised. Bai Yun was also relieved to see this scene. However, she was also even more afraid to look Juju in the eyes. Blame yourself for what? It's obvious that the black-tailed mist scorpion's attack methods are indefensible.
It's normal for you guys to accidentally fall for it. Just be careful next time. Zhu looked at Bai Yun and shook his head. The black-tailed mist scorpion is proficient in sneak attacks underground, so it's hard for us to detect it in advance.
Bai Yun said powerlessly, discover in advance, why would she not want to? Zhu also frowned slightly.
Bai Yun was also right, however, if he shied away from the area where the black-tailed mist scorpion was located just because of this.
How could he be willing to do so in the future? It would be impossible for him to avoid the black-tailed mist scorpion's area of existence in his territorial expansion.
Moreover, the toxicity of this black-tailed mist scorpion was a bit unexpectedly strong. A black iron lower grade black-tailed mist scorpion actually almost poisoned a black iron intermediate grade sword and shield soldier to death.
Right at this moment, Zhu suddenly thought of an item. You come with me, he said. Bai Yun was stunned and then nodded. The two of them then went to the gnome alchemy workshop and found Yashiborn. Can the Eye of Blood see the hidden mist monsters underground? Zhu asked directly. Bai Yun froze, then his eyes lit up. As long as that mist monster isn't hidden underground below 10 meters. The Eyes of Blood can even spot it. Ashburn replied, the black-tailed mist scorpion wouldn't hide that deep. Otherwise, it would take them a while just to jump out from 10 meters below the ground, and the commotion would be too great. My subordinate estimates that they should be around 3 to 5 meters deep underground, Bai Yun said excitedly.
That's no problem at all. Ashburn nodded with a smile. After saying that, he turned around and walked to the workbench and took 3 blood red potion bottles before returning to Zhu and the others.
My subordinate has just mastered the refining method of this Eye of Blood. I couldn't help but have an itchy hand to refine 3 bottles.
This potion is very simple to refine. My subordinate can refine about 10 bottles in an hour. Lord and Lady White can take them now if they feel the need.
Just find me to refine it again if it's not enough. Ashburn laughed. Thank you. Bai Yun thanked MS. Bai is polite. It's all for Lord. Ashburn laughed. Bai Yun looked at Zhu with burning eyes.
Zhu touched his nose and didn't say anything, and after receiving the Eye of Blood potion, he led her out of the gnome alchemy workshop.
You want to avenge your poisoned brother? Zhu asked directly after coming out. Wherever the Lord tells my subordinate to go.
My subordinate will go, Bai Yun respectfully said. It's fine. I also have the idea of attacking the black-tailed mist scorpion territory. But before we do that, we need to understand the black-tailed mist scorpion's living range of activities and their exact numbers.
There is a saying circulating in my hometown. Know your enemy and know yourself before you can fight 100 battles.
Zhu said, subordinate understands. Bai Yun also calmed down. Zhu nodded his head. He then told her about the scouting soldier squad to be formed.
Right now, there are 9 idle mechanical land birds in the territory. You go ahead and pick out 9 soldiers who are flexible in their minds, and let them master the driving method of the mechanical land birds first.
Then you can take them to explore the intelligence of the black-tailed mist scorpion territory first. As long as we figure out the enemy's intelligence and our side can defeat them, I can immediately lead you and destroy this group of black-tailed mist scorpions.
Zhu said seriously, yes, Lord, subordinate will go find someone right now, Bai Yun said excitedly. She then left with the 3 bottles of Eye of Blood potion that Zhu had given her. Zhu watched the other party leave and had nothing to worry about in his heart. There was the Eye of Blood. Even monsters hidden underground could not escape their observation, coupled with the extremely fast mechanical land birds.
As long as Bai Yun and the girls didn't intentionally slam into the monsters' faces, it would be difficult for them to encounter danger. I also wonder if there's a Scarlet Lord behind the black-tailed mist scorpion. Zhu mused. Lord.
My subordinate has something to report. Zhao Changshu walked over at some point. There is no need to be polite.
Elder Zhao, say yes directly if you have something. Zhu politely said he still had great respect for old people.
Especially those with talent, manners must not be abolished. Zhao Changshu seemed to pay close attention to this and then said, Lord.
The medical center has been completed. The warehouse, I am also overseeing the construction. It is estimated that it will be completed tonight. For the residential area, I left it to Shandu. He has fully grasped the folk dwelling drawings that Lord called to him, and has already built 2 folk dwellings. He shouldn't have any problems with the construction of the remaining dwellings as well.
Zhu's eyes lit up. The medical center was built. A medical hall could be too important for stabilizing the loyalty of the lords, and the importance to the injured military casualties was needless to say. It could greatly reduce their casualties.
The 2 of them then arrived in front of the newly built medical center. This medical center was not large.
It was just a two-story white ordinary building with a banner of the word medical floating in the wind. Zhu looked at it. A text prompt appeared. Building name, medical center territory level, black iron intermediate building function, territory basic building.
When occupied by a physician, it can research and sell medicines as well as treat patients, and can slightly increase the loyalty of the territory's citizens. Note 1. This building can be upgraded by higher quality drawings, but needs to be supplemented with the appropriate materials. Note 2. The level of researching medicines and treating patients,
the economic benefits of selling medicines,
and the magnitude of the increase in the loyalty of the lords depend on the level of the medical center and the life profession level of the resident physician. Building description: I would rather have 3 feet of dust in the medicine cabinet, but I wish there were no patients in the world, because within our territory, the current highest level physician, Zhang Qianjing, is a black iron intermediate physician. That's why my subordinate established this black iron intermediate medical center. When physician Zhang's career level rises in the future, or if a higher ranked physician comes to the territory, my subordinate will upgrade this building himself, or just build a higher grade medical center building.
Lord doesn't need to worry about the higher grade drawings, as long as we don't build a building that exceeds the platinum intermediate level.
The drawings aspect is not needed at all. With enough resources and manpower, my subordinate can just build it. Zhao Changshu said confidently. Zhu nodded his head. His heart was very satisfied. Having a senior architect by his side was saving money and trouble. After that, Zhu went to see the 2 residences that Shandu had built. It had to be said, although Qiandu was an architect from the wild. However, with the help of the drawings and Zhao Changs's guidance, the dwellings that were built were still quite standard. A dwelling could house up to 4 people, although it was a building that could not be upgraded. The good thing was that it required less resources to build more. As long as Zhu's territory was large enough, there was still no problem for everyone to have a residence. On the other side, Bai Yun quickly found 9 suitable candidates and began to teach them how to pilot the mechanical land bird.
The learning difficulty of the mechanical land bird was not high, coupled with the fact that these 9 people were flexible. In less than an hour's time, they were all proficient in driving the mechanical land bird. After that, Bai Yun told them the precautions to take before leading them to drive the mechanical land bird out of the territory. Time passed, night gradually descended. Before the scarlet mist appeared, Bai Yun and the girls finally returned safely, and they also brought back the results of their intelligence scouting. Inside the Lord's cabin, parlor. Lord, we've found the black-tailed mist scorpion's lair. They are located roughly 25 kilometers southwest of Pride Sun City.
The number is roughly more than 400, and my subordinate and the others have discovered that there is also a bronze superior black-tailed mist scorpion leader among them,
who is also a scarlet lord. Bai Yun, who had just returned, reported, there really is a scarlet lord. Zhu's complexion also became serious, but there was no fear. A bronze superior scarlet lord was just a bronze superior scarlet lord. Facing his bronze superior lava dragon Nesario, as usual, it was still not enough to look at. The pureblood dragons were the dominant race among the races of the worlds.
With what Nesario was capable of now,
Even if it was allowed to face a silver-level Scarlet Lord, it could possibly not lose, and even have a high degree of certainty that it would kill it. "Did you guys run into any trouble?" Juju asked. "No, with the Blood's Eye potion in place, plus the mechanical land bird given to us by Lord, we can both spot monsters hidden in the surroundings in advance, and can also utilize our super high movement speed to avoid them, this afternoon today. Although my subordinate and the others have encountered monsters many times, and have even been chased by many of them, none of them have been able to catch up to us." As soon as this was said, Bai Yun was excited to the extreme. The experience of using the mechanical land bird plus eye of blood felt extremely good. It was the first time she had felt this marvelous feeling of passing through all the monsters, and only the monsters did not touch her. Juju nodded. He was also a bit marvelous in his heart. "I didn't expect the effect of this eye of blood to work so well. If we take on this group of guys, how many chances do you think we have of winning?" Juju asked. The black-tailed mist scorpion's biggest threat is its toxicity and its sneak attack ability. There's no need to worry about the sneak attack ability with the Eye of Blood potion in place. The toxicity issue, as long as Lord still has that antidote potion, that's not a problem either. As long as these two threats can be resolved, my subordinate feels that we can have an 80% chance of victory. If we can also resolve that bronze superior black-tailed mist scorpion leader, my subordinate feels that we would even have a 10% chance of winning. Bai Yun said after thinking seriously, "Then make your preparations tomorrow. We'll go and take care of this group of black-tailed mist scorpions and their scarlet lords." Bai Yun was dead loyal to herself. It was impossible for her to deceive herself. Therefore Juju did not hesitate after hearing the other party's judgment and directly made a decision. "Subordinate obeys," Bai Yun respectfully said. "There is one more thing. I've already recruited another 36 black iron lower grade sword and shield soldiers using the newly obtained sword and shield soldier recruitment book. They are now at the residential house. When you go back, by the way, receive them all into the ranks." Juju said. This battle with the Desert Mist Lizard leader during the day, they had killed a total of 212 Desert Mist Lizards. Among them were 178 Black Iron Inferior Desert Mist Lizards, 27 Black Iron Intermediate Desert Mist Lizards, 6 Black Iron Upper Desert Mist Lizard Elites, and 1 Bronze Inferior Desert Mist Lizard Leader, in addition to the previously stated harvests. He also harvested 512 Black Iron Grade Mist Hearts, 16 Bronze Grade Mist Hearts, 5,240 units of blood and flesh Black Iron Lower, Middle and Upper, 100 units of Bronze Lower Grade blood and flesh, a total of 597 kg of water bags, 222 copies of the unranked sword and shield soldier transfer certificate, 36 recruitment books for sword and shield soldiers, all of which have now been turned into 36 sword and shield soldiers, 6 books of Black Iron Upper Grade Sand Diving Technique. Also, this battle had cost him 12 soldiers, but it also brought the number of Black Iron Upper Grade Soldier professionists under his command to 40. Black Iron Intermediate Soldier type professionals came to 122. The strength could be said to have increased rather than decreased. "Yes, Lord," Bai Yun nodded. The two then chatted for a while before Bai Yun left. Night, the scarlet mists descended quietly. The heaven and earth were strewn with scarlet eerie mists that were daunting to look at, in front of the novice Lord Protection Shield. Juju stood inside the protective shield and looked at the peaceful and quiet scarlet mists outside, and was a bit uncomfortable for a while. There really isn't a new mist monster being born yet. Forget it. If it's gone, it's gone. Just in time for the soldiers to get a good night's sleep. Otherwise, it's not good for them to fight monsters all night every day and go out to conquer during the day as well. And I already have a monster ranch now too. Even if no new mist monsters are born at night, I won't lose much. Juju thought. He looked in the direction of the monster ranch, and after hesitating for a long time,
He returned to the Lord's cabin and brought Nesario out, then stepped out of the protection of the novice Lord's protective shield and walked in the direction of the monster ranch. So cold, the scarlet mists surrounded his body, and they seemed to have a sense, as if they were desperately trying to burrow into Juju's body. Juju felt a bone-chilling chill, his mind moved, the energy in his body immediately revolved. It was only then that this bone-chilling feeling gradually disappeared. Soon he arrived here at the monster ranch. Juju entered through the gate and soon saw Makgu in the center of the ranch. Makgu also saw Juju. "Greetings, Lord. Makgu was a little surprised. After hesitating, he said, Lord. Forgive the rudeness of what my subordinate said next. The scarlet mist is incomparably bizarre, and it reaches its full strength even more so at night. So it's better for Lord to be cautious about going out at this time of the year. It's fine. Didn't I bring it out with me?" Juju pointed to the curious baby Nesario who was looking around in front of him. The tension on Makga's face was much less when he saw Nesario. It was my subordinate who was talkative. Juju told him that there was no need to be formal, and then looked at a small enclosure next to him. This small enclosure was only about 20 square meters in area, and inside lay a black iron upper-level desert mist lizard elite. It was the one that Bai Yun and the others had captured during the day. They had also captured a black-tailed mist scorpion of the lower black iron level. However, since there was no second monster ranch, its limbs and tail were temporarily chopped off and tied up. "How does the monster ranch work?" Juju retracted his gaze and asked curiously. Lord might as well wait for a while." "Y'all know then," Makutani laughed. Juju nodded his head. A few moments later, Juju, who was bored, suddenly saw a scarlet mist fall from the sky and rush straight into this black iron superior desert mist lizard elite. The desert mist lizard elite's body trembled, and then its lower body shook as a scarlet stream of light shot out and landed in the large enclosure, outside the small enclosure, in the blink of an eye. Turning into a black iron lower-grade desert mist lizard, it looked around blankly, then climbed up on its own. Soon it saw Juju and Mugu. This desert mist lizard immediately roared, and then charged at them aggressively. Juju just wanted to control it with mental manipulation. The next second, Mugu rushed over with great speed and reached out to touch its head. This desert mist lizard just suddenly quieted down. Juju possessed the primary spiritual potential talent. Therefore, when Makgu touched its head, he could sense that the subordinate seemed to have released a spiritual power that had the ability to pacify it. Is this the unique ability of a monster rancher? Juju tesked. In the hour's time that followed, more than 100 more black iron lower-grade desert mist lizards were bred. However, they were all black iron lower-grade ordinary desert mist lizards. At this rate of birth, the monster ranch can create more than 0.000 desert mist lizards in one night at least. "Can it be carried here?" Juju asked. "It's true that it can't carry it. That's why my subordinate will have them fight amongst themselves and devour each other. This will not only reduce their numbers, but also allow for the birth of elite-level monsters, chief-level monsters, and even lord-level mist monsters amongst them, but not scarlet lords, but monsters that only have lord-level strength." "But no scarlet lord bits," Mugu said. Juju nodded indistinctly, so this was how high-level monsters were born. "Why can't a scarlet lord be born?" he asked. "Because Lord Scarlet's monster ranch originates from the Lord's gift and is sheltered by the Supreme Will. So the Supreme will won't allow Lord Scarlet to invade this place. The Lord of Scarlet can't descend. So there's naturally no way for a Lord of Scarlet to be born here," Mugu said. Juju sniffed with some pity. "If this could artificially create scarlet lords, then he shall not be overjoyed. After that, he stopped staying and returned to Pride Sun City with Nesario." The next day, Juju woke up in a daze. As soon as he opened his eyes, he realized that Nesario was licking his face. Go. Juju smoothly stuffed it with a mouthful of black iron-grade heart of mist and sent it off to the side. He tried to go back to sleep and then realized he couldn't sleep, but he just didn't get up. Instead, he laid on the bed
and opened the world channel to dive in for a while. Juju then saw a large number of Lord's speeches appear on the world channel. And at the very top of the world channel, there was a line of never before seen blood, read all channel announcements at the top. Blue star, all channel Lord's announcement. There are still 3 days left before the novice Lord's test. Please work hard to develop within the remaining 3 days, or you will be wiped out by the mist monsters. Reminder, Lords who pass the novice Lord's test will receive a test reward. The better the performance, the richer the rewards. The Lords with the best performance will receive the highest rewards from the Supreme Will himself. Please work hard and seize this opportunity. Current countdown 95H 32M 46 is. Juju raised an eyebrow. Juju pondered while looking at the Lord's opinions on this channel-wide announcement. I thought the novice Lord test was a mere test. I didn't realize that it would actually give rewards. This Lord has a gold-level Lord talent. He will definitely stand out in this test, Lord Jiao Lord Dragon Lady. Lord Shura, Lord Undead, and all of these top lords haven't even spoken yet, so what are you screaming about? A lord who only has a gold-level Lord talent. It's not like I'm trying to compare myself to those perverts. With my gold-level Lord talent, it's still fine to eat some soup that the big boys don't want, right? Even though I don't have a Lord talent, I want to compete for it. The supreme reward is mine, Yin Tian Zai. My Falcon Corps is ready for the test at any time. I've only summoned out 6 troop professions in these 4 days. Do you guys think I can pass this novice Lord test? Those who think they can't pass, find a way back before it's too late. If you really can't give up your Lord status and find a local power to be an ordinary person, it's not that my brother is saying this to hit you all. It's really that your life is the most important thing. Do you all think it's not the right thing to do? Little brother's heart is moved. There does seem to be a native force near my territory, a bunch of cowards. Real men should take this test as their chance. The test hasn't even come yet, and they want to run away. Not everyone has a heart to fight for supremacy. That's right. Who wants to be a lord? I was dragged here by force. Okay, whether it's a dragon or a worm depends on this novice lord test. The World Channel showed all sorts of human behavior. There were people who were eager to move, people who were wavering, and people who were already thinking of backing out. But more lords were still full of ambition and anticipation for this novice lord's test. Juju was no exception. I'm sitting on a legendary lord talent. There's no reason why I shouldn't compete for this supreme reward. But I can't underestimate other lords either. My lord talent is still relatively late, the later it gets. The stronger my lord talent will become, there might just be other lords with lordship talents that are able to gain an even greater advantage over me right now. In these last 3 days or so, I can't slack off. I have to go even more all out to build up my strength, so that I can have a chance to receive the supreme rewards in the Novice Lord's test in 7 days. Juju was very calm. It wasn't bewildered by the achievements and fame he had achieved over the past 3 days. He was also not in the mood to continue sleeping, so he simply got up and walked out of the Lord's cabin. Bai Yun and the girls had gotten up a long time ago and were having breakfast at this time. Juju simply washed up and joined in. After eating, the crowd rested for a while, preparing for cleaning up the desert mist lizards in the monster ranch afterward. Juju, on the other hand, went to the summoning gate and prepared to summon the 4th day's lords. A golden text prompt appeared. Hint, is it summoned immediately? Yes, Juju immediately said. The next second, the summoning door suddenly lit up with white light, followed by 12 people walking out from within. Greetings, Lord. These 12 new lords immediately said respectfully when they saw Juju. Welcome to Proud Sun City, Juju said the usual. He then began to check out the attributes of these 12 new lords. These 12 lords were 6 men and 6 women. 10 of them were ordinary people who did not have any professions on their side. For the other 2, one of them was a black iron intermediate female chef, the other was a draftsman. It was a boy, only 15 years old in size, with a clean and boyish look, but with rather resolute eyes. Citizen, Wutu Territory, Jiaoyang City Lifestyle Occupation, Cartographer Occupation Level, Black Iron Intermediate Ability Summary, possessing the talent of picture memory since he was young boy. He was able to record the scenery he saw in a complete and vivid manner with a paintbrush. And later on, he took the initiative to join the army for the sake of his family's livelihood and became a military cartographer, specializing in drawing all kinds of terrain distribution, natural resource gathering points, the direction of mountains and rivers, and the range of monster territories, skills, talent picture memory, Black Iron Intermediate Cartography Technique, Black Iron Intermediate Terrain Recognition, Black Iron Intermediate Monster Recognition, Black Iron Intermediate Medicinal Herb Recognition, Black Iron Intermediate Mineral Recognition, Black Iron Lower Level Map Maple Leaf Town, Black Iron Lower Level Map Fish Springs Town, Black Iron Intermediate Map Rocky Mountain Go By, Black Iron Intermediate Map Dark Crow Forest Loyalty, 75 Potential. Gold Upper Juju was a little surprised. It was the first time he had seen a human lord with a talent in his skill. It should be a personal unique talent, not a racial talent like primary spiritual potential, and this person's potential was also somewhat high. Surprisingly, it was a gold upper level, almost a top human potential talent. What surprised Juju the most was, this child was obviously not very old, but the skills he had mastered were surprisingly numerous among the people he knew. It was second only to Zhao Chang Shu Zhao Lao. Putting away the surprise in his heart, Juju began to distribute the men. For 4 of the men, Juju would use the 4 copies of the Poison Crossbow Soldier transformation proof that he had gotten earlier to convert them into the primary soldier type Poison Crossbow Soldier. The other 2 men, Juju arranged for Zhao Changshu and the others. Right now, Zhao Changshu and his men were constructing new buildings every day. But there was such a lack of manpower that Zhao Changshu, an old man, sometimes had to personally take on the job of building the walls with mud. Although the soldiers could help them out some in their free time, but after all, their main occupation was still going out to conquer monsters. So, it was impossible for them to do construction work all day long, so assigning Zhao Changshu and Kayan due to specialized construction manpower was still necessary. As for the remaining 4 female territorismen, Juju, along with the Black Iron Intermediate female chef, assigned them to Mr. and Mrs. Qin Guang to help them cook. There were more than 600 people in the territory now. To feed so many people every day, it would not be enough to rely on Mr. and Mrs. Qin Guang alone. It was better to have more people to help. Finally, Juju looked at Wu Tu. Wu Tu was after all a small child, and under Juju's gaze, he quickly became a little apprehensive. "There's no need to be afraid of me. It's not like I won't eat you. You go to the gnome alchemy workshop in a while and ask the workshop master there, Ashburn, to request a mechanical land bird. After you get it, you first familiarize yourself with it. After fully mastering the piloting method, y'all follow my scout soldier squad and go out to explore the environmental intelligence around the territory, and then draw a corresponding map and hand it over to me. This task is important. Can you do it?" Juju pondered for a moment before saying, I did this kind of thing in the military, and am already familiar with it," Wu Tu said with some confidence. "Good, this lord likes it when you are confident, since you are so confident, as long as you do it to my satisfaction. This lord will entrust you with a heavy responsibility and make you the vice captain of my scout soldier squad." "How about it?" Juju said seriously. This Wu Tu would take the initiative to join the army to serve because of his family's livelihood. Juju believed that he wasn't the type of bare child who didn't know anything, so he did not look down on the other party because of his young age. So he wanted to give it a try and give this kid a chance. It was only the vice captain anyway. The main captain and the other soldiers could also watch him and prevent him from doing anything wrong.
Wu Tu's eyes couldn't help but glow after hearing Juju's words. He was young because of his age, in the past when he was in the military. Even if he had learned more and mastered more skills, he had not gained much trust from the soldiers. He didn't expect that after he came here, this lord actually came up and trusted him so much. Lord seemed to be different from the others. This thought appeared in the teenager's mind. He then nodded his head vigorously. I will definitely become a vice captain. The Lord in front of him smiled, rubbed his hair, and turned to leave. Your Lord Wu Tu's loyalty has increased to 87. Juju, who was walking on the road, suddenly saw this prompt. He was stunned for a moment. It was followed by a slight smile. Half an hour later, the soldiers finished resting. Juju gathered everyone together and called Nasario before heading to the monster ranch together. In front of the monster ranch, incredible, is this still the monster ranch I saw yesterday? I saw desert mist lizard elites. So many desert mist lizard elites. The soldiers looked at the monster ranch in front of them in surprise. In just one night's time, the monster ranch had completely changed, unlike the empty monster ranch that the soldiers saw yesterday. At this moment, the monster pasture in front of them was filled with small and large desert mist lizards. There were ordinary level 1s and elite level 1s. What surprised the crowd the most was that, at this time, they all did not have the ferocious appearance of the past days. One head of desert mist lizard was either crawling slowly or lying lazily. It was as if it was a domestic animal that had already been domesticated. This big brother Mu is truly marvelous. To actually be able to turn them into this, Bai Yun was amazed. Juju was also a bit surprised. However, he had already prepared his heart, so his expression did not change. Lord. Mugu walked out from the pasture and respectfully said, How were the results this night? Juju asked. This night's results are quite normal. My subordinate left behind a total of 500 heads of desert mist lizards at the upper limit. Among them, 256 black iron inferior desert mist lizards, 220 black iron intermediate desert mist lizards, and 24 black iron upper desert mist lizard elites. It's a pity that the monster ranch hasn't reached the bronze level yet. Otherwise, my subordinate could have created alpha or even lord level desert mist lizards, Mugu said. Juju's eyes flashed with excitement at the words, which was 500 scalp desert mist lizards in his eyes. This was clearly 520 sword and shield soldier transfer certificates and 244 sword and shield soldier recruitment books. Juju didn't care about what Mugu said later. Sooner or later, they would be upgraded. Mugu, you release them in batches. Then Bai Yun, you take the soldiers and finish them off one by one. Juju said, Yes. X2 Mugu and Bai Yun said in unison, Lord, today is the first day of the opening of the monster ranch. Significant. Why don't you select the first batch of desert mist lizards that come out to die? Makutani asked. Okay. Juju thought for a moment and nodded. He walked to the side of the pasture fence and looked at the 500 desert mist lizards. And after looking at them for a while, he chose 10 of them that were lazily lying on the ground. These 10 desert mist lizards have been lying motionless on the ground for so long. It must be because they are depressed from seeing too many scenes of their kind fighting each other. This lord has decided to end their suffering. Just call them out and kill them first, Juju said. Desert mist lizard, I'm just so damn full of food that I don't want to move. Lord has a point. Makutani nodded seriously, then walked to the gate of the monster ranch, opened it, and used the monster ranch lord's ability to tell these 10 desert mist lizards to come out. Bai Yun looked at the soldiers behind him. Anyone who feels like they're about to break through, step forward and kill these desert fog lizards yourself. Don't think about taking advantage of the situation by fishing in troubled waters. I can tell what kind of strength realms you guys have. She looked at the crowd and said, Wow, more than 50 people stepped forward. They looked at each other and rushed towards these 10 desert mist lizards, finishing them off in less than 10 seconds. Soon, a soldier's face showed joy. Officer Bai, I broke through.
I broke through to a black iron intermediate sword and shield soldier. The others looked at him enviously. Go back to the team, Bai Yun nodded with a smile. The soldiers smiled foolishly and turned around to go back to the team. For an hour afterward, the crowd kept repeating this process to eliminate the desert mist lizards in the monster ranch. Juju was not idle either. He had people carry the corpses of the desert fog lizards over and extracted the loot himself on the side. After an hour or so, all 500 desert fog lizards were wiped out. The results were that 16 people broke through to the black iron intermediate level. 3 people broke through to the black iron upper level, and the earliest followers of himself, Zhang Kang and the other lord folk, even broke through to the bronze lower level. In addition to that, Juju's side also got 500 desert mist lizards as loot. 520 sword and shield soldier transfer certificates and 244 sword and shield soldier recruitment books had arrived. There were also 584 black iron grade mist hearts 320 units of blood and flesh black iron lower. Middle and upper, a total of 1,156 kg of water bags, 24 copies of the black iron upper level sand diving technique. Juju asked Bai Yun to call all the black iron upper and bronze lower soldiers over, then took out 44 copies of the sand diving technique from his spatial ring, and gave each of the 44 of them a copy. This was all the accumulation he had made during this period of time. Now it was all taken out. This is the black iron superior skill sand diving technique. It is considered a reward for your strength advancement in the future, after your strength is promoted to a higher level and you have made more achievements. This lord will not treat you poorly. In addition, later on, we will go to crush the Scarlet Lord's forces where the black-tailed mist scorpion is located. You guys should be able to use this sand diving technique, Juju said. Thank you, Lord, for the reward. The crowd was incredibly excited on the Supreme Continent because the monster burst rate was too low. Skill books were treasured treasures for the vast majority of professionals. Even Kingdom level forces had very strict jurisdiction over skill books. The adjective a skill of 1,000 gold was not wrong at all. Unexpectedly, Lord was actually so generous in rewarding them with skill books. At this moment, their loyalty to Juju increased even more. Juju also saw their loyalty boost prompt. However, he didn't say anything after that. He led the crowd back to Jiaoyang City and then came to the gate of summoning and threw in all 244 recruitment books for sword and shield soldiers that he had just obtained. A sword and shield soldier walked out of the gate of summoning like a tidal wave, under Bai Yun's guidance. They joined the ranks of soldiers. Juju's team of soldiers expanded at a speed visible to the naked eye. The soldiers who saw this scene were also overwhelmed with emotion. I also walked out of the summoning gate. I didn't expect to see others walk out of here today as well. Do you guys think that if there wasn't a desert mist lizard, I wouldn't have gotten acquainted with Lord and all my brothers and sisters? Fortunately, there is the desert mist lizard. Lord's red hand is also key, when you say it like that. I want to go to the monster ranch there in a while, and put a few notes of incense on the desert mist lizard. Together, although the desert mist lizard is a mortal enemy, it is also our regenerative parent. Why don't you come with a few female soldiers? A few moments later, all 244 sword and shield soldiers walked out of the summoning gate. Up to this point, the number of soldiers under Juju's command had suddenly reached a whopping 869. Let's do it again tomorrow. The number of soldiers under my command will then officially break through to 1,000. The flame of ambition burned in Juju's chest. A few moments later, the crowd had finished resting. Juju asked Ashburn for potions and then headed to the black-tailed mist scorpion's territory with the crowd of soldiers. Healer Zhang Kainjing, Nisario, and the mechanical land bird caravan. More than half an hour later, Juju led his subordinates to the vicinity of the black-tailed mist scorpion's territory. Only a lone lord's wooden house was seen on a large desert. Other than that, there was nothing. There wasn't even a shadow of a black tailed mist scorpion to be seen. However, Juju and the others were not surprised by this at all. Eye of blood smearing, Bai Yun said in a deep voice. Yes, the crowd said in unison. A full 50 bottles of Eye of blood potion were then passed around and used by 869 soldiers, each of them pouring out a little bit of the potion and then smearing it on the eyelids of their own eyes. After everyone had applied it once, there were still 5 bottles of potion left that were not used up. Juju also took out a bottle of the Eye of blood potion and poured out 1/20th of the amount before evenly applying it to the eyelids of his own eyes. After applying it, he quickly blinked his eyes. A miraculous scene happened. Only the scene in front of him gradually changed. A mass of red blood Kai in the shape of a black-tailed mist scorpion, hidden underneath the desert, gradually surfaced in his field of vision. They were densely encircling the surrounding desert below, with that lord's wooden house as the center. And there were more than 400 of them. Juju narrowed his eyes slightly. Prepare to attack. He ordered after observing for a moment. Yes, Lord, Bai Yun said respectfully. She then walked forward with 4 poison crossbow soldiers and an archery soldier. Then opened her bow and drew her arrows in unison, aiming at the 6 underground black-tailed mist scorpions closest to her side. Shoot, accompanied by Bai Yun's command. The 6 shot their arrows in unison. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The bows were like thunderbolt strings. 5 poisonous crossbow arrows and an iron arrow shot out like lightning, flying to their destinations in the blink of an eye, before shooting straight into the ground. Next second, a kill prompt appeared. Your Laird Bai Yun has killed the black iron intermediate black-tailed mist scorpion. Promotion energy +2, loot coalescence is complete. Your lord, Zhao Anmin, has killed the black iron lower level black-tailed mist scorpion. Promotion energy +1. Your lord Zhang Ziqing has killed the black iron lower level black-tailed mist scorpion. Promotion energy +1, along with 6 screams rang out of the 6 black-tailed mist scorpions that were targeted. 3 were killed immediately, and the other 3 were injured. When the black-tailed fog scorpions saw that they couldn't hide, they broke out of the ground and ran fast on their 8 legs, rushing towards Juju and the others. However, there were also many black-tailed mist scorpions that did not rush out from the ground, but instead traveled underground at a slower speed, sneaking towards Juju and the others. Kill with a roar. All the soldiers poured out and roared as they rushed towards this group of black-tailed mist scorpions. The poison crossbow soldiers and archery soldiers, on the other hand, stood in place, opening their bows and drawing their arrows to kill these charging black-tailed mist scorpions remotely. Watch out for the black-tailed mist scorpions underground. If any soldiers are caught underground by the black-tailed mist scorpions, soldiers who have mastered the sand diving technique, remember to utilize the skill to rescue them. Bai Yun said in a loud voice. She then immediately boarded the mechanical land bird and began to roam around the edge of the battlefield, utilizing the long-range attack advantage of the poison crossbow soldiers and the speed advantage of the mechanical land bird to begin killing these black-tailed mist scorpions one by one. At the same time, Juju at the back of the battlefield, through the Eye of Blood, suddenly noticed that there were 3 black iron superior black-tailed misty scorpion elites underground that were rapidly rushing towards his position. Nesario leaped forward. It didn't apply the Eye of Blood potion, though, but as a dragon race, it was born with powerful perception. These black-tailed mist scorpions hiding underground were clearly seen under its perception, and it could even sense how many hairs were on its body surface. Juju knew that it wanted to strike, but he gave in to stop it. Monsters below the bronze level. Unless they have threatened me, otherwise you don't have to make a move, Juju said. Don't use a bull's knife to kill a chicken. He made a thought. In the next second, the energy in his body surged rapidly into the Emperor of Sand's spatial ring on his right index finger. A faint yellow sand glow gradually surfaced on the surface of the ring before 3 black iron superior sand lance soldiers wearing gorgeous yellow sand armor and holding yellow sand lances coalesced in front of him.
They charged directly at these 3 black iron superior, black-tailed, mist scorpion elites under Jujuju's silent command. They were extremely fast and soon rushed to a place more than 20 meters away from the black-tailed mist scorpion elite. And then they were seen jumping high, holding their lances in their hands with the tips of the lances pointing downwards, and stabbing at the ground with all their might from the sky. Poof, 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 dull piercing sounds rang out. The lance's flush handle didn't enter. 2 black-tailed mist scorpion elites under the desert died on the spot. There was also a black-tailed mist scorpion elite that had no choice but to come out of the ground when it was injured. But as soon as it ventured out, it was killed by the 3 sand lance soldiers with headshots, after killing these 3 black-tailed mist scorpion elites. The 3 sand lance soldiers dragged their corpses back in front of Juju, and then stood guard motionlessly. Juju looked towards the corpses of these 3 black-tailed mist scorpion elites. Item name, black-tailed mist scorpion elite item level, black iron upper item effect, contains yet to be extracted loot. Item description, a mist monster that was slain by the Lord of the Prideful Sun. Hint, after 1 hour. The corpse will be transformed into misty breath and will be reborn at some point in the future. Loot explosion rate, 8 black iron grade mist hearts explosion rate, 100%. 1 unit tilde 100 units of black iron inferior black-tailed mist scorpion's flesh and blood explosion rate, 20% tilde 0, 1%. 1 copy of black iron upper grade black-tailed mist scorpion's venom capsule explosion rate, 5%. 1 bottle of black iron upper grade antidote potions explosion rate 0, 5%. 2 copies of the no quality poison crossbow soldier's certificate of transformation explosion rate 0, 1%. 1 copy of the black iron upper grade recruitment book for poison crossbow soldier explosion rate 0, 0.5%. 1 black iron upper grade equipment black scorpion poison crossbow explosion rate 0, 0.1%, and a black iron upper grade potion recipe antidote potion explosion rate 0, 0.5%. Exploded equipment. Juju's eyes lit up. It was the first time he had seen a monster that could explode equipment. He then immediately started touching the corpse. The next second, a large number of dropped items burst out. Juju searched inside and quickly found this piece of equipment. It was a black strong crossbow that was over 40 centimeters long and came with an arrow capsule containing 100 black scorpion highly poisonous crossbow arrows. Its external form was that of a black-tailed misty scorpion, and when opening the crossbow to shoot arrows, the crossbow looked as if a black-tailed misty scorpion was storing up its strength and preparing to sting with its own poisonous needles. Equipment name, Black Scorpion Poison Crossbow Equipment Grade. Black Iron Superior Equipment Effect 1. Strong crossbow when shooting a crossbow. The Black Scorpion Poison Crossbow will grant the crossbow double the strength, speed, range, penetration, and killing power. Equipment Effect 2. Black Scorpion Poisoned Crossbow. The Black Scorpion Poisoned Crossbow comes with 100 Black Scorpion Poisoned Crossbow arrows, each of which has a strong black-tailed mist scorpion poison attached to it, and can poison up to bronze lower-tier monsters. Description: equipment produced by the elite black-tailed mist scorpion. With this, even an ordinary person can become a chilling killer. This is an extreme equipment. Juju's eyes burned as he looked at this hideous and overbearing weapon. 2 equipment effects. Each one was very much to his liking. He then looked at the black-tailed mist scorpion in the distance, as if he was looking at a treasure. Juju had only one thought left in his mind at this moment. Protect it. It must be protected when the second monster ranch was established. These black-tailed mist scorpions would be his equipment arsenal. The battle continued. From the battlefield, there was no doubt that Juju's side had the advantage, with 2 times the number of soldiers of the black-tailed mist scorpion. Coupled with the fact that the black-tailed mist scorpion was good at sneak attacks once it appeared on the ground. Its combat power was rather different from that of the same level of desert mist lizard,
So the black-tailed mist scorpions on the ground were basically being beaten by Juju's soldiers. As for the black-tailed mist scorpions underground, it was also because the soldiers were coated with the eye of blood. Therefore, when they tried to sneak attack, the soldiers were often able to spot them in advance and dodge them, making the success rate of their sneak attacks extremely low. Their only threat was their black-tailed scorpion venom. Although the soldiers were all wearing the soldiers' standard armor, which was able to cover most of the surface of their bodies. However, there were still places that could not be protected. Juju had already seen quite a few soldiers accidentally stung by the black-tailed mist scorpion in these places, and then began to show signs of poisoning. Juju saw this and pondered for a moment. Then his gaze fell on his 3 sand lance soldiers. He moved his mind. The 3 sand lance soldiers immediately transformed their forms and became 3 sand cavalry soldiers. Juju then gave the order for them to charge into the battlefield and bring the corpses of the poisoned soldiers and dead black-tailed mist scorpions to him. The cavalry of sand was extremely fast and came and went like the wind. A poisoned soldier and a black-tailed mist scorpion corpse were quickly brought to Juju. He then began to continuously extract the loot from the monster corpses and used the antidote potion from the loot to begin to detoxify these soldiers. Every black-tailed mist scorpion's loot had an antidote potion in it, so there was no shortage of this stuff on Juju's side. And the antidote potion worked extremely fast. The poisoned soldiers were quickly detoxified and regained their fighting strength. And after thanking Juju gratefully, they returned to the battlefield without hesitation. Time passed. One by one, the poisoned soldiers were brought to Juju and then refreshed to regain their health and return to the battlefield. This scene became a spectacle on the battlefield. The soldiers no longer had any worries, and their morale increased greatly, killing the enemy more fearlessly. At the same time, their loyalty to Juju began to collectively increase. Juju was also fully committed to this cause of saving people. I, Juju, the strongest battlefield medic. Only Zhang Qianjing, who was next to him, watched this scene with bated breath, wanting to say something. It seems like the healer. It's good that Juju quickly remembered him. Then a new job was given to the cavalry of sand. They were told that when they saw a soldier with severe trauma, they would also bring the other person back as well and hand them over to Zhang Qianjing's hands. Zhang Qianjing was instantly energized, familiar with this, so the two began to get busy under the efforts of the two. The number of injured soldiers on the battlefield began to decrease at a rate visible to the naked eye, and the number of deaths of the black-tailed mist scorpions also increased at a rate visible to the naked eye. More than half an hour later, more than 400 black-tailed mist scorpions were mostly dead. The soldiers thought that victory was imminent. Just then, an accident suddenly happened. The earth suddenly shook. A large dirt bag appeared on the desert, and then, as if it was a bulldozer, it rushed towards the soldiers at an extremely fast speed. The soldiers were knocked down one after another, all of them tumbling over, and immediately, many of them suffered injuries of varying degrees of severity. Boom, the earth cracked open. A large black shadow jumped out from the ground and landed on the desert floor with a rumble. It was clearly a giant black-tailed mist scorpion with a body size of 5 or 6 meters tall and more than 10 meters long. Its scarlet eyes looked at the soldiers as if it was looking at a lamb to be slaughtered, not far away. Juju also looked at this black-tailed mist scorpion. His expression was a bit shocked, logically. A black-tailed mist scorpion of such a large size should have been something he could have discovered through the eye of blood. However, he had not been able to see the figure of this giant black-tailed mist scorpion in the eye of blood vision. What was going on? He looked at it. A text message appeared. Monster name, Black-tailed mist scorpion leader. Black stinger Scarlet Lord power level. Bronze upper monster description. One of the 3 Scarlet Lords of the Blazing Sun Desert, with numerous black-tailed mist scorpion lords under its command. It likes to dwell under the desert to avoid the blazing sunlight.
and specializes in sneaking up on other living beings. Loot explosion rate, 40 bronze. Ranked Heart of Mist explosion rate, 100%. 2 Source Crystals explosion rate, 100%. 1 unit tilde 500 units of bronze, ranked black. Tailed Mist Scorpion Leader's Blood and Flesh explosion rate, 20% tilde 0.05%. 1 copy of bronze, ranked black. Tailed Mist Scorpion Leader's Poison Sac explosion rate, 5%. 1 bottle of bronze, ranked Blood Cleansing Pill explosion rate 0.5%. And 1 copy of bronze, ranked Skill Book Deadly Silent State explosion rate 0.1%. 20 copies of the classless grade Poison Crossbow Soldier Transfer Proof explosion rate 0.1%. 10 copies of the bronze upper grade Poison Crossbow Soldier Recruitment Book explosion rate 0.1%. 1 piece of bronze upper grade equipment Black Scorpion King Crossbow explosion rate 0.01%. 1 copy of bronze upper grade potion recipe. Blood Cleansing Pill explosion rate 0.05%. And 8 fragments of the Black Iron grade Lord Talent crystallization explosion rate 0%. Nesario next to Juju let out an excited shout. Juju didn't block it this time. It directly let it fly out. Only to see that Nesario quickly flew right above this giant black-tailed mist scorpion, roar a dragon roar. Accompanying, it was a childish, but incomparably majestic dragon might. The suppression from the bloodline of the top-tier dragons caused the black-tailed mist scorpion leader to immediately realize in horror that he couldn't move. Nesario's red dragon pupils looked at it. Suddenly, he opened his dragon's mouth. Faint red light surfaced in its mouth. The next second, hot magma dragon breath erupted out, directly rushing towards this black-tailed mist scorpion leader. In this instant, the black-tailed mist scorpion finally broke free from the influence of the dragon's might and panicked, burrowing into the gravel and disappearing into the ground at an extremely fast speed. But even though it ran as fast as it could, the magma dragon's breath still melted a quarter of its body into magma, leaving it severely injured. Nesario was somewhat excited. It was the first time it had seen a monster that could break free from its dragon's might. It was about to go after it just then. It suddenly froze in place. A Juju narrowed its eyes slightly. In its eye of blood vision, after this black-tailed misty scorpion leader burrowed into the ground, the blood aura that represented it suddenly disappeared once again. It was as if it had vanished into thin air. It seems to be able to hide its blood kai and even other information that can reveal its location, Juju speculated. At the same time, Nesario also landed on the ground. It looked at the earth beneath its feet and observed it for a moment, but it froze without finding a single trace of the other party. However, its powerful perception could sense that the other party had not run far away, but was under the gravel in this neighborhood. Juju and Nesario had a mind connection, so he also knew this information. He thought about it. He had the 3 cavalry of sand guard around him, then walked into the battlefield and controlled the 2 black-tailed mist scorpion elites with mental manipulation before controlling them to dive into the ground to find their previous boss. Juju closed his eyes. The viewpoint shifted to the perspective of these 2 black-tailed mist scorpions. A moment later, in the perspective of the 2 desert mist lizard elites, a giant black-tailed mist scorpion leader was lurking in the gravel. A quarter of its body had disappeared. The rest of its body was hidden in the gravel without moving, and its entire body's odor and vital signs were completely in a state of being dead. It also saw these 2 black-tailed mist scorpion elites. After glancing at them, it quietly passed on a message, SHHH. The 2 black-tailed mist scorpions glanced at each other and quietly came underneath it, aiming at a flowery area and using their tail needles to viciously sting it. Nesario was still on the ground looking for the location of the black-tailed mist scorpion leader. It planned to find it, and then spray a hole in the ground hard with magma dragon breath itself to melt it in the gravel. It had already been given high hopes by its master, so how could it let him down just at this moment?
Boom, the black-tailed misty scorpion with only 3/4 of its body left jumped out of the ground violently, leaping more than 10 meters in a single bound and letting out a miserable scream of unknown significance. Nesario looked at it in surprise, opening his mouth. He once again spewed out a magma dragon breath. It directly drowned it in the red-hot dragon's breath. Not far away, a kill prompt appeared in front of Juju. Your pet lava dragon Nesario has killed black-tailed mist scorpion leader Scarlet Lord, Black Stinger. Promotion energy plus 80. This Scarlet Lord's territory has become terra nullius. You can loot or occupy it. Juju's heart thumped when he saw the black-tailed mist scorpion leader being submerged in Nesario's magma dragon's breath. He quickly told his opponent to keep his mouth shut and not to burn the other's body. Nesario knew what his master meant and immediately stopped releasing his dragon breath. There was a rumble. The corpse of the black-tailed mist scorpion leader, which had already been burned to a black-red color, fell heavily onto the desert, causing the earth to vibrate slightly. Nesario looked at it for a couple of moments and lost interest, turning around and flying away to help the soldiers deal with the other black-tailed mist scorpions. Juju also breathed a sigh of relief when he saw this. Fortunately, the body didn't burn away, otherwise the trophies inside would have been burned too. He did not immediately go over to extract the loot. Instead, he continued to stand in place and waited for the war to end, with the help of Nesario. The remaining 100 or so black-tailed mist scorpions were all wiped out in less than a quarter of an hour. The battlefield was first quiet for a while, then the soldiers began to cheer. Juju and Zhang Qianjing then walked into the soldiers to detoxify and heal those who were poisoned and injured. Only after the condition of these soldiers had stabilized did Juju come to the charred body of the black-tailed mist scorpion leader. An aroma of meat hit his face, making Juju decide to eat this guy's meat tonight. He then tried the temperature of the other party to make sure it was okay before placing his hand on its corpse. A golden prompt appeared. Is it extracting the loot? Yes, Juju said in his heart the next second. The text prompt appeared. Lord Talent Alert. You have obtained loot 40 heart of mist bronze grade, 500 units of black-tailed mist scorpion flesh and blood bronze upper grade, 1 copy of black-tailed mist scorpion chief's poison sac bronze upper grade, 1 bottle of blood cleansing pill bronze upper grade, 1 skill book of deadly silence stance bronze upper grade, 20 copies of Poison Crossbow Soldier Transition Proofs No Grade, 10 copies of the Recruitment Book of Poison Crossbow Soldier Bronze Upper Grade, 1 Black Scorpion King Crossbow Bronze Upper Grade, 1 Potions Recipe Blood Cleansing Pill Bronze Upper Grade, 2 Source Crystals, and 8 fragments of Lord's Talent Crystals Black Iron Grade. Wow, a big explosion. Envious looks appeared on the faces of the surrounding soldiers. A few moments of admiration were added to the eyes that looked at Juju. Juju was already used to this kind of scene, and with a calm demeanor, he began to inspect the loot. There was no need to mention the bronze-grade heart of mist, the flesh and blood of the black-tailed mist scorpion leader, poison capsule, and the poison crossbow soldier transition certificate. The effect of the Poison Crossbow Soldier Recruitment Certificate was the same as the Sword and Shield Soldier Recruitment Certificate. Both could summon a soldier profession from the gate of summoning. Only this recruitment book recruited a more advanced primary soldier type Poison Crossbow Soldier. Then there was the Bronze Superior Skill Book, Deadly Silence Skill Name, Dead Silence State Skill Quality, Bronze Superior Skill Description, Hides One's Scent. Gaze, voice, breathing, mental activity, blood chi fluctuations, energy breath, and all other traces that could potentially expose one's self to the greatest extent possible, so as to make one's self as if one were a corpse, and enter into the dead silence state, thus reducing the possibility of other beings discovering one's self. Juju raised his eyebrows. No wonder once this fellow entered under the desert. Himself and the others couldn't find any trace of the other party, and even the Eye of Blood couldn't see the other party.
It turned out to be the effect of this deadly silent state. Good stuff, Juju learned on the spot, with a 100% burst rate in himself. He was destined to obtain countless treasures and countless Lord talents in the future.
The later one got to the late stages of the Lord contest. The stronger he or she would be with the mastery of many treasures and Lord talents. Therefore, this kind of life-saving skill was the most necessary for lords like him, who needed to develop in the early stages. After learning it, he looked to the next piece of loot, that blood-cleansing pill potion recipe and the pill bottle containing 20 blood-cleansing pills. Name of potion recipe, blood-cleansing pill quality of recipe, bronze upper effect of recipe. After using it, you can master the method of refining the blood-cleansing pill. The blood-cleansing pill can disarm the vast majority of toxins below the silver level. It can also provide some relief and control for some of the silver level blood infection type toxins. Recipe material: clear spirit flower upper bronze material, purple leaf grass intermediate bronze material, black woolly ginseng intermediate bronze material, blood congealing grass upper black iron material. Recipe description: elementary antidote toxin potion. For most of the lower level toxins below the silver level, it can provide a healing and a certain amount of relief and control effect. Learning requirement: can only be learned by herb-related life professions such as healers, herbalists, apothecaries, and alchemy apothecaries. This should be an advanced potion of the antidote potion, Juju thought. He had also read the recipe for the black iron superior antidote potion that he had previously obtained from the black-tailed mist scorpion elite. The effect was similar to the blood cleansing pill, but the level of detoxification was different. The black iron superior antidote potion could only cure most black iron level toxins, whereas this blood cleansing pill was able to detoxify the vast majority of toxins below the silver level. Without a doubt, the natural blood cleansing pill had a wider range of cures. However, it was also more expensive to manufacture. The choice depended on Juju's thoughts. He didn't think much about it at this point. He continued to look at the next piece of loot. Equipment name: Black Scorpion King Crossbow Equipment Grade, Bronze Upper Equipment Effect 1, King Crossbow Power when shooting a crossbow bolt. The Black Scorpion King Crossbow Bolt will grant the arrow 5 times the power, speed, range, penetrability, and lethality of the arrow, and will come with bronze upper-level black-tailed misty scorpion poison, up to the maximum of poisoning silver lower-level normal monsters. Equipment Effect 2, Deadly Silence Arrow when the user shoots the crossbow. The Black Scorpion King Crossbow will automatically hide all physical characteristics of the user and shoot a silent arrow that will kill the enemy. Description: rare equipment dropped by the Black-tail Scorpion's leader, the Black Stinger, and is the most coveted piece of equipment for bronze tier crossbow-oriented soldiers. Good equipment. Juju's eyes lit up. Equipment Effect 1 was equivalent to providing an unlimited number of Black Scorpion poison crossbow arrows. And it was also a Black Scorpion poison crossbow arrow with a bronze upper level. Equipment Effect 2 came with the Deadly Silence skill. The 2 equipment effects were each extremely valuable. This can be given to Bai Yun, Juju thought. Although he liked this equipment himself, but as a lord, he didn't need to go out and fight personally. Secondly, he wasn't a crossbow-type soldier, so leaving it behind would only leave this equipment pearl in the dust. It would be better to give it to Bai Yun and let it play a greater role. It would also allow Bai Yun to better serve himself. He then looked at the source crystal he had first seen. It was a thumb-sized 6-pronged golden crystal that emitted a faint gentle heat when held in the hand. Item name: Source Crystal Item Grade, Special Item Effect, one of the necessary resources for territorial advancement. Only some of the Scarlet Lords and Special Mist monsters can drop it. Item description: a rare and indispensable promotion resource for Lords. It's still needed for territory promotion. Juju was a little surprised. In his heart, he valued this resource a little more. He solemnly put it away in his spatial ring, and then looked at the last type of loot. It was 8 square crystals that emitted a black iron glow. Treasure name, Lord's Talent Crystallized Fragment Grade. Black Iron Grade Treasure Ability 1. Collecting all 10 Black Iron Grade Lord's Talent Crystallized Fragments can be fused into a complete Black Iron Grade Lord's Talent Origin Divine Crystal, which allows a living being to awaken an unknown Black Iron Grade Lord's Talent Treasure Ability 2. Collecting all 10 Black Iron Grade Lord's Talent Origin Divine Crystals can be fused into a Bronze Grade Lord's Talent Origin Divine Crystal, which allows a living being to awaken an unknown Black Iron Grade Lord's Talent Divine Crystal that allows a being to awaken an unknown Bronze Lord Talent. It can also allow a Lord with a Black Iron Lord Talent to upgrade his Lord Talent to a Bronze Lord Talent, subsequent fusion effects, and so on. Introduction: the most coveted treasure of lords. Juju stared wide-eyed. Juju was completely stunned. This Lord's Talent crystallized fragment could actually not only awaken the Lord's Talent, but it could also upgrade the Lord's Talent. Juju had another bold idea. If he got 1 billion pieces of Black Iron Grade Lord Talent crystallized fragments, wouldn't he be able to directly fuse a Mythic Grade Lord Talent Origin God Crystal? Then if he then gave it to himself to use, wouldn't this legendary Grade Lord Talent of his evolve into a Mythical Grade Lord Talent? Wait, that's not right. Juju suddenly reacted. If I had the Mythic Grade Lord Talent Origin God Crystal, why would I upgrade the 100% burst rate? Wouldn't it smell good to directly awaken a brand new Mythic Grade Lord Talent, after thinking freely for a long time? Juju came back to his senses. He sighed as he looked at the 8 Black Iron Grade Lord Talent crystallized fragments in his hand. 1 billion pieces, how distant, after the 10,000 clans Lord contest was over. It was possible that he wouldn't even be able to scrape it together himself. It was better not to think that far ahead of the billions of lords in Blue Star. There are many who have not awakened their Lord's Talent. Is it because they haven't awakened, because they haven't formed a complete Lord Talent crystal in their bodies? Juju suddenly thought of this question. The more he thought about it, the more he felt it was possible. After that, Juju stopped thinking about it. He called on the 5 sword and shield soldiers to go into the Lord's wooden house with him. And after first inspecting it and realizing that there was nothing good inside that could be taken away, he came to the Territory Stone Monument. Juju took a look. He found that the Territory Stone Tablet grade was a Black Iron upper-level Territory Stone Tablet. Chop it, Juju ordered. The 5 sword and shield soldiers immediately led the order and stepped forward to wield their greatswords to continuously slash it up. With a durability of 10,000 points, it took the 5 sword and shield soldiers half an hour to chop down the monument. Allowing the territory order inside to emerge, Juju went forward and placed his hand on the territory order. Is it collecting the territory order? Yes, Juju said. The next second, this piece of black iron superior territory order immediately fell powerlessly onto his hand. Juju looked at this piece of territory order in his hand with a smile on his face. He now had 2 pieces of territory orders in his hand. One more, his territory could be upgraded again. The war still can't stop, Juju thought. Lord. My subordinate has something to report. Just then, Bai Yun's voice came from outside. Come in, he casually said. Soon, Bai Yun walked in. Greetings, Lord, just now. My subordinate had the soldiers search for the loot of this scarlet territory. As a result, the soldiers searched for half a day and froze without even finding a single unit of basic resources. It's as if there are no resources here. She blushed a little. Juju froze. It couldn't be. It was at least the territory of a bronze superior scarlet lord, and the other party had been able to raise their territory to black iron superior, so it should have been developing for a while anyways. So how could it be possible that there wasn't even a single unit of basic resources? He pondered. A few moments later, have you searched under the desert? Juju suddenly said. Bai Yun was stunned. Then she immediately reacted and joy appeared on her face. Right, with the habits of the black-tailed Miss Scorpion. there is indeed a high possibility that they have placed their development resources underneath the desert. It's my humble servant who has been foolish. My servant will send someone to look for them, even if we dig 3 feet into the ground. My servant will definitely find all the loot here. No need to be so troublesome. Just grab one of the black-tailed mist scorpions that are alive around here and let me ask. Juju had the racial skills, spiritual perception. It could vaguely perceive the thoughts of living beings. Combined with mental manipulation, it shouldn't be too easy to ask for information from the enemy's mouth. Yes, Bai Yun left, a few moments later. A black iron upper-level black-tailed misty scorpion elite with its legs and tail cut off was sent over, and after Juju used spirit manipulation plus spiritual perception to ask for information, he easily knew where the territorial treasure trove was here. After knowing the location, Bai Yun immediately took the soldiers who knew sand diving to this location and smoothly took out all the loot from the underground. In total, he got 2,000 units of wood, 1,005, 100 units of stone, 800 units of fine sand, 500 units of metal, 156 black iron grade misty hearts, and 25 bronze grade misty hearts. There was also a bronze intermediate level drawing of a healing center that was found. However, this drawing was of little use to Juju with Zhao Changshu, a platinum intermediate architect. He no longer cared about ordinary drawings at levels below platinum intermediate. However, it was possible to wait until Shandu was promoted to bronze intermediate architect and give him this drawing as a reward. A few moments later, Juju, who felt that there was nothing to occupy here, did as he had done before and put all the loot on the small wooden cart before leaving with his soldiers and the caravan. More than 2 hours later, inside the Lord's cabin, Juju was organizing the gains and losses of this battle. This battle, they had killed a total of 465 black-tailed mist scorpions. Among them, there was 1 bronze superior black-tailed misty scorpion leader Scarlet Lord, 2 bronze intermediate black-tailed misty scorpion elites, 5 bronze lower black-tailed misty scorpion elites, 29 black iron superior black-tailed misty scorpion elites, 118 black iron intermediate black-tailed misty scorpions, and 310 black iron lower black-tailed misty scorpions. On Juju's side, he miraculously only lost 3 soldiers in battle. 12 were seriously injured, 56 were lightly wounded. The battle damage ratio was frighteningly high. The reason for such a high battle loss ratio, one was because they had more soldiers on their side, twice as many as the black-tailed mist scorpions too. It was because the Eye of Blood eliminated the possibility of a successful sneak attack by the black-tailed mist scorpion, greatly reducing the casualties. 3. It was because Juju and Zhang Qianjing were constantly healing and detoxifying their wounds on the battlefield, once again reducing casualties. 4thly, it was because Nesario had taken care of almost all of the opponent's high-end combatants. The black-tailed mist lizard leader and the bronze-ranked black-tailed mist scorpions under its command were almost all resolved by Nesario. It was the remaining ones that were killed by Bai Yun and their 3 bronze lower-ranked soldiers. And in this battle, Juju had also obtained a large amount of harvest that surprised him greatly after he had just finished extracting the loot. These included 83 bronze-grade misty hearts, 1,324 black iron-grade misty hearts, 13,820 units of blood flesh black iron lower, middle and upper, 150 units of bronze lower blood flesh, 100 units of bronze intermediate blood flesh, 500 units of bronze upper blood flesh, 465 copies of black-tailed mist scorpion's venom sac, black iron and bronze 389 vials of antidote potion, black iron lower, middle and upper 8 vials of blood cleansing pills, bronze lower, middle and upper 540 copies of poison crossbow soldier trance for certificate, 175 copies of poison crossbow soldier recruitment book, 29 pieces of black iron upper black scorpion poison crossbow, 5 pieces of bronze lower black scorpion poison crossbow, 7 copies of the potion recipe blood cleansing pill, 5 copies of bronze lower grade and 2 copies of bronze intermediate grade. Juju put all of this loot into the Emperor of Sand's space ring, then walked out of the Lord's chalet and came to the door of summoning, throwing all 175 copies of the poison crossbow soldier recruitment book in. The next second, a poison crossbow soldier walked out of the summoning gate, and after respectfully saluting Juju, they silently came to stand behind him. A moment later, no new poison crossbow soldiers came out of the gate of summoning. Instead, a full 175 poison crossbow soldiers had stood in front of Juju. The number of soldiers under my command has now officially broken through to 1,000. To be precise, it's 1,041 soldier professionals. A smile appeared on Juju's face. Juju was still quite satisfied with the harvest from this conquest of the Scarlet Lords. Although he didn't get a new Lord talent, but the Lord talent crystallized fragments that he got didn't disappoint him. Afterwards, Juju opened the exchange and looked at the current market conditions. A moment later, he frowned slightly. More and more lords are starting to sell black iron lower level flesh and blood. Its price is already starting to have a downward trend. It seems that as time goes by, there are already more and more lords that are able to be self-sufficient and even able to sell their excess blood meat in the exchange. Juju muttered to himself. He pondered for a while and then began to set up a trade. The content of the transaction this time was not quite the same as before. It was because he had put in a full 30,000 units of flesh and blood this time. This included 15,000 units of black iron inferior desert mist lizard blood flesh and 5,000 units of black iron inferior black-tailed mist scorpion blood flesh. The remaining 10,000 units of blood flesh were black iron intermediate desert mist lizard blood flesh. At this stage, although there are many lords selling black iron lower level flesh, however, there were very few lords selling black iron intermediate level flesh. The lords selling the blood of monsters at the upper black iron level were even fewer after all. The higher the level of flesh and blood, the more promotion energy it contains. Unless there is really too much to eat, and there is no way to preserve it for a long time. Otherwise, which lord would be willing to sell the rare high-level monster flesh to others? It wouldn't even be enough to eat by itself. The reason why Juju did this was because the materials he acquired this time also included the herbs for making the antidote potion and the blood cleansing pill that he had just gotten today. Both of these potions were high-level potions, and most of the herbs needed to make them were also black iron upper-level herbs or even bronze-level herbs. That was why Juju took out higher-grade blood and flesh for acquisition. Soon, the transaction he posted once again attracted the attention of countless lords. As the number of views soared, a moment later, his transaction once again reached the number 1 spot in the transaction view count rankings. The lords on the World Channel were also discussing this transaction by Lord Joyful Sun. Boy, 30,000 units of monster flesh and blood. Is this Lord Jiao slaughtering a monster kingdom? And there's also 10,000 units of black iron intermediate monster flesh. Man, every time Big Brother Joyful Sun strikes, he shocks me for a whole year. The Great Desert Mist Lizard has made an indelible contribution to Big Brother Joyful Sun's development. Desert Mist Lizard, thank you. For warming up the seasons because of you, am I the only one who noticed that this time around, there's an additional source of blood and flesh called the black-tailed mist scorpion. Desert Mist Lizard, welcome to the new members. Together we will add to the development of the proud son Big Brother. The price of this blood meat is too expensive. All the other lords have lowered their prices. Why is he still keeping the highest price? Everyone rise up and boycott this treacherous merchant. Lord Jiao Yang, don't buy his stuff, that's right. We can't let the traitorous merchant be arrogant. Traitor, Juju lazily ignored this kind of statement. Although there were a lot more lords selling blood and meat now, however,
Monster blood meat was still in an overall oversupply stage in the market right now. And it was far from a balance between supply and demand if these people didn't buy his high-priced blood meat. There were other lords who would buy it. He wasn't worried about selling at all. In fact, he could also use the sword and shield soldier transformation certificate to buy these materials. But he was always reluctant, so he planned to keep them for now and not sell them. What if he got a large population one day in the future? At that time, these sword and shield soldier transfer proofs of his would be able to be quickly converted into real troop strength. Suddenly, he saw something different on the World Channel. It was 2 or 3 lords discussing about the Dragon Lady Lords. It said that this morning, the Dragon Lady Lord used the World Channel's live broadcast function on the World Channel to broadcast the entire process of her taking down a foreign lord's territory, which was an eye-opening experience for all the lords. At the same time, it also made the other party's fame rise a lot. At the same time, this incident also gave all the lords a wake-up call. The rookie lord protection shield wasn't invincible. If the lords themselves go out and seek death, if the lord went out on his own to seek death, then even if the novice lord protective shield was strong, it wouldn't be able to protect him when the time came. Juju was a little surprised about the Dragon Lady Lords. But that was all. He had already captured 3 territories. The Dragon Lady Lord's feat in the eyes of others was just fine in his opinion. However, the other party's epic lord talent was truly worth making him pay attention to at the same time. Several 100 million kilometers away, Spirit Medicine City, Linger, who was at the Divine Favors Pill Nursery, was dumbfounded as she looked at the new traders posted by the prideful Sun Lords. She had just bought some medicinal herbs for creating blood eyes yesterday, in order to be able to provide her big brother Jiao Yang with a constant supply of medicinal herbs for creating blood eyes from now on. She didn't expect that only one day had passed. Big brother Jiao Yang had started to need new medicinal herbs again. Linger thought about it and suddenly laughed. Big brother Jiao Yang has gotten stronger again. She immediately opened the exchange and acquired some seeds of the herbs used to create the antidote potion and blood cleansing pill. As long as there were seeds, coupled with the ability of her divine favorite medicine nursery, a steady stream of mature herbs every day would not be a dream. She wanted to be Big Brother Jiao Yang's only supplier of medicinal herbs. It wasn't to monopolize. She didn't know anything about monopolization either. She just wanted to get closer to this Big Brother who was willing to chat with her. She then opened Lord Jiao Yang's message bar and sent a message to Lord Jiao Yang with anticipation and apprehension. Elixir Lord, is Big Brother there? After a while, the other party sent a message. Lord of the Prideful Sun, yes, are the herbs ripe again? Spirit Pill Lord, this time. Linger has prepared 1,000 herbs for the life potion, 300 herbs for the energy potion, and 300 herbs for the blood's eye potion for Big Brother Jiao Yang. Lord Jiao Yang, you'll take all of them. Discuss the price. Elixir Lord, is it okay to exchange 10 copies of the herbs for a copy of the blade and shield soldiers transformation proof? Prideful Sun Lord, it's okay. It's more than okay. This price was already no different from the price of cabbage. Juju originally didn't want to take advantage of children, but he thought about the other party's ridiculously effective divine favor pill nursery. Juju suddenly felt that he could accept such a price. However, he secretly decided in his heart that in the future, if he could help the other party, he would try to help this child, Linger, as much as possible. Just at this moment, he suddenly remembered something and immediately typed to the other party, Pride of the Sun Lord, all of the lords in your current territory have already been converted to blade and shield soldiers. Right, Elixir Lord, Now spirits lords have dared to go out and explore during the day, and even fight the monsters head-on. Thank you, Big Brother, Prideful Sun Lord. Then if I give you the sword and shield soldier transformation certificate again, you shouldn't have anywhere to use it, right? Should I give you something else instead? If it was someone else. Juju would have been too lazy to say more than that.
What do I care if you can use it or not? But since Linger was willing to take the initiative to trade herbs with herself at a cabbage price, Juju was also willing to respond to Spirit's kindness with his own, so he asked with concern, but the Spirit Pill Lord's next words froze Juju. Spirit Medicine Lord, it won't be. Near Spirit's territory, there is an indigenous force called Kingu City. For the past 2 days, there have been refugees running to me every day. Yesterday, there were 8 people who came. And today, there are 14 people who came, and all of them are willing to become Spirit's territories. Elixir Lord, there should be more refugees coming tomorrow. So Big Brother doesn't have to worry about Spirit running out. The other side of the dialogue box. Juju was baffled. Could it still be like this, on his side? The non-soldier professional lords were already in short supply. Building a house even required Zhao Changshu to do it himself. But on her side, the non-soldier professions could come at any time for no money at all. Juju completed the transaction with Linger with a certain complexity. He got 1,600 copies of the medicinal herbs that Linger had specially cultivated for him, and Linger got 160 copies of the sword and shield soldier transformation certificate. Juju was then about to ask for details. Just then, Bai Yun's voice came from outside. Greetings. Lord, there is a dwarf outside who said that he heard of Lord's fame and was enamored with it, and came all the way here on purpose to join Pride Sun City. The other party doesn't seem simple. Does Lord want to go and take a look? Juju heard these words inexplicably. It felt a bit familiar. He then reacted. This was the talent attracted by legend degree coming. He immediately walked out of the Lord's cabin and headed outside. Soon, Juju was led by Bai Yun and found this dwarf. It looked similar to Yashburn and was wearing a white robe. At this moment, it was looking at Juju and the territory behind him with new eyes. Greetings, Lord. The gnome withdrew its gaze and respectfully and coyly said. The voice was childish. It was still a young gnome. Hello, I heard that you want to join my territory. Juju asked curiously. Yes, I just recently got out from under my teacher's door, and I had wanted to be in the Aurora Kingdom. Looking around at the local customs while searching for a worthy lord to throw myself into, then I heard that you, Lord, had just descended to the Supreme Continent not long ago, and in just 3 days' time, you consecutively captured a foreign race territory and a Scarlet Lord territory. This seems extremely unbelievable in the eyes of many living beings, including myself and my teacher. But because of this, it shows the strength and potential of Lord. That's why I wanted to come here to meet the Lord. And if I can, I also want to serve the Lord. I wonder if Lord is willing to accept me. A small blacksmith who has just left the school. Carter Jim said expectantly. A line of text prompt appeared. Carter Jim requests to join your domain and become your lord. Do you agree, blacksmith? Juju was stunned, then his heart was delighted. It just so happened that the soldiers had been on a constant battle recently, and many of their armor and weapons were broken. Originally, because there were no blacksmiths, even the broken armor and weapons could only be used in a casual manner. Now it was good, with this newly joined gnome blacksmith. Those broken weapons and armor could be mended. Welcome to Proud Sun City, Juju directly and painfully agreed. Then after calming down, he looked at the other party's delicate body type and suddenly hesitated a little in his heart. This body type, how do you look at it? It doesn't seem like it's the right body type for a blacksmith. He looked at the other party, and his information appeared in his eyes. Citizen, Carter Kim Territory, Proud Sun City Lifestyle Profession, Blacksmith Profession Class, Gold Superior Ability Summary, a genius in the art of blacksmithing. The closed disciple of Master Gunsmith Gibbon Villa, with the bloodline of the mountain giant in his body, and underneath his gentle and shy appearance, he hides a passionate heart for wielding a sledgehammer. Skills, mountain giant bloodline. Talent, earth elemental affinity. Transcendent Superior Yoshimoto's Forging Stream 36 styles not yet fully mastered. Superior Gold Equipment Repairing Technique.
superior gold equipment sculpting technique, superior gold equipment aesthetics theory,
pure iron crafting technique, precision steel crafting technique, equipment manufacturing archery soldiers standard equipment superior gold.
equipment manufacturing crossbow soldiers standard equipment superior gold, equipment manufacturing cavalry equipment superior gold, equipment manufacturing cavalry soldiers standard equipment superior gold, manufacturing cavalry soldier standardized equipment gold superior, equipment manufacturing sword and shield soldier standardized equipment gold superior, equipment manufacturing lance soldier standardized equipment gold superior, equipment manufacturing park sword soldier standardized equipment gold superior, equipment manufacturing musket soldier standardized equipment gold superior loyalty, 88 potential, transcendent intermediate Juju was surprised.
I didn't expect that this young dwarf, although his career level was only gold superior, was not as good as the previous Zhao Changshu Zhao Lao. But the potential had reached an astonishing transcendent intermediate level. This was a future transcendent level blacksmith And the other party's skill bar also satisfied Juju. All of them were forging skills related to soldier standardized equipment. For any lord, a blacksmith with so many standardized equipment building skills was undoubtedly the most practical. And the other party also had their own talent and bloodline. It was worthy of being a talent attracted by the legend degree.
Lord, is there a blacksmith store in our territory? Carter Kim asked curiously, not for now, but as long as you want it.
You can have it tomorrow, Juju laughed. He then called a soldier and asked him to get Zhao Changshu Zhao Lao over. Soon Zhao Changshu came over. Lord, I don't know what you're looking for me for, he asked. Juju was about to speak when a surprised voice rang out from across the room. Teacher Zhao, you're here too. Carter Kim looked at Zhao Changshu in surprise. Juju was stunned. Zhao Chang's gaze also landed on him before he said in surprise, Little Carter, shouldn't you be at Master Yoshimoto's place? Why did you come out of the master? Carter Jim coyly said. Zhao Changshu tesked, not bad, to be able to leave the school at this age. You haven't failed your teacher's expectations of you, right? How is your teacher these days? Teacher has been in good health lately. I've just been chanting about you, Teacher Zhao, a lot, Carter Jim said politely. I'll go over there when I'm done with this busy time. Zhao Changshu smiled. You guys originally knew each other. Juju was surprised. This little one's teacher and I were close friends within the Aurora Kingdom. I personally designed all of her residences there. Then both Master Yoshimoto and I retired. The friendship got better instead. Because of the frequent meetings, so it's also because I got to know this precious shut-in disciple of hers. Zhao Changshu laughed. Juju nodded. So it turns out to be like this. He got up and thought. It seemed that this Aurora Kingdom should be very close to his territory. Otherwise, it would not be such a coincidence that both legend degree talents came from the Aurora Kingdom. Elder Zhao, now that Carter has become a Jiaoyang City territory citizen, I'm looking for you to come over this time because I want you to help him build a gold superior level blacksmith shop. Juju said. Zhao Changshu froze. Does Lord have a gold level heart of mist yet? No. Why? Building a gold superior blacksmith shop requires 100 gold grade hearts of mist. Juju, I think a black iron upper level blacksmith store would be fine. Zhao Changshu and Carter immediately said yes. The awkward atmosphere quickly disappeared amidst jokes and laughter. Just then, Carter looked at the armor on Bai Yun and then said to Juju, Lord. The armor on this female general seems to be a bit tattered. Why don't we let our subordinates mend it? It was more than just broken, right now. Bai Yun was still wearing the black iron lower tier poison crossbow soldier class standard armor that came with her transfer. And it was already completely mismatched with her current strength. Bai Yun froze and looked at Juju. Go back and change it. Juju nodded. Bai Yun thanked him and went back to change when she came back. In her hands was already folded uniform armor, and she herself was wearing her own civilian clothes. After taking it over, Carter Jim took out a simple forge from his own spatial ring and placed it on the ground.
then lit it on fire. Then the other party picked up a hammer that was fully 3 times his height. The size of this hammer did not match his height at all, and Juju was afraid that the other party would not be able to hold it and smash himself. Lord, prepare yourself mentally. Just then, Zhao Changshu leaned over and whispered. Juju did not know what he meant by this.
The next second, he understood. Only Carter Jim took a deep breath, roar, with a suppressed low roar. Tangible white circular air currents spread from his feet in all directions. The earth shook slightly, the gravel trembled and hovered on the ground, in the dazed gazes of Juju and Bai Yun. Only Carter Jim's flesh began to grow larger at a speed visible to the naked eye. Soon, his entire body became a full 5 or 6 meters tall. And his body was even more muscular. The white robe he was wearing before now looked like a scarf around his neck. The hammer that was close to 2 meters looked like he was clutching a wooden stick in his hand. Juju and Bai Yun's faces stiffened for several seconds. Carter Jim started forging. The loud sound of a swinging hammer was like a sunken incense splitting a mountain. And it quickly spread throughout the entire territory, and almost everyone looked over. Even Ashburn in the Gnome Alchemy Workshop came out in a rare moment to watch this giant build his armor. And during the process of forging, the other party threw in a few pieces of ore from time to time, adding them to the armor. A few moments later, it's built because it's a repair on the original armor, plus time is short, so it didn't maximize the effect of the equipment. I hope you don't mind. Carter was embarrassed. He then handed the armor that had finished cooling over to Bai Yun. I'm already thankful to you for being able to fix it. Bai Yun thanked after taking it. Juju also looked over. Equipment name, Poison Crossbow Soldier Standard Armor Enhanced Version Equipment Grade, Bronze Superior Equipment Effect. The standard armor of the Poison Crossbow Soldiers is able to withstand 30% of the impact force from the outside world and effectively prevent attacks from sharp weapons. After repairing and upgrading by craftsmen, it can slightly resist damage from the outside world at the lower silver level. Description: the soldier's standard armor of the Poison Crossbow Soldiers was later reforged by an excellent blacksmith and its defensive power was strengthened. Juju and Bai Yun slightly opened their mouths. Then they looked at the coy-faced Carter Jim. Good guy. It directly changed from a black iron lower-level standardized equipment to a bronze upper-level standardized equipment. It was still a reinforced version. You call this a repair. Your blacksmithing skills are indeed ready for your teacher. Maybe in a few years, you'll catch up to your teacher. Zhao Changshu stroked his beard and laughed. It's just basic operation. It's still a long way off compared to your teacher. Carter Jim reverted to his midget form and coyly said, This time, Zhao Changshu didn't say anything. Gibbon Villa was a transcendent superior master blacksmith. Now that the other party was comparing himself to it, he was indeed still relatively far behind. Juju also came back to his senses at this time. His eyes glowed as he looked at Carter Jim, as if he was looking at a treasure. I'll leave the equipment upgrading and repairing of our territory to you in the future. Right now, our soldiers are wearing the most basic black iron lower-level standardized equipment, and many of them have standardized equipment that no longer matches their strength. Just what they need is a talent like you to help them. Juju patted Carter Jim's shoulder with an air of entrustment. Subordinate will definitely do my best, Carter, Jim said seriously. He was also considered a young man and had mastered a military craftsman's skill. And although his personality was rather shy, his heart longed to follow a wise monarch to create something great. This was also one of the reasons why he came out to train. How many sets of standardized equipment can you upgrade in a day? There's no need to upgrade too high. The highest bronze lower level is just that. Juju asked. It's simple if it doesn't exceed the bronze lower level. Subordinate can upgrade around 50 sets a day, Carter Jim said. Juju smacked his lips. Upgrading 50 sets a day. That was outrageous enough efficiency. However, thinking about the other party's mountain range giant transformation just now, Juju could slightly understand it in his heart. After that, Juju asked the other party for a list of the ore materials needed to upgrade the equipment.
Carter Jim told Zhu 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 directly orally because there were only two materials, pure iron and fine steel. Creating low-level standardized equipment mainly depends on the skill of the forger and repeated hammering over and over again. It doesn't require two complicated types of ores. After hearing Zhu Zhu's doubts, Carter Jim explained. Zhu Zhu nodded his head. He then directly opened the exchange on the spot and threw 0 units of black iron inferior desert mist lizard blood and flesh to acquire these two types of ore materials. The price he set was 5 units of pure iron or 10 units of fine steel for every 1 unit of black iron inferior desert mist lizard blood meat. This price was still very black, but there were simply too many Blue Star Lords. He wasn't worried about receiving materials. Just then, he noticed Ashburn next to him, who had a skeptical expression on his face. "What are you looking at?" Zhu Zhu asked Zhao Changshu to arrange a place for Carter Jim to stay. Then he himself came next to Ashburn and patted his shoulder. Lord, he is also a dwarf." Ashburn couldn't help but ask as he looked at Carter Jim in the distance. "It's a gnome with the bloodline of a mountain range giant," Zhu Zhu said. "A midget actually has a mountain range giant bloodline." Long story, Ashburn froze, then exclaimed the psyche was balanced. Zhu Zhu also lamented. What did the mountain range giants think? "It just happened to run into you. Can you use this?" Zhu Zhu handed the antidote potion formula and the blood cleansing pill potion formula to Yashburn. Yashburn had already seen it all when he looked at these two brand new potion formulas. After he received them, he looked at them twice and quickly shook his head. "I apologize, Lord. My subordinate's original job is an alchemy technician, and being able to make some alchemy potions is already my subordinate's limit. Potion formulas like this one that are specially prepared for orthodox apothecaries. Subordinate is unable to learn it." Zhu 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 froze. Ashburn was dead loyal to himself and could not possibly lie to himself. So he should really be unable to learn it. It wasn't an excuse to excuse himself, thinking about this. Zhu Zhu had to put them away. He didn't feel too bad about it either, now that he had source crystals. He was perfectly capable of building a second monster ranch that bred black-tailed mist scorpions, since Ashiborn couldn't manufacture the antidote potion and blood cleansing pill. Then he could completely obtain antidote potions and blood cleansing pills through the monster ranch. Not only would this be a simple method, but there would also be no need to acquire the appropriate herbs from the exchange. Lord, my subordinate's side has just finished making 50 mechanical land birds. Do you want to go take a look? Ashburn said, "Go." Zhu Zhu immediately said the mechanical land bird was a very important part of his grand plan of development. A few moments later, one person and one dwarf arrived in the alchemy item storehouse. One could only see a full 50 mechanical land birds, neatly placed here. Making the place look like an armory, well done. Zhu Zhu couldn't help but praise Ashiborn. "It is incumbent upon my subordinate to serve my lord." Yashburn elegantly said. Zhu Zhu nodded with a smile. He then asked Bai Yun to call someone over to bring the 50 mechanical land birds out, and then had 10 of them specialize in transporting the loot. The remaining 40 would join the scouting soldier squad and be responsible for exploring the environmental intelligence around the territory. Bai Yun had prepared for this and immediately went to find 40 smart soldiers to join the scouting soldier squad, allowing them to start familiarizing themselves with the mechanical land birds now. More than an hour later, all the soldiers had mastered the driving style of the mechanical land bird. Zhu Zhu then had them travel outside the territory under Bai Yun's leadership to explore the environmental intelligence outside the territory. Wu Tu, the cartographer recruited this morning, was among them. Lord, I will definitely become a vice captain." Before leaving, Wu Tu shouted to Zhu Zhu in the distance. Zhu Zhu froze, then he smiled and nodded. After they walked away, Zhu Zhu went to find Zhang Kang again. At this time, this first lord who had followed Zhu Zhu and was also the territory's first sword and shield soldier, was already at the lower bronze level of strength. Zhu Zhu told him to leave 100 soldiers behind and lead the remaining 8
190 soldiers to go outside the territory to clear the remaining mist monsters around the territory.
Zhang Kang led the order and left. More than half an hour later, inside the Lord's cabin, Zhu,
who was diving in the World Channel, suddenly realized that the 2 transactions posted earlier had all been acquired. A total of 60, 000 units of stone, 50, 000 units of wood, 110, 000 units of fine sand, and 80, 000 units of metal had been acquired. 600 mechanical land bird crafting materials, 2, 000 life potion crafting materials, 800 energy potion crafting materials. 600 gold corpse water crafting materials, 1. 200 blood eye crafting materials, 36. 000 units of pure iron. 28. 000 units of fine steel, 500 copies of antidote potion crafting materials, 250 copies of blood cleansing pill crafting materials. In addition to that, some scattered materials were also acquired. It was just the right time to spend all of these 40 units of flesh and blood. Now that he had blood and flesh in his hands, there was still roughly less than 20 units left. Zhu looked at the materials he had acquired. There was also some emotion in his heart. This was the disadvantage of the desert territory. If you wanted to make something, you needed to acquire it from somewhere else if he was in a resource-rich territory. He could have relied on self-sufficiency to meet the demand for these materials. However, he didn't complain to the heavens. Compared to the lords who couldn't even solve the problem of survival, he was already far better off. After that, Zhu once again found Zhao Changshu and went with him to Makutani to discuss the construction of the second monster ranch. When Zhao Changshu realized that he was going to participate in the construction of a special building, an extremely obvious look of surprise appeared on this old man's face. Zhu did not notice his expression. He only saw him wave his right hand. 300 units of wood, 300 units of fine sand, 300 units of metal, 300 units of ingredients from stone, and 1,000 black iron grade misty hearts appeared out of thin air on the ground. He then took out another source crystal and handed it to Makutani. He'll leave the matter of the second monster ranch to Elder Zhao and you. In the future, the second monster ranch will be used to exclusively breed black-tailed mist scorpions. I've left 100 soldiers for you guys. Let them help you guys build it. With them, can the monster ranch be built by tonight? Zhu asked. No problem. Makgu and Zhao Changshu looked at each other before nodding to Zhu. Although the monster ranch was a special building, however, its current grade was only black iron superior. With only enough manpower to build it before nightfall, they were still confident. Zhu nodded. It then left. Time flew by. Night gradually descended. The scarlet mist gradually appeared in the air. However, because the scarlet lords around them were wiped out, so no new monsters were born, not long after. Zhu, who was shopping for exchanges in the lord's wooden house, suddenly received a report from the soldiers. Bai Yun had returned to the territory with 50 members of the soldier scouting squad. At the same time, they had also brought back the environmental intelligence around the territory that they had gotten from exploring down this day. Inside the Lord's cabin, parlor, Lord, this is the map drawn by Wu Tu after exploring the environment of the Pride Sun Desert today. This is a complete map of the area of the Pride Sun Desert. After Bai Yun finished speaking, she looked at Wu Tu at the side. Wu Tu looked a little apprehensive. After hearing Bai Yun's words, he immediately walked over and held the map in his hands to Zhu with both hands. Zhu took it. He immediately looked at it. As a result, he had just looked at it for the first time. The item text prompt appeared in front of his eyes. Area map name, Jiaoyang Desert Map, current exploration degree, 59% map quality, black iron grade total area, 523 square kilometers. Map description. This map draws the general landforms of the Jiaoyang Desert as well as related map intelligence. Specifically, it includes the area of the region, geographic scale, distribution of desert terrain, the range and location of our own territory, the coverage of desert vegetation, type resource points, the range of scattered monster activities, the range and location of the Scarlet Lord's territory, and the range and location of the 10,000 Lord's territory. An item text prompt has actually appeared. This is recognized by the Supreme Will. Zhu was surprised. He then looked at the map more carefully. It was a 1 meter long and half-meter wide map of yellowish-brown straw paper. On it was drawn an irregular, narrow-shaped desert terrain. Not only did it look fantastic overall, moreover, there were very graphic markings in many places. For example, the location of Pride Sun City was marked with a small sun. There were also the Desert Mist Lizard Territory ruins and Black-Tailed Mist Scorpion Territory ruins, 2 places Zhu had already captured, which were also marked with a simple Desert Mist Lizard image and Black-Tailed Mist Scorpion image respectively. In addition, Zhu also saw the specific scale in the lower left corner of the map, as well as some markings of desert vegetation, quicksand, and scattered monsters. In addition to that, he also saw 2 types of red key markings. One was a mark of a brief human face that was labeled as Stranger Clan Lord Territory. It was roughly 30 kilometers away from the northeast of Pride Sun City. Next to it, there was a special line that read, "Preliminary judgment of this territory is that there are no more than 50 people in it." The other was a Scarlet Lord marker, which was labeled with the specific information regional, level Scarlet Lord, Sandman Lord Territory. It was roughly 35 kilometers away, due east of Proud Sun City. Its initial judgment was labeled as, there were roughly around 1,000 Sandman Mist monsters. Zhu looked at the map in amazement. Fear came from the unknown. Originally, he hadn't known much about the overall environment of the Pride Sun Desert before. Therefore, even though he already had thousands of soldiers, he still subconsciously felt that his surroundings were dangerous. That's why when he dealt with his enemies, he had always pursued going all out, just because he didn't want to turn over in the gutter. But now that he looked at this map, the wealth of map information on it immediately made Zhu's mind much more solid. He even had the idea that he could try conquering the entire territory of the Pride Sun Desert himself. After all, these 2 remaining lords' territories, it seemed like he could take them himself. This was precisely the importance of intelligence. Without the intelligence on this map, Zhu might have had this thought as well, but it would never have been as confident as it was now. Zhu couldn't help but look at Wu Tu. This was really a talent. This map is well made. I like it. Zhu said. After Wu Tu heard this, joy suddenly appeared in his originally apprehensive expression. Starting today, you are the vice captain of your scout soldier squad, also that mechanical land bird of yours. From now on it also completely belongs to you, Zhu added. Wu Tu was dumbfounded after hearing this. He was just completing a mission for the first time. Did Lord give himself such a great reward? It wasn't just the position of vice captain. There was also the mechanical land bird that was rewarded to him. He remembered that in the entire territory, the only one who truly possessed a mechanical land bird was Bai Yun, a close friend who had followed Zhu from the very beginning. Everyone else just had the right to use it. And he himself had actually become the second person after Bai Yun now. Wu Tu couldn't help but be in a bit of a trance when he thought of this. In the past, when he was a cartographer in the army, no matter how perfectly he completed the task of drawing maps, those higher-ups would only paint him a big picture, but they wouldn't promote him at all, simply because he himself was still a child. They didn't feel comfortable handing over higher positions to themselves, now that he had only joined here for less than a day. He had what he had always thought of. It wasn't a higher position or a mechanical land bird, it's trust. Lords are really different, he thought. There's no need to be so surprised. I've already seen your ability. Since your abilities are up to standard, this lord will naturally give you the appropriate rewards and position so that you can utilize your abilities. But even though you are now a vice captain, you should listen to others' opinions when things come up. Have faith in your teammates. They may not be as good as you at making maps, but there's still a lot you can learn in other places. Don't let me down. Juju laughed. Thank you, Lord. Wu Tu will definitely not disappoint, Lord. Wu Tu's little face turned red with excitement. Continue to work hard in the future. The position of a full captain. You also have a chance. Now tell me carefully about these 2 territories. Juju laughed. Wu Tu nodded excitedly. Bai Yun smiled, then stepped forward and respectfully said, Report to Lord. The standard Stranger Clan Lord territory on this map was the first thing we discovered during our exploration. During our exploration, we came across a squad of human soldiers. This squad of human soldiers has a total of 8 people. Among them are 4 sword and shield soldiers, 3 lance soldiers, and 1 archer. Their appearance is similar to our human race. And I don't know if my subordinate is overthinking it. That archer soldier who has been protected at the back. My subordinate always felt that the other party's way of speaking and accent was similar to that of the Lord. Juju raised an eyebrow when he heard this. Could it be that he had encountered the Blue Star Lords? He didn't say anything and continued to listen to Bai Yun. My subordinate then kept following them secretly before finding their territory. Then my subordinate realized that their territory was sheltered by the Novice Lord Protection Shield, just like our Jai Oyong city. My subordinate didn't act rashly and had Wu Tu take note of the location. Then, after observing it for a while, we continued to explore into the distance. We then found the territory of this region, level Lord Sandman Lord, and saw that Scarlet Lord. It was a silver lower level regional grade Scarlet Lord, and it has around 1,000 Sand People Lords under its command. The other party was powerful, so my subordinate didn't venture close. Instead, I killed a Sandman monster that had fallen alone in the neighborhood and brought back its corpse. That Sandman monster corpse is now at the entrance, Bai Yun said. Go take a look. Juju immediately stood up. Bai Yun and the others naturally had no problem with it. The 3 of them then walked out of the room, and Juju quickly saw the Sandman monster corpse. Just at the first glance, Juju froze. This was because he realized that this Sandman corpse resembled the Sand Soldier that he had summoned with the Sand Emperor's space ring. It just didn't have the Sand Soldier's standardized equipment and weapons. Monster name, Sandman power level, black iron lower monster profile, a monster of the Blazing Sun Desert. Born in the Scarlet Mist, it was once a lord under the Emperor of Sand's command, and after the fall of the Emperor of Sand, it was transformed by the Lord of Scarlet along with him into his subordinates, loot explosion rate, 4 black iron grade heart of mist explosion rate, 100%. 1 kg black iron grade sand crystal explosion rate, 10%. 1 black iron lower grade sandification skill book explosion rate, 5%. 1 black iron lower grade summon Sandman skill book explosion rate, 2%. Actually used to be a Sand Emperor's territory. Juju looked at the Sandman corpse with some surprise. He looked at the Emperor of Sand's space ring on his right hand. He was really quite destined to be with this Emperor of Sand. However, Juju also discovered something when he looked at the explosive rate of this Sandman. This kind of Sand Soldier monster actually didn't drop Soldier-type trance, or certificates, or Soldier-type recruitment books. My previous guess seems to be right. Not all monsters will drop Soldier-type related class items, Juju thought. He then stopped thinking and placed his hand on this corpse. A golden prompt appeared. Do you extract the loot? Yes, Juju said in his heart. The next second, Lord's talent alert. You have obtained the loot 4 heart of mist black iron grade, 1 kg sand crystal black iron grade, 1 sanding skill book black iron lower grade, 1 summon Sandman skill book black iron lower grade. Wow, the loot burst out, but compared to the desert mist lizard and the black-tailed mist scorpion, the loot dropped by this Sandman was less. But the fact that the skill book could produce 2 books was not bad. He didn't think much about it. Juju started to look at the loot. First was this never-seen-before sand crystal.
It was a yellow prismatic crystal, the size of a fingernail cap that was cold to the touch.
Material name, sand crystal material grade, black iron grade material effect, black iron grade building material produced in the desert. Can be added to other building materials to make the completed building defense plus 50%, earthquake resistance plus 50%, winter warmth, and summer cool building effect plus 1. And also allows the indoor temperature to be constant and not be affected by changes in the outside temperature. The moment Juju saw this material, an idea immediately came to his mind. The sand people must be protected, not for anything else. Even the skill book was not important. Just for the sake of this sand crystal material with amazing building effects, he was willing to create a monster ranch specifically for the sand people. There was no way. The temperature difference between day and night on the desert was huge. Tens of degrees above zero during the day. Tens of degrees below zero at night. Wanting to live well in this kind of environment. This kind of sand crystal that could keep the interior warm in winter and cool in summer was simply too important to them. As for cruelty and whatnot, he didn't have that concept at all, although the sand people had the word human in their name. But the other party was essentially just a desert elemental monster coalesced by the scarlet mist, to put it bluntly. It was just a mass of mist. Saying that it was a sandman, it was only because the other party had similar limbs to humans. It wasn't even human, so Juju wouldn't feel cruel at all because he struck down a cloud of mist. But I only have one source crystal left in my hand right now. It can't be used indiscriminately, after all. It will likely be used to upgrade the territory in the future. Wait until I have more source crystals. It's not too late to build the Sand People's monster ranch, Juju thought. He put the sand crystal away and then looked to the next item. Skill name, sanding skill quality, black iron lower skill description, sand a part of the body for 1 second. Immune to physical damage received at the black iron level. At the end of the 1 second, the sanded part of the body will be restored to its original state. Juju nodded after reading it, making a part of the body invincible for 1 second. It sounded like a pretty good skill. However, the only pity was that this 1 second was only immune to physical damage at the black iron level. The ceiling was a bit low, but it was only a black iron lower level skill after all. Juju couldn't ask for too much. He directly learned it, then looked to the next skill. Skill name, summon sandman skill quality. Black iron lower tier skill description, summoning type skill. Manipulate the sand elemental to coalesce a black iron lower grade sandman that completely obeys one's commands and possesses simple intelligence to fight for oneself. Juju shook his head. There was some pity. The black iron lower class skill was indeed generally effective. This skill could actually only summon a sandman, and his ring not only summoned a higher level sand soldier. And as long as he had enough spiritual power, he could completely summon an uncapped number of sand soldiers. The gap between the two was obvious, but Juju still learned. Anyway, more skill was not a good thing. It was always good to have more skills. Moreover, after learning it, this skill was considered his skill. He didn't need to use an external object like a ring to perform it. It was also safe to use. The loot was put away. Juju and the three of them returned to the Lord's cabin. Juju pondered for a long time, raising his head. He looked at Bai Yun. Tomorrow morning, you arrange for 20 members of the Scout Soldier Squad to monitor that stranger clan Lord's territory. If you find someone coming out of the other party's territory, after confirming that there is a suspected presence of the other clan Lord inside, then immediately arrest them and notify me. Yes, Lord, Bai Yun said respectfully. Juju looked at Wu Tu again. Tomorrow, I will arrange for you to have a bronze lower class soldier to follow and protect the rest of your scouting soldier squad. The next task for your squad is to scout for intelligence on the environment outside of the Pride Sun Desert. It would be best if you can produce a map if you find an area where a native power is located, such as the territory of the Aurora Kingdom. Focus on investigating there immediately. Strive to be the first to investigate the situation there.
Juju's heart still remembered Spirit's opportunity. If he could also come across a local power and obtain a large number of unprofessional territories from it, just like Linger.
Then the sword and shield soldier transformation certificate and poison crossbow soldier transformation certificate that he had been keeping in his hand would be of use. At that time, his troop strength would experience an unprecedented surge. As you wish. Lord, Wu Tu excitedly agreed. Bai Yun and Wu Tu left. Then Zhang Kang, who had already cleared the nearby monsters and returned, also came over to report their results. It had been half a day. They had eliminated a total of 132 desert mist lizards and 66 black-tailed mist scorpions. These monsters were all scattered throughout the entire range of the Proud Sun Desert, so even if they had searched for more than 800 people for most of the day, they had only found this many. Juju sniffed and handed Zhang Kang the map that Wu Tu had just handed over to him. Make a copy of this map and return it to me. Tomorrow you will follow the distribution of monsters on this and find and clear them all.
On this Pride Sun Desert, no other monsters are needed. Only the monsters we raised ourselves are enough.
Juju said, Lord, Zhang Kang held the map like a treasure. With this map in place, they wouldn't need to look for monsters like headless flies. Juju then followed Zhang Kang to extract the loot. More than half an hour later, the loot was all extracted. Of the 198 monster corpses, 128 of them were black iron inferior, 46 black iron intermediate, and 24 black iron superior. After extracting the loot, a total of 632 black iron level soul cores were obtained, 6,800 units of blood and flesh black iron lower. Middle and upper, 299 kg water bag, 66 copies of black-tailed mist scorpion's venom sac, black iron lower. Middle, upper 66 bottles of antidote potion, black iron lower, middle, upper 113 copies of certificate of transition for sword and shield soldier, 39 copies of recruitment book for sword and shield soldier, 99 copies of poison crossbow soldier transfer certificate, 31 copies of poison crossbow soldier recruitment book, 6 black iron superior black scorpion poison crossbow, 18 copies of black iron upper grade sand diving technique, 6 copies of black iron upper grade antidote potion recipe. After Zhu put these trophies away, he then went to the gate of summoning and used the recruitment book he had just obtained to summon 39 sword and shield soldiers and 31 poison crossbow soldiers, and told them to report to Bai Yun. Now he had 108 soldier professions under his command. Just then, Zhao Changshu came from the distance and came before Zhu. Reporting to Lord, the second monster ranch is built. He had a delighted smile on his face. This time, he participated in the construction of this particular building. Right now, he felt that he had benefited greatly. He vaguely felt that he was not far from being a platinum superior architect. Go, take a look. Zhu sniffed and immediately said. Zhao Changshu smiled and nodded. The two then walked in the direction of the monster ranch. Zhu and Zhao Changshu quickly arrived in front of the second monster ranch. This monster ranch was right next to the Desert Mist Lizard Monster Ranch. Whether it was the architectural style or the size, it was exactly the same as the monster ranch next to it. The only difference was, the monster ranch next to it contained a desert mist lizard, and this monster ranch held a black-tailed mist scorpion. Tough on you too, Zhu was satisfied, not hard work. Special buildings can come and go. Old man, I can still preside over the construction of a special building after retirement. I can't be happy enough. Zhao Changshu was also smiling as he looked at the building in front of him. He had presided over the construction of countless buildings in the Aurora Kingdom, both large and small. Throughout his life, but there were very few special buildings that he had presided over the construction of. This showed the rarity and preciousness of special buildings. Then he remembered something and turned to Juju and said, "By the way,
Lord, it was just over an hour ago. The first tailor store in our territory was also established."
Juju's eyes lit up. The first thing that came to mind was Bao Ziyur's face. That said, during this period of time, he had more things to do and hadn't seen her much, but listening to others during this period of time. Bao Ziyur often mended clothes for the generals, and sometimes she was so busy that she couldn't be seen. Unless she took the initiative to appear, it was indeed difficult to find her. "Go take a look," Juju said. "Yes, Lord, Zhao Changshu respectfully said, a few moments later, in front of the tailor store. Juju stood at the door and looked inside. The tailor store was now cleanly organized, not far away. Under a candlelight, Bao Ziyur was earnestly mending a coat. The face that was originally clear and durable looked even better under the candlelight. He opened the other party's attribute panel. He found that Bao Ziyur had already advanced from the original black iron upper tailor to bronze lower tailor. Juju was not surprised in the slightest. The other party was originally highly talented, and she was also so diligent. It was impossible to say that he didn't level up his life profession. He had wanted to go over and say hello. But seeing the other party's concentrated appearance, in his heart, he still quietly dismissed this intention. "Let's go back," Juju said, not going in for a chat. "I usually see her when I see her. She could be thinking about you." Lord, from time to time, Zhao Changshu stroked his beard and laughed. "What about me?" Juju was curious. Chanting about how Lord's clothes aren't broken yet. Juju was speechless. "Can't chant about me a little better." "People's little girls, maybe they just want to get closer to you." Lord, Zhao Changshu teased. Juju shook his head. There was no answer. The two then turned around and left without saying much. As they walked, Juju suddenly turned his head to look at the tailor store. The candlelight glow, there was still warm and soft. It caused his heart to quiet down as well. Juju suddenly came to a realization. Perhaps in the midst of a chaotic world, guarding such a pure land, it was also one of the significance of the existence of these lords of theirs. Early the next morning, inside the master bedroom, Juju woke up in a daze. Then he realized that he was trapped by the bed and couldn't get up. Juju had no choice but to open the world channel and try to dive for a while. Then the first thing that caught his eye was the blood-red countdown at the very top of the channel. Current countdown, 73 hours, 26 minutes, 25 seconds. It's the 5th day. Time flies after today in 2 more days. The novice lord test will be here, Juju lamented. He looked at the lord's speeches. He found that the lords were also talking about the novice lord's test. It's over. There's still more than 2 days left, and the novice lord's test is coming. I'm panicking. What should I do? Are you as panicked as I am? I only have 10 soldiers under me right now, and the highest strength is only a black iron intermediate lance soldier. Big brother actually has 10 soldiers. Envious, envy +1, envy +2, envy plus 10,086. You guys at least have soldiers. I summoned them from the gate of summoning. The lords that I summoned from the summoning gate are either no professional lords or trash life professionals. Not a single soldier professional has appeared. I haven't dared to step out of the novice lord protection shield for the past 5 days, and have been relying on the products of the life professions to trade for food at the exchange to make ends meet. Not even a single soldier-type professional. There's no one else upstairs with this kind of luck. Living professions are useful in the later stages, but they really don't play much of a role in the early stages. I'm ready to give up my territory. A friend of mine who has already given up his territory told me that as long as he gives up his lordship for more than a day, he will automatically become an adventurer and will have the same professional power. Just that he can't rely on soldiers to kill monsters to raise his strength like a lord. He needs to kill monsters by himself personally in order to raise his strength. Sounds pretty good to me. I'm a bit tempted. All of you go become adventurers. You'll definitely pass the novice lord test, adventurer. Juju raised an eyebrow. It turned out that the lordship could still be given up and one would automatically become a professional like an adventurer. It sounded as if it wasn't bad. At least there was no need to worry about any novice lord trials. I guess there's going to be a large group of lords that are going to give up their lordship. Juju pondered. As for himself, mastering the 3 lordship talents, he wouldn't be too bad in the future at least. So naturally, he wouldn't give up his lordship. He was also in no mood to continue sleeping, solely getting up. He walked out of the lord's cabin and went to the summoning gate to summon today's lords. Hint, is it summoned immediately? Yes, Juju said. The next second, the door of summoning suddenly lit up with bright white light, followed by 12 figures walking out from inside. Greetings, Lord. X12, the 12 people said in unison and respectfully. Good day, everyone. From today onwards, all of you are the lords of Pride Sun City, Juju said. He then looked at the 12 people. Among these 12 people, there were 10 men and 2 women. 9 of them were unprofessional lords who did not have any professions. The other 3 were professionals. One was a middle-aged man with a life profession of black iron intermediate blacksmith. The other was a bit younger, a young man in his 20s, with a life profession of a black iron lower-level carpenter. This was also the first carpenter in his territory. The last person was a black iron upper-level physician. An old woman with gray hair. Juju opened the panel information of this black iron inferior carpenter. Territory, Juyinglan Territory, Jiaoyang City lifestyle occupation, carpenter occupation class, black iron lower ability summary, from Canal Village in Aurora Kingdom. Grew up following the old man of his family, who inherited the carpentry skills. Is delicate and patient. Can make some simple and common furniture and living utensils. Longs for the outside world. Skill, carpentry skill, simple furniture, black iron lower level. Carpentry skill, simple farming tools, black iron lower level. Carpentry skill, small wooden cart, black iron lower level. Carpentry skill, water wheel, black iron intermediate level, not fully mastered loyalty. 75 potential. Silver upper level. Juju nodded. The heart was still satisfied, although the other party's potential was average. But the woodworking skills learned were very practical, especially the craft of making furniture and small wooden carts. Right now, there was a need for furniture in the newly built homes of the territorial people. His loot transportation caravan also needed small wooden carts. With this young man here, in the future, he wouldn't need to specialize in buying these things on the exchange. As for the remaining 9 people, Juju thought about it. He didn't arrange for them to be transferred to soldier professions. Instead, he arranged for them all to be given to Zhao Changshu to increase their manpower for building houses, so that he could speed up the rate at which they built houses. Right now, there were only a total of 6 new residential houses in his territory, but the number of residents was already in the thousands. It could be said that Zhao Cheng, Xu Zhaolao, and the others were the most short of people. As for the soldiers, 10 more or 10 less is about the same anyway. Might as well leave it to Zhaolao and the others. After arranging everything, he took Nasario and headed to the monster ranch. In front of the monster ranch, when Juju arrived, Makutani immediately came out to greet him. He roughly looked around and realized that the 2 monster ranches were already filled with desert mist lizards and black-tailed mist scorpions. Lord, over the course of this night, my subordinates have cultivated a total of 500 desert mist lizards and 500 black-tailed mist scorpions in these 2 monster ranches. Among them, there are 244 black iron inferior grade desert mist lizards, 235 black iron intermediate grade desert mist lizards, and 21 black iron upper grade desert mist lizard elites. There are also 186 black iron inferior black-tailed mist scorpions, 308 black iron intermediate black-tailed mist scorpions, and 6 black iron superior black-tailed mist scorpion elites. After saying that, It was only then that Mugu realized that his own lord actually didn't bring by Yun and the others this time. He was stunned, however. He believed that his lord had his own intentions, so he didn't ask much. Sure enough, Yuju said next, "Today I plan to use the monsters in these monster ranches to upgrade my pets. You can just release them in batches as usual." According to the information by Yun and the girls had poked around, that regional grade Scarlet Lord was a silver lower strength. Juju was confident, though, even if the other party was a silver lower level Scarlet Lord, his Nesario should be able to win the battle with certainty. However, he felt that it could be a bit more robust. For example, if his Nesario could advance to the silver level, then wouldn't it be a hanging fight to beat the opponent's silver lower level Scarlet Lord? That was why he didn't bring by Yun and the others when he came to the monster ranch this time. It was because he planned to let Nesario, a dragon, monopolize the promotion energy of these two monster ranches today. Makgu respectfully said yes after hearing Juju's words, and then began to release the first batch of 10 black iron lower tier desert mist lizards. Go on, remember not to burn the corpses. Your master still has to extract the loot. Wait until you've been promoted to silver. Reward you with 100 black iron grade mist hearts. Juju looked at Nesario beside him. At this time, Nesario was already adult tall. The growth rate was astonishingly fast when it heard Juju's words. It immediately gave an excited cry. It then flew directly in front of these 10 desert mist lizards and looked down excitedly at them. The next second, it directly pounced and directly fought these 10 desert fog lizards close to the ground. Nesario remembered his own master's words, "Don't damage the corpses of these mist monsters," so it didn't use its magma dragon breath, but simply relied on its own physical strength to finish off these mist monsters. How terrifying was the fleshly body of a pure, blooded dragon race. Even if Nesario was merely a juvenile dragon race, with its physical body at this time, dealing with these desert mist lizards was still a matter of injuring them if they rubbed and killing them if they touched them. Juju secretly nodded when he saw this scene. Right at this moment, a huge and gentle energy suddenly appeared at his heart, then instantly surged to his limbs and his soul, greatly enhancing his physical body, soul, and spiritual power. Juju froze, a breakthrough. He reacted and immediately opened his lord's personal information. Sure enough, only to see on the column of strength level. His strength level had clearly risen from black iron upper to bronze lower. Finally a breakthrough, Juju sighed in relief. It was also unknown if it was because of the special status of a lord that required more promotion energy. Bai Yun and the others had long since broken through to the bronze lower level, while he himself had never broken through. It was hard enough to watch everyone else advance while not advancing himself. However, it was good that he finally broke through. Afterwards, Juju collected the loot while watching Nesario destroy the desert fog lizards when he killed 7 or 80 desert mist lizards. Nesario suddenly let out an impatient dragon roar and directly crossed over Makutani, charging headlong into the desert mist lizards' monster pasture. The 400 or so desert mist lizards in the surroundings, seeing this monster that they had never seen before charging in, immediately prepared to surround Nesario with hideous expressions on their faces the next second. Roar, a childish but domineering dragon roar rang out. Dragon might instantly erupted out. All the desert mist lizards immediately stood in place in terror. Unable to move, Nesario sneezed triumphantly at this scene and then, like a wolf entering a flock of sheep, began to kill these defenseless desert mist lizards. When Juju, who was originally a bit worried, saw this scene, a smile appeared on his face. This dragon might effect is a bit outrageous. Before, when I told Makgu to release 10 by 10, I was a bit underestimating it. He stopped worrying and sat down again, continuing to extract the loot. A few moments later, Nesario, who had just slaughtered the entire desert mist lizard monster ranch, suddenly threw back his head and roared. The sound was like the roar of a celestial dragon, resounding through heaven and earth. As if Juju had sensed something, he immediately stood up, only to see strands of blood red-hot fire elements converge into elemental streams that appeared out of nowhere around Nesario. Reflecting it like a dragon god in fire, afterwards, part of these elemental streams, as if summoned, merged into Nesario's body like 100 rivers returning to the stream. The other part formed a layer of hideous armor made of lava on its body surface. And during the process of integration, Nesario's size, too, began to skyrocket at a speed visible to the naked eye. 2 meters, 3 meters, 4 meters, 6 meters. It grew to over 6 meters tall before Nesario's size slowly stopped growing. The promotion visions around it then also slowly disappeared. At the same time, a series of text prompts appeared in front of Juju's eyes. Congratulations! Your pet lava dragon has broken through to silver lower level. Lava Dragon's Magma Dragon breath has been strengthened. Lava Dragon's dragon might has been strengthened. Lava Dragon has comprehended the growth. Type Dragon Magic Elemental Fire Elemental Mastery from Dragon Magic Mastery. Lava Dragon has awakened the lava armor from the dragon inheritance. The Lava Dragon's epic elemental immunity and epic physical immunity awakenings have increased from 1% to 3%. Juju was incomparably surprised with just a silver level breakthrough. Nesario had actually received so many benefits. It was worthy of being a pure-blooded dragon race. The next second, he saw Nesario turn around and look at himself with bated breath. Juju froze. He then reacted and painfully took out 100 black iron grade misty hearts from his spatial ring. Then thought for a moment and took out another 900 black iron grade misty hearts. Nesario's eyes lit up. It stared at the full 1,000 black iron grade hearts of mist, primary fire elemental mastery, few, only to see these 1,000 black iron grade mist hearts suddenly burst into flames out of thin air. And then they all melted into strands of fiery red energy that flew into its mouth. It barred its mouth. Its expression incomparably satisfied. It would have been normal to say, I should have fed you a silver-level heart of mist when you broke through to the silver lower level. But now I don't see any silver-level monsters either. Let's just compensate you with more black iron-level heart of mist. Juju said. Nesario nodded humanely, then flew directly to the black-tailed mist scorpion's territory. Roar, it looked down at the monsters before letting out a low roar. Silver-level dragon might instantly swept through the entire monster ranch. A large portion of the 500 black-tailed mist scorpions were directly subdued. The remaining black-tailed mist scorpions were even more outrageous. Directly losing their breath and collapsing on the ground, boy, Juju smacked his lips. Is this the pureblood dragon race after the breakthrough? After Nesario was promoted to silver lower, the speed of resolving the black-tailed mist scorpion was significantly faster. In less than a moment, all 500 black-tailed mist scorpions died under its sharp claws. It then immediately flew to Juju and looked at Juju with an inviting face. Good job. After Juju complimented it, he subconsciously wanted to hug the other party like before. But looking at the other party's 6-metered all size, he ended up regretfully giving up on this idea. No wonder people often say that children aren't cute when they grow up. In the time after that, Juju then began to extract the loot from the bodies of these misty monsters, and during this time, Bai Yun also took 20 members of the scout soldier squad and left Pride Sun City to go and monitor that stranger clan lord's territory. Wu Tu took the remaining 30 members of the scout soldier squad, as well as a bronze lower-level sword and shield soldier, and went forward to explore the environmental intelligence around the proud Sun Desert. Zhang Kang, under Juju's orders, left 100 soldiers behind to help Zhao Changshu and the others build residential homes, carpenter stores, warehouses, and other buildings. He then took the remaining 900-plus people and went to clear the scattered monsters in the territory of the Prideful Sun Desert, one by one, according to the map of the Prideful Sun Desert that he had copied yesterday. Everything was proceeding in an organized manner. More than an hour later, all 1,000 monster corpses were extracted for loot. A total of 3,002. 145 black iron grade mist hearts were obtained. 33,020 units of blood and flesh black iron lower. Middle and upper 1,159 kg water bags, 500 copies of black-tailed mist scorpion's venom sac, black iron lower. Middle upper 500 vials of antidote potion, black iron lower, middle. Upper 521 copies of certificate of transition for sword and shield soldier, 256 copies of recruitment book for sword and shield soldier. 506 copies of poison crossbow soldier transfer certificate, 314 copies of poison crossbow soldier recruitment book, 21 copies of black iron upper grade sand dive art, 6 black iron upper grade black scorpion poison crossbow, 6 copies of black iron superior antidote to poison potion recipe. Looking at the loot, Juju's heart was satisfied. Having a stable income every day was just comfortable, and with the gradual upgrading of the monster ranch, it was predictable his stable income would become higher and higher. Juju then brought 256 recruitment books for sword and shield soldiers and 314 recruitment books for poison crossbow soldiers to the gate of summoning and threw them all in. The next second, a sword and shield soldier and poison crossbow soldier walked out from inside, and after respectfully saluting Juju, they silently came behind him and began to consciously arrange themselves to stand in line. A moment later, only a full 570 soldiers stood neatly behind Juju. He turned around and looked at the 570 people in front of him with some emotions in his heart. In fact, the Monster Ranch as a silver-level Lord talent would not logically play such an outrageous role. Other lords, even if they could obtain this kind of Lord talent, at most, they would have a piece of exclusive practicing spots that belonged to their own forces. Or it could also be used to try to specialize in popping a certain loot. Other than that, it wouldn't be too useful. However, his 100% burst rate had developed the effects of this ordinary silver, anked Lord talent to a level that was nearly as effective as a diamond, ranked or higher quality Lord talent. It had to be said, his legendary grade Lord talent was still quite versatile. There was no more thinking about it. Juju looked at the 570 people and pondered whether or not to attack that Sandman Lord. The total number of soldiers under his command had now reached 678, plus Nasario, who had been promoted to silver lower rank, if they went and took the initiative to attack. There was a high possibility that they could defeat that regional level Scarlet Lord force by then. He would be able to take care of that enemy that was suspected to be a human lord. He would then be able to officially control the entire territory of the Pride Sun Desert. This was naturally a great temptation for Juju, a lord, but he thought for a moment. Still, he temporarily pressed down on the idea. Be a little more stable if we go rashly at this time, even if we can achieve victory. It is estimated that we will still incur relatively large casualties. When the number of soldiers breaks through to 2,000 at that time, my troop strength will be twice that of the monster lords under that Sandman Lord, plus the silver underclass Nasario. By then, I should be able to take down the opponent while minimizing casualties. Juju thought after thinking about it. He told the 570 soldiers to go help Zhao Lao build the house while he returned to the Lord's cabin. More than an hour later, Linger sent a message that the herbs had been cultivated. Juju then used 350 copies of the sword and shield soldier trance for a certificate to trade for 800 life potion materials, 800 energy potion materials, 800 gold corpse water potion materials, 800 eye of blood potion materials, and 300 antidote potion materials. After the transaction, Linger added that she had already started cultivating the herbs needed for the blood-clearing pills with the Divine Favorite Pill Nursery. However, since most of the herbs needed for the blood-cleansing pill were bronze-level herbs, it would take 2 days to complete the cultivation. Juju could also see it at this time, The other party was cultivating the herbs he wanted specifically for him. But he didn't mind either, if she could really fulfill his herbal needs. Then he wouldn't have to acquire them in the exchange every day, and it would save him the trouble. Moreover, the other party's lordly talent was so strong. He also had the intention to help the other party so that she could grow as much as possible. That way, he could also feed back to himself later. Juju then couldn't help but ask the other party how many refugees had come and become her lords today. Linger was happy to say that 53 refugees had come. Juju had mixed feelings, this Linger. Just by accepting refugees from the local forces and summoning lords from the gate of summoning every day, she was able to add dozens of new lords every day. The lordship talent really couldn't determine everything. It would just give the lords a good starting point. Luck, opportunity, all of them could make a lord powerful. Those lords who didn't have a lord talent might be able to rise up to become powerful lords in the end. Just then, the other party sent a message. Elixir Lord, Big Brother Jiao Yang, do you have a tailor there? Prideful Sun Lord, yes. What's wrong? Elixir Lord, can I ask Big Brother's tailor to mend a rag doll for me? This rag doll of Linger's is a bit torn. Elixir Lord, Spirit can pay for it and won't let that tailor work for nothing. Juju was dumbfounded, so it was this kind of small matter. Sure enough, it was a small child. Prideful Sun Lord, give it to me. The payment is not necessary. It's just a rag doll, a show of hands. Elixir Lord, thank you, Big Brother. The other party then sent a trade request, and after Juju agreed, a somewhat worn-out brown bear rag doll appeared in his hands. Juju looked at it and realized that it was the fabric of the chest that was torn. He went straight to the tailor store to find Bao Ziur. Tailor shop. This doll just had a long time and the fabric became a bit brittle. Plus it's been held in the arms a lot. That's why it's torn. It's easy to mend it, but it's best to change the layer of fabric. Bao Ziur said. Juju asked Linger's opinion, and after receiving an affirmative, he let Bao Ziur change the fabric. It took half an hour. Bao Ziur then handed Juju the refreshed bear cloth doll, after he returned it to Linger. Linger looked happy. Elixir Lord, wow, that seamstress lady's craftsmanship is so good. Now it's exactly the same as when Mom and Dad first gave it to Linger. Elixir Lord, thank you, Big Brother. Spirit Medicine Lord. This bear is the only item that Mom and Dad gave me left by my side after Linger came to this world. And it is also Linger's most precious treasure. With it, Linger feels that Mom and Dad are still around. Elixir Lord, when Linger becomes a very, very powerful lord in the future, she will take the bear to find Mom and Dad. Juju froze when he saw this. It turned out that this rag doll had such a meaning to her. He silently retracted his words about the other party being a small child. Lord Pride of the Sun, you will definitely find your mom and dad. Elixir Lord, thank you, Big Brother Tilda just then. Does that rag doll belong to Lord's child? Bao Ziur said curiously. No, Juju had a black face. The smile on Bao Ziur's face grew a little brighter. How does it feel here? Juju asked casually. It's pretty good. There are a lot of tools and fabrics. It will be much easier to make clothes in the future. Bao Ziur said. Juju nodded. This was the magical point of drawing type buildings. As soon as it was built, the appropriate tools would automatically appear inside. The tailor store was like this. The same was true for other buildings such as the healing house, blacksmith shop, and carpenter shop. When the building was upgraded later, the tools inside it would be upgraded and increased as well. There would even be some special building effects if you don't have drawings to build your own building. It will be the same as an empty house, and you will need to buy your own tools, and the building effects will not be possible at all. This is the difference between self-built buildings and drawing type buildings. If only my teacher was here. She would have loved it here. I also wonder how my teacher is doing now. Bao Ziur missed her teacher. Suddenly, she looked at Juju and hesitated, saying, Lord, if we go to Fish Spring Town in the future, can I bring my teacher here as well? Teacher, she is a platinum lower tailor, much more powerful than me. Her words just fell. A quest interface appeared in front of Juju's eyes. Your Laird Bao Ziyuer has issued a Laird commissioned quest to you. Name of entrusted quest, teacher and disciple reunion quality of quest, platinum lower hidden content of quest. Bao Ziyuer has missed her teacher for a long time and would love to reunite with her teacher once again. It is rumored that her teacher, Zhang Lai, is in Fish Spring Town, so she might want to visit her sometime. Quest reward. A platinum lower tailor becomes a territorial citizen in the territory. Bao Ziyuer's loyalty is raised to deadly loyalty. 100 platinum grade hearts of mist hidden quest opening condition. 1. Bao Ziyuer's loyalty is 90 or above. 2. Bao Ziyuer owns her own tailor shop. 3. The person who entrusted the quest is a trustworthy person in the heart of Bao Ziyuer. Juju froze. This supreme continent still had the word mission. Still a hidden mission, Juju tesked. That meant there were still normal quests. And the rewards of this platinum inferior hidden quest were rich enough. Looking at it, Juju was a bit greedy. Fish Spring Town, the name sounds a bit familiar. Juju pondered. A moment later, he suddenly reacted. This Fish Spring Town, he remembered seeing it in Wu Tu's skill list, and he had also drawn a map of the area of Fish Spring Town. Wu Tu most likely knows where Fish Spring Town is. When he comes back, it would be a good idea to ask him. Juju thought in the time afterward. Juju did not stay idle. Knowing that the quests existed, he began to try to obtain them on his other lords. As a result, after a busy morning, he only got one ordinary quest, although the others would also need some help from themselves. They were unable to trigger an official quest at all, and this only ordinary quest was the one obtained from Zhao Changshu Zhao Lao. Commission task name, collect Aurora Crystals task quality, bronze upper ordinary task content. Zhao Changshu has learned of the predicament 2 days from now, and has proposed to you the construction of a bronze lower Aurora Tower. Go and collect 10 units of Aurora Crystals to build the first kingdom, level building within the Pride layer. Quest reward, a bronze upper grade finished Aurora Tower, 50 bronze grade mist hearts. Zhao Cheng's loyalty increased to 90 points. Juju looked at this ordinary quest and thought, it was still the issue of the Aurora Crystals. In fact, he had been collecting Aurora Crystals in the exchange since very early on. Nay, this material was truly rare. Juju had collected it for so long and froze, but he hadn't received a single unit of Aurora Crystals. However, he wasn't completely unproductive. There was a lord who took the initiative to approach Juju through the exchange and offered to trade 20 units of black iron inferior desert, mist lizard flesh and blood for a copy of the Aurora Crystals material intelligence. Juju agreed and learned the source of the Aurora Crystals from the other party. It turned out that this Aurora Crystal was not a natural ore like iron ore, copper ore, or secret silver ore that was born and raised. It was born within the Aurora human race. It was an important energy core equivalent to the heart of mist, and only Aurora humanoids of bronze level and above could be born with Aurora crystals after their death. Therefore, in the Aurora Kingdom, Aurora crystals were an important resource that was regarded as a strategic material by the upper echelons of the kingdom, and civilians were expressly forbidden to trade them. Therefore, there were very few Aurora crystals that could be circulated. This was also the reason why Juju had been unable to collect Aurora crystals, whether it's collecting Aurora crystals or wanting to complete Bao Ziyuer's hidden mission. Both require me to personally travel to the Aurora Kingdom to do so. Juju thought, but this kind of thing was a bit risky. He had to be prepared before he could go. Just then, Spirit sent a message. Spirit Medicine Lord, Big Brother. It seems like the World Channel is discussing about you. Big Brother, it seems like a lord was captured by your subordinates and is now calling for help on the World Channel. Juju froze, then he immediately opened the World Channel and looked at it. Sure enough, the World Channel was discussing him and the captured lord. The lord's name was Lord Xingba. He said that he and his soldiers went out to look for monsters and were captured alive by a group of soldiers riding alchemy mechanical monstrous birds all together. It was only when he saw the information about this group of soldiers that he realized that these soldiers were clearly the soldiers of the famous Lord Prideful Sun. Right now, this Lord of Pride was frantically begging the other lords to think of a way to get him out of this critical situation in front of him. The other lords also spoke their opinions. It is recommended to directly surrender, give up your lordship, and take the initiative to ask to become a lord of Big Brother Jiao Yang, so that maybe they will let you live for the sake of your fellow clan members. Actually, to be honest, since your two territories are connected, unless neither of you wants to expand your territories. Sooner or later, the two of you will have a battle. There are no flukes in the Battle of Lords. I thought that Big Brother Jiao Yang was the same as the dragon Lady Lord, both of them mastering inhuman-level battle power. I didn't expect that he was actually developing alchemy technology. Can alchemy technology make the human race so fierce? I didn't realize that Big Brother Jiao Yang is rising as a human soldier. Just based on this, I powder Big Brother Jiao Yang. We are all blue star human race. Why do we have to meet each other with swords?
What does Lord Jiao Yang mean by grabbing Lord Xingba? Going to kill the old folks? No chance. I see that Lord Jiao Yang is a person who disregards everything in order to develop his own power.
Just look at his previous treacherous behavior. Lord Xingba is probably going to suffer if Lord Jiao Yang really did this. I'll be black for life. How can I run into this kind of holy mother bitch everywhere, Lord Xingba, but I don't want to die. I don't want to lose my lordship either. I've never done anything bad, so why should I run into this kind of thing?
Tisk tisk. I've long since stopped wanting to be this kind of lord who could lose his head at any time. If I were you, I'd just give up my lordship and go hug someone else's Lord Jiao Yang's thighs. That's what I think too. It's too dangerous to be a lord. It's better to honestly be a lord under a powerful lord. It seems like Bai Yun and the girls really did catch that celebrity lord.
And it's really a lord of their blue star. Juju thought after reading it. As for these lords speaking, Juju had also expected it. That was why he didn't let Bai Yun and the girls directly kill each other, but chose to capture them instead. Unexpectedly, it still caused a ripple in the Blue Star Lords. Juju did not panic.
With his current strength, unless there were hundreds of lords united to besiege him, he was not afraid in the slightest.
Still, we need to prepare early, Juju thought. More than half an hour later, Bai Yun and the girls returned. Also brought with them were 8 soldier captives. Since the captives couldn't be brought inside the novice Lord Protection Shield, they were temporarily standing outside the shield. When Juju knew about it, he first turned on the World Channel's video function before going out to meet them. Lord, it's a pleasure, Bai Yun said respectfully. Well done. Juju complimented and then swept his gaze through the 8 captives and quickly found the Xingba Lord. This Xingba Lord was probably in his mid-20s, with an ordinary look, and was wearing a bow and arrow soldier type standardized equipment. Except that the bow and arrows had been taken away at this time. At this moment, he was looking at Juju in silence, a look of resignation flashing in the depths of his eyes. The quest panel information appeared in front of his eyes. Lord title, Lord Xingba territory, World City soldier type, Archery soldier strength class, Black Iron intermediate ability summary, a human lord from the blue planet, who by chance received a copy of the archery soldier's transformation proof to become an archery soldier, aspiring to the legendary position of the Supreme Lord. Skill, Black Iron intermediate archery, loot explosion rate. 4 Black Iron grade hearts of mist explosion rate, 100%. A copy of the classless grade archery soldier's transition proof explosion rate, 1%. And 6 Black Iron grade lord's talent, crystals fragments explosion rate, 0%. Juju narrowed his eyes slightly. Originally, his previous thought was that if the other party had a good attitude and was willing to voluntarily become his lord. He could spare his life, but now, looking at the content of the introduction of the other party's ability, aspires to the legendary throne of the Supreme Lord. Plus what the other party said on the World Channel, he suddenly realized something. The other party was afraid that he wouldn't be so willing to give up his lordship and become his lord. Yuju pondered for a moment and quickly had an idea in his mind. Big brother Jiao Yang were at least old folks from the same blue star. Can you let me off the hook? I promise I won't come over to mess with you for the rest of my life. Zheng Huiba, also known as Lord Xingba, forced himself to endure the humiliation and said, "Your territory and mine are both in the Pride Sun Desert. If we continue to develop like this, sooner or later, our territories will collide, and sooner or later there will be a battle at that time. How do you want me to release you?" Zhu said indifferently. "I can give up my territory, give up my lordship and become your lord. Is that okay?" Zheng Huiba panicked when he heard Zhu's words and hurriedly said. Zhu looked at him deeply. "Not just anyone can join my territory. You can join my territory if you want to. I need to see if your nature is good or bad before I can judge if you can join my territory. How about this? Take us to your territory, call out the territorials in your territory from their territories, and then let me ask them how you are doing in your territory. If it satisfies me, I can let you join my territory and be sheltered by me. If your performance is average or even poor, you'll be on your own," he said indifferently. His territory didn't need bad seeds if the other party was really a good person. Then Zhu didn't mind letting him off the hook. It was just as well that he wanted to see how a lord turned into an adventurer. This panic flashed in Zheng Huiba's eyes, but in the end, he gritted his teeth and nodded. More than half an hour later, outside of Heavenly City, Zhu looked at the few ordinary buildings within the novice lord's protective shield. Then he told Zheng Huiba to go and call someone. Zheng Huiba wanted to run back to his territory immediately, but the feeling behind him like an awn behind his back told him that if he dared to run, then he would definitely die faster than he could run. He had no choice but to stand 40 to 50 meters outside of the novice lord's protective shield and call out for all the territories to come out. A few moments later, 18 lords came out from the world city, looking fearfully at the crowd on the mechanical land bird and their past lord. Xingba, they were thin and weak, with pale faces and trembling lips, a look of malnutrition. "Your lords have been captured by me, and still wants to become a lord under the rule of my proud Sun City. But this lord's lordship is not for anyone. Now you tell me, how does your Lord Xingba behave on a regular basis? What good deeds have he done? And what bad deeds? These will determine whether he can become my lord or a prisoner. No lies. I have a way to determine if you are telling the truth. If you dare to lie, beware that we will show no mercy under arms." Zhu looked at the territorials with a tiger's eye. When scanning a timid 6 or 7-year-old girl, the ferocity in his gaze slightly tightened. "Right. Tell us all how I'm usually nice to you guys. I usually treat you guys well, right?" Xingba looked at these 18 territorials and said with a fawning smile. At the end of his words, a ferocious light suddenly appeared in his eyes, but then faded away in an instant. However, the 18 lords who saw this scene still trembled slightly. This lord, the lord he is usually very good to us. A middle-aged man stepped forward to curry favor and said, "My lord, our lord doesn't have any bad deeds and is very loved by us." A woman also stood out. "My lord, let Lord become your lord. Yes, my lord." For a time, more than a dozen lords came forward and said. Zheng Huiba was slightly relieved to see this scene. Zhu, behind him, looked at these people with a calm expression before suddenly noticing an old man in the far corner. He was holding his grandson beside him tightly and looked at this scene with a saddened face, and his grandson also looked at the scene in confusion. "Old man, you come and say something too," Zhu suddenly said to the old man. The old man froze, then trembled and walked out, looking at the crowd and then at Lord Xingba. Lord Xing knew he's fine. The old man bowed his head. "Good at what?" Zhu asked. The old man opened his mouth and froze for a moment. He's a bad guy. He's the big bad guy just then. The grandson next to the old man suddenly shouted with red eyes as he pointed at Lord Xingba. My sister was taken away by him and then never came back. There are 2 other sisters as well. They were all taken away by this bad guy and a few soldiers. And they never came back. Grandpa said they would never come back. The little child shouted with red eyes. The little kid doesn't know any better. He's talking nonsense. Big brother Jiao Yang. You must not listen to his nonsense. Zheng Huiba explained with a pale face. Bang! The old man next to his grandson suddenly knelt on the ground and bawled helplessly. The other lords looked at him with complex expressions. You say he's talking nonsense. Then I can check. Yu Zhu's eyes were so cold that he looked at him. Light flashed steeply in his eyes. Mental manipulation. The next second, Lord Xingba directly stayed in place with confused eyes. I'm asking you, is what that child said true? What about those 3 women now? Zhu Zhu asked with an icy voice. What was said is true. Those 3 girls. They have already been killed by us. Zheng Huiba said in confusion, after saying that. The 7 soldiers who were pinned down behind Zhu Zhu's face suddenly turned white. I'll kill you. The old man rushed towards Zheng Huiba, as if he was crazy, and punched and kicked him for a while. When he had no strength left from the beating, Zhu Zhu had someone pull him away and then asked, Who else is the person who did the evil with you? Zheng Huiba raised his finger and pointed at the 7 soldiers behind Zhu Zhu. When the 7 soldiers saw this scene, they immediately knelt down with pale faces. I beg Lord to spare our lives. We are willing to die for Lord. Lord, don't kill me. I can help Lord to kill the mist monster. I'm very valuable. The 7 knelt down and begged for mercy. Kill these scumbags. Zhu Zhu's voice was cold. Yes, the words just fell, between the 7 sword and shield soldiers' hands and swords. They made these 7 people directly become headless corpses. Zheng Huiba had also been disarmed from mental manipulation and came to his senses at this time. He also panicked when he saw this scene. You can't kill me. I'm a blue star lord and your fellow countrymen. If you kill me for these natives of the supreme continent, aren't you afraid that the lords of the world channel will poke you in the backbone? You are also worthy. Zhu Zhu looked at him coldly, seeing the bad situation. Zheng Huiba immediately turned his head and ran wildly in the direction of the novice lord's protective shield. Seeing that he was getting closer and closer to the novice protective shield, the light of hope in his eyes was getting brighter and brighter. Right at this moment, poof, Zheng Huiba suddenly froze in place, then looked down incredulously at the crossbow arrow that shot out of his chest. The wisp of black tox in luster was particularly conspicuous on the crossbow arrow. Zheng Huiba collapsed helplessly to the ground. And not far behind him, Zhu Zhu put away his black scorpion poison crossbow with a calm expression. You have killed the blue star human Lord Xingba. Promotion energy +2. Loot coalescence is complete. World City has become an unclaimed territory. The novice lord protection shield has disappeared. You can loot or occupy the territory. At the same time, the lords on the world channel who were paying attention to this matter suddenly realized that the name of Lord Xingba's name in their friend bar had suddenly dimmed. Upon realizing this, the lords on the world channel exploded. Sky City, the air seemed to quiet down. These lords of the heavenly city also seemed to not expect that their lord would actually die in front of them so easily. A burst of pleasure then surged in their hearts. Good death, this nightmare is finally dead. We finally won't have to endure his oppression in the future. Painful, some of the world city collateral citizens looked at Zheng Huiba's corpse with expressions of relief. However, there was also another portion of the world city territorial folk that looked at Zhu Zhu with an apprehensive expression. They were the ones who had just spoken up for Zheng Huiba at this moment, when they saw that Zheng Huiba was dead. They were afraid that this fierce lord would turn his head to settle them. They then saw Zhu Zhu looking at them. What happened in the past, let it pass. Join proud Sun City and become my lords. I can let you all off the hook. He said indifferently, He understood that these people were afraid that they had also been bullied and coerced. And that was why they said those kinds of heartless words. All of them were poor people. Zhu naturally would not punish them. We are willing to join Pride Sun City and become your most loyal territorials. They all knelt down and said in fear. The old man also pulled his grandson to kneel down. A line of text prompts appeared in front of Zhu. 18 stragglers request to join your territory and become your territories. Do you agree? After Zhu agreed, he first let them get up and then checked up on their personal information. Of these 18 lords, 12 were ordinary people. The remaining 6 were a black iron lower-level physician, 3 black iron lower-level blacksmiths, a black iron intermediate-level chef, and a black iron upper-level architect. Zhu was satisfied after looking at them. They were all talents that the territory needed, now that he had more territorials under his command. There was a greater demand for living professions. These 6 living professionists were just the right solution to his immediate needs. The number of people was a little less, but it was better than nothing, and he also found one more thing. That was that these people had an extraordinarily high level of loyalty to themselves. It was generally above 70 points. Especially that old man and that little child. Their loyalty to themselves was directly 95 points for one and 98 points for the other. Zhu probably understood in his heart the reason for their loyalty being so high, so he didn't say much. After that, he put a drop of golden corpse water on the Xin Ba Lord's corpse, and then asked Bai Yun and the girls to bring it back to the territory with them in a while. He was still videotaping, so for the time being, he couldn't extract the trophies inside Lord Xin Ba's body. Zhu then led the crowd into the world city, under the initiative of these lords to lead the way. Bai Yun and the others quickly found the resource storage point of the world city. They obtained a total of 500 units of wood, 400 units of stone, 200 units of metal, and 350 units of fine sand from it. There were also 22 black iron grade mist hearts, as well as more than 20 units of black iron lower tier black-tailed mist scorpion flesh and blood. The loot was pitifully small. It was far less than the harvest he had gotten within the Scarlet Lord's territory. Zhu was completely surprised by this. How could a human lord territory that had just developed for 5 days compare to the Scarlet Lord that had developed for an unknown amount of time? Lord, I know that the one who just died also built a residential house as his harem, the 3 girls who were tortured to death by them. It should be inside. A somewhat lewd-looking young man walked over and respectfully said. Zhu glanced at him. It was discovered that he was the only black iron superior architect here. The other party seemed to see the meaning embedded in Zhu's eyes, and immediately knelt on the ground in fear. Lord, spare your life, although I am the architect who presided over the construction of the dwellings. But I really didn't know they were used this way. If I knew that would they use it this way, I wouldn't build it for him even if I died. Zhu shook his head. I said, what's in the past is in the past, and the other lords didn't accuse you of doing anything bad. I believe you just had no choice but to build them buildings. Lord is wise. This black iron superior architect froze, then was moved to tears. Zhu was speechless. He then let the other party lead him to the so-called harem, and after arriving at the place, Zhu realized that it was actually locked. Fortunately, the other party had a key, and after opening the door, a rotting corpse stench came out and almost smoked Zhu out. He forced himself to endure the stench to look inside. Instead, he ended up seeing 3 female corpses that were already maggot-ridden. This tragic situation caused Zhu to freeze in place. After a long time, only then did he come back to his senses and asked Bai Yun to come over and tell someone to clean up these 3 corpses and then bury them properly. After they were buried, then he would tell that pair of grandparents and grandchildren. Bai Yun led the way. After that, Zhu brought 5 sword and shield soldiers to the Lord's cabin, and after carefully searching the place and realizing that there was not much loot, he set his eyes on that black iron intermediate territory stone tablet. He had the 5 sword and shield soldiers start chopping this territorial stone tablet. A few moments later, the territorial monolith was shattered.
A piece of black iron intermediate territory order appeared in front of his eyes.
Juju placed his hand on it. A text prompt appeared. Is it collecting the territory order? Yes. Juju said. The next second, snap. The piece of black iron intermediate territory order landed powerlessly in his hand. The third black iron grade territory order now. I can upgrade my territory when I return. A smile appeared on his face as he looked at the territory order. Juju had a vague premonition. He was afraid that his own territory would undergo a great change when he was promoted from black iron upper to bronze lower. After that, Juju led the crowd and departed to return to Pride Sun City after confirming that there was nothing in this territory that could be taken away as loot. Shortly after departing, Juju saw that little boy run all the way to the side of him despite his own grandfather's obstruction. He tilted his head and looked at Juju with an unprecedented light shining in his eyes. Big brother. Are you a hero? My grandpa said that a hero is an existence that will stand up and save people when they are most in danger. Most scared and most in need of help. Big brother you must be, right? He asked expectantly. Ever since his sister disappeared. He and his grandfather had been living in darkness, at this time in their hearts. The new Lord, who had saved himself and his grandfather, was the hero from the stories his grandfather used to tell from his mouth. Juju shook his head and lost his smile. Not. I don't believe it. The little boy shook his head. Just an ordinary person who wants to try to live and then protect the lords who entrusted their future to me. Juju said. The little boy blinked. More than half an hour later, Pride of the Sun City, when he returned. Juju first asked the kitchen to prepare meals to fill the stomachs of these newly joined territorials. He could tell that these people had been hungry for a long time. He then returned to the Lord's cabin and first extracted the loot from Zheng Hueba's corpse. None of the other loot was of much value. The most important were the 6 black iron-grade Lord Talent crystalline fragments. Juju took the 6 newly arrived black iron-grade Lord Talent crystallization fragments and took out the 8 black iron-grade Lord Talent crystallization fragments that he got from the black-tailed Misty Scorpion leader last time. He put them all together. A blinding black iron-colored light emerged. What appeared at the same time, there was also a line of golden text. 10 black iron-grade Lord Talent crystalline fragments found. Are they fused into 1 black iron-grade Lord Talent origin divine crystal? Yes. Juju's heart was expectant. The next second, a flash of black iron-colored light passed by. A thumb-sized hexagonal black iron-colored crystal appeared in front of him. It was surrounded by a band of black iron light like a star ring. It looked rather divine. Next to it were the 4 remaining pieces of the black iron-grade Lord Talent crystals. Juju picked up this hexagonal black iron-colored crystal. A text prompt appeared. Treasure name, Lord's Talent Origin Divine Crystal Treasure Grade, Black Iron Grade Treasure Effect 1, upon absorption. The Lord will randomly awaken a Black Iron Grade Lord's Talent, Treasure Effect 2, Talent Promotion since this Lord's Talent Origin Crystal is of Black Iron quality. It cannot help other Lord's Talents to be promoted. Treasure Description, a law treasure condensed by the Supreme Will. After using it, you will receive a random Black Iron ranked Lord Talent. Is it absorbed? Yes, Juju immediately said. The next second, this Lord Talent Origin God Crystal immediately transformed into countless points of black iron-colored light that quickly surged into his brow. He subconsciously closed his eyes. A moment later, Juju opened his eyes, only to see that the black iron-grade Lord Talent Origin Divine Crystal in his hand had completely disappeared. Juju's face showed joy. It was because he felt in the dark that he seemed to have mastered an unimaginable ability. He immediately opened his Lord personal information, only to see that the column of his Lord's Talent had already been updated once again. Lord Talent 100% Explosive Rate Legendary Grade, Gnome Alchemy Workshop Bronze Grade, Monster Ranch Silver Grade. Curbing Black Iron Grade Curbing. Juju looked at this Lord Talent. Juju opened the details of this Lord Talent with some curiosity. Lord's talent, countermand black iron grade countermand, Lord's exclusive talent when you are in a head-on battle with an enemy Lord. You can activate the countermove talent to turn 2% of the enemies in the enemy Lord's forces into your loyal subordinates. Lord's talent tip 1, the minimum number of enemies you can turn back is 1 unit of enemies, the maximum is 10. 000 units of enemies. And the minimum loyalty of the enemies you turn back is 80 points. Lord's talent tip 2, currently. The maximum number of lords you can rebel against is the number of gold superior lords. This limit can grow. Lord's talent tip 3, this talent can only be activated once per day. Juju raised an eyebrow. It was actually this kind of skill. Also, it was the first time he had seen a Lord talent that actually had so many Lord talent tips. Juju quickly then thought of the first person it was used on, the regional level Scarlet Lord Power, Sandman Lord. As Juju's current greatest enemy, it would be a shame not to use this curb stomp on the other side. But before that, Juju first opened the World Channel to see what the lords on the World Channel were chatting about. He estimated by this time the fact that Lord Xingba had died had been known by many lords, sure enough. After he opened the World Channel, the main thing the lords were chatting about was the matter of Lord Jiao killing Lord Xingba. I could tell a long time ago that this Lord Jiao is someone who does things without any bottom line for the sake of his own development. He can even just kill his fellow blue stars. What else does he not dare to do from now on? A lifetime of blackness towards Lord Jiao. It's a pity for Lord Xingba, a pretty good lord who just died so suddenly. Before, I thought that Lord Jiao was not a good person. Now, it's really the same as what I thought. Lord Xingba's desire to survive is very strong. He should have already told Lord Jiao that he is willing to become his lords this matter. But even so, Lord Jiao actually killed him. I really didn't think that he was actually so ruthless. Is this the Lord's contest? First time I felt its cruelty. Another day of not wanting to be a lord. Let's all beware of Lord Jiao. Today he can kill Lord Xingba. Tomorrow he can also kill us. Lord Jiao is too strong. If he continues to develop, he'll definitely become a big problem for us in the future. It is recommended to unite and boycott Lord Jiao. When things go wrong, every demon and devil has come out. Juju watched the conversation of the lords on the World Channel, and his eyes grew cold. He didn't get angry. It was just that he silently added the lords who spoke ill of him to his trade blacklist, and from then on, they would have no permission to buy the trades he posted. Afterwards, he opened the video he had recorded before, and after using some mosaics to cover up some sensitive content, he re-examined the video from the beginning again. After confirming that the content of this video would not expose some important information about himself, he set it up as a transaction and sent it to the exchange, allowing all the lords to download and watch it for free. Naturally, this transaction was also open to the blacklisted lords very quickly, with his own fame as well as the heat of this matter. This free trade that he posted quickly rose to the number 1 spot in the exchange viewer rankings. The lords who watched the entire video were immediately sensationalized. Crap, so this is how Lord Xingba died. Good death. Dang, floating a big white. What a laugh. This is the kind of lord you guys said was quite good. Where's the person who said that Big Brother Jiao had no bottom line before? Stand out for me. Is this what you call bottomless? I'm really sick of it. There are keyboard warriors everywhere. They don't know anything, but they criticize other people's words. This time, it's not a slap in the face. This person can die so easily, really cheap, if you say, Lord Joyful Sun's hand is still light. Actually give him the easiest way to die. Is this Brother Jiao speaking voice, highly cold and overbearing? Sisters, I love it so much, I love it too, that little kid was right. Big Brother Jiao is clearly a hero. As soon as the video came out, the Lord's arguments directly flipped. Those who had previously said that Lord Jiao was doing things incorrectly, each and every one of them stopped speaking. They still thought that they could get away with not speaking, But what they didn't know yet was, they had already been blacklisted by Zhu Zhu. Soon they would find out. They would no longer be able to purchase the goods sold by the Lord of the Proud Sun. At the same time, the other lords on the World Channel also began to whip them. At the same time, they were also advocating that the prideful Sun Lords were doing the right thing. Zhu Zhu took it all in. There was not the slightest fluctuation in his heart. It seemed that some things, even after changing worlds, they would not change. The territory of the Dragon Lady Lords, in front of the Dragon's Nest. The Dragon Lady Lord watched the reversal on the World Channel. Her face filled with amazement. She had thought that this time, Lord Prideful Sun would have the Blue Star Lord's impression of him turn sour because they hadn't handled this matter well. This way, she might be able to surpass the other party and become the Blue Star Lord with the biggest and best reputation. Unexpectedly, the other party back handed a video that directly made billions of Blue Star Lords feel much better about him. A crisis of reputation actually turned into an opportunity in his hands. Good tactics, she was envious and jealous. But it had to be said, from a female perspective, she saw that Lord Jiao Yang was able to cleanly resolve that scum of Lord Xingba's name. And she watched with pleasure. After hesitating, she tried to add Lord Jiao Yang's friend as an epic Lord Talent possessor. Since she had risen to fame, there were many lords who had taken the initiative to add her as a friend, which had also made her network wide. But it was the first time she had taken the initiative to add someone else's friend like today. In an inexplicable mood of anticipation, soon a line of prompts appeared before her eyes. The other party cannot be added as a friend. Dragon Lady Lord, inside an undead cemetery, 1 bronze lower level undead knight, 5 black iron upper level zombie elites, 50 black iron intermediate level specters, and 100 black iron lower level skeleton soldiers wandered about. And in the center of them, there was a coffin. Zhang Han in the coffin also saw what was happening on the World Channel. Thought I could see a good show. What a bummer. Zhang Han looked indifferent, just like a real corpse. With the Lord of the Prideful Sun rising to fame, he, who had originally viewed the other party as prey, had begun to fear the other party in his heart. I still need to be stronger. My soldiers, go eliminate a Scarlet Lord territory. If you can't do it once, go again. A ghostly voice rang out. Roar X-156, accompanied by horrifyingly mournful roars. All the undead creatures wandered in unison towards the Scarlet Lord's castle in the distance. Zhu Zhu saw that the matter of the Scarlet Lord had calmed down. He also didn't do anything more and directly turned off the World Channel. Time to upgrade the territory. Zhu Zhu pressed down the urge to try out the new Lord's talent and walked out of the Lord's cabin before looking at the buildings in front of him. He made a thought. A line of text prompts appeared. Is it time to upgrade the Lord's log cabin? Yes. Zhu Zhu said. The next second, a burst of golden light covered the entire Lordship log cabin. The long overdue upgrade began. A moment later, the golden light that covered the Lord's cabin dissipated. Zhu Zhu looked over, only to see that the Lordship log cabin was not only much larger and more exquisite than before, but there was also a small courtyard surrounded by a stone wall. A series of text prompts appeared. Congratulations. Your Lord's log cabin has been successfully upgraded to a bronze lower level building. Advance to a Lord's courtyard, and added 1 courtyard. Your territory has been successfully upgraded to a bronze lower level territory. The durability of the territory monolith has been increased to 20,000/20, 000. Your territory has expanded to 5,000mx5, 000mx3, 000m. All mist monsters within the added territory have been expelled. The scarlet mist will not appear within any of your territory boundaries. You have received an upgrade reward. Wall drawing bronze lower. Lord's talent alert. The maximum number of enemy lords you can turn has been increased to platinum lower. Overlord talent alert. Your monster ranch can be upgraded. Just before Zhu Zhu could react, 3 familiar rows of golden text prompts suddenly appeared in front of him. It also appeared in front of billions of Blue Star Lords. Blue Star All-Channel Lord's announcement. Congratulations to Lord Joyful Sun for being the first Lord to upgrade his territory to Bronze Lower. Rewarding Supreme Treasure Chest +1, Lore Degree +1, and Races Only Title, Pathfinder's Glory 1. It's on the All-Channel Lord's announcement. A smile appeared on Juju's face. He had a vague feeling before. There might be a big change when he promoted his territory from Black Iron Upper to Bronze Lower. Now it really did appear, and it was still a full channel Lord announcement. This time, not only did he get another bit of Lord Degree and a Supreme Treasure Chest, and he also got the race unique title. This was something he had never seen before. Juju searched for a while. Soon he found this title in the Lord's personal information. Lord's title, Pride of the Sun Lord Pathfinder's Glory 1. Title name, Pathfinder's Glory 1 title quality, racially unique title effect 1. Your reputation has spread far and wide amongst the Blue Star Lords, and more talented people look up to your reputation and aspire to join your territory. Daily summoning door can summon the number of lords plus 100%. Summoned lords, the emergence of the same level of professional talent with the level of the territory plus 2. Title effect 2, when you speak in any channel in your lord title, will be added to the rear of your race only title suffix. You can take the initiative to turn it off or on. Title effect 3, when you become the first Blue Star Lord with a silver subclass territory. The title will be upgraded to Pathfinder's Glory 2, and more title effects will be unlocked. Brief description of title. An exclusive title given by the Supreme Will to the Pathfinders amongst the Lords of the 10,000 races. Each Pathfinder amongst the races has a greater probability of accomplishing something extraordinary. Juju looked at its title effect with surprise. The other two effects were fine, but its title effect 1 was something Juju's current territory needed badly. There was no shortage of soldiers in his territory. What it lacked was unprofessionals. The reason being that the unprofessionals could be converted to sword and shield soldiers and poison crossbow soldiers by his large number of sword and shield soldier conversion certificates and poison crossbow soldier conversion certificates. They could also be placed under Zhao Lao and in the kitchen as bricklayers and kitchen helpers. In short, there would definitely be no idle people. Moreover, 2 professional talents of the same level as the territory's level would also appear among the daily summoned territorial citizens. In other words, right now, his territory level was Bronze Lower. Tomorrow, he would be able to summon 2 Bronze Lower level professional talents. When his territory level rises to the Mythic level in the future, then he would be able to add 2 new Mythic level talents to his territory every day. This growth was simply outrageous. As for the title effect 2, Juju looked at its introduction, thought about it, and opened the World Channel. At this time, the World Channel was hotly debating this channel-wide Lord announcement from Juju. Good Lord, away from the Great Spectrum, this is the 3rd time, right? It feels like the Lord Degree ranking is like Big Brother Pride's, his family runs it. Be confident and remove the feeling. Big Brother Joyful Sun will always be a god. I want to see Big Brother Jiao Yang open the Supreme Treasure Chest. +1. It seems like it's turning into a golden shovel crown so that it can give Big Brother Jiao Yang a population. Proud face knowing the sky is easy, against all odds man. Prideful Sun, Lord Pathfinder's Glory 1. What do I see? Crap, the Pride Lord himself. Hug your thighs and transform into leg hair. Brother Jiao Yang. I love you. Is this the race's only title? It's still golden legend. It's too flashy, isn't it? This title is so pretty. Im Sour, Uo, I want the race only title too. I really didn't expect Big Brother Jiao Yang's first speech to appear like this. Brothers, I have a bold idea. Juju was speechless. Originally, he just wanted to try out this race only title and what it looked like on the World Channel. He didn't expect that he would see this kind of anticlimactic speech just after he opened the World Channel. He shook his head. His eyes fell on his race's only title. The words Pathfinder's Glory One had a golden font and looked honorable. Even when placed amongst the countless lords' speeches in the World Channel, it looked very conspicuous. The more Juju looked at it, the more satisfied he became. He was even happier than when he knew the effect of its title. After all, strong or not is a momentary thing. Being handsome was for a lifetime. This title will advance in the future. I don't know what it will look like after it advances. Juju was somewhat looking forward to it. He then looked at the wall drawing that was rewarded for upgrading the territory. Architectural drawing name, enclosure drawing grade, bronze lower drawing effect, elementary architectural drawing. After being studied by an architect, one can master the construction method of the bronze lower level building enclosure and be able to build a defensive building enclosure to protect the territory. Building material, every 1 cubic meter of enclosure wall requires 1 unit of wood, 1 unit of fine sand, 1 unit of metal, 1 unit of stone. Learning requirement can only be learned by an architect. Tip: the enclosure wall is a special type of primary building that can be moved freely without dismantling, facilitating the expansion of the territory. Juju's eyes lit up when he saw this drawing. More than 2 days later, there was a high probability that the novice Lord Protective Shield would disappear. This enclosure drawing could just replace the novice Lord Protective Shield to protect his territory. This enclosure drawing came at the right time. I was really right to keep working hard to upgrade my territory. Juju became more and more grateful for his choice. As for the other lords, if they hadn't upgraded to a bronze lower tier territory, then unless they had an architect who had mastered the skill of enclosure construction, they would have to rely on building their own enclosures to defend themselves against the attacks of the mist monsters. By then, they would definitely have a tougher time defending against the attacks of the mist monsters than he did. Juju thought of this and first put away the enclosure drawings, intending to go to Zhao Changshu in a while to discuss the matter of building the enclosure. As for now, his gaze fell on the supreme treasure chest in front of him. Juju opened the supreme treasure chest, only to see a bronze-colored key sitting quietly inside. The item information prompt appeared. Treasure name, time relic secret key treasure grade, bronze treasure effect. Using the time relic secret key in a territory clearing will unlock a bronze ranked time relic of the historical Battle of Andal defense. Treasure description: the origin of the time relic is not yet known. When a being participates in a time ruin and completes the time quest in the time ruin, he or she can receive the gift of time. Note: this time relic is an equipment output type relic, with a high probability of outputting regular type equipment, black iron. Bronze, a small probability of outputting a high-level soldier recruiting book, the elemental archer recruiting book, and a very small probability of outputting the heroic inheritance, secret codex. Juju raised an eyebrow. This time, Relic Mystery Realm looked a bit interesting, especially the heroic inheritance codex at the end. From the probability, this thing should be the most precious treasure of the entire time relic. I wonder what kind of treasure it is. Juju was curious in his heart. A few moments later, inside the prideful Sun City, a deserted area. This place was far from the residential area of proud Sun City, and there were not many buildings around. It was considered an undeveloped plot of land. Juju stood here and looked at the time relic secret key in his hand. He moved his mind. A line of golden text prompts appeared. Is it time to use the Time Ruins secret key to open the door to the Time Ruins? Yes, Juju said. The next second, he saw the bronze-colored Time Relic secret key in his hand suddenly disintegrate into countless bronze-colored points of light, forming a bronze gate 5 meters tall and 2 meters wide in front of him. Juju looked at it in amazement. The gate's information surfaced. Time Relic name, Andal Defense Battle Grade, Bronze Time Relic description. On September 16th of the 10,505th year of the Supreme Calendar, nearly 1,000 scarlet monsters launched a surprise attack battle on Andal, a border town of the Elven Empire. And although the battle ended with the fall of the town,
The 13 elven elemental archery troopers who ended up defending Andal caused huge casualties to the enemy, and countless Elven Empire executives lamented the sacrifice of these 13 elven elemental archers. Note 1. This time relic
will automatically reset once a day to gain a new chance to enter. Note 2. You can only bring a maximum of 100 lords to enter this time ruin.
Note 3. If you die in the time relic, you will not truly die, but you will fall into a weakened state for 24 hours. When Zhang Kang and the others all return at night, well, go in and take a look. Juju thought immediately after reading it. It wouldn't really die anyway, even if it fails. There is no harm. The big deal was to bring the silver underclass Nasario in as well. Juju didn't believe that a silver lower level pureblood dragon clan couldn't even deal with a bronze level time relic. He then returned to the Lord's Courtyard to check the next level of upgrades for the Lord's Courtyard.
Building upgrade 5,000 units of wood, 5,000 units of fine sand, 5,000 units of metal, 5,000 units of stone,
100 bronze grade misty hearts, 1 source crystal, and 1 bronze grade territory order. Juju raised an eyebrow.
The upgrade materials needed this time were a bit much. The basic materials alone required 20,000 units. It also required 1 source crystal. This was nothing. He had it all, but the next 100 bronze grade mist hearts and 1 bronze grade territory order. He had no way to fulfill them for the time being. I want to find 100 bronze grade heart of mist and 1 bronze grade territory order. I still need to crusade more scarlet lords before I can do that, Juju thought, among the lords of the 10,000 races. I'm afraid that very few lords could have a bronze level heart of mist and a bronze level territory order at this point in time. Only those scarlet lords who had been developing on the Supreme Continent for an unknown amount of time.
Only then could they provide him with these promotion materials. No more thinking about it. Juju did not rush to upgrade the summoning gate. Instead, he first entered the Lord's Courtyard. He only saw that the land of the large Lord's Courtyard was flat,
and a green-colored masonry path led from the door of the house to the gate of the courtyard. You can plant some fruits and vegetables in this courtyard, or get some nice-looking flowers and plants as well. Juju looked at the courtyard in front of him with a satisfied expression. Only then did he leave the Lord's Courtyard and came to the summoning gate. Is it upgrading the gate of summoning? Yes, he said. The summoning gate lit up slightly, then returned to calm. A text prompt appeared. Congratulations. Your summoning gate has been successfully upgraded to a bronze inferior level building. You are able to summon plus 10 lords per day. Among the lords you summon each day, 3 professionals will surely appear. Hint. Due to the unique title Pathfinder's Glory 1. The number of lords you can summon per day has been increased to 44 among your daily summoned citizens. 5 professionals will appear, and 2 of those occupiers will have the same occupation level as your territory level. Not bad. That'll give me a total of 44 folks to summon each day, and there will be at least 5 of them professionals. Juju nodded in satisfaction. This was a big upgrade. He then looked at the upgrade requirements for upgrading the summoning gate to bronze intermediate. Building upgrade 2,000 units of wood, 2,000 units of fine sand, 2,000 units of metal, 2,000 units of stone, 50 bronze grade hearts of mist, and the territory level upgraded to bronze intermediate. There was still a lack of bronze grade heart of mist. Juju pondered. I'm afraid that with so many bronze grade hearts of mist, there was no way to satisfy himself with just 1 regional level Scarlet Lord. He would have to find a channel to source more bronze grade mist hearts. He quickly thought of a channel. Monster Ranch. Now that I've upgraded my territory, the Monster Ranch should be able to breed bronze grade mist monsters as well. Right, Juju thought of this immediately. He went to find Zhao Changshu. At this time, he was building a warehouse. After seeing Juju come, he told his soldiers to continue working and then quickly walked to Zhu.
Greetings, Lord. Zhao Changshu said respectfully. Elder Zhao, I want to build the fence tomorrow.
Also, I intend to build the third monster ranch by tonight, and upgrade all 3 of them to bronze lower level.
Can it be done? Zhu asked. Time is a bit tight. Subordinate will need to transfer all the manpower currently in the territory to help before it can be accomplished. Zhao Lao frowned and pondered for a while before saying, No problem. Zhu agreed with alacrity. He then took out the black iron-grade construction material, sand crystal, and showed it to old Zhao. Zhao Lao's eyes lit up when he saw the sand crystal. Sand crystal, Elder Zhao really does recognize it. Zhu's face showed a smile. This kind of practical construction material, my subordinate naturally recognizes it. In the past, among the buildings that my subordinate presided over the construction of, there were many high-level buildings that were laced with sand crystals to increase the building's defense, earthquake resistance, and livability. However, sand crystals originate from the desert and their production is scarce. Coupled with the fact that many Scarlet Lords are rampant in the desert region, there are fewer and fewer adventurers who dare to come to the desert to explore. Over the years, sand crystals have become increasingly rare in the market. I didn't expect Lord to actually have it here. Zhao Changshu tusked, There will be no shortage of sand crystals in our territory in the future. Zhu laughed. He had already planned to open a monster ranch for cultivating sand people tonight. By then, this monster ranch would be equivalent to a sand crystal mine that could constantly produce sand crystals. This way, not only would the fence be able to be laced with sand crystals when it was built in the future, even when building other buildings, sand crystals could be added to enhance the building itself. It can be said, the sand crystals had already occupied a very important position in his territory development plan. Zhu and Zhao Changshu immediately went to the monster ranch to find Makgu. It's possible to build a bronze lower level monster ranch now. Right? Zhu asked with a smile directly after seeing Mugu. It can, and my subordinate can now not only build monster ranches with the highest level being bronze lower grade. Subordinate's ability has also been promoted. Now my subordinate is already a bronze lower level monster ranch master and monster priest. At most, I can manage 4 bronze lower level monster ranches at the same time, and the maximum number of cultivation for each monster ranch has also been raised from the original 500 to 750. Makutani respectfully said. Zhu was overjoyed, immediately opening his attribute panel. Client Makgu Territory, Jiaoyang City Lifestyle Occupation Name, Monster Ranch Owner Occupation Class, Bronze Lower Combat Occupation Name, Monster Priest Strength Class, Bronze Lower. Ability Summary, Ranch Owner of the Monster Ranch, and a Monster Priest who specializes in battling misty monsters. Proficient in communicating, taming, and manipulating mist monsters, and has the chance to promote normal level mist monsters to elite level mist monsters or even chief level mist monsters. Skills, Special Construction Monster Ranch, Mist Monster Communication Lower Bronze, Mist Monster Taming Lower Bronze, Mist Monster Manipulation Lower Bronze, Mist Monster Berserking Lower Bronze, Mist Monster Pacify Lower Bronze Loyalty, Diehard Potential, Diamond Upper Good Man. Not only did the Monster Rancher and Monster Priest's profession levels increase to Bronze Lower, not only did the Monster Ranchers and Monster Priest's profession levels increase to Lower Bronze, but also all of the skills he possessed increased to Lower Bronze as well. Zhu tusked in wonder. It seemed that apart from himself, the one who had gained the most from the entire territory was probably Makutani. Not bad, a smile appeared on his face. The Monster Ranch was the daily fixed income of his territory. Now this daily fixed income had been raised again. He was naturally happy. Zhu then gave his last source crystal to Mugu as well. Although it was said that upgrading the territory also required source crystals, but right now, using the sand crystals to build the enclosure was the most important. Therefore, it was better to use the source crystals to build the monster ranch first. Anyway, Regional level Scarlet Lords will definitely explode source crystals. When they took down the regional level Scarlet Lords in the future, it would be just as easy to use the source crystals that the other side exploded to upgrade their territories. The next thing, it's going to be hard work for the two of you. Zhu looked at Mugu and Zhao Changshu. It's our duty to serve the Lord. Your lordship is polite, Zhao Changshu said. Mugu also nodded seriously. Zhu nodded his head. He then stopped staying and returned to the territory. Then he realized that there seemed to be nothing left for him to do. Zhu strolled around the territory aimlessly for a while, before finally arriving here at the Gnome Alchemy Workshop. Greetings, Lord. X5 Yashburn and his 4 apprentices who were refining life potions immediately said respectfully upon seeing Zhu. You guys are busy with yourselves. I'll have a chat with your teachers. Zhu said. Yes, the 4 apprentices respectfully and enviously glanced at Yashiborn before concentrating on being busy. Zhu also opened the personal information of these 4 apprentices and took a look, realizing that they had actually all become black iron lower level alchemy technicians. It's okay, these 4 students of yours have actually all become alchemy technicians. I didn't see that you're quite good at teaching students, he said with some surprise. They also work hard. Ashburn laughed with these apprentices. It's been a lot easier lately. Hasn't it? Zhu asked, these last few days. The products produced on the side of the Gnome Alchemy Workshop would become Zhu's private property, except for a small portion that would be contributed to him. The vast majority of the rest of the products would be recorded in a register first, and then directly handed over to Bai Yun and the others for them to distribute and use according to merit and need. As a result, Zhu had gradually not interfered much in this side of things, and because Yashburn was dead loyal to himself, so he wasn't worried that the other party would do things to enrich themselves. Easy is a lot easier. But subordinate doesn't dare to be lazy. Recently, my subordinate is studying the refining method of the black iron intermediate life potion. It's already somewhat fruitful now. If it can be successful in the end, subordinate might be able to be promoted to bronze lower level alchemy technologist. Ashburn said, Don't you need a bronze lower level alchemy potion formula or alchemy tech product drawings? Zhu raised an eyebrow. Normally living professionals who wanted to advance to a higher career level. The normal method was to advance by researching to master higher level career skills. This was the first time he had heard of Ashiborn's method of advancement. Thanks to the Lord's blessing, my subordinate has already mastered 5 alchemy measurement item manufacturing methods. Subordinate's accumulation is already enough, even if there are no bronze lower level vocational abilities that can be learned and mastered. Subordinate can also advance by creating his own black iron intermediate life potion. Ashburn said. Zhu nodded. He naturally hoped that the other party would be able to advance. The strength of his soldiers was now getting higher and higher. With only the black iron lower grade life potion and those 2 healers, it was no longer enough to satisfy the healing needs of all the soldiers. If Yashburn was able to research a black iron intermediate life potion, it would naturally be a great thing for his soldiers. After that, Zhu chatted with Yashiborn for a few more moments before walking out of the Gnome Alchemy Workshop. It's a bit boring, Zhu lamented. The fact that lords could rely on soldiers to kill monsters and upgrade was cool. It was that sometimes it would seem like there was no business to do. He thought for a while, and then suddenly had a bold idea in his mind. A few moments later, Zhu arrived at an open space to the east of Proud Sun City, only to see a lava dragon that was more than 6 meters tall lying here sunbathing. In front of it there was a thick pile of roasted meat and a large vat of water. It was none other than Nesario. Because of its excessive size, Zhu's room was no longer able to keep Nesario in residence, so he just arranged the other party here for the time being. Do you want to go out and play? Zhu looked at Nesario and seduced him. Nesario violently raised his dragon's head, and his pure red dragon pupil immediately appeared excited. A quarter of an hour later, more than 100 meters high in midair. Juju tightly grasped the lava armor on Nasario's back and looked as excited as his dragon. He was flying. Although it was flying high in the air with the help of a pet, but it also allowed him to experience the feeling of flying. Soon, Juju's gaze towards the ground froze, only to see a roughly constructed pyramid that was standing above the desert. A team of sand people were patrolling around the pyramid in an organized manner. Together, they had to number as many as 700 to 800. It was precisely the territory of the regional, level Scarlet Lord. Sandman Lords arrived, fly hovering over their pyramid next. "Don't fall down, and don't let them hurt you and me," Juju said. Nasario let out a low growl. Then he began to hover and fly right above the pyramid. The Sand People Lords below quickly discovered Nasario and Juju behind it. They roared in anger and used their ways to try to attack Juju, weapons like guns, spears, bows, and arrows, but no matter how they attacked, they couldn't harm Nasario and Juju at a height of over 100 meters. The corner of Juju's mouth curled slightly when he saw this scene. It was because he knew from Bai Yun that these sand people couldn't fly from top to bottom that he dared to boldly ride Nasario to come to their territory to be arrogant. But he didn't just come to be arrogant. The main reason, it was that he wanted to use the Lord's talent curb that he had just gotten once. This talent could only be activated once a day, and it was not cumulative after today. It would be a waste of today's number of uses of curb stomp. Juju naturally wouldn't do this kind of shameful, wasteful behavior. Give them a hateful shot, Juju said in a deep voice. Nasario roared in excitement, and the dragon might instantly erupted. At the same time, it also opened its mouth. A faint red glow appeared from its throat. The next second, raging hot magma dragon breath erupted from its mouth. It descended from the sky. It directly covered the very top of this pyramid, then at a speed visible to the naked eye. The magma dragon breath quickly melted away half of the pyramid. Inside the pyramid, some of the sand people in their gorgeous costumes raised their heads and looked at Juju and Nasario in shock and anger through the loophole directly above them. Juju laughed out loud. He then stretched out his right hand and aimed his palm at them. Lord's talent, curb stomp initiating. Boom! Invisible fluctuations instantly covered the entire Sandman Lord's territory below. Some of the sand people's bodies stiffened. Then their eyes immediately became violent and murderous, turning their heads and laying their hands on their sand people companions. The eyes of some other sand people were dark and obscure and seemed to have their own consciousness. But they did not act rashly. Instead, they quietly concealed themselves amongst these sand people, waiting for their true master's orders. I seem to be able to control these sand people that I have turned through psychic guidance, and can also convey some simple commands. Juju discovered another hidden ability of the curb stomp talent. It had to be said, this ability was quite practical, and when it was used at a specific time, I'm afraid it would play an unexpected and amazing role. He then looked at the text prompt that had just appeared. Hint, you have activated your Lord's exclusive talent curb. Curbing has taken effect. Lord's talent alert. A total of 14 black iron inferior sandmen, 5 black iron intermediate sandmen, 2 black iron upper sandmen elites, 1 bronze inferior sandman leader, and 1 bronze intermediate sandman leader have betrayed their Lord's forces and have become your loyal subordinates. It seems like I'm able to batch manufacture 2/5. Juju's face was odd. Juju looked at the Lord's talent tip in front of him, and a smile appeared on his face. He had thought that it would be good to turn back some black iron level sandman monsters this time. He didn't expect that he would actually be able to turn back a bronze level sandman leader. As for the orders he gave, he told the black iron level sandmen to carry out suicide attacks within the other side, and try to consume as much as they could, but the 2 bronze level sand people leaders, Juju told them not to expose themselves first. They had an unusual status. It was perfectly fine to wait until tomorrow when he led a large force to attack, and then let the 2 of them play a mean trick inside the other side. Juju stopped staying after that, letting Nesario lead him back to Pride Sun City. On the way back, Juju also had more thoughts about this curbing talent. This should be the correct way to open the curbing talent. When you come across a difficult enemy, just come over every day and give the other party a shot of curb stomping. It accumulates like this. Maybe in the end, we can make the other party's entire internal staff implode. In the end, only one enemy leader from the other side will be left as a bare knuckle commander, Juju thought in a somewhat mischievous manner. Time flew by, the color of night descended. The scarlet mists began to gradually appear in heaven and earth. Juju, who was feeding Nesario the black iron grade heart of mist, suddenly saw Zhao Changshu walking over from the distance. Lord, we have lived up to Lord's expectations. The third monster ranch has been established and all three have been upgraded to bronze lower level. Zhao Changshu came before Juju and respectfully said, "Go, take a look." Juju's eyes lit up. A few moments later, the two arrived at the monster ranch, only to see 3 monster ranches that were fully won, half the size of the previous area standing here. And it not only covered a larger area, its architectural style was also a bit more mangled and ancient. Matgu had long been here waiting for Juju. When he saw his lord coming over, he immediately walked over. "Greetings, Lord. The 3 monster ranches have all been constructed and upgraded. A total of 28. 0 units of basic materials. 1,000 black iron grade mist hearts, and 1 source crystal were consumed," Matgu respectfully said. Juju nodded his head. He now had nearly 280 0 units of basic materials in his hands, in terms of the black iron grade heart of mist. He had obtained more than 3,000 of them this morning alone by clearing the monster pastures. This consumption was naturally nothing. "We can start harvesting sand crystals tomorrow, Elder Zhao. Wait until tomorrow when we build the fence. Make sure that every cubic meter of the enclosure can be laced with sand crystals." Juju said, "Yes." Lord, Zhao Changshu respectfully said. A few moments later, the 30 members of the scout soldier squad, led by Wu Tu, as well as the 900+ soldiers led by Zhang Kang, also returned. Lord, we have cleared out all the scattered monsters in the Pride Sun Desert area," Zhang Kang said excitedly. "Well done, I'll credit you all." Juju nodded his head. Zhang Kang's eyes lit up after hearing this. As the ranks of soldiers continued to expand, now Juju had created the position of military merit officer among them. Through military merit, they could exchange food, equipment, potions, mechanical land birds, positions, and many other benefits within the territory. Although it wasn't quite perfect yet, some of the military merit systems were still relatively rough. But it could already mobilize the soldiers initially, so Juju's words were not considered a big pie. After that, Juju and Zhang Kang went to extract the loot. More than half an hour later, the extraction of all the loot was complete. Today, they had cleared a total of 624 scattered monsters. Among them were 156 desert mist lizards, 389 black-tailed mist scorpions, and 79 sand people. A total of 1,947 black iron grade mist hearts were obtained, 16,540 units of blood and flesh black iron lower, middle and upper 427 kg water bag, 389 copies of black-tailed mist scorpion's venom sac, black iron lower, middle upper 389 bottles of antidote potion, black iron lower, middle upper 168 copies of certificate of transition for sword and shield soldiers, 68 copies of recruitment book for sword and shield soldiers, 414 copies of poison crossbow soldier transfer certificate, 137 copies of poison crossbow soldier recruitment book, 12 copies of black iron upper grade sand dive art, 25 copies of black iron superior black scorpion poison crossbow, 25 copies of black iron, superior antidote potion recipe, 145 kg of sand crystals, 79 books of sandification and summon sandman skill books. Also among these 79 skill books were 4 copies of black iron upper grade sanding and 4 copies of black iron upper grade summon sandman. Skill name, sanding skill quality, black iron superior skill description, sanding a part of the body for 5 seconds. Immune to physical damage received at black iron level, as well as some physical damage received at bronze level. At the end of the 5 seconds, the sanded part of the body will be restored to its original state. Skill name, summon sandman skill quality, black iron upper skill description, summoning skill. Manipulate the sand elemental to coalesce 4 elite black iron upper grade sand people that completely follow their commands and possess simple intelligence to fight for them. Juju directly chose to learn it. This black iron upper level skill was much stronger than the original black iron lower level skill. So will a bronze level sandman leader explode the bronze level sandify and summon sandman skills? Juju thought. He then stopped thinking about it. This kind of thing would be known tomorrow. He took out the Prideful Sun Desert area map. At this time, the exploration level on it had changed. Area map name, Prideful Sun Desert map current exploration degree, 82% it's increased from 59% to 82%. Just need to finish off the last Sandman Lord. It should be able to reach 100%, Juju thought, although there wouldn't be any rewards for reaching 100%. But it was like finishing the last piece of a puzzle and seeing the complete puzzle pattern. Anyone would have a sense of accomplishment. After that, Juju went to the Gate of Summoning and recruited 68 sword and shield soldiers and 137 poison crossbow soldiers with the recruitment book he had just gotten. The number of soldiers under his command had now reached 883. He handed these new soldiers over to Bai Yun, then told her about the Time Ruins and told them to take 95 of the strongest soldiers with them to head to the Time Ruins with him after having dinner and resting for an hour. Bai Yun received the order and left. Juju then returned to the Lord's courtyard just as he returned. He saw Wu Tu standing at the door waiting for him. "Come in together," Juju said. He then opened the gate of the courtyard and followed the masonry path. Entering the house, Wu Tu followed behind the living room. Juju let Wu Tu sit down and then inquired about their results today. Lord, we inspected around the entire exterior of the Pride Sun Desert region today and know the general regional distribution of the exterior of the Pride Sun Desert." After Wu Tu finished speaking, he took out a yellow, brown straw paper map from his bosom. That was also a map of the area of the Pride Sun Desert. It was only different from the map that was handed over to Juju last night. Around this map of the area of the Prideful Sun Desert, there were also 3 other areas that had a general outline. They were as follows: the Black Iron grade area in the north, the Barren Gobi, the Black Iron ranked region, Thorn Sand Dunes in the due east direction, as well as the Bronze ranked region, Fish Spring Town in the southwest. Juju's gaze fell directly onto the map of Fish Spring Town. He couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. Good fellow. It turned out that Fish Spring Town was right next to the Pride Sun Desert. It didn't take much effort to get there. Wu Tu, before you came to me, wasn't it also a territory of the Aurora Kingdom? Juju pondered for a moment and suddenly asked. Wu Tu froze, then he immediately stood up in panic. Lord, although my subordinate was previously a lord of the Aurora Kingdom, but after joining Lord's command, my subordinate is already a complete and utter Jiaoyang city lord, both physically and psychologically. I ask Lord to believe in my subordinate's loyalty. Sit down, I didn't mean that, I believe you. Juju looked at his flustered expression, and immediately knew that this little kid had misunderstood, and immediately said with tears and laughter. Wu Tu's loyalty was almost at 90 points. He naturally wouldn't doubt the other party's loyalty. He just suddenly thought of something. He had thought that the principle of the Summoning Gate's summoning of the lords was to randomly summon the human race to him on the supreme continent. But the fact that more and more of the lords were coming from the Aurora Kingdom gradually made Juju feel that this idea of his might be wrong. I was afraid that the Gate of Summoning was not randomly summoning the lords from the Supreme Continent. Rather, it summoned the lords based on the proximity principle. Even the legend degree talent was like that. It was because his territory was close to the proximity of the Aurora Kingdom, so whether it was the lords summoned by the Gate of Summoning or the legendary degree talents attracted to him, most of them also came from the Aurora Kingdom. In that case, then Wu Tuss map of Fish Spring Town, Pao Ziyuer's master and disciple reunion quest. In Fish Spring Town's proximity to the Pride of the Sun Desert were not accidents. Instead, it was just a coincidence with a higher chance. After hearing Juju's words, Wu Tu was relieved. Do you have a map of Fish Spring Town on you right now? Juju asked. There is, but it was drawn by my subordinate before. It might be a bit off now, if it is needed. Tomorrow my subordinate will go forward to Fish Spring Town and redraw the map there. It won't take very long. One morning's time will be enough, Wu Tu said as he took out a map that he had prepared earlier and handed it to Juju. Juju took it and looked at it. Area map name, map of Fish Spring Town, current exploration degree, 2% map quality, bronze grade total area, 1011 square kilometers map description. This map draws the general landforms of Fish Spring Town as well as related map intelligence. Specifically, it includes the area of the region, geographic scale, terrain distribution, the town's range and location, commercial streets, residential areas, military barracks, scattered monster activity ranges, and the range and location of the Scarlet Lord's territory. It was worthy of being a bronze-level region. The total area of the region alone was twice the size of the Pride Sun Desert. Juju smacked his lips. Do you know Taylor Zhang Lai? She should be in Fish Spring Town. He looked at Wu Tu and asked after roughly looking over the contents of the map. Zhang Lai, it was Bao Ziyuer's teacher. It was also the quest target of the Platinum Inferior Hidden Quest Teacher and Disciple Reunion. Zhang Lai, I think I've heard of it. I remember, there's a Shuo Feng tailor shop in Fish Spring Town, and it's very famous in the town. In the past, when my subordinates went to Fish Spring Town to draw maps, I heard many residents of Fish Spring Town say that the pawnbroker there was good at craftsmanship. She seems to be called Zhang Lai, Wu Tu said. Juju's heart was certain. Shuo Feng tailor shop, that's right. More than 80% of it was probably Zhang Lai. Tomorrow, you take the people and focus on organizing a map of the new area of Fish Spring Town. Also investigate Zhang Lai again. Pay attention to the way you investigate and don't offend her, Juju admonished. Lord Wu Tu said seriously. Juju nodded his head. He then let him go back, most half an hour later. In front of the time ruins, Zhu, Nesario, Bai Yun, Zhang Kang, 8 bronze lower-level soldiers, 62 black iron upper-level soldiers, 25 black iron intermediate-level soldiers, and 2 healers stood here. This was the strongest configuration of 100 soldiers in Jiaoyang City at the moment. Some of these soldiers were also soldiers who had just broken through today. Go in, all hands on alert immediately. When you encounter danger, don't worry about it and directly counterattack. Pay attention to protecting the physician, Juju ordered. Yes, X-99 roar. Juju nodded his head. He then led the crowd and Nesario towards the gate of the Time Ruins. When they reached the 2 or 3 meters position of the Time Ruins gate, a suction force came from the inside of the gate, and although the people were a bit surprised, none of them resisted and were sucked in. Nesario walked at the end, curiously surveying the gate in front of him. It then took a step forward, and its dragon body, which was more than 6 meters tall, was also sucked in. Juju forced his eyes open with a sense of vertigo. Into the eye, it was the ruins of a city covered in smoke and flames, the sound of flames burning, trees blowing up, the vague roar of monsters. All sorts of sounds came from all directions. Juju frowned slightly and began to observe his surroundings. Around him were 99 soldiers, At this time, they were still closing their eyes and had yet to awaken from the vertigo of the time shift. Zhu had a realization in his heart. I'm afraid that it was because he had the primary spiritual potential talent, and his mental power was relatively strong that he was able to wake up so quickly. At this moment, the location they were in was the roof of a small four-story building. This building was constructed quite distinctively. It was compiled entirely from plant vines and trees, but at this moment, it was also blown up and blackened by the flames. The quality of this building is good. It looks like it has been burned for a while. It actually hasn't collapsed yet. Zhu tesked. The words had just fallen. Nesario appeared in front of him out of thin air, stepping on the fragile house under his feet and staring wide-eyed at Zhu. Zhu, Nesario, rumble. The small building could no longer bear the weight and began to collapse with a rumble. Nesario took a bite out of Zhu's clothes the moment it collapsed and flew into midair. Zhu also reacted quickly. He aimed his palm at the ground where the crowd had fallen. The energy in his body suddenly rushed and boiled. The invisible energy flew and converged on the ground. The 300 to 400 square meters of hard masonry earth instantly transformed into yellow sand and formed a large pit of quicksand. Bronze lower level spell. Sand trap, bang 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 bang. 99 soldiers fell to the ground like dumplings. But fortunately, because the ground had turned into a pit of quicksand, not a single person was injured. Not only that, they also came to their senses one after another, after coming to their senses without any nonsense. They first alerted their surroundings, and after confirming that there was nothing dangerous around them, they immediately jumped out of the quicksand pit and began to stand in line, in midair. Zhu's face was a little pale. The wide-range sand trap art that had just been fired had instantly drained 60% of the energy from his body. However, Zhu had nothing to regret. If he hadn't done that, it was likely that they would have been attritioned at the beginning. Although they wouldn't really die, but it wasn't something Zhu wanted to see either. He then asked Nesario to put himself down, and after stepping on the ground, he immediately took out a bottle of black iron lower energy potion and poured it into his mouth. After drinking it, his face began to look normal at a speed visible to the naked eye, and the energy in his body began to recover rapidly. Many thanks to Lord for stepping in, Bai Yun said as she quickly walked over, as soon as she took a look at the state of her and the others. Coupled with the traces of the sand trap spell under her feet, she guessed what had just happened. Zhu nodded slightly. Just then, a wolf howl came from the distance. Zhu and the others immediately looked over. They only saw a 3-meter-tall wolf monster, covered in flames, standing on a high building not far away. Looking at them with those scarlet and cruel gazes, at the same time, a quest interface also appeared in front of Zhu. Time intercession has begun. Time intercession is now released. Time intercession 1. Exterminate the incoming enemy mission content. Eliminate all incoming Inferno Mist Wolves. Mission objectives: 1 Inferno Mist Wolf 0/1000, 2 Inferno Mist Wolf Elite 0/300, 3 Inferno Mist Wolf Leader 10 times gift. Killing Inferno Mist Wolves has a 25% probability to pop out the corresponding level set of loose equipment. And killing Inferno Mist Wolves and Inferno Mist Wolves Leaders has a 0.1% probability of dropping the recruitment book for elemental archery soldiers. Time Quest 2 Time Quest 1. Destroy the coming enemy mission content. Destroy all the incoming Inferno Mist Wolves. Time Quest 2. Protect friendly forces quest content. Protect the last 13 Elven elemental archers in Andal Town. Mission objective: 13 Elven elemental archers survive safely 13/13 gift of time. For each Elven elemental archer protected until the time relic closes. 1 Elven elemental archer of the same level can be recruited in reality. Mission objective: protect the last 13 Elven elemental archers in Andal Town. Note: requires completion of Time Quest 1. Time Quest 3, hidden quest content, hidden quest objective, hidden gift of time, the secret code of heroic inheritance note. Requires completion of time quests 1 and 2. Legacy countdown 4H, 57M, 35s to take care of over 1. 0. 0 Inferno missed wolves in 5 hours. Juju looked calm. There was no worry in his heart. There was Nesario, a silver inferior pureblood dragon clan. 5 hours was completely more than enough time for them to resolve these monsters. At the same time, the Inferno missed wolf that was not far away also quickly died under the crossbow arrows of the 3 poison crossbow soldiers. They ran over and brought its corpse to Juju. Juju looked over. Item name, Inferno missed wolf's carcass. Item level, black iron lower. Item effect, it contains yet to be extracted loot. Item description, a special being of the time ruins. The original body was a mist monster in the Supreme Continent, and was later duplicated here by the power of time hint, in the time relic. Monster corpses can be kept until the time relic is reset. Loot explosion rate, 2 black iron grade mist hearts explosion rate, 100%. 1 black iron lower grade equipment Inferno mist wolf's gauntlet explosion rate, 25%. This is still a monster that specializes in exploding equipment. Juju tusked. He covered the surface of his hand with a layer of energy before placing it on the burning corpse of this wolf and preparing to extract the loot. As for what he had seen before he came, the notes of high probability, low probability, and very low probability, and so on, they didn't exist at all in his place. Even if it was a 0 probability, it would be turned into 100% for you. Very quickly, Juju extracted the loot, and then he looked at this unique equipment. Equipment name, Inferno Mist Wolf's Handguard Equipment Grade, Black Iron Lower Grade Equipment Effect 1. Toughness reduces the physical damage of a Black Iron Grade weapon to the wearer by 30%. Black Iron Grade weapons cannot pierce the wearer. Equipment Effect 2. Fire resistance reduces flame damage to the wearer from external sources at the Black Iron Lower level by 30%. Current set completeness, 1/6, collecting all 6 loose pieces of the set, namely helmet, armor, belt, skirt armor, gauntlets, and boots. Activates the Black Iron lower tier, set trait tyrannical blood of the Inferno, Mistwolf profile. Do not kill because of tyranny. You should be tyrannical for the sake of killing. Juju raised an eyebrow. It was the first time he had seen a set with a set characteristic. Actually, strictly speaking, the soldier's standardized equipment worn by soldiers was also considered a suit. But the soldier's standardized equipment that he had come into contact with so far had not had a set property. He didn't think much about it. He first put away the loot, then told Bai Yun and the others about this time quest 1 and 2. Then the top priority now, it's to find those 13 elven elemental archers first. Bai Yun immediately said. Juju nodded, with Blood Eye and Nesario around. It wasn't difficult to find and kill these Inferno mist wolves. But if any of those 13 elven elemental archers were casualties, he would lose a chance to recruit elven elemental archers in reality. That wasn't something Juju wanted to see. Bai Yun nodded. She then had the soldiers start wiping the Eye of Blood. Juju himself also wiped it after wiping it. The soldiers each searched for a high place, and then checked the entire town to see where a more powerful blood kai was gathered, or where a fierce battle was going on. Soon, there was a soldier who discovered a location where a fierce battle seemed to be taking place. Juju knew about it and immediately looked over, only to see a place roughly 2,000 meters away in the southwest. A dozen or so blood kai of varying sizes were running wildly in front of them, followed by more than 400 blood kai that were at least at the Black Iron intermediate level. Prepare for rescue, Juju ordered in a deep voice, whether it was or not. Go and take a look, yes. The crowd responded, Little Nasha, put me down, you guys go first, behave, your talent is much better than ours. When you get stronger later, come back and avenge us. Don't bury yourself here for nothing. An elf with a beautiful appearance. Skin as white as milk, and wearing a green bow and arrow soldier's standard equipment, said weakly to the female elf carrying her, This female elf's face was pure and absolutely beautiful. She had a pair of crystal eyes like green emeralds. And she was somewhat small because of her relatively young age. After she heard her teammates' words, she gritted her teeth, while the arrows she shot at the Inferno Mist Wolf elite in the back became more powerful. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. A green arrow burst out like a thunderous gale. Each arrow was able to accurately hit an Inferno Mist Wolf elite. Before the elite Inferno Mist Wolves that were shot could stop, an emerald green vine quickly grew from the place where they were shot, and in less than 4 to 5 seconds, these Inferno Mist Wolves were covered in vines and died miserably on the ground. Among these 400 or so Inferno Mist Wolves, there were also 3 Inferno Mist Wolves leaders at the lower bronze level. They were similarly hit by Naisha's arrows, but before the vines in their bodies could grow out, the blazing flames on the surface of that body incinerated these plants in droves. Naisha could do nothing when she saw this scene. These Inferno Mist Wolves were really too restraining for the wood elves. Even if they were to switch to an elf with any elemental attribute, the elf residents of Andal Town wouldn't have been wiped out so quickly by these 1,000 or so Inferno Mist Wolves. Just at this moment, the elf behind her gave her a gentle look. She then gently released her hand, jumped off of Naisha's body, and pounced on the Inferno Fog Wolves behind her. Naisha, who was in the middle of shooting, watched this scene with her pupils clenched and her face flew pale. It was at the moment when this elf pounced on the Inferno Fog Wolf. Roar, a terrifying dragon roar resounded through the heavens and earth. At the same time, terrifying dragon might also descended from the sky, shocking all of the Inferno Mist Wolves and elves below into immobility. Bang! Juju jumped down from the dragon's back and caught this elf who pounced on the Inferno Mist Wolf in passing. Tap, tap, tap. A large number of running footsteps came from all directions. Soon, Bai Yun and the others rushed over and started to kill these Inferno Mist Wolves that were shocked by the dragon's might under Juju's orders. The sounds of crossbows and arrows, slashes, and shield crashes were continuous. One by one, the Inferno Mist Wolves were killed by Bai Yun and the others without any control. Nesario didn't make a move, but kept maintaining the release of dragon might in the air. Juju watched this scene in thought. In the future, when cleaning up the monster ranch every day, it would be possible to work together like this. The efficiency should be higher. At this time, the 13 elves had also regained their freedom because they were not suppressed by the dragon might. "Are you reinforcements from the Empire?" Naisha asked boldly. "I am just a passing human lord," Juju said. After saying that, he took out a bottle of black iron inferior life potion and gave it to the elf in his arms. And when she drank it to recover some of her injuries, she reacted to the fact that she was still in someone else's arms and immediately stood up in embarrassment. Human Lord, the remaining elves looked at each other, although they still had some doubts. They didn't ask too many questions at this time, but instead picked up their bows and arrows and threw themselves into the attack on these Inferno Mist Wolves. Juju also took this time to count these elves. There were indeed 13 of them. He put his heart down. These people should be the target of his mission. Fortunately, there was no attrition. A few moments later, all the Inferno Mist Wolves were eliminated. Juju then had the soldiers use this location as the center and start hunting the surrounding Inferno Mist Wolves in all directions and had Nesario follow. With Nesario around, Juju wasn't worried about Bai Yun and the girls being in any danger, and he also started extracting the trophies of these Inferno Mist Wolves. Soon, the first Inferno Mist Wolf set was collected. Equipment name, Inferno Mist Wolf Set Equipment Grade, Black Iron Lower Grade Equipment Effect 1. Toughness reduces the physical damage of a Black Iron Grade weapon to the wearer by 90%. Black Iron Grade weapons cannot penetrate into the wearer Equipment Effect 2. Fire resistance reduces the physical damage of a Black Iron Grade weapon to the wearer. Suit Effect 2. Fire resistance ignores flame damage from external sources at Black Iron Intermediate level. Equipment Feature 3. Tyrannical blood of the Inferno, Mist Wolf stimulates the power of the bloodline within the equipment, causing the wearer to enter a state of tyrannical blood that lasts for 10 minutes. In the tyrannical blood state, the wearer will fight frantically, killing all enemies in front of him, while at the same time having plus 50% to his defense, plus 100% to his strength, and minus 80% to his pain and minus 80% to his fear. At the end of the 10 minutes, the wearer enters into a weakened state for 1 hour. Tip: percentage bonus will reach its maximum value when worn by a black iron lower life. The stronger the wearer is. The equipment bonus will gradually decrease. Current set completeness, 6/6 introduction, don't kill because of tyranny. Should be tyrannical for the sake of killing Juju. Was a little surprised after reading the attributes. Not only were the attributes of this suit comparable to the black iron upper-tier military standardized equipment alone, moreover, the effects of its attributes were practical for soldiers when used when the situation was unfavorable. It might be able to produce a turnaround battle, results similar to breaking a boat. That's it for the black iron lower level set alone. What about the more advanced ones? Juju thought of this and immediately accelerated his own speed of extracting the loot. A quarter of an hour later, in the gazes of the 13 elves, as if they were looking at the Supreme Will's own son, the 400+ Inferno Mist Wolf monsters were all extracted by Juju as loot. Among them, the Black Iron Intermediate Inferno Mist Wolves would drop 4 Black Iron Grade Mist Hearts, and 1 Black Iron Intermediate Elemental Archer recruitment book, in addition to the set loose parts. The Black Iron Superior Inferno Mist Wolf drops an additional 8 Black Iron Heart of Mist, and 1 Black Iron Superior Elemental Archer recruitment book. The Bronze Lower Inferno Mist Wolf Leader drops an additional 2 Bronze Heart of Mist, and 2 Bronze Lower Elemental Archer recruitment books. There were a total of 432 of these monsters. Among them, there were 184 Black Iron Intermediate Inferno Mist Wolves, 245 Black Iron Upper Inferno Mist Wolf Elites, and 3 Bronze Lower Inferno Mist Wolf Chieftains, a total of 726 Black Iron Grade Mist Hearts and 6 Bronze Grade Mist Hearts were obtained. Black Iron Intermediate Inferno Mist Wolf set 25 sets. Black Iron Upper Grade Inferno Mist Wolf set 34 sets. 78 pieces of duplicate set loose parts, as well as the final 251 recruitment books for elemental archers. Juju first looked at the Black Iron Superior Inferno Mist Wolf set. It was found that although it was only a Black Iron upper level set, it could already initially resist bronze intermediate physical damage, and it could also ignore the flame damage of the Black Iron upper level. Its suit characteristic attributes had also been greatly improved. Tyrannical blood of the Inferno Mist Wolf stimulates the power of the bloodline within the suit, causing the wearer to enter a state of tyrannical blood that lasts for 25 minutes under the tyrannical blood state. The wearer will fight frantically, killing all enemies in front of him, while at the same time having plus 150% to his defense, plus 300% to his strength, minus 90% to his pain, and minus 90% to his fear. At the end of the 25 minutes, the wearer enters into a 25 it weakened state. Tip: the percentage bonus will reach its maximum when worn by a Black Iron upper life. The stronger the wearer is, the equipment bonus will gradually decrease. The attribute bonus has increased by 3 times. The duration and cooldown time have also been greatly reduced. Juju was satisfied. If this kind of set was given to melee soldiers, he could completely create a humongous army of terror. Giving it to long-range soldiers, it could also greatly increase their long-range killing power. Juju then picked up an elemental archery recruitment book, dropped by the Inferno Mist Wolf leader. Item name: Recruitment Book of Elemental Archery Soldiers. Item level: Bronze lower. Item effect: Recruitment Book of Advanced Soldiers. Throw it into the gate of summoning to summon an elemental archery soldier with bronze lower potential to become your lord. Item description: a specialty product originating from a certain time relic, which can recruit a high-level archery soldier type of fairly good quality. It is possible to treat this time relic like a monster ranch as well. After the daily reset, let Nesario and the soldiers come in and brush the set and the elemental archery soldier recruitment book. Juju thought. He then looked into the distance. At this moment, Bai Yun and the others were clearing out the Inferno Mist Wolves one by one with Nesario in various parts of Andal town, and the range they were clearing was gradually expanding. It was believed that before long, the entire town of Andal would be cleared of Inferno Fog Wolves. As for the 2 physicians he brought with him, they were treating the 13 elves at the moment, when Juju saw that things were stable. He opened the quest interface and looked at the hidden quest at the bottom. Hidden quest. Aren't there any more hints? Juju frowned slightly. This, Lord Human Lord, a female voice came from the side. Juju looked over. It was the female elf he had just saved. Next to him stood the elf named Nadia. Juju had seen her magical archery skills, so he was quite impressed with her. When this female elf saw Juju looking over, her face that was as white as milk suddenly turned slightly red. But she still bowed boldly and said, "Thank you to this Lord for your help. My name is Eve. I wonder how to address you. Our Guardian squad will remember your kindness forever, and we will also ask the Empire for some rewards to repay you and your commanders for saving our Andal town. My lord title is Lord of the Proud Sun. As for coming to help you, it was just a matter of lifting a finger. In the face of the invasion of the Scarlet Mist monsters, we will always be comrades in arms who can be trusted and relied upon. As for the reward, feel free." Juju smiled. He wasn't looking forward to the so-called Imperial rewards. One could probably guess from a name like Time Relic. The world they were in now was probably a secret realm, like a copy formed by replicating a certain time in the past. These elves in front of them, I'm afraid that they have long since fallen into the real historical years. Juju naturally did not expect them to contact the Elf Empire, or even return the favor of saving his life. But after hearing his words, Eve froze, then hurriedly said, "The tradition of our Elven Empire is that we should never be stingy with friends and benefactors who help us. Please do accept our return." Her face was quite sacred and solemn. It was obvious that she valued this so-called Imperial tradition. Juju froze, then nodded helplessly. He hadn't heard the quest prompt for the so-called return until now. It was obvious that there really wouldn't be a return. This Lord Human Lord. What are your plans next? Nadia asked curiously from the side. First clean up all the invading Inferno Mist Wolves, then protect you until you are completely out of danger. We should be out of here by then, Juju said. Want you stay? Let us entertain you as well. Eve couldn't help but ask. We still have things to do. Do you have any other survivors here? Juju shook his head and then asked. No more, other than us. All of the elf lords of Andal town were sacrificed. Eve and Naisha's eyes dimmed. It's all my fault. If only I had been able to lead a team out later to clear the mist monsters born around us. Maybe we would still be in the town when these Inferno Mist Wolves come. We'll be able to deal with these Inferno Mist Wolves with the residents then. Nadia lowered her head and bean-sized tears fell down in drops. How can you blame yourself for this? The daily time to go out and clear the mist monsters is set by the Empire. How can we go at whatever time we want? Eve comforted, but Naisha still cried non-stop. Juju looked at the scene with a calm expression. More than an hour later, Juju, who was chatting with the elves, suddenly saw a line of hints appear in front of him. Hint Time Mission 1, Exterminate the incoming enemy has been completed. Hint Time Mission 2, Protecting friendly forces has been completed. The gift of time has been distributed in the summoning gate within your territory. 13 elven elemental archers are ready. When you return to the Supreme Continent, you can summon them out at any time. Juju was a little surprised. He realized after careful thought, it was probably because all the Inferno Mist Wolves had already been taken care of by Bai Yun and the others. and the Time Ruins determined that there were no more enemies that could threaten these 13 elves, so they determined that he had completed Time Quest 2. This was an unexpected blessing. He had previously thought that he had to protect them until the last moment. This saved him the trouble. After waiting for a while longer, Juju and the others then saw that Bai Yun and the girls returned with all the soldiers, and as for them, they were pulling cartloads of Inferno Mist Wolf corpses behind them. They didn't know where they found a water source and had doused the flames on the body surface of the Inferno Mist Wolves. So they were able to bring them all back. Where's Nasario? Juju asked as he saw that Nasario hadn't returned. His Highness Nasario seems to have discovered something special, after helping us with all the Inferno Mist Wolves. He flew away alone. Bai Yun respectfully said. Juju froze. Some curiosity rose in his heart. However, he didn't think much about it and directly started extracting the loot from these corpses. A quarter of an hour later, Juju, who was in the process of extracting the 356th corpse, a line of kill information prompts suddenly appeared in front of his eyes. Your pet lava dragon, Nasario, has killed Inferno Mist Wolf Lord Scarlet Lord Berserker. Promotion energy plus 800, loot coalescence complete, prompt time quest 3, counterattack hidden quest has been completed. The gift of time has been distributed. The secret code of heroic inheritance has materialized into your spatial equipment. Juju, he looked a little confused. His own side didn't have a clue yet on his pet's side. Juju couldn't help but open the mission interface. Look directly at Time Quest 3. Time Quest 3, counterattack completed mission, launch a final counterattack to destroy the hidden Inferno Mistwolf Lord, Berserker, and avenge the dead residents of Andal Town. Quest target: Inferno Mistwolf Lord Berserker 1/1 gift of time. The secret code of heroic legacy released hint. This quest is a hidden quest with uniqueness. After completing this quest, the related quest content and quest objective will disappear into the Time Ruins. Juju smashed his mouth. This mission was a real winner. He then looked in his spatial ring for a while and quickly found this gift of time. The secret code of heroic inheritance. It was a big, heavy, purple book. It depicts an elf with flames burning all over his body. Juju looked at it, then couldn't help but look at Nadia beside Eve. How it looks exactly like this wood elf. Coincidence, he didn't think much of it and looked at the book carefully. Treasure information appears. Name of treasure, the secret code of heroic inheritance grade, transcendental superior treasure ability after using it. You can obtain the heroic inheritance of Blood Rocket Spirit Nasha. Introduction, in the rain of arrows of blood and fire. Feel the endless fear Blood Rocket Spirit. Nation Novice Lord Tip. Heroes a higher unit of life that transcends the soldier class. They have higher destiny bits recognized by the Supreme Will, and are even able to leave a destiny mark unique to them in the long river of time, so that they can be resurrected by a specific living being that traces the mark. Every hero is unrepeatable. There is no specific trace of their birth to follow, but most of them have a complex life that is either legendary or rough. Among the 10,000 races of the heavens, it would not be easier for the higher races to give birth to heroes. And the lower races could also have multiple heroes, who were the true treasures of the races, enough to be sung by countless living beings and eras. Heroes are so great, Juju was shocked, then looked at Nasha again. Nadia couldn't help but turn her head a little shyly when she felt Juju's straightforward gaze. Juju was also in doubt when he saw this. That's not true. He remembered the way Nadia had looked just now when she was crying, looking like an ungrown little child. Can she be a hero like that? To say that the only possibility for the other party to become a hero would probably be the other party's higher qualification and combat power. This was something he had just learned while talking to these elves, and that's exactly why. It was only then that Nadia had become the captain of the Guardian Squad of Andal Town, at the youngest age in the squad. He thought about it for a while, but still couldn't figure it out. So much for not thinking about it. Then he began to think of another problem. Who is this secret code of heroic heritage for? Almost without much thinking, Juju immediately thought of Bai Yun. Bai Yun had followed him for the longest period of time, had accomplished the most feats, and was also die-hard loyal to him, and was also an archer and poison crossbow soldier by birth. It could be said to be the most suitable candidate to use this heroic inheritance secret code. But Juju also wanted to use it. This is a treasure that can raise one's life level. What lord wouldn't want to use it? Juju, he himself would of course be heartbroken. Although Juju was a lord, he had heard of that theory of greatness being attributed to oneself, but hesitate for a long time. Juju still decided to use it for Bai Yun. Same old reason, being a lord himself. He doesn't need to put in his own personal effort on the battlefield. If one used this heroic inheritance secret codex, it would be more or less a waste. The second reason is that this heroic legacy secret codex is only the transcendent superior. If you can, Juju still wanted to use the more advanced heroic inheritance secret code. Now there's an emergency. If you can't be promoted in the future, it will instead become a shortcoming that limits your growth. He who does not plan for the world is not enough to plan for the moment. Juju also has to think about the future. After figuring that out, he put the secret code of heroic inheritance back into his spatial ring, then proceeded to extract the loot from these bodies. Nesario also returned and brought back the corpse of the Inferno Mist Wolf Lord. Juju was in no hurry and told it to put the body aside for now. It then proceeded to extract the corpses of these Inferno Mist Wolves. An hour or so later, extraction of loot from all monster corpses complete. There are 878 of them in total. There were 752 Black Iron Lower Inferno Mist Wolves, 64 Black Iron Medium Inferno Mist Wolves, 55 Black Iron Upper Inferno Mist Wolves Elite, and 7 Bronze Lower Inferno Mist Wolves Leaders in total. You get 200 Black Iron, Ranked Hearts of Mist, and 14 Bronze, Ranked Hearts of Mist. Black Iron Lower Inferno Misty Wolf Set 121 sets. Black Iron Intermediate Inferno Misty Wolf Set 10 sets. Black Iron Upper Inferno Misty Wolf Set of 9. Bronze Lower Inferno Misty Wolf Set 1 set. 32 duplicate set loose parts, as well as the final 133 copies of the Elemental Archer's recruitment book. Juju all put them away in his space ring, ready to return to reality and use them. He then came to the Inferno Mist Wolf's corpse and prepared to touch it. As a result, when he saw the loot popping out of his opponent's corpse, he froze. Item name: Inferno Mist Wolf Lord Berserker's corpse. Item level: upper silver. Item effect: it contains loot that has not yet been extracted. Item description: a special being of the time ruins. The original body was a mist monster in the Supreme Continent, and was later copied here by the power of time. Hint: in time ruins, monster corpses can be kept until the time ruins reset. Loot explosion rate: 8 silver. Grade Heart of Mist explosion rate: 100%. 8 source crystals explosion rate: 100%. A silver upper Inferno Wolf King's Wrath set explosion rate: 25%. 10 silver upper recruitment books for Elemental Archery Soldiers explosion rate: 1%, and a diamond grade Scarlet Lord Talent Orb explosion rate: 0%. Juju looked at it. Then, thinking he'd misread it, he blinked harder and then looked again. The information remains unchanged. No mistake, it's a real diamond. Grade Scarlet Lord Talent Orb, confirmed. Juju directly shook his body with excitement. Diamond Lord's Talent, though not as good as his own legendary Lord Talent, it's also not as good as the Dragon Lady Lords. Undead Lords and their epic Lord Talents, however, among the billions of lords in Blue Star. A lord with diamond level Lord Talent was also enough to be courted by countless lords and called a big brother. The talents he had been given all along were black, iron, bronze, and silver levels. I didn't realize that the first time I got a high level Lord Talent. It wasn't from the corpse of a Scarlet Lord in the current world, but from a time relic Juju felt like he was dreaming. Compare that to the Diamond Lord's talent. The fact that Nesario had killed a silver superior Scarlet Lord by crossing the ranks with his silver inferior strength instead seemed unremarkable. Juju quickly returned to his senses and began to extract the loot. The golden tip appears. Is the loot extracted? Yes, he immediately said. Next text prompts appear. Lord's talent alert. You have obtained loot 8 heart of mist silver grade. 8 source crystals. 1 Inferno Wolf King's Wrath set silver upper grade. 10 recruitment books for elemental archers silver upper grade. And 1 Scarlet Lord Talent Orb Diamond grade. Wow, the loot was all exploded. Naturally, there was no need to mention the silver level Heart of Mist, the source crystal, and the recruitment book for elemental archers. Juju first looked at the Inferno Wolf King's Wrath set. Equipment name, Fury of the Wolf King set equipment grade. Upper silver equipment effect 1. Toughness reduces physical damage to the wearer by 90% for silver level weapons and some gold level weapons, and gold level and sub gold level weapons are unable to penetrate the wearer. Equipment effect 2. Fire resistance ignores flame damage from external sources of gold lower and lower levels. Set feature 3. Fury of the Inferno Wolf King stimulates the power of the bloodline within the set, causing the wearer to enter a state of fury of the Inferno Wolf King that lasts for 30 minutes. While in the fury of the Wolf King, the wearer will enter an extremely calm combat state. In the Yan Demon Wolf King's Wrath state, one's defense is plus 300%. Strength is plus 300%. Speed is plus 300%. Nerve reaction is plus 300%. Pain sense is minus 100%. And fear sense is minus 100%. After the Inferno Wolf King state ends, it can be reopened after 30 minutes. Hint: percentage bonus will be maximized when worn by a silver upper life. And the equipment bonus will gradually decrease as the wearer gets stronger. Current suit completeness 6/6 synopsis. You're pissing me off. Juju raised an eyebrow. This Inferno Wolf King's Wrath set not only had greatly enhanced attribute bonuses, but it also completely ignored the sense of fear and pain. And there are no more side effects from use. And it only takes an interval of 30 minutes before you can enter the Inferno Wolf King's Wrath state again. This attribute was more than 2 or 3 times better than those previous set attributes. The only thing that made Juju a little regretful was the requirements for use of this suit are silver upper. No one in their territory has been able to use it yet. He could only temporarily put it in his space ring and wait for a silver upper level powerhouse to appear in his territory before he could use it. Juju then looked at the last piece of loot, that diamond, grade Scarlet Lord Talent Orb. Juju read its message. No surprises. The only way to find out what kind of lordly talents are in this talent orb is to purify it first. Juju looked behind him at the 13 elves, including Naisha. Think about it, still haven't started purging in front of them. Although neither side will recognize the other when they next meet, and maybe the other side has even changed. But everything always leaves a mark. Juju still felt it was better to be cautious. We're leaving, he said to Naisha and the girls as he gathered up the loot. That fast? The 13 wood elves froze. We have important things to do. The crowd of wood elves looked at each other and could only accept this fact. Juju did not waste time when he saw this. He returned silently in his mind. In the blink of an eye, Juju, Nesario, and the 99 lords he brought with him all disappeared into thin air. Only the shocked and bewildered wood elves were left, a bit at a loss for words, a world of 7, colored light. Juju stood and cautiously surveyed his surroundings. Nesario and the other soldiers were gone. It was as if he was the only one left in the big world. Where is this place? Juju's heart was alarmed. Just then, an illusory scene appeared before him in the flaming ruins of the town of Andal. After pushing Nadia away, Eve lunged straight at the pursuing Inferno, Mist Wolves' wolf pack behind her, and then was quickly devoured by these misty monsters. The wood elves were beyond sad, but the escape continues in order to survive in the ensuing escape.
Nadia and the girls fought off their pursuers behind them as they fled. Still, one elf after another died in front of Naisha.
Their last words after death were mostly similar. Little Naisha, leave, Captain. That's the last time I'm going to call it that. You've got to get out of here, actually. Even though you're the captain. We've always treated you like a sister. Sister, you must live. All the wood elves let Nadia live. But there were too many inferno mist wolves. She was eventually surrounded. At the last moment when the wolves pounced on her, extreme sadness and hatred turned into hot flames that burned her body, which belonged to a wood elf. Her long emerald green hair morphed into long fiery red hair, and the drops of blood and tears in the corners of her eyes all transformed into crimson flame marks. In this moment, the flames were no longer against her. Instead, it fulfills Nadia, causing her to nirvana into a higher realm of existence. Heroes, to be precise, her hero title should be Blood Rocket Spirit, Naisha. The childishness and innocence of the once young girl no longer appeared on her face. Yes, there is only endless confusion and sadness. Then she looked around at the inferno mist wolves that were lunging at her, and the look in her eyes instantly turned cold. Next, boom, the life force burned in all of her, turning into the brightest light before death. Open the bow and draw the string. Bang, the bow is like thunderbolt strings. Thousands of blood fire spirit arrows were instantly released from her arrowless bow. It was as if a blood, red rain had fallen in an instant. All of the inferno mist wolves died in the ruins of this town. Nadia has avenged you all with a final whisper. Nadia was lifeless, the final scene of the vista. It was the Elven Empire that sent an envoy to investigate, only to see the skeleton of an elf in the center of the body in a bow, drawing position, reality, in front of the time relic. A burst of 7, colored light suddenly lit up from the time ruins gate. A few moments later, the light dispersed. Yuju and the others had already stepped back onto the land of Proud Sun City. At this point, Yuju, who was a lord, was still in a dream. The scene he had just seen was deeply engraved in his memory. The surrounding soldiers didn't dare to move when they saw that their lord hadn't given an order. A few moments later, Yuju returned to his senses. Did you just see any sights? He asked Bai Yun, who was beside him. No, Bai Yun was at a loss. Juju asked the other soldiers and Nesario again. They also all said they saw nothing and were teleported straight out. Chu was lost in thought. It seems that the only person who can see the real history is me. Is it because I'm the owner of this time relic? He didn't think much of it. Rest for an hour. In an hour, we'll go into the time ruins once more, he said to the soldiers. There was one more time relic reset count today, so naturally it couldn't be wasted, and Head liked to go back in for another look. Yes, Bai Yun and the other soldiers respectfully said. Juju nodded his head, and then didn't even bother summoning his elven elemental archers, but returned to his lord's courtyard first. Parlor, Juju sat on the chair, still thinking about the illusory scene he had seen earlier in the time relic. That would be real history. The secret code of heroic inheritance is really Nadia's heroic inheritance. So she went through something like that to advance to hero. Juju sighed, this drastic change in life. It does allow the other person to grow quickly. Shake your head, he thought no more about it. He then took out the diamond, grade scarlet Lord Talent orb from before. Juju's mind moved. A line of text prompts appears. Is it purified? Yes, he said expectantly. Next. A golden light flashed across this scarlet Lord Talent orb. After the golden glow disappeared, the blood-colored light on this scarlet Lord Talent orb had disappeared. In the meantime, its message has also changed. Treasure name, Lord's Gift Orb Nation's Peace Treasure Grade, Diamond Treasure Effect, after absorbing it. The Lord will have the diamond, level Lord's Talent National Peace, Treasure Description, an orb of Lord's Talent that has been purified by the Supreme Will, which can be absorbed to obtain a diamond, grade Lord's Talent. The country is safe, looks a bit like the territorial folkways class of Lord's Talents that the World Channel was talking about. Juju thought, The territorial folkways class of Lord's Talents is a large category of the thousands of Lord's Talents. He had seen many lords on the World Channel saying that they possess the territorial folkways type of Lord Talent. For example, Good Courage, which increases the fighting strength of the territorial residents. Frugal House, which increases the affluence of the territorial residents. And Rich and Fortunate, which makes it easier for the territorial residents to switch to become merchants. These are territorial folklore class Lord gifts. He didn't think much of it and used it directly. The text prompt reappeared. Whether or not to absorb this Lord's Talent orb diamond level, yes, Juju said, next. This diamond, grade Lord Talent orb immediately transformed into countless diamond, colored points of light that surged into his brow. Juju closed his eyes. A few moments later, he opened his eyes, then immediately opened the Lord's personal information, only to see that the column of his Lord's Talents had suddenly been updated once again. Lord's Talents, 100% explosive rate legendary. Gnome Alchemy Workshop Bronze, Monster Ranch Silver, Curb Stomping Black Iron, National Peace Diamond. The 5th Lord's gift is up. A smile appeared on Juju's face. The details of the talent were then immediately opened. Lord's gift, National Peace Diamond level, National Peace and Safety. Territory Folkways class Lord's Talent. Your territory is safe and peaceful, and your people live in peace and happiness. All of your people are happy with their current lives and have great respect and love for you. Your people's loyalty to you will have a base value and will gradually increase as they live in your territory day by day. Specific Talent Effect 1. The base value of your Lord's loyalty to you is 71 points. Specific Talent Effect 2. For every day, a loyalist with 71 to 80 loyalty points lives in your territory. Their loyalty will increase by 1 point. Specific Talent Effect 3. For every 3 days that a loyalist with 81 to 90 points of loyalty lives in your territory, their loyalty will increase by 1 point. Specific Talent Effect 4. When the number of territories with 90 loyalty points or more reaches 1,000, your territory will become famous, and many living beings will realize that your territory is a territory of peace and prosperity, slightly increasing the probability of foreign living beings coming to join you. Current number, 15/1000. After Juju finished reading it, there was only one thought left in his head. What a sick lordly talent. Juju had an astonished look in his eyes. Generally speaking, loyalty of the lords are all attributes that can only be slowly improved by the lords taking their time to run their territories and running them well. Loyalty of the lords is high. Not only will the territory be safe and sound, the crime rate of the lords will be greatly reduced. And the lords who follow the orders of the lord can also play a role in assisting the development of the territory. It even greatly increases the probability of triggering a quest or even a hidden quest once the loyalty of the lords is low. Then probably anything bad will come in a flurry. The disobedience of the territorials alone could bring many industries in the territory to a standstill. Soldiers also don't follow their lord's orders to attack the monsters around the territory seriously. It is possible for any of the lords to rebel and choose to overthrow the lord or even murder him. Juju had heard of similar things when he was in the Waterworld channel on weekdays. There is a portion of the lords lusting after female lords in their territory and wanting to use force. As a result, the story got out, and the loyalty of the lords who heard about it dropped considerably. And the next day, this lord's friend realized that the other's name had dimmed in the friend's bar, with the novice overlord protective shield in place. The overlord basically won't die in the absence of a food crisis. That leaves only one possibility. The opponent was killed in the territory by the lords. That's what happens when loyalty decreases. But this High Lord talent can actually have the effect of rapidly increasing loyalty. And it can be raised up to 90 points. 90 points is already a pretty high loyalty value. Lords with this level of loyalty are already the equivalent of pseudo-deadbeat lords. It's basically a no-brainer to betray your lord unless you're faced with something extraordinary. Compared to this effect, its final slight increase in the probability of alien beings coming to join it is rather less conspicuous. But Juju also did some math. Right now, I have close to 2,000 lords in my territory alone. Most of their loyalty is around 70 to 80 points. That's no more than 40 days at the most. I should then be able to make my territory, in the eyes of outsiders, appear to be a pleasant territory in which the country is at peace, Juju thought. A little over a month, not too long, not too short, he was in no hurry and could afford to wait after that. Juju stood up and prepared to go recruit the elemental archers, and those 13 elf elemental archers. In the meantime, just when Juju had just possessed the Diamond class Lord Talent Nation's piece, the soldiers and lords within the Pride Sun City suddenly felt that at this time, although the Pride Sun City was only being built for the first time, it still looked relatively simple, but their eyes are full of expectations for the future at this time. We have so many soldiers in Jiaoyang City, and every day the soldiers are increasing at a rate visible to the naked eye. With all these soldiers around, living here is just a peace of mind. Lord is also very good. High-class ingredients like monster blood and flesh are given to us for free every day so that we can eat until we are full. I haven't even had this much luxury in the Aurora Kingdom. That's Lord is the best lord on the supreme continent. Although this place is still very humble and it's still a desert territory, in the future, it will definitely be the richest and most famous territory in the entire supreme continent. Even the dragons are willing to be our lord's pets. What else is impossible? I even saw the wood elves today. That's the elf empire's territorial people, but even they are respectful to Lord. Wood elves are so beautiful. I can definitely marry a wood elf as a wife in the future. The lords were talking, and smiles covered every face. Juju had just walked out of the lord's courtyard when he saw this scene. He froze, then reacted. This is Cathay Pacific coming into play. Juju looked at their smiles, and a smile appeared on his own face. Maybe this Diamond Lord talent, it won't be visible for a short while, but in the long run, it can definitely have a profound effect on the lords and territories. No more thinking. Juju came to the summoning gate and threw 394 copies of the Elemental Archer recruitment book into the summoning gate. Soon, the first Elemental Archer then stepped forward. He wore a fiery red soldier's standard armor, carried a set of fiery red bows and arrows on his back, and had a fiery red short sword hanging from his waist. Invisible fire, elemental energy hovered and converged around him. Ordinary people would feel a faint sense of scorching heat and an inexplicable might just by being near him. Juju clicked on his personal information. Lens Vector, Mega Blue Territory, Jiaoyang City Troop Name, Elemental Archer Firepower Level, Black Iron Lower Ability Summary, when I was a child and followed my elders on a hunting trip. I accidentally obtained a copy of the Elemental Archer Transformation Certificate and was transformed into an Elemental Archer after I grew up. I underwent specialized training in the quality of soldiering, and I also went through 23 small battles, which gives me a relatively rich experience in Elemental Archer combat. Skills: Gold Upper Level Fiery Meditation Method, Black Iron Lower Level Fire Elemental Manipulation, Black Iron Lower Level Elemental Archery Fire, Black Iron Lower Level Stored Shot, Black Iron Lower Level Triple Shot, Black Iron Lower Level Fiery Arrow, Black Iron Intermediate Level 2-dimensional Fiery Arrow Not Fully Mastered Loyalty, 71 Potential, Silver Upper Juju Test. He remembered when Bai Yun was promoted to the Junior Troop Type Poison Crossbow Soldier at the Black Iron Upper Level. She only has 5 vocational skills in her skill bar. At that time Juju had been surprised, and now this high-level soldier named Mega Blue. The Elemental Archer, still only a Black Iron lower level, had a full 7 career skills by the time he was promoted to Black Iron Superior. He would surely have mastered more vocational skills. An advanced trooper is an advanced trooper. Juju lamented. The time after that, an elemental archery soldier came out of the summoning gate, one after another. A quarter of an hour later, 394 elemental archers walked out and stood in front of Juju. Juju couldn't help but fall into deep thought as he looked at their clear fire elemental soldier type standard armor. Why are all the elemental archers I've recruited fire elemental? Could it be because the elemental archers recruitment book that recruited them all came from the Inferno Mist Wolves? He thought about it. It seems like the only reason to explain it. Juju wasn't disappointed. Elemental archers for fire elementals are good too. Nothing else, killing power is absolutely sufficient. After that, Juju recruited 13 more elemental archers from the elves. Greetings, lords, the 13 elven elemental archers respectfully said. Juju nodded. He looked at them. The 13 elven elemental archers were found to be dressed roughly the same as the wood elves he had seen in the Time Ruins. They were all wearing a bright green soldier's standardized equipment, both the bows and arrows and the short swords at their waists. It looks like it has an air of vitality when they came out. The nearby onlookers and soldiers immediately let out exclamations of surprise. Juju didn't care about them instead. They started looking at their personal information soon. Juju then knew that they were 1 bronze intermediate elven elemental archery soldier and 12 bronze lower elven elemental archery soldiers respectively. Same power level as Nadia and the girls, and their potentials were all at the lowest level of gold lower, while the highest was that bronze intermediate elf whose potential had clearly reached diamond intermediate. Juju clicked on the panel information of the strongest elf among them. Citizen, Monica Territory, Jiaoyang City Troop Name, Elemental Archer Wood Power Level, Bronze Medium Ability Summary, a Centurion of the 12th Elemental Legion of the Elven Empire with 5 years of combat experience, mastering a wealth of elemental archery combat techniques, and able to skillfully maximize his strengths on the battlefield. Bloodline, Wood Elf Bloodline Skills, Transcendent Intermediate Tree of Life Meditation. Bronze Intermediate Wood Elemental Manipulation. Bronze Intermediate Elemental Archery Wood. Bronze Intermediate Stored Shot. Bronze Intermediate 5 Shot Combo. Bronze Intermediate Poisoned Blood Arrow. Bronze Intermediate Silent Arrow. Bronze Intermediate Wooden Vine Twisting Arrow. Bronze Intermediate Lightness of Being. Bronze Intermediate Stealth Loyalty, 72 Potential, Diamond Medium See the potential in each other. As well as the unique bloodline bar, Juju was slightly silent compared to the human race. It was true that the elven race was generally much higher than the human race in terms of potential. Juju did not get discouraged though. There is a 100% burst rate in. Juju had the confidence to create a legion of human soldiers that surpassed the beings of all races in the heavens. The number of soldiers I have now is officially over 2,000,290 to be exact. Juju suddenly reacted. The number of his soldiers crossed another big step. A few moments later, Juju sent the 200 sets of Inferno Mist Wolf suits that he had gotten from the Time Ruins to the 97 soldiers who had followed him to the Time Ruins. The rest is temporarily stored as military reward supplies for the future, when an hour had passed. Juju led Nasario and the soldiers into the Time Ruins again. In the remains of time, Juju came in and found the same initial position. But they let Nasario be aware of this situation before they came in this time, so they didn't have the embarrassment of the last time this time. They didn't waste any time and ran straight to where Natia and the girls were, Nasario on the back of a dragon. Juju opened the mission interface. Sure enough, there are only 2 more missions this time. The third hidden quest did not appear. That Inferno Mist Wolf Lord probably won't show up this time either. Juju secretly said in his heart that it was a pity. If the Inferno Mist Wolf Lords could be swiped once a day as well, then he would be in for a treat. I just don't know what will happen when 2 identical lords' talents touch each other. What happened next was exactly the same as last time. They saved the 13 elves as usual, and then began to clear the surrounding Inferno Mist Wolves. Nadia once again cried because she had left Andaltown without being able to protect the residents. Eve was soothing. Juju looked at this scene. Naisha, he suddenly said Lord Proud Son, what can I do for you? Nadia looked at Juju in a daze while wiping her tears. Eve froze as well. You've done well. No need to beat yourself up too much, Juju said, but I wasn't able to save any of the residents of Andaltown. Nadia had tears in her eyes. Juju looked at her and suddenly came forward, reaching out his hand to gently dry her tears. In the meantime, he also had a scene in his mind of the real Nadia's tears of blood in the corner of her eyes turning into flame marks as she was promoted to hero. No more crying, here it is. I've helped you save everyone, Juju said. Naisha froze and looked at Juju. Then that little face suddenly turned red, and hidden heat rose from her head. A soft, laughing, teasing voice came from behind her. There was more heat in Naisha's head. Juju quickly withdrew his hand. He laughed and didn't explain much before doing his old job extracting the loot. During this time, Nesario made another trip to where the Inferno Mist Wolf Lords were, but in the end it was a defeat. After Juju learned that the leader-level monster was really gone, he just lamented about not taking advantage of the situation and continued to extract the loot. Also, Bai Yun had finally broken through to the bronze intermediate level during the battle. In addition to Bai Yun, Yang Kang and the other 5 bronze inferior soldiers were also nearing the edge of their breakthrough. I guess he'll be able to break through smoothly after clearing out the monsters in the monster ranch in the morning. An hour or so later, all loot extraction complete, a total of 926 black iron, grade misty hearts and 20 bronze. Grade misty hearts were obtained. Black iron lower inferno misty wolf set 121 sets. Black iron intermediate inferno misty wolf set 35 sets. Black iron upper inferno misty wolf set 43 sets. Bronze lower inferno misty wolf set 1 set. 110 duplicate set loose parts. 384 copies of the recruitment book for elemental archers. Juju was satisfied to see these trophies. Time Relic automatically resets the number of entries once a day. These harvests will later become a regular daily income. If it was an ordinary lord who owned this Time Relic, then he would be far from getting this much daily harvest. But Juju has a 100% burst rate. The harvest of coming in once was almost equal to the harvest of other lords entering the Time Ruins 100 times. It's a pity that there's no way to bring out the Inferno Mist Wolves here. Otherwise, I'd have to use the Monster Ranch anyhow. To protect them, Juju thought with some regret. After that, he bid farewell to the elves and then took all the loot with him, and Nesario and White Rue and the others, and left the Time Ruins together. Pride of the Sun City. Juju came out and then went to the Gate of Summoning and used 384 recruitment books of elemental archers to summon 384 black iron lower level elemental archers, and then summoned 13 elven elemental archers. The total number of soldiers under his command now totaled 687 tomorrow after cleaning up the monster ranch. That should bring my total number of soldiers to 3000 when the time comes to face the Sandman Lord and his 1,000 plus monster lords. It shouldn't be much of a problem, Juju thought in his heart. He then thought about it and changed his previous idea. Distributing all 301 sets of Inferno Mist Wolf equipment in his hand that he had intended to use as rewards for military service to his soldiers, nominally on loan to the soldiers, when they got military honors in the future. The military honors needed for this Inferno Misty Wolf suit would be deducted from the military honors the soldiers would get in the future. And what Juju actually thought was, use this Inferno Misty Wolf suit to minimize any casualties that might arise when attacking the Sandman Lords tomorrow. Facing the forces of a region-level Scarlet Lord, this is no time to be stingy. Juju's decision quickly caused the soldiers to cheer. Higher level equipment means more combat power and life preservation. The soldiers naturally rejoiced. Juju's side quickly saw a large number of loyalty increase message alerts.
Maybe it won't take 40 days. My territory will be able to gain the fame of the country's prosperity, Juju thought in his heart when he saw it. Juju, who then got 400 sets of replacement black iron lower tier soldier formal equipment, opened the exchange and set up a trade. Trade name, Lords of the Prideful Suns Trade Goods Traded, 400 sets of used black iron lower tier trooper standardized equipment, no weapons. Trading requirements, 100 units of base material per set of used black iron lower troop standardized equipment, no weapons. Up to a maximum of 5 sets per lord. Remarks, if there are special treasures, you can chat me privately for a separate transaction. Current trade view rank #3, 715, 525, 545. Juju looked at it to make sure that there was nothing wrong with it, and then directly chose to publish the transaction. A lord soon found out about the deal. Then the ranked position of this deal, which had just been posted out, began to rise at an unbelievable rate, and soon occupied the #1 position in the rankings of deal views. There was also a hot debate on the World Channel about this new deal from Lord Pride. Lord Proud's son has posted another new deal. It's the first time I've seen a lord selling this much equipment. Familiar recipe, familiar flavor, familiar. Expensive is Lord Jiao Yong's reputation as a treacherous merchant, not just for nothing. 100 units of base material for a weaponless troop standardized set is actually okay. I'm convinced that people are already selling 400 sets of used equipment when I only have 20 pawns. The disparity is so great that it's fine. According to the words of the game, it feels like Big Brother Pride has grown beyond the version at supreme will. Can you chip it? Can I play without chipping? The Supreme Will says don't blame the version for the human dish. This deal was just posted. Is there a possibility that Big Brother Jiao Yang is diving in to watch us chat? Suddenly a little nervous about how fat for. Big Brother Pride, sorry for keeping this from you for so long. I'm actually not a human. I'm a type of shell from the seashore, and my name is the Worthing Mudbug Shell. Upstairs, I'm not actually human either. I'm a type of statue called a Vortex Kenish the statue. Dog's head show me the carving. Arrogant face, you guys have a good chat. I'll sneakily drop in and buy Big Brother Pride's equipment. Zhu, who is diving. Why are these lords so sandy? A quarter of an hour later. All used gear sold. A total of 40. 000 units of base material were obtained of these, 12. 000 units of wood, 14. 000 units of stone, 6. 000 units of metal, and 8. 000 units of fine sand. After Juju put them away, he walked out of the Lord's courtyard and had someone call Bai Yun over. A few moments later, inside the living room, Juju and Bai Yun sat opposite each other. This one's for you. Juju flipped his right hand, and the secret code of heroic inheritance appeared in his hand. He put it in front of Bai Yun. Bai Yun curiously picked it up and took a look, only to be immediately shocked. This, she stammered a little as she looked at Juju. Shock, disbelief, surprise, trance, various looks appeared on her face. No wonder she was so shocked. It's really that names like hero are so legendary. This designation is often found in legends told by old men to small children. It's safe to say most of the beings in the Supreme Continent, when they were young, they grew up listening to the legends of their heroes. The same goes for White Rue. Every little child in the Supreme Continent, their biggest dream when they were little, was to become the hero of their own race and become famous in the Supreme Continent, but it's just too hard to be a hero. Even the Norse kingdom of Aurora, after hundreds of years of development, only had 3 heroes by now. You can see how difficult it is to become a hero, and now there was actually a chance to be a hero in front of her. She was now surprised to the point of even being a little terrified. She didn't think it was something she deserved. Bai Yun hesitated and was about to say something. Then he saw the Lord across the room, looking at himself. Our territory will face a great crisis in 2 days. Right now, my territory is in need of a hero. I think you can.
Take it, be a hero, Juju said seriously. Bai Yun froze. She looked at Juju's eyes that believed in her, and the hesitation in her heart gradually turned into determination. She suddenly figured it out. He or she is really the best person to use it at the moment. After all, within the territory now, other than the Lord's pet, he himself was the strongest without a doubt. That newly recruited elf was strong, but after all, he had followed the Lord for too short a period of time and had not gained the Lord's trust. This is no time for pretentious trepidation, as the strongest soldier under his lordship's command. I must take on this responsibility of protecting his lordship as well as the territory before the crisis arrives. After Bai Yun figured it out, the heart is more determined. My subordinate will definitely live up to Lord's expectations. Bai Yun stood up and said with a determined voice. Juju nodded. He then let Bai Yun go back to his own folks' house to use it. It takes a not-so-short time to receive the legacy of a hero. It was fine in his place, but it was more or less inconvenient, as men and women were different. Not for long, and I'll have my first hero. Juju's heart was looking forward to it. Elixir Lord, good night. Big Brother Tilda, just as Juju pondered what else he hadn't done today, Linger sent a message, Pride of the Lords, good night. Juju replied. He then looked at the dialogue box, thought long and hard, and sent over 2 more messages. Lord Pride, there is no need to call me Big Brother from now on. Lord Proud Son, if you are willing, recognize me as your brother. Just call me brother directly, and I will treat you as my own sister. Juju was a man of 2 lives, though. But I don't know if it was due to bad luck, but he never had any family, coupled with the sudden arrival on the Supreme Continent. There were almost as many spirits from the Supreme Continent as one could see, even if he was used to living alone. He still felt a twinge of loneliness at times, and after all this time to understand, even if the other party's legendary Lord Talent was excluded. Juju felt that the other party was someone who could initially deepen the relationship. That's why he brought up the idea of recognizing the other as his sister. And Linger's side also reacted immediately. She was a bit incredulous for a moment before replying immediately. Elixir Lord's brother. Lord Pride, sister. Elixir Lord, brother. Then can Spirit find you to chat with later? Lord Pride, yes. Elixir Lord, brother. Then, in the future, can Linger share some things about the territory for you to hear? Lords of the Prideful Sun, Ro. Elixir Lords. Feels like a dream. Thanks, brother, Lord Prideful Son. Since we're siblings now, there's no need to be polite. As your brother, I'll give you a little meat and greet gift. Juju set up a red packet and filled it with 200 copies of Sword and Shield Soldier transfer proofs and 100 copies of Poison Crossbow Soldier transfer proofs before sending it directly to the other party. The other party didn't answer immediately, but replied, Spirit Medicine Lord, brother. In the future, the herbs you need Spirit wrapped up. No need to trade. What you want, just mention it directly to Spirit. If I don't have any, then I'll go ahead and buy seeds and plant them now. They'll grow out soon enough. Situated in the legendary Lord Talent Divine Favored Medicine Nursery, Spirit said this with a great deal of confidence. Juju smiled and didn't refuse. Lord Prideful Son, good. Then you can also mention it to my brother if you need help in the future. Other than that, the transfer certificate is enough. Elixir Lord, thank you, brother. Only then did the other person pick up the red packet. Elixir Lord, wow, primary troop type Poison Crossbow Soldier. This is the first time I've heard of this troop type, Lord Pride of the Sun. You may see any kind of soldier in the future. It's getting late, right? Get some rest early. Elixir Lord, good night, brother, Lord Pride, good night. Sister, after ending the conversation. Juju looked at what the 2 had said, and could feel that the other party's tone of voice and attitude of Linger had become much more natural than before after both parties' identities had changed. That's exactly what he wants. He thought no more about it, and after making sure there was nothing to accomplish, he went back to the master bedroom and went to bed. Early the next morning, inside the master bedroom. Zhu, lying on the bed, opened his eyes. Day 6. After today, one more day. It's time for the novice lord's test. He looked more serious, although he now thought that his strength had already surpassed the vast majority of lords, and that he should have no problem passing the novice lord test. But until the moment he was actually confronted, he still wasn't quite at ease in his heart. He opened the world channel. The bright, bloody countdown stood at the very top of the world channel. Current countdown, 47 hours, 38 minutes, 11 seconds time was ticking away. The lords below were also talking. This countdown is as good as nigh on hyped up. Don't say anything. Grab these last 2 days and develop the territory. What's the point of developing? It's the last 2 days. How much further can it go, guys? I want to swing for the fences. I'm going to open the pendulum straight away. Fellow Blue Star families, speaking here for the last time. I can't carry on any longer. In a while, I'll give up my lordship and switch to adventurer to defect to the native forces. It just so happens that there's a human gathering place called Windsong Valley near my territory. See you in the future if you have the chance. Adventurers aren't necessarily worse than lords. They can all improve their strength, except that adventurers need to kill the mist monsters with their own hands. It's a bit more risky, but when it comes to becoming a god and being an ancestor, who's to say we won't meet up with the top lords again? Stop it. I'm already fantasizing about sitting and drinking tea with Big Brother Pride and Dragon Lady lords, and the rest of them after becoming a top adventurer. I'd better hang in there a little longer. Can any of you gurus clue me in on what else I can do in these last 2 days? Can I only rely on killing mist monsters to increase my strength? Lord Pride of the Sun Pathfinder's Glory 1. The main focus is still to raise the strength of the soldier professionals. If there is any spare capacity, you can try to build a wall to reinforce the territory's defense. Shake the grass. Big Brother Jiao Yang has spoken. Building a wall does greatly reduce the pressure of monster attacks. Only the last 2 days left. I'll build a smaller fence. Hey, Big Brother Pride and I were thinking of the same thing. I've been building a fence for the past 2 days. Zhu looked at the comments from the Blue Star Lords. That remark just now was made by him for the sake of being a fellow Blue Star, if it's an alien lord. He won't even make a suggestion. As for other help, how many billions of Blue Star Lords are there? Zhu understood. The current self simply doesn't have that ability to help the lords of all the blue stars. He can do it. Only save yourself and the people you care about. Zhu stopped thinking about it. He rose from his bed and walked out of the lord's courtyard. Then, instead of going to summon the lords, he went first to Bai Yun's dwelling. He had just arrived when he saw 2 soldiers guarding either side of the door to the room. Greetings, lords, the 2 soldiers immediately said respectfully when they saw Zhu. How's White Rue doing? Zhu asked Captain when she came back last night. She had us stand guard at the door, and said we were not to be disturbed by anyone but the lords until she came out. We've been on guard all night, but the captain doesn't mean to come out now, my lord. Shall I go and call the captain out? The soldier on the left said respectfully, no need, you guys just keep a good watch, if Bai Yun comes out. Notify me immediately, Zhu said. Aye, my lord, the 2 men said respectfully. Zhu took 2 last looks at the door. He has the gift of psychic powers. One could vaguely sense that Bai Yun was slumbering inside, and the other party's spiritual energy was also increasing at a steady rate, now far surpassing his. Heroes this strong, Zhu tusked in his heart. He wasn't jealous. White Rue is dead to herself. The stronger she is, the better you can protect yourself as a lord and help the territory grow. After that, he stopped stopping and came to the door of summoning. Text prompts appear. Hint, is it summoned immediately? Yes, Zhu said expectantly, as of today. He'll be able to summon 44 lords a day. Next. The summoning door suddenly lit up with a brighter white light. And then 44 people stepped out of it. Greetings. Lord. X44 when the 44 people came out and saw Zhu. They immediately knelt down and respectfully said, welcome, everyone, to Pride Sun City.
Juju smiled and nodded. Then tap on their personal information and start looking at it. Juju looked at the 44 people. There are 22 male and 22 female lairds among them.
There is a very balanced distribution of men and women. 7 of them are professionals. The 5 journeymen are journeyman lords that the gate of summoning is bound to be able to summon. The other 2 occupiers were naturally occupier lords summoned by the gate of summoning, relying on their own probabilities. Of those 7 professionals, there is 1 bronze lower cavalryman, 1 bronze lower architect, 2 black iron upper swords and shields, 1 black iron intermediate tailor, 1 black iron lower blacksmith, and 1 black iron lower carpenter, 1 of them.
The cavalry was the first type of soldier he had recruited. His name is Zhang Xiang, wearing a cavalry standardized equipment.
A gun and a sword on both sides of the horse's back, and a bronze lower class cloud horse on his hips.
At Juju's inquiry, the other party told the self-same lord, cloud horses are warhorse type mounts that can be bred in captivity. It is an excellent horse that can be used in war. Within the Kingdom of Aurora, there was a goal-level regional territory called Yuntang City. That was the Aurora Kingdom's horse breeding base dedicated to raising cloud horses. It was rumored that the lord of the Yuntang City there even had a relevant horse breeding lord talent bonus. And because of that, it was only then that the other party was honored by the contemporary king of the Aurora Kingdom, giving the important task of raising and nurturing cavalry mounts entirely to the other party. After Zhu heard this, he opened the other party's message and took a look. It was discovered that the cavalry was considered a primary troop type. As was the poison crossbow trooper, this Zhu was not surprised. A cavalryman beating an ordinary soldier, counting the crotchety warhorse, is the equivalent of 2 against 1. It's definitely better than the base troopers. But if the warhorses are gone, there's no telling how much of the cavalry's fighting power is left. As for the opponent's skills, they were similar to the sand cavalry he had summoned with the Sand Emperor's space ring. It just doesn't have the sand soldier racial skills such as body of sand, sand recovery, and sand diving, except for this cavalryman. Other life professions such as architects, tailors, blacksmiths, and carpenters all are necessary life occupations for the territory. Naturally, the more the merrier. So Zhu was quite satisfied with this summoning. After that, he arranged where the 44 new lords would go. 7 of these professionals naturally went to their respective places of occupation, and these 37 territorials. Zhu took one of the female collaterals and arranged for them to help with the cooking. The rest of the male lords went to help Zhao Lao construct the building. After arranging them, Bai Yun hasn't woken up yet. Instead, cartographer Wu Tu called up all the members of the scout soldier squad and prepared to head to Fish Springtown to redraw the area map of Fish Springtown. Zhu told him to be careful in everything and not to reveal his identity. Wu Tu led the order and left with his men. Seeing this, Zhu also called on Nesario and then found Zhang Kang and told him to bring all the soldiers, including the 26 elemental archers from the elves that were recruited yesterday. And together they came here to the monster ranch to prepare to clean up the monsters. Monster ranch front, Zhu looked at the monster ranch in front of him. Only 1 sandman was seen wandering in the monster ranch, neither clashing with each other internally nor showing hostility to Zhu and the soldiers outside the fence. Looking unusually well behaved report to the lords 750 desert mist lizards, 750 black-tailed mist scorpions, and 750 sand people have all been bred. Makutani said respectfully. Zhu nodded. He smacked his lips a little. The monsters in these 3 monster ranches alone were a full 250 in number. This was already more than the Sandman Lords under the regional level Scarlet Lord Sandman Lords. How many bronze lower level monsters have been bred? Zhu asked curiously. A total of 11 bronze lower level desert mist lizard leaders, 18 bronze lower level black-tailed mist scorpion leaders, and 13 bronze lower level sandman leaders have been cultivated. Makutani said. Zhu nodded. The heart is satisfied. From today, his monster ranch could give him product at the lower bronze level now. Begin, Zhu said. Then looked to Nesario, who was not far away. Nesario and Zhu were connected by heart when it saw Zhu's eyes. It immediately stretched out its dragon wings, then violently shook its wings and flew right above the monster ranch as it swept up the gusty wind. Roar, an earth-shattering dragon roar, accompanied by an irresistible dragon's might. All the sand people were immediately shocked by the dragon's might and couldn't even move. Many sand people even fainted directly. The usual rules: soldiers who feel like they are about to break through are prioritized to go in and kill these misty monsters. Come out when you break through and make room for other soldiers. Seeing this, Zhang Kang immediately began to make arrangements. The soldiers obeyed the order and began to move immediately, soon. First group of soldiers who were about to break through entered the Sand People's monster ranch and started killing monsters for the breakthrough. Among them were 5 bronze lower-class soldiers, including Zhang Kang. They were close to a breakthrough after coming out of the time ruins yesterday. Now is the right time to use this opportunity to enter the bronze intermediate, with the help of Nesario's dragon power. The efficiency of the crowd of soldiers in killing monsters was now at least 10 times higher, soon. The monster ranch was cleared out with 750 sand people. Only the lone black iron lower sandman inside the small enclosure remained. No surprises. Zhang Kang and the other 5 had all successfully broken through to the bronze intermediate level. After that, they once again utilized the dragon's might to clear the desert mist lizard and black-tailed mist scorpion inside the other 2 monster ranches. After the cleanup, Zhu had someone put a drop of golden corpse water on the corpses of these monsters, while he began to extract the loot from these 250 misty monsters. It took more than 3 hours. It took Zhu to finish extracting the loot from these 200 or so misty monsters. Among them, monster blood and flesh, water bags, sand diving skill book, sand trapping skill book, sanding skill book, summoning sandman skill book, black-tailed mist scorpion's poison sac, antidote potion formula, blood cleansing pills formula, and black scorpion's venomous crossbow all exploded in a big way. Beyond that, there are also 635 black iron, ranked hearts of mist, 84 bronze, ranked hearts of mist, 981 certificates of conversion for blade and shield soldiers, 344 recruitment books for blade and shield soldiers, 756 copies of the poison crossbow soldier's certificate of transfer, 454 copies of the poison crossbow soldier's recruitment book, 1,827 kg sand crystal. Though looking at a floor full of loot is a blessing, but Zhu was also tired and a little skeptical. Those kingdom and empire level powers, it is estimated that tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands, or even hundreds of thousands of soldiers will die in a single war. How did they extract the loot from these many bodies? Zhu stood up and shook off his somewhat sore hands and couldn't help but think about this. He thought about it. Called Zhao Changshu over. Soon, Zhao Changshu then came to Zhu. "Greetings, lords," he said respectfully. Elder Zhao doesn't have to be polite. Zhu nodded. Then he raised his hand and pointed at the small mountain of sand crystals not far away. These sand crystals also have nearly 300 units of basic materials in the territory. Elder Zhao, if you can, as much as possible today, use them to build a fence around the territory. The sand crystals shouldn't be enough. When the sand crystals run out, you can use the basic materials to build a normal fence first, when the sand crystals are provided up later. They will replace the original ordinary fence. Zhu said, "Time is tight right now. It can only come so far." "Aye, my lord, but to get the fence up within the day, my subordinates will need a lot of help to make it work," Zhao Changshu said seriously. "After we take care of that regional level Scarlet Lord today, all soldiers in the territory are at your disposal." Yu Zhu waved his hand and made a direct decision. Zhao Changshu was instantly relieved at his words. He naturally knew that there were now more than 2,000 soldiers in the territory alone, with the help of these two, zero or so people. Plus his own abilities, the chances of getting the fence built by tomorrow are good. Elder Zhao, do you know how the Aurora Kingdom quickly extracts the loot from corpses after a war? Yu Zhu asked. Generally speaking, there are two ways to do it. The first is to use golden corpse water to prolong the time the corpse can be preserved, and then use human labor to slowly extract the trophies from the corpse. The second is to use the same item called Conqueror Blast Furnace to quickly extract the loot. But my subordinates don't know much about such items. I only know that this kind of Conqueror Blast Furnace should not be a rare item. At least it's not as precious as the Aurora crystals, folk in the kingdom of Aurora, many large mercenary corps, adventurers' guild residences, and some big powers will have more or less Conqueror Blast Furnaces in existence. Zhao Changshu Dao, Zhu Zhu made a silent note of it in his mind. He then took Nasario and the soldiers and broke into the time ruins, once again getting 384 recruitment books for elemental archers and the allegiance of 13 elves. After he threw all these 384 recruitment books for elemental archers, 344 recruitment books for sword and shield soldiers, and 454 recruitment books for poison crossbow soldiers into the gate of summoning to recruit soldiers. The number of soldiers under his command had heated up to a whopping 882, looking at the soldiers who stood almost all over the sand in front of him. Including Zhu Zhu, everyone was shocked who would have thought that's just the power of a territory that's been established for 6 days. Just when Zhu Zhu was being ambitious, a soldier ran over quickly and came to his side respectfully. "My lord." The captain is out of his room. Zhu Zhu's eyes lit up after he asked Zhang Kang to organize these soldiers. He then immediately walked towards the direction where Bai Yun was. Zhu Zhu soon encountered Bai Yun, who was rushing over head-on. "Greetings, lords." After seeing Zhu Zhu, Bai Yun was the first to respectfully say. She still had a look of excitement and thrill on her face. Obviously very pleasantly surprised at what he got, Zhu Zhu, on the other hand, looked at Bai Yun in a somewhat dazed manner, only to see that at this moment, Bai Yun's hair had suddenly changed from the previous black color to a long, flowing head of blood, red hair. Her skin also became as white as milk. A pair of large eyes also turned a pure blood red at this time. A flame mark like a tear mark was on both sides of her cheeks, and instead of compromising her face, it added a bit of wild beauty to the other party's look. She has grown in both height, with longer legs and a taller figure. A blood-red soldier's standardized equipment was worn on his body, and a blood-red bow and arrows were carried on his back. Wisps of fire elemental energy, wood elemental energy, and a blood-colored energy surrounded her, as if the other party was the favorite of these 3 elements. That's not even the most important thing. The most amazing thing is, now that Zhu Zhu was merely standing in front of her, he could feel the other party's vigorous blood kai and spiritual power that was like a furnace in Zhu Zhu's spiritual perception. The other party's physical and mental strength at this moment was even much more exaggerated than those scarlet lords he had encountered. Bai Yun also realized what was going on, and immediately and somewhat rustily collected her overflowing vitality and returned to her normal human aura. "I have no intention of offending his lordship. Please, lord, chastise me." Bai Yun immediately kneeled on the ground. "It's okay. I know you didn't mean it." Zhu Zhu helped her up and then curiously opened the other party's attribute information. Dominion, White Rue Heroic Unit Heroic Title, Blood Rocket Spirit Bit, Epic Heroic Fate Bit Territory, Jiao Yang City Power Level, Bronze Medium Ability Summary, a hero who possesses both human and wood elf blood, with powerful energy contained within his body, proficient in elemental archery, and a heroic presence on the battlefield that is enough to terrify the enemy. Bloodline, Human bloodline 86%. Wood elf bloodline 14% skills. Heroic technique blood rocket rain. Heroic technique morale stabilization. Transcendent intermediate tree of life meditation. Bronze intermediate wood elemental mastery. Bronze intermediate fire elemental mastery. Bronze intermediate blood elemental mastery. Bronze intermediate elemental bow and arrow technique wood. Fire and blood. Bronze intermediate fire vine arrow. Bronze intermediate accumulated shot. Bronze intermediate 5-shot combo. Bronze intermediate poison and blood arrows. Bronze intermediate silent arrows. Bronze intermediate lightness of mind technique. Bronze intermediate stealth. Bronze intermediate crossbow. Bronze lower level poison preparation. Bronze lower level toxin discrimination. Bronze lower level detoxification knowledge. Loyalty 100 potential. Epic superior heroic biography. One received the heroic inheritance of the blood rocket spirit under the bestowal of the human lord, Lord Pride of the Sun, and became the second generation of the blood rocket spirit. Hero's personal lore +1. Elven clan prestige +10. 000. Supreme continent prestige +5. Juju grew his mouth. This attribute panel is too luxurious. Isn't it? Especially the skills column. Skills are showing up in ellipses more often than not. But what Juju was most curious about was her bit grid column. He tapped on the bit grid column. Specific information appears. Epic heroic destiny digit. A destiny digit recognized by the supreme will has left its own mark on the river of time, and can be resurrected by specific beings tracing the mark. Fate digit increase. Physical body strength +2000%. Soul strength +2000%. Life will strength +500%. Juju smacked his lips. The strength of the physical body. The strength of the soul, and what's more, the will to live had all increased by 20 times. No wonder he felt that outrageous blood chi and spiritual power. Such a presence, you can't just take one against 100 in battle, or even one against 1,000. Only such a being can be called a hero, right? The more Juju looked, the more he could feel the power of Bai Yun. He was happy in his heart. The more powerful Bai Yun is, the more secure his and prideful Sun City's development would be. Rest for an hour, get a grip on your newly acquired power. In an hour, let's go crusade against that area-level Scarlet Lord. Juju said in a deep voice. I, my lord. Bai Yun looked respectful. An hour later, outside of Jiaoyang City. Fully 885 soldiers were gathered here, neatly arranged in ranks. Standing at the forefront was undoubtedly Juju as the lord. Beside him was Nesario, sprawled on the ground. Not far in front of him were Bai Yun and Zhang Kang, who were looking at him with respectful and fervent expressions. And behind the two of them stood a contingent of more than 3,000 soldiers. Among them are 1,202 poison crossbowmen, 1,478 swords and shields, 1,162 elemental archers, 39 elven elemental archers, as well as 1 cavalryman and 1 lancer. They are well equipped. Some wore the Inferno Mistwolf suit, and some wore the newly created military standardized equipment that matched their strength. Created by those blacksmiths of Carter. Kim, further back. It's a loot transport convoy built with 100 mechanical land birds and simple small wooden carts. Juju looked at them. The heart is full of bravado, no doubt about it. They were the strongest strength Juju possessed right now. And Juju was confident, in the future, he could take the team in front of him and expand it tenfold. 100-fold, or even more, but until then, he's going to do something important right now. One moment. I will lead you all to the Sandman Lords to eliminate the last Scarlet Lord power within the Pride Sun Desert. Now, I'm going to make an important decision. I'm going to combine you all in a full Legion establishment. The name of this Legion will be the Proud Sun Legion. It represents the first Legion of our Pride City. And will be the first soldiers to join the Proud Sun Legion, Blood Rocket Spirit White Rue. Juju looked at Bai Yun. Subordinate, Bai Yun said respectfully, you have followed me the longest, are the strongest, and are the first hero in the territory. I appoint you.
as the 1st Legion commander of the Proud Sun Legion. Understood, Bai Yun said firmly, Zhang Kang, subordinate, as the 1st sword and shield soldier of Proud Sun City.
And the strongest amongst the sword and shield soldiers right now. Am appointing you to be the vice captain of the Proud Sun Legion.
Understood, Zhang Kang's face revealed a few moments of excitement in his composure. The specific lower establishment is available to all soldiers by virtue of their military service.
And right now, a military honor has been set before us. It must belong to the Proud Sun Legion, on my command.
Depart, crusade against the Sand People Lords. Yes, the soldiers responded in unison. The sound shook the sky and the earth.
Inside the city of Jiaoyang, the living profession lords and unprofessional lords who saw this scene also looked very excited. In the meantime, 100 million kilometers away from the Elven Empire, within the prideful Sun City, the capital of the Elven Empire Eranlos, inside the Imperial Palace, Mort Astrologer.
Are you saying that there is a lord from another world who has received the heroic heritage of our blood rocket spirit?
Above the Imperial throne, an elf in a gorgeous, radiant gown sat above, looking calmly down at a female elf in a star astrologer's uniform.
She is the Emperor of the Elven Empire, the original elf Queen Alyssal, 1,000 times over, Your Majesty.
Every hero is a treasure of the Empire. It's also our main fighting force against the other empires as well as the Scarlet Lord.
And Naisha's heroic legacy originally belonged to our Elven Empire. We must not leave her behind, Mort Astrologer said.
Have you figured out where that lord is? Alyssal asked. Figure it out, although the location is rather far away.
But at some cost, it can be reached in a short time, Molt said. Alyssal didn't say anything. It seemed to be pondering.
As Molt said, every hero is a treasure of the Empire. She sits on a large elven empire. Until now, it only had 100 or so elven heroes.
And a large portion of them are elven heroes of lesser stature. That's why she also values the emergence of new elven heroes.
Silence fell in the Imperial Palace. Molt also stopped talking. A few moments later, leave that lord alone for now.
There are supreme agreements in place. We can't strike out at 10,000 race lord forces below the Imperial level.
For no reason, do not presume to challenge the majesty of the supreme will. But you can keep an eye on that lordly power these days. If his forces fail in the battle for the lords of the nations, just bring back the heir to the blood rocket spirit.
Alyssal spoke up. Molt opened his mouth as if to say something, but in the end, she said nothing. After that, Alyssal let the astrologer go. The only person left in the large Imperial Palace was Alyssal. She stood up and flicked her right hand.
A crystal coffin appeared in front of her. Alyssal looked over. Just see the being lying in that crystal coffin.
It was none other than the blood rocket spirit, Naisha. She had white skin and even a faint breath, a state of being alive.
But for some reason, it hasn't woken up yet. Is it a coincidence? The timekeeper just found your destiny mark not too long ago. Your heroic legacy, then, appeared in the world at the same time. That's fine, maybe not for long. I'll have 2 blood rocket spirits in my elven empire.
Alyssal stroked the crystal coffin and whispered to herself as she looked at Nadia's face inside. Actually, in her mind,
Nadia's successor to the hero's legacy is worth taking seriously, though, but it's not too important. Nadia, the true blood rocket spirit, is about to be resurrected.
How could her successor compare to the first blood rocket spirit, and that lord with the blood rocket spirit hero legacy successor? In her heart, it was estimated that before long, he would fall in the waves of the 10,000 clan lords' battle for supremacy. In time, the 2 blood rocket spirits would naturally all be in her pocket. Desert, Juju, and all the soldiers looked at the Sand People territory in the distance.
Only the large desert pyramid still had the large hole that Nesario had melted out with his magma dragon's breath last time.
About 100 or 200 sandmen are tinkering with the pyramid. The remaining sand people partly patrol around the pyramids.
The other part is not revealed and is supposed to be inside the pyramid. The corner of Juju's mouth curled slightly when he saw this,
then looked to Nesario beside him.
Nesario instantly understood Juju's mind. It slowly flapped its wings and flew into the sky.
Then flew straight towards that pyramid. Prepare for battle. Juju saw this and ordered in a deep voice.
Yes, Bai Yun and Zhang Kang immediately responded accordingly, and then told all the soldiers to get ready for battle.
The other side, Nesario, who was flying towards the pyramid at a rapid pace, soon attracted the attention of all the sand people with its huge size.
When these sand people realized that the visitor was actually the same evil dragon that had destroyed their pyramid last time,
they were instantly enraged. It's not enough to bully us once. You want to bully us twice, right? It's not over yet.
Is it in unison? These sand people let out a roar of rage, then picked up anything they could throw and hurled it at Nesario in the air. But the height that Nesario was at made it impossible for them to throw anything that would hit it.
Next, with a dragon roar, the overwhelming dragon might instantly descended. All the sand people immediately moved in terror. The entire Sandman Lord's territory suddenly fell silent for a moment. Nesario seized the opportunity to dive down and opened his dragon's mouth violently when he was still 40 to 50 meters away from the top of that pyramid.
Magma dragon breath, boom, hot, flaming magma, like a torrent, spat out of Nesario's mouth, and in an instant it covered the top of the pyramid again.
Originally, the sand people had already patched up most of the pyramid, but under this blow of magma dragon breath spew,
the sand people realized that not only had the repairs been in vain, but this time the pyramid was even more damaged than the last time.
This time, quite a few sand people elites, and sand people leaders, because the dragon's might had disappeared at this point.
It had gotten rid of the state of not being able to move. In their fury, they hurled their weapons at Nesario with all their might.
This time Nesario was hit instead, but this thick layer of lava armor on its body surface, even if it was their lord who came. Trying to break it would be completely impossible. The attacks of these black iron and bronze level sand people, at this point, were not even scratching an itch for Nesario. Nesario just looked at these few sandman monsters that dared to offend it, and fire rose from their bodies out of nowhere. And then they quickly died under these flames. When the surrounding sandman monsters saw this scene, no one dared to make a move. Nesario glanced indifferently at these cowardly sand people elites, and sand people chiefs. Then, with a violent shake of his wings, he flew up into the sky once again, as a dragon of noble blood.
He was not interested in these weaklings with low strength. The behavior just now was either at the behest of his own master, or he found it amusing. Now that the order is complete, the fun is over. He would have to prepare himself now to deal with that regional level Scarlet Lord. Although it felt it was bound to win, however, something similar to a lion fighting a rabbit, also doing its best, was still passed down in its dragon bloodline heritage, so it will not underestimate any of its enemies.
In the meantime, just as Nesario dissolved that pyramid again, Juju's eyes immediately brushed with nearly 100 kill messages. There was no lack of monsters of the level of Sandman Elite and Sandman Chief. The offense can begin. Juju ordered with a calm expression. Now that the other side was in a state of chaos, it was a good time to take advantage of the situation.
Bai Yun immediately executed Juju's lead order. Soon, more than 3,800 soldiers immediately roared in anger and rushed towards the sand people in the chaos. They went forward as if they were a torrent, not the slightest fear of distant enemies, even if that was under the banner of a regional level Scarlet Lord. The reason for being so fearless, one reason, was that the battles Juju's soldiers had fought so far had all been victorious.
These victories somewhat increased their confidence and courage in facing the enemy. On the other hand,
it was because of the heroic skill of Blood Rocket Spirit White Rue. Heroic Technique Stabilize Morale.
Heroic Technique, Morale Stabilization Rank, Bronze Medium Growable Skill Effect 1, on the battlefield where the Blood Rocket Spirit is present. The Blood Rocket Spirit allows the soldiers of its own camp to fearlessly launch an attack and maintain high morale, even when facing a strong enemy. Skill Effect 2. If the forces of your camp lose to the forces of the enemy camp, The blood rocket spirit allows the remaining soldiers of your camp to maintain the basic morale to be able to fight again. Skill effect 3. The blood rocket spirit allows soldiers in your camp to immunize or weaken some of the negative effects on the will level, such as bloodline pressure, mental shock, and soul control from the outside world. Note, currently can affect a total of 7,000 units of soldiers from your side's camp. And the range of influence and effect will increase as the blood rocket spirit grows. This hero technique is strong. But what made Juju most valued was its skill effect 3, because after seeing the amazing effects of Nesario's dragon might, Juju had been worried that his soldiers would encounter a similar situation in the future, in time, without corresponding means of defense. They were afraid that it would be difficult for them to make a resistance when facing the pressure of a powerful bloodline. There's a good chance that they'll all fall to the slaughter, just like the monsters at the Monster Ranch. But now, with White Ruse stabilizing morale skill, they at least have some means of saving themselves when faced with these types of situations now. Far away, the Sand People soon saw the 3,000 or so human soldiers charging from the distance. It was as if they had been given some kind of order. They no longer bother with the lava dragons in the sky. A portion of the Sand People took up arms and rushed at these enemies who dared to come and offend them. The other part of the Sandmen stood still and began to summon Sandmen, as a large number of Sand People began to summon, only to see these Sand People in front of him begin to increase at a terrifying speed visible to the naked eye. In an instant, it went right from over 1,000 Sand People to over 2,500 Sand People. Juju was not surprised to see this scene. That's how the Sand People fight. The lowliest black iron lower Sandman is responsible for moving up to block the enemy. Sandmen of black iron medium and above are responsible for summoning Sandmen in the rear to increase the number of troops on their side. These summoned Sand People only existed temporarily though, but people are good at it. You can summon another batch when you run out of them, as long as there is enough energy in the body. A steady stream of Sand People will break down the enemy sooner or later. This was why the Sandman Lords were able to become a regional, level Scarlet Lord power with this group of henchmen. Juju thought of this and suddenly felt inexplicably familiar. Isn't this my man? Oh, war? He shook his head and stopped thinking. The right hand was then extended to these Sand People. The curb stomp talent that had already cooled down suddenly activated. Boom, the invisible fluctuation instantly covered all the Sand People, who were fighting as well as those inside the pyramid. Hint, you have activated your Lord's exclusive talent curb. Counter-strike is in effect. Lord's talent alert. A total of 10 black iron inferior Sandmen, 6 black iron intermediate Sandmen, and 2 bronze inferior Sandmen leaders have betrayed their Lord's forces and become your loyal subordinates. In this moment, Juju could feel that within these Sand People, another 18 Sand People monsters had become his loyal subordinates. One can sense their presence, and you can also issue some commands remotely. Counterattack. Juju gave direct orders to all the Sand People who had been turned. In the Sand People camp, a Sandman who was fighting a sword and shield soldier froze. He then turned around and draped a blade over his fellow Sandman next to him. This fellow Sandman looked at it with a confused expression. The sword and shield soldiers on the opposite side were also confused. What's going on here, Split? You're a little crooked there, Sand People rear. The 2 bronze lower level Sandman leaders who had just summoned the Sandmen suddenly had their bodies tremble. And then the colors in their eyes all cleared up a lot. They looked at each other, instantly understanding the deep meaning in the other's eyes. Confirmation is in the eye. They are all mole people. The 2 silently withdrew their gazes, then took control of the summoned Sand People and began to sneak up on the surrounding Sand People compatriots that were being summoned. Confusion. It started in this moment. Juju looked at the slightly chaotic scene behind the Sand People and pondered in his heart. This curb stomp is a black iron lord talent, though.
You can only turn 2% of the number of enemies in an enemy lord's power into your loyal subordinates at one time. But he personally felt that the future potential of this talent was still very high. After all, it's curtailing by percentage. In the future, if he can use the Lord's talent fragment, he can pull up its talent level. Then, when he faced the enemy in the future, it wasn't impossible for him to just wave his hand and have the entire other team surrender. Trying to upgrade my 100% burst rate to mythic level by collecting 1 billion black iron level Lord talent fragments is not necessarily doable when the 10,000 clans Lord contest is over. Saving up a bunch of shards and not using them, wouldn't that be like wasting them? Then why don't I use the collected Lord talent fragments to upgrade my other Lord talents? Preferably those with the potential to enhance the Lord's talents. This will also make my territory more powerful. And with the increased power of my territory, I will also come into contact with more secrets of the Supreme Continent. When the time comes, I might be able to upgrade my 100% explosive rate Lord talent in some other way. Juju was thoughtful. He then stopped thinking about it and first summoned 8 bronze lower level sand cavalry through the Sand Emperor's space ring. With his breakthrough to the bronze lower level and the bonus of primary spiritual potential, his current spiritual power was enough for him to already be able to summon 8 bronze lower level cavalry of sand. He then summoned a bronze lower ranked Sandman Chief through the bronze lower ranked summon Sandman Chief skill he had gotten in the morning. Skill name, summoning a Sandman leader skill quality, lower bronze skill description, summoning skill. Manipulate the element of sand to coalesce 1 bronze lower level Sandman leader, who is fully obedient to one's commands, and possesses rudimentary intelligence to fight for one's self. The summoned Sandman leader does not possess the summoning ability, though, however, it has a normal bronze lower mist monster physique. Plus comes with a bronze lower sanding ability. Put it on the battlefield, you can at least be a meat shield. After that, Juju was just like last time. Let them, the summons, rush into the battlefield and carry the wounded soldiers back to Zhang Qianjing as well as the other 2 physicians for medical treatment. In addition, they had brought enough life potions with them this time out, so they weren't worried about not having enough potions. In the meantime, battlefield, Blood Rocket Spirit, White Rue was riding a mechanical land bird and roaming around the edge of the battlefield shooting arrows. White Rue, who is now a hero, each arrow is extremely lethal, even if a bronze intermediate Sandman Chief was in front of her. He could be easily killed by one of her arrows, and right after she saw the Sandman monsters summoning a large number of them, a cold color flashed in her eyes. White Rue suddenly stopped the mechanical land bird. She opened her bow and drew an arrow, aiming it at the group of sand people who were controlling the summons. She then took a deep breath. In this moment, Bai Yun felt as if she had resonated with the battlefield. Every scene on the battlefield appeared clearly in her perception. Not only that, she could still sense the surging blood aura on the battlefield, and she felt like she could clearly sense the elemental energy within every elemental archer on the battlefield. Even mobilization, she then did just that. Next, boom, the crowd suddenly realized the blood Kai in the air suddenly stirred, then surged in unison in the direction where Bai Yun was. Those 162 elemental archers were especially sensational. This was because they also felt a minuscule strand of fire elemental energy within their bodies also flying out of their bodies, all converging on Bai Yun's large, fire red bow. Juju also looked at her if she was aware. One could only see a flaming arrow burning with a color like blood coalescing around Bai Yun's body. Dozens, tens, hundreds, almost in the blink of an eye. A full 1,000 flaming arrows appeared in the air around Bai Yun. The tips of their arrows were aimed at the Sand People's camp, and the arrows quivered slightly. It seemed like it was going to shoot out in the next second and kill the enemy in the distance. It was the heroic technique Blood Rocket Rain. Heroic technique, Rain of Blood Rockets rank, unclassified skill effect. The Blood Fire Arrow Spirit can spread her senses to the entire battlefield. Understanding every dynamic on the battlefield,
at the same time. She can mobilize the blood elemental energy in the battlefield, as well as the fire elemental energy in all the elemental archers' bodies, pooling them around herself to form a sea of blood and fire, killing arrows to kill the enemies from afar. Just then, the Sand People seemed to have gotten some kind of order on their side. They abandoned the enemies in front of them, and all of them ran wildly towards Bai Yun. Stop them, don't let them influence the legionnaire, Zhang Kang, who was in the middle of a bloody battle. Saw this scene, and immediately roared out an order. Then he was the first to rush forward himself. Go! Bai Yun ignored these Sand People rushing towards her, eyes as calm as unchanging icebergs. Next, she let go of the bowstring. As if released, swishing, thousands of bloodfire killing arrows instantly burst out. It was accompanied by an airburst that cut through the air. They raced across the sky like a curtain of blood, red meteors across the sky, descending in the blink of an eye to the Sand People's great rear. Boom, 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 boom. Every single bloodfire killing arrow that landed around the Sandmen would instantly explode away, killing all the Sandmen within a 4 to 5 meter radius, and then finally leaving a streak of flaming sand behind. Thousands of blood and fire killing arrows directly turned the Sand People's big rear into a sea of fire. This rain of blood rockets, straight away. He killed 600 or 700 Sandman monsters, directly wiped out more than half of the Sand People lords. Zhang Kang and the others who were blocking the Sandman monsters suddenly saw the bodies of these Sandmen in front of them stiffen, and then disintegrate into countless sands scattered on the ground. The soldiers of Prideful Sun City on the battlefield also saw many Sandman summoners suddenly disintegrate into sand. Their pressure was instantly and greatly reduced. Bai Yun put the bow back on his back, panting slightly. His face a little pale. She sensed the elemental energy within her, found only about 0.5% left. Not only that, she was also close to exhaustion of her mental power now. Even the blood Kai in his body had temporarily dropped a lot. She looked unchanged, looks like a strategic level hero technique like blood rocket rain, even if she was a hero now. She could only release it once in a short period of time. To release it again, you have to at least have your status fully restored before you can release it again. Juju, who was not far away, also nodded slightly when he saw this scene. That's what makes a hero strong. The gesture of Bai Yun just now made him almost have the illusion of seeing Nadia's last arrow again. Just then, a Sandman with a golden staff, a golden mask, and an ancient nobleman's costume in the color of gold stepped out of the pyramid. He was over 3 meters tall and looked quite tall. Coming out, he glanced at Nasario above his head and then looked directly at Juju at the back of the battlefield. Juju also looked at it. Monster messages appear. Monster name, Sandman Lord Simon Scarlet Lord Power Level. Lower Silver Monster Profile. The strongest Scarlet Lord of the Pride Sun Desert. Controls the entire territory of the Pride Sun Desert. Has numerous Sand People lords under his command. Specializes in summoning, and was once an ethnicity of the same race as the Emperor of Sand in his lifetime. Loot explosion rate, 10 silver. Grade Heart of Mist explosion rate, 100%. 5 Source Crystals explosion rate, 100%. 300 kg Black Ire, Grade Sand Crystals explosion rate, 20%. 1 silver. Lower Equipment Sandman Scepter explosion rate, 10%. 1 silver Lower Skill Book, Sanding explosion rate, 5%. 1 silver Lower Skill Book, Summoning the Sandman Lord's explosion rate, 2%. 1 silver Lower Alchemy Apothecary Recruitment Book explosion rate, 1%.